In a time of chaos, a young boy named Jiang Chen, possessing mediocre talent, remained a mere outer disciple after 3 years in the Immortal Sect. Many proclaimed him unfit for cultivation, unworthy to wield a sword. Yet, one fateful night, a mystical orb fell into his hands. Within this orb existed a universe of its own, elements to command, yin and yang to control, spiritual roots to recreate, and all things to transform. From that moment forth, the so-called waste in the eyes of the world underwent a quiet metamorphosis. While others practiced swordplay, he sought the essence beyond the sword. While they cultivated spells, he pursued the path beyond the spells. During the grand competition of the Immortal Sect, he shattered myriad techniques with a single sword, vanquishing all the talented youths, leaving those who once mocked him trembling on their knees. When questioned about his capabilities, Jiang Chen calmly grasped the orb and replied, "With this mortal body, I wield the power of the cosmos. What do you say? What gives me the right?" Chapter 1. A turbulent era and the boy As the sun dipped slowly beneath the horizon, the world prepared to transition between light and darkness. By an ancient well stood a youth clad in coarse linen, his tousled hair lending him the appearance of a beggar. Yet, in the fleeting glimpses of his eyes, one could discern a blend of despair, sorrow, unyielding resolve, and hope. With a soft slurp, he drank the water he had just drawn. Beside him lay the remnants of devastation, charred ruins, and the ashes of a once thriving settlement. All around were the skeletal remains of walls, the occasional wisp of smoke, and the faint echoes of weary voices mingling with the mournful caw of crows, invoking a profound sense of desolation. As silence enveloped the surroundings, the boy consumed the last morsel of his hard, black bread, licking his fingers clean before making his way to his makeshift bed. This bed was merely 2 charred wooden poles propping up a plank, covered with a layer of dry grass. Despite the grim circumstances, the boy felt fortunate to have survived in such tumultuous times. As night fell, the chirping of crickets had lost its summer fervor. The season had shifted to the cusp of autumn. The boy, unable to sleep, gazed at the myriad stars above, knowing that once again, this night would be restless. His name was Wang Chun, born into a family of decent means, and legend had it that his arrival coincided with a falling star, prompting his parents to name him Wang Chun, believing him to be a celestial being descended to earth. From a young age, he exhibited extraordinary intelligence, learning poetry and prose under the sole literate teacher in Wang family village by the age of 4. Within 3 months, he could read 100 family surnames and 1,000-character classic, earning the reputation of a prodigy, a fitting title for one believed to be touched by the divine. Fast forward to a year prior, a sweltering afternoon when 8-year-old Wang Chen stealthily slipped away from the classroom to frolic in the nearby hills. Upon returning as dusk approached, he found his tranquil village transformed into a landscape of chaos. The once peaceful haven was engulfed in flames, its innocent inhabitants lost. Wang Chun discovered the bodies of his family and teacher, and with the help of a few survivors, buried them amidst the ruins. The day after the disaster, he began a harrowing journey of escape, having heard whispers of impending conflict. In a world rife with turmoil, where lives were deemed less valuable than dogs and armies behaved like marauders, Wang Chun endured 9 months prior. While fleeing, he scavenged a dead chicken, only to have it snatched away by 2 desperate men who then brutally assaulted him. 7 months ago, a mere handful of copper coins led to yet another beating. His heart was heavy with bitterness, sorrow, and defiance. Through these tribulations, the young Wang Chun learned a harsh truth. Valuable possessions must remain hidden unless one possesses the strength to protect them. 6 months ago, amidst the desperate refugees, he witnessed the plight of the homeless. Resources were scarce, and in their hunger, a group of emaciated souls attempted to rob a young man on horseback. Wang Chun vividly recalled this young man, adorned in fine clothing, who disdainfully regarded the refugees before unsheathing his sword. With swift, ruthless strokes, he felled several of them, sending the survivors fleeing in terror. In that moment, Wang Chun felt a spark of ambition ignite within him, a longing to become stronger. That night, amidst the murmurs of other refugees, he learned of the 3 powerful gangs in Sangzhou: the Dragon Tiger Gang, the Giant Whale Gang, and the Golden Blade Sect. He also learned that due to the dominance of these factions, even the warring armies dared not enter Sangzhou. This was an era of declining imperial authority and rising gang power. Sangzhou, one of the 12 prefectures of the Great Xia Kingdom, ranked 8th among them. With a history spanning a millennium, the city bustled with life, its streets alive with the sounds of commerce and the vibrant colors of fine garments, a testament to its prosperity. As the gentle autumn sun bathed the land, a boy stood beneath a great tree outside Sangzhou. gazing at the city that lay so close, yet felt so distant. The towering walls, constructed of massive stones, bore the scars of battle, marks from swords and knives, remnants of a storied past that evoked awe in all who beheld them. This boy was Jiang Chen, and after 6 months of wandering, he had shed the naivete typical of his age, adopting a maturity and depth beyond his years, though his stature and the spark of youth in his brow revealed he was still but a child. Adversity had indeed fostered his growth that a month prior. Some survivors from his early days of wandering had settled in various towns, but Jiang Chen pressed on. Inspired by the young man's swordsmanship, he resolved to journey to Zhangzhou, having learned that to master profound martial arts and become a formidable warrior, the 3 gangs were his only option. At the city gate, the guards were lax, and he slipped through without incident. Upon entering, he quickly noted the stark contrast between the bustling city and the desolation outside. Crowds adorned in fine attire thronged the streets, and the cacophony of vendors filled the air, leaving him both astonished and intrigued. After a time, however, the disdainful glances of the townsfolk jolted him back to reality. I am still too green, he chastised himself, hastily seeking refuge in a less conspicuous corner, unaware that such thoughts were natural for one of his tender years. To join a gang, he first needed to gather information, and where better to do so than at an inn. The Hungfu Tavern, with its somewhat unrefined name, was bustling with patrons. Jiang Chen crouched by the wall, peering inside at the lively chatter. After nearly 2 hours, he finally caught wind of valuable tidings. Li Wanfan. The day after tomorrow marks the recruitment day for the 3 gangs. Your son is 12 this year. He will not pass the selection, one patron remarked. Do not fret. If my son cannot succeed, then your boy is equally doomed. The 3 gangs do not accept just anyone, retorted a portly man, his irritation evident as he felt the sting of the words. This year, who knows how many will enter the gangs and learn the martial arts. Jiang Chen gleaned enough to understand the situation and chose to depart, lowering his head in contemplation. In the southern part of the city stood a dilapidated temple, often inhabited by a few beggars. Tonight, it would be his refuge. Though he had managed to save over 30 coins during his travels, he knew he could not squander them on lodging. But a middle-aged man clad in tattered brown garments admonished 3 young beggars, each around the age of 10, saying, Tomorrow, the 3 of you will partake in the trials of the 3 major factions that if you succeed, you shall no longer suffer under my command. Transformed into dragons, I too shall bask in your glory. Should you fail to join the factions, do not return. His voice was harsh, instilling fear in the hearts of the children. After a moment, he offered them a few words of encouragement. Listening intently, Jiang Chen gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, Jiang Chen spent 5 coins to purchase a suitable coarse cloth tunic. Though it lacked embellishment, it was a significant improvement over the rags he had worn into the city. He then bought some steamed buns to satiate his hunger before slowly falling asleep, awaiting the trials of the 3rd day. The 3 major factions were the triumvirate of power in Zhangzhou, recruiting once a year from children aged 8 to 12. For the children of common families, acquiring advanced martial skills was a daunting task. Thus, gaining entry into one of the factions was the sole path to prosperity, especially in tumultuous times where martial prowess was fundamental to survival. Once admitted, as long as they could endure, they would enjoy a life of luxury, making them formidable figures whom commoners dared not provoke. Hence, many parents willingly sent their children to the 3 factions. In the northern part of Zhangzhou, Jiang Chen arrived at a square measuring approximately 100 meters in length and width, already bustling with hundreds of people. The crowd was distinctly divided into 3 groups, each accompanied by several horse-drawn carriages adorned with banners. Having learned to read, Jiang Chen recognized the characters on the banners: dragon and tiger, golden blade, and giant whale, each embroidered with a dragon and tiger in opposition. A gleaming blade and a monstrous figure. The banners fluttered in the wind, guarded by robust men, exuding an air of authority. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen approached the banner of dragon and tiger. In front of the banner stood a scholar-like figure seated at a desk, dressed in a long-sleeved brocade robe. Flanking him were formidable men, imposing in stature. Jiang Chen joined the queue, and before long, it was his turn. The middle-aged scholar did not even raise his head as he inquired, Name? Jiang Chen. Age? 9.5. Place of origin. In less than half a minute, Jiang Chen completed his responses. A nearby muscular man grunted, Come here. Jiang Chen hurriedly approached, standing behind several other youths. Soon, 8 individuals stood behind each of the 4 strong men, and under their direction, Jiang Chen entered the carriage. The rhythmic sound of the carriage wheels was not unpleasant. Jiang Chen sat quietly, eyes closed, refraining from conversation. After a while, he heard voices from the others and turned to observe his companions. One was a similarly clad child, somewhat simple-minded, who did not speak. The other 5 were engaged in lively chatter, quickly becoming acquainted, 3 adorned in fine garments, 1 robust youth, and a girl with a delicate complexion. "We must support one another in this faction trial," one of them declared. "Of course," another replied. "Absolutely," chimed in a third. The back sat a girl in the corner, her expression icy, her beauty undeniable, yet the aura of unapproachability that surrounded her made the others uncomfortable. Wang Chun remained silent, and after a few hours of the carriage journey, he gradually fell asleep. When the carriage came to a halt, Wang Chun groggily heard someone call, "Wake up! Wake up!" He opened his eyes to see the simple-minded boy shaking him. "Thank you," Wang Chun replied, and the boy, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head before helping Wang Chun down. Upon disembarking, they found themselves at the foot of a mountain. It was already afternoon. Surrounding them were dozens of carriages and hundreds of youths whispering among themselves. Wang Chun quickly struck up a conversation with the simple-minded boy, learning that his name was Zhang Tai, a child from a poor family near Cangzhou. Their shared background fostered a rapid camaraderie. After waiting for approximately 15 minutes, several more carriages arrived. Once all the youths had disembarked, an elderly man in fine robes, who appeared to be the leader, cleared his throat, and the boys promptly ceased their chatter, turning their attention to him. The elder surveyed the group before proclaiming, "Follow the mountain path ahead. You must reach the halfway point within the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks, or else, humph, the dragon and tiger faction has no use for the inept." His voice resonated with authority, akin to the ringing of a bell. After his words, the elders swiftly vanished. The youths marveled at the elder's agility, realizing the formidable nature of the dragon and tiger faction, and the prospect of soon joining such a powerful group spurred them to hastily ascend the mountain. Dragon Tiger Mountain, named after the faction, boasted lush trees and trickling streams, creating a picturesque landscape, yet due to the faction's dominance, no one dared to explore its beauty. However, at that moment, the youths had little time to appreciate their surroundings. Their heavy breaths and beads of sweat testified to their exhaustion. The ascent from the foot to the halfway point appeared deceptively short, but in reality, it was a grueling endeavor, challenging even for adults in poor health, let alone these children. As they trudged onward, Wang Chun felt dizzy, his legs heavy as if burdened by lead. Each step seemed to drain his strength. Looking up, he could see the destination approaching, with Zhang Tai closely following behind. Noticing Zhang Tai's struggle to continue, Wang Chun urged, "We must hurry. Time is running out." At his words, Zhang Tai managed to muster the strength to stand, though he felt utterly drained. Observing this, Wang Chun hesitated briefly before grasping his hand, urging him onward. Zhang Tai, inspired by Wang Chun's determination, gritted his teeth and pressed forward. Nearby, some youths who had shared the carriage with Wang Chun called out, "Isn't the one named Wang supposed to stick together? How can you go ahead alone?" The robust boy in front continued on without looking back, while insults followed from behind. Wang Chun ignored their taunts, yet an inexplicable emotion began to stir within him, a sense of caution that had both impeded his progress and saved his life on several occasions. But that is a tale for another time. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Chun and Zhang Tai finally reached the halfway point. The elderly man in fine robes stood motionless at the base, with over 100 youths gathered behind him. Exhausted, Wang Chun longed to sit down, but quickly pulled Zhang Tai along to the rear of the group. Finding a stone, he plopped down, gasping for breath. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, as Wang Chun's breathing began to settle, he heard the elder's voice from the front, "Incompetence. After all this time, you haven't made it up yet? The essence of martial arts lies in enduring hardship. If you cannot withstand this, expel those lagging behind." Wang Chun recognized the voice as belonging to the elder and felt a surge of relief for having arrived earlier. He quickly stood and moved to join Zhang Tai at the back of the group. The elder turned to survey the youths, his gaze sharp as a blade, causing them all to lower their heads. His previous words seemed to serve as an unspoken warning. Subsequently, the youths were instructed to rest. That night, in the mountain quarters, Wang Chun, Zhang Tai, and 2 others found themselves unable to sleep, excitedly discussing their future adventures in the martial world. In the deep of night, the room buzzed with chatter before the others finally succumbed to slumber. Wang Chun leaned against the window, gazing at the starry sky, each star resembling a pearl. Memories of his childhood with his parents flooded back, alongside the year of wandering he had endured. Ultimately, he drifted off to sleep, a resolute smile gracing his lips as he envisioned the future. Chapter 2. The Might of Strength and the Power of Steps. The following day, as dawn broke, Wang Chun and his companions were roused from slumber to partake in breakfast. Once their meal concluded, Wang Chun was guided by a robustly built young man along the path. As they traversed, a rather unsightly youth approached the muscular young man with hurried steps, clasping his fists in greeting. I am Wu De, a newcomer. Might I inquire your name, elder brother? I humbly seek your guidance, he said, his voice dripping with flattery. Although the muscular youth appeared somewhat displeased by Wu De's sycophantic demeanor, he nonetheless returned the gesture with a polite clasp of his fists, and soon the two engaged in conversation. Their exchange was devoid of any veils, allowing Wang Chun to overhear their intentions. It seemed they were headed to the Kangyu Pavilion, a place dedicated to the preservation of martial arts manuscripts. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun felt his heart race with excitement. During the past few days spent with other youths, he had also heard tales of martial arts. Typically, the opportunity to learn martial arts is monopolized by affluent families, enabling them to handle a few ordinary individuals with ease. However, when it comes to true martial artists, mere strength is insufficient. A crucial element for genuine martial artists is the mastery of martial arts principles. Regrettably, such teachings are scarce in the outside world, often confined to powerful factions. Those who have learned the principles of martial arts, assuming they are not foolish, generally possess a significant advantage over the average person. Wang Chun was acutely aware of the rarity of martial arts manuscripts and their potential benefits to him. Thus, the visit to the Kangyu Pavilion represented a rare opportunity. The anticipation of the youths quickened their pace almost unconsciously. After approximately 15 minutes, a majestic pavilion emerged before them, nestled against the mountains. The structure was entirely constructed from cedar, exuding an air of opulence. The wooden pillars were intricately carved with patterns of a dragon and a tiger, so lifelike that they appeared ready to leap from their perches. The group followed the muscular young man into the pavilion. Inside, the space was expansive, with only a few weapon racks adorning the surroundings. Despite its vastness, the atmosphere felt lively, as the youths formed pairs and proceeded slowly forward, flanked by robust guards exhibiting formidable presence. Wang Chun and his companions quickly fell in line at the rear of the procession. Before long, they arrived at the testing area known as bone touching. This method serves as a straightforward means to assess an individual's aptitude for martial arts. It is essential to understand that individuals are born with varying potentials. Some possess extraordinary gifts for martial arts, while many do not. Those with superior talents may achieve in 2 years what others might struggle to accomplish in 5 or even 10. Thus, innate ability plays a pivotal role in martial arts training. Of course, factors such as perseverance are equally significant, as while one's martial aptitude can evolve, fortitude is considerably more challenging to alter. In time, Wang Chun would learn that the 3 major factions each emphasized different criteria for martial arts training. The Longhu gang prioritized perseverance, where merely passing the mountain climbing test sufficed for qualification, whereas the other 2 factions focused on innate talent, necessitating the bone assessment, allowing even those of lower aptitude to gain entry into their ranks. As hands examined Wang Chun's head and neck, he felt a flutter of anxiety, his body trembling slightly. Fortunately, years of a nomadic existence had instilled in him a sense of resilience. He took a deep breath to regain his composure. Moderate, the voice announced. Wang Chun's brow relaxed, releasing a sigh of relief. As long as he possessed the aptitude for martial arts, he felt content. He reached out to accept the token. Examining it with curiosity, the wooden emblem was intricately carved with a dragon and a tiger, with the words moderate inscribed below. Following the completion of his assessment, he watched as the young man moved further inside. The pathway, rather profound, is flanked by verdant stone walls, and behind the loft, there lies solid rock, with the occasional glimpse of green moss serving as further testament to this reality. It is evident that the Longhu gang has excavated a portion of the mountain to serve as their concealed martial arts pavilion. What audacity, Wang Chun mused to himself, his gaze flitting about in wonder. The group advanced, and with each few steps, they encountered a pillar forged from exquisite iron supporting the cavern. The youths, filled with curiosity, gazed around in awe, their hearts swelling with admiration for the Longhu gang. After a brief moment, an iron door materialized before them, guarded by 2 factions. The youths were each scrutinized for their tokens. Those with superior and extraordinary qualifications may accompany me to the 2nd level. The others shall select their manuals on the 1st floor, a middle-aged man announced after conducting his inspections, leading a handful of exceptionally qualified individuals to the upper tier. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted to one of discontent. A group of children, around 10 years of age, felt disheartened as they were separated from the others. However, Wang Chun remained unaffected. He observed as an elder emerged from within, offering solace to the distressed children. The qualifications of individuals are remarkably diverse and can be ascertained through a simple bone assessment. The elder spoke calmly, lifting the spirits of the children. It is quite possible that among you, Some possess qualifications that far surpass those who have entered. Upon hearing this, the children were invigorated, as if their own capabilities were indeed superior to those who had gone ahead. Jiang Chen shook his head inwardly, although uncertain of the elder's accuracy. He surmised that such exceptional qualifications were rare. Otherwise, they would not rely on bone assessments to gauge martial aptitude. In truth, Jiang Chen's intuition was correct. While bone assessments may occasionally lead to misjudgments, such occurrences are infrequent and typically arise only in cases of exceedingly rare qualifications, which are nearly negligible. Although the elder's words did not entirely convince Jiang Chen, they represented his sole source of information regarding martial arts, and thus he listened attentively. While you may not select advanced techniques, a foundational manual suited to your current stage would be far more beneficial, the elder concluded after a lengthy discourse. And the youths surged into the martial arts pavilion. Inside, four orderly rows of bookshelves greeted them, each laden with thousands of tomes. If sold externally, these manuals could command prices in the millions of silver coins, a truly astonishing thought. The youth's eyes sparkled with anticipation as they rushed to the shelves to peruse the volumes. Flowing Cloud Technique, Snake Breath Skill, Azure Cloud Sword, Door Cutting Blade. Each youth's face flushed with excitement as they eagerly flipped through the pages. Just then, the elder who had spoken earlier approached. He bore the appearance of a scholar rather than a martial artist. With a ruler in hand, he delivered swift taps to the heads of the youths, their forms seemingly bewitched, as none could discern how he had executed his movements. A master. His martial prowess is undoubtedly formidable, Jiang Chen noted, a glimmer of intrigue sparking in his eyes. Given this, the elder's previous words must indeed hold truth. After all, with his stature, there exists no motive for deceit. The youths fell silent, allowing the elder to continue. You troublesome lads, the Kangyu Pavilion has its own rules. Selections cannot be made haphazardly. With a gentle tone, reminiscent of a learned teacher, he elaborated. The Kangyu Pavilion houses numerous martial arts manuscripts, categorized into internal cultivation techniques, swordplay, knife techniques, staff methods, agility skills, and various weaponry texts. Each manuscript is stratified into tiers: inferior, third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate, with each tier further classified into superior, middle, and inferior grades. Notably, the apex tier contains merely third-rate manuscripts. Access beyond the second tier is strictly prohibited. The elder further cautioned them that each individual may select only 2 manuscripts, with the possibility of additional selections to be granted only after 5 years. Other youths eagerly perused the manuscripts, with some nearly coming to blows over a single text, until the elder quelled them with a single admonitory slap, declaring, "Any further squabbling will result in disqualification from viewing the manuscripts." His words instilled a notable quietude among the youths. After all, with so many texts available, it was foolish to argue over one and risk losing the opportunity altogether. Unlike his peers, Jiang Chen refrained from rifling through the manuscripts, opting instead for quiet contemplation. The elder's earlier counsel was clear. It would be prudent to select foundational techniques rather than those of higher tiers. Yet, choosing a basic technique would inevitably place him at a disadvantage compared to others over the ensuing 5 years. It was a difficult decision. After several minutes of deliberation, Jiang Chen resolutely approached the bookshelf labeled Internal Techniques, inferior tier. After all, the journey ahead was long, and he believed that establishing a solid foundation in the basics would be more beneficial. Brawn of the Bull, harnessing the ferocity of the bull, capable of shattering wood and splitting stone with palm strength, and at its peak, endowing one with the might of 5 bulls, though at the cost of sluggishness. Spirit of the Monkey, embodying the agility of the monkey, reaching its zenith allows one to navigate heights as if they were mere plains, albeit with diminished strength. Jiang Chen perused the introductions to each manuscript, growing increasingly anxious as he set each one aside. The brawn of the bull, while powerful, was excessively cumbersome. The spirit of the monkey, though nimble, lacked sufficient strength. Since the goal was to lay a solid groundwork for future advanced techniques, neither could afford glaring weaknesses. As he continued to sift through the texts, his attention was drawn to a box on the far left of the second shelf. Upon opening it, a yellowed tome with an ancient hue caught his eye, Dalai Gong. A wave of disappointment washed over him. The title alone suggested a lack of merit. Nevertheless, he turned to the next page. I have perused the martial arts manuscripts of the world, combining them with my medical expertise to create this unique art, hoping future generations will carry it forth. Intrigued, Jiang Chen read several pages in one breath. The creator of this Dalai Gong was a man devoid of martial aptitude, yet he harbored a profound passion for martial arts, albeit with little success. Eventually, he redirected his focus to medicine and became a renowned healer. In his later years, He examined martial arts through the lens of medical principles, asserting that despite the myriad forms of martial arts, they ultimately serve to enhance one's vital energy and blood. Each observation resonated with clarity in his meticulous account of this unique art. Subsequently, this technique fell into the hands of the Longhue gang. However, it was later discovered that the first level of the technique, aside from enhancing physical constitution slightly, bore no other significant effects. Moreover, it was exceedingly difficult to advance to the second or third levels. The book indicated that even the founder had only mastered the first level, leading the Longhue gang to abandon it in the Kangyu Pavilion. After perusing the entire book, Wang Chun pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and grasped the technique tightly in his hand as he walked away. Moments later, standing between two shelves, with a furrowed brow, he held a box, glancing left and right. The shelf on the left bore the inscription body techniques, while the one on the right was labeled sword techniques. Initially, Wang Chun intended to study swordsmanship, but years of wandering had instilled in him the belief that life itself was paramount. The ability to run swiftly would provide a distinct advantage, rendering him elusive to adversaries. After a brief contemplation, Wang Chun gravitated toward the left. The shelf was laden with numerous tomes. 7-star steps, spirit serpent steps. He examined each title, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Each type of body technique had its merits, yet after a moment's consideration, he selected a book inscribed with the two characters Jinbyu. Jinbyu, not of the mainstream level, was, strictly speaking, not a conventional body technique. Most body techniques necessitated basic internal energy support and some profound states of mastery. Jinbyu was merely a method of utilizing stepping force, amalgamating various subtle techniques, such as how to run faster with minimal exertion and how to conserve stamina. Though Jinbyu lacked the allure of other esoteric techniques, its practicality shone through. More importantly, the text noted that the efficacy of this technique was contingent upon an individual's physical condition. Thus, if a person's foundational physique was robust, this technique would be no less effective than conventional ones. Having chosen his technique, Wang Chun exited through the door. Upon leaving, the guards collected his token and warned him against sharing the technique with others, stating it must be returned in a month. Any breach of this confidentiality would result in death. This admonition led Wang Chun to perceive that the gang might not be the sanctum he had envisioned, perhaps even more perilous than the outside world. Back in the courtyard, the steward assigned each youth a room, explaining that their practice should not be disturbed. The youths were eager and hastened to their respective chambers to experiment with their newfound skills. Each room contained a bed and a table, clean and modest, which Wang Chun paid little heed to. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he assumed a proper meditative posture, striving to delve into his body to sense the so-called qi. Time elapsed without him encountering the sensation described in the book, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. Internal energy cultivation was indeed not an easy endeavor. In the afternoon, they were gathered for a lecture. The instructor was a somewhat refined middle-aged man. The assertion that you may not find the sensation of qi in a short span of time is indeed accurate. Even the rarest of geniuses requires several days to discover this feeling. By cultivating stillness and focus, harmonizing the mind and spirit, and relaxing the breath, one may begin to sense the qi flowing through the meridians, storing it in the danshan, which could barely qualify one as a third-rate practitioner. Strengthening the body through diligent training enhances one's ability to perceive qi. Qi is the essence of internal martial arts, and rigorous practice accelerates its growth. The augmentation of internal energy enhances bodily functions, yet the degree of enhancement is contingent upon the specific martial arts method one chooses. Different techniques emphasize different aspects, so it is essential to earnestly experience and comprehend them. Internal martial arts stand in contrast to external practices that focus on the muscles and skin. The journey of internal cultivation begins with the quest for the sensation of qi, followed by the manipulation of this internal energy as it circulates through the meridians, ultimately residing in the danshan. The human body possesses the 8 extraordinary meridians, through which the majority of internal energy flows. While only a select few internal arts traverse all 8 extraordinary meridians, cultivating internal energy is no simple task, particularly the initial step of locating the sensation of qi, which many individuals may never achieve, relegating them to the status of mediocre martial artists. Chapter 3. The Mind. The martial arts hall is a relatively expansive plaza. In reality, the Dragon and Tiger Gang boasts numerous such halls, and this is merely one among them. The youths either swing their fists or wield wooden swords and sticks, stringing together their movements. Although their techniques may be rudimentary, even clumsy, this method serves to build physical strength, fostering the potential to perceive qi and thereby cultivate internal power. Drops of sweat fall unheeded. During intense training, any hint of laziness will be met with consequences. Moreover, the practice of martial arts is intrinsically tied to their futures, motivating the youths to immerse themselves fully in their exertions. A week later, the first individual successfully cultivated internal energy and was accepted as a disciple by an elder of the gang, who imparted profound techniques. The other youths, filled with envy, redoubled their efforts, hoping to gain the elder's favor. Amidst this fervent competitive atmosphere, several others gradually achieved the same feat over the ensuing weeks. Jiang Chen, after half a month, also succeeded in cultivating his internal energy. However, the internal energy derived from his technique, the great strength method, differed markedly from that of others. While typical internal practices operate along the established meridians, the great strength method's teachings dictate that one must blend qi with blood, merging them to form a unique internal energy. Moreover, while conventional internal energy typically circulates through portions of the 8 extraordinary meridians, Jiang Chen's energy, fused with blood, flows through every meridian of the body, even traversing the finer capillaries. Under these circumstances, the internal force generated by the great strength method significantly enhances the body compared to other practices, especially in the initial stages of training. Jiang Chen's strength surged, his arms capable of wielding an incredible force of 200 pounds, enabling him to easily overpower several opponents. However, as his power increased, the internal energy of the great strength method required ample qi from the blood to advance further, which poses a limitation. Nonetheless, this is precisely why Jiang Chen chose this method. The teachings indicate that it is simple to learn. With daily nourishment and diligent practice, one can achieve the first level within a year. Thus, as long as Jiang Chen consumes sufficient meat and nourishing herbs, attaining the first level would be relatively effortless. Time passed swiftly, and a year and a half went by. The youths who once trained diligently have now matured. There is a saying that where there are people, there will be conflicts. Jiang Chen and his companions are no longer the naive youths they once were. The depths of the Longhu gang are profound. A year ago, 2 reckless youths offended a disciple of an elder and vanished without a trace months later, with no one in the gang caring. This reality heightened Jiang Chen's vigilance. The phenomenon of disciples forming cliques for personal gain was far too prevalent, often linked to the elders who were formidable masters. The death of a disciple silenced the once boisterous youths, for the Longhu gang recruits annually, and as long as the deceased are not exceptionally gifted, the loss is deemed insignificant. This instilled in Jiang Chen an urgent desire to seize control of his own fate, naturally driving him to train even harder. It could be argued that the practice of the great strength technique borders on cheating. If one were to have a master continuously hunting blood beasts like tigers and leopards for sustenance, or possess vast wealth to procure various herbs, such as a century-old ginseng, that individual could rapidly enhance their strength. However, such circumstances are evidently unattainable. On one hand, who among the wealthy and powerful would deign to learn such an unfashionable technique? On the other hand, the great strength technique bears a fatal flaw. The inner power it cultivates fundamentally differs from that of conventional techniques, as it becomes intertwined with one's blood. In essence, mastering the great strength technique precludes the possibility of switching to other internal arts. Jiang Chen was unaware of this, or else he would not have chosen the great strength technique. Yet, many occurrences in life are serendipitous, and the distinction of a genius lies in their ability to grasp opportunities that lead to success. Time flowed on, and disciples spent 2 years studying foundational martial arts within the gang before being assigned to various branches to manage business affairs. The Longhu gang dominates the Zhangzhou city, controlling nearly all the escort agencies, mines, and weaponry forges, in addition to holding half of the silk trade, necessitating a large workforce, particularly in these chaotic times. Without martial prowess, one cannot safeguard their wealth. Naturally, newly assigned disciples are not placed in critical or perilous roles, as that would be tantamount to sending them to their demise. Over the course of 2 years, Jiang Chen made significant progress in his internal cultivation, now reaching the upper tier of the 3rd level, placing him among the top of his peers. This achievement is not without reason. On one hand, the great strength technique is of a lesser tier, making it relatively easier to practice. Many who chose 3rd level internal arts are still struggling at the lower tiers. To advance in 3rd level techniques, one must grasp the unique characteristics of the art. For instance, the technique Fuzong, while a simplified version of a 1st-tier art, is far more powerful than other 3rd-tier techniques of equivalent rank, let alone those of lesser tiers. However, rewards come with effort. To master Fuzong, one must comprehend its essence, which is notoriously difficult to grasp. At least, the instructor teaching Jiang Chen the foundational techniques had not attained such comprehension, despite being a 2nd-tier master and a mainstay of the gang. On the other hand, Jiang Chen discovered that consuming more blood-rich foods could accelerate his cultivation of blood techniques. Thus, Wang Fan covertly spent his monthly allowance on meat, indulging himself in secret. Initially, Wang Chen contemplated purchasing some elixirs, but upon inquiring, he discovered that the most affordable cultivation-enhancing elixirs cost several hundred taels of silver each, not to mention the more superior ones. The adage rich in martial prowess, poor in scholarship certainly held some truth. At dawn, as the sun began to rise, Wang Chun and his companions emerged from their quarters. In the courtyard, Wang Chun and Zhang Tai sat together for breakfast, while others formed their own circles. That glutton devoured 5 bowls of rice again, sneered a nearby youth. His expression laced with derision and contempt. Wang Chun, engaged in his vigorous training of the great strength technique, required a substantial amount of vitality, hence his prodigious appetite. Consuming 5 bowls of rice per meal was indeed astonishing, prompting ridicule from several youths of more affluent backgrounds. However, Wang Chun remained unfazed, having experienced hardship in the past. He had eaten far worse, and besides, eating more benefited his internal cultivation. Furthermore, Wang Chun felt his own abilities were still lacking and preferred not to attract undue attention. In stark contrast, Wang Chen's friend Zhang Tai lacked such forbearance. Upon hearing the jeering laughter, he immediately rose, his gaze fierce. Breathing heavily through his nostrils, he leaned forward slightly, adopting a stance reminiscent of a charging bull. An impressive aura radiated from Zhang Tai. What did you just say? Speak like a man. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew tense, and the youth who had spoken turned pale, clearly torn between anger and embarrassment. They were well aware of Zhang Tai's formidable prowess. With his robust physique complemented by the strength of the bull rush technique, he was unmatched among the current assembly. Wang Chun nodded inwardly. Zhang Tai's bull rush had reached an intermediate level, marking him as a skilled practitioner among them. The youth, sensing the shift in momentum, retreated. Knowing he could not contend with Zhang Tai, while another companion hastily advised, "Enough of this, let us not quarrel. We'll soon be parting ways. What is the point in arguing?" With these words, the youth found an escape route and ceased his taunts, the group muttering as they departed. Isn't he just relying on his rapid cultivation? Moreover, that glutton can only ever cultivate inferior techniques. What a waste. Their voices were not particularly hushed, and Zhang Tai's temper flared upon hearing them, ready to charge after them for a proper reprimand. However, before he could act, strong hands restrained him, and despite struggling, he remained immobile. It was Wang Chun who had intervened, urging him to sit down and eat, knowing their opportunities to be together would soon diminish. As the group departed, the youth who had insulted them turned back to glare at Wang Chun, a flicker of malice evident in his eyes, clearly holding a grudge. This is quite frustrating, Wang Chun thought, once again realizing the benefits of strength. It was Zhang Tai who insulted him, yet I, deemed weak in his eyes, bore the brunt of his ire. After finishing their meal, the steward ushered a few individuals inside. Everyone understood the significance of the moment. After 3 years of diligent training, the disciples of the Longhu gang attained a modest level of martial prowess and were ready to be dispatched to various enterprises of the gang. Their dual purpose was to safeguard these enterprises and simultaneously hone their skills. Those heading to the mine, follow me. Those going to the forge, follow me. Those assigned to the escort agency, follow me. The group promptly organized themselves according to prior arrangements. They had been informed of this undertaking beforehand, and Wang Chun had previously conferred with Zhang Tai. Ultimately, Wang Chun resolved to go to the mine, while Zhang Tai heeded his advice and chose the forge. The Longhu gang boasted 3 main enterprises: the escort agency, the mine, and weapon manufacturing. The escort agency represented the true essence of the martial world, a coveted destination for the majority. Although Wang Chun harbored a desire to join, he restrained himself. Despite the allure of the escort agency, which offered the highest monthly earnings, his martial abilities were still inadequate, rendering it too perilous for him. For the sake of safety, he decided to forego that opportunity. The forge, while secure, was laborious and left little time for training, coupled with strict management. Ultimately, Wang Chun opted for the mine. Among the 3 locations, the mine was the least favored. It lay deep in the mountains, several dozen kilometers away, where one could go months without returning to Zhangzhou City. The monotony of life in the desolate mountains was disheartening, and the remuneration was particularly meager, merely 10 taels a month. Additionally, since the weapon trade in Zhangzhou City was predominantly controlled by the Longhu gang, the mine was unlikely to attract rival gangs, making it feel akin to a form of soft confinement. Consequently, few were inclined to choose the mine. Wang Chun, however, perceived the tranquil and undemanding nature of the work there as an ideal opportunity for profound cultivation. Zhang Tai, disinterested in the tumultuous life of the martial world, yearned for stability, so Wang Chun suggested he go to the forge. The forge was where one learned the craft of blacksmithing. And given Zhang Tai's formidable strength from his training in the bull power technique, it was the most suitable choice for him. Following a middle-aged man out of the courtyard, Wang Chen cast a final glance at Zhang Tai, who turned to wave goodbye. He had intended to bid him farewell, but after a moment's contemplation, he found himself at a loss for words and simply turned away. Subsequently, Wang Chen trailed behind the middle-aged man to another courtyard. After some time, he found himself disheartened, as no one else was willing to go to the mine. It was only after an elder's threats and promises of an additional 10 taels that a few others decided to follow. Upon concluding their business, they reached the outskirts of the gang's territory, where the middle-aged man led them to one of the gang's enterprises. Each individual mounted a horse and departed. In the beginning, Wang Chen was still unfamiliar with riding and had to learn as he went along. Fortunately, the middle-aged man walked at a leisurely pace, allowing Wang Chen to keep up. As they progressed, a few young men began to chatter excitedly, inquiring about the situation at the mine. The middle-aged man, wearing a smile, enthusiastically extolled the virtues of the mine, eager to ensure they did not reconsider their decision. Young brothers, the mine is incredibly serene, a perfect place for self-cultivation. Surrounded by wild mountains where one can feast on various game. The middle-aged man's incessant chatter painted a picture of life at the mine akin to a celestial paradise. Wang Chen, however, could not help but scoff inwardly at the notion of self-cultivation amidst the brutalities of the martial world. After an hour of jovial conversation and laughter among a few individuals, a quaint village emerged before them. Though modest, the houses were neatly arranged, and vigilant guards patrolled the perimeter. Upon spotting 2 horses galloping towards them, someone hurried inside to relay the news. As Wang Chen and his companions arrived, a burly man rode out on a horse, burdened with a pack. Haha, oldly, you've finally brought people. Here's your 100 taels of silver. Finally, I can leave this desolate place. The man exclaimed, spurring his horse, which bolted away in pain. Wang Chen and his companions stood in stunned silence, particularly the several individuals lured by promises of benefits, whose expressions turned grim. The middle-aged man felt no remorse, smiling as he tucked the silver into his pocket and led the way into the mining camp. About 15 minutes later, Wang Chen and his companions found themselves inside a building, where an elderly man in luxurious attire sat in the center, embodying an air of authority as the overseer. You've arrived just in time. The mining camp is in need of hands. You shall commence your duties tomorrow, the elder declared, his hands as withered as if he had emerged from a grave. After outlining specific tasks and important precautions regarding the mine, he dismissed them. A month later, on a mountain more than 10 miles north of the Longhu Gang's base, Wang Chen sat in a chair while the workers toiled to transport the extracted ore. Nearby, a foreman fawned over him, fanning him with a handheld device. Wang Chen stifled a yawn, already fatigued by the monotony of his surroundings. Uncle Wang, this life is truly tedious, he remarked, stretching his arms. The burly man seated beside him opened his eyes slightly. Are you dissatisfied? Look at the chaos outside. A life with wine and meat, like ours, is a rarity. Wang Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, compared to the turmoil beyond, life in the mine was relatively favorable. Outside, Prince Liang has already clashed with the Emperor's army. The world is descending into chaos. The forces of Prince Liang are no match for the Emperor's army. Since the eunuchs seized power over a century ago, the Emperor has long been stripped of real authority, leading to the current fragmented gangland situation, the man explained. In Sangzhou, the Longhu gang reigns supreme. No one dares to provoke them. However, caution is necessary. The backgrounds of some members from the 3 major gangs are quite profound, and they are not to be trifled with. Other provinces host even larger gangs than the Longhu gang. Uncle Wang boasted of his knowledge, and Wang Chen listened with humility, recognizing his own limited understanding and appreciating the wisdom shared. After a while, he took his leave from Uncle Wang. It's normal to feel out of sorts at first, but it will get better with time. Just like me, Uncle Wang said, patting Wang Chen on the shoulder and shaking his excess flesh, which emitted a wheezing sound, sending a shiver down Wang Chen's spine. I have no desire to end up like you. Upon leaving the mine, Wang Chen felt like a bird that had escaped from its cage, swiftly navigating the mountainous paths. The Longhu Gang's mining territory stretched nearly 30 miles, although vast. It comprised mostly rugged hills and dense forests teeming with thickets and wild beasts. Beneath the towering trees, some 10 meters high, Wang Chen practiced his martial arts, delivering punch after punch. His muscles trembled incessantly, beads of sweat cascading down and landing softly upon the tender green blades of grass, producing a rhythmic patter. The sound of his fists colliding with the air resonated like an explosion. However, this was merely a conventional fitness exercise, devoid of any formidable power. It was only after Wang Chun had cultivated his strength through rigorous training that he could strike with the might of a dragon, his force bolstered to several hundred pounds. Gradually, Wang Chun became acutely aware of the fatigue and soreness permeating his muscles. Just a bit longer, he urged himself, and finally, a trickle of internal energy began to seep from his meridians into his muscles and bones. A delightful sensation coursed through his muscles, while his bones felt denser. Though he sensed that something within his internal energy had diminished, a substance referred to as the essence of blood in the teachings of his strength training. After a while, Wang Chun withdrew his fists and exhaled a long stream of breath, which surged several feet away. His stomach growled, while his training was swift. It also rendered him quite ravenous. The energy consumed during his internal cultivation required ample sustenance to replenish, and he knew that only after digesting his meal would the effects of his training manifest once more. Moments later, Wang Chun caught a wild chicken, set up a fire, and began roasting it. Once it was nearly cooked through, he disregarded the heat and devoured it with fervor. After his meal, he assumed a meditative posture, allowing his internal energy to circulate slowly through his meridians. As the strength training coursed through his bloodstream, he felt a certain essence gradually being absorbed by his internal cultivation, which seemed to swell in power. Remarkably, the strength training appeared to evolve, becoming more vibrant, and though it felt like an illusion, Wang Chun sensed a slight increase in his capabilities. Soon, the food in his stomach was digested, replenishing the essence in his blood. This phenomenon was not new to Wang Chun, and he regarded it with a sense of familiarity. After completing his training, noticing that dusk was approaching, he rose to return to the mine he oversaw. Over the course of more than half a year, the lackadaisical lifestyle at the mine had not hindered his internal cultivation. He had reached the pinnacle of third-rate prowess, finding it difficult to break through further. The strength training, focused solely on enhancing physical power, had elevated his strength to over 500 pounds, making him a formidable opponent even against second-rate practitioners. More astonishingly, the strength training not only amplified his physical might, but also enhanced his overall physical condition, rendering his reactions more agile and his body significantly more flexible. With slightly bent knees, he pushed off the ground with force, his legs exchanging power instantaneously as he darted left and right, creating an almost ethereal presence. With the fortification from the strength training, his agility in short-range maneuvers had improved dramatically, and his endurance at longer distances was enviable. During his training, Wang Chun discovered that the higher the rank of the beasts he consumed, the more potent the effects on his blood and flesh, which accelerated his internal cultivation. Additionally, when injured, his internal energy facilitated a quicker recovery. This realization filled him with exhilaration, compelling him to spend every last bit of his funds on meat. Last time, in pursuit of wolf meat, Wang Chun set a trap to catch it himself. Ultimately, he suffered several deep gashes from the wolf. Yet he soon discovered that his internal energy accelerated the healing of his wounds. By channeling his inner strength, he managed to recover about 60 to 70% of his injuries within a quarter of an hour. This revelation spurred Wang Chun to devote himself even more fervently to his training. A year had elapsed since he left the mining site, and now his prowess lay between that of a third-rate and a second-rate expert. With the advantages of his agile footwork and enhanced physique, he estimated he could contend with an ordinary second-rate master. However, a sense of melancholy weighed upon him. He had reached a bottleneck in his internal cultivation. Unless he encountered a ferocious beast like a fierce tiger, a breakthrough seemed unlikely in the short term. Yet, such a tiger was akin to a rather inferior first-rate master, a foe he could not hope to confront. Aside from the potential to elevate his mastery of the great strength technique, he recalled that the ancient text described this technique as stratified into 3 levels based on the integration with blood transformation, blood refinement, and blood union. Blood transformation was what Wang Chun was currently practicing, merging his internal energy with his blood. Blood refinement involved refining the essence of both internal energy and blood to achieve a purer and more potent effect. Blood union was merely a conjecture of the ancient sage, uncertain in its existence, as reaching a certain level of purity in blood refinement was already exceedingly challenging. The complete integration of the essence of one's blood with internal energy was a daunting feat, akin to a celestial ascent. Wang Chun shook his head to dispel such thoughts and exhaled deeply. At present, there was no alternative but to diligently train, for every little effort accumulates, and one day, success will be within reach. Thus, he resumed his practice. The sound of a hare darting away echoed through the air. The rabbit ran swiftly, while Wang Chun pursued at a leisurely pace. Wearing this training outfit, I can barely keep up with a mere rabbit, and my wild game intake has diminished. It seems I must quicken my pace, he mused internally. The training attire, purchased in Songo City, was sewn with small iron beads. making the entire outfit weigh a hefty 30 pounds. After using it, he felt tangible improvements, though he had yet to break through to the second-rate level. After a short while, the rabbit evaded Jiang Chen's pursuit, darting into a crevice among the rocks. Naturally, Jiang Chen was incensed after such a long chase. He had lost the rabbit. Frustration surged within him, prompting him to kick a stone. The stone, already part of a crumbling pile and weathered over the years, shattered under his force. The falling debris scattered, revealing a serene cave entrance ahead. "What is this?" Jiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. The cave's walls were not smooth, but rather jagged, with faint traces suggesting they had been carved by a weapon, perhaps a sword. Although tales abounded in the martial world of individuals discovering ancient martial arts tomes within hidden caverns, this notion felt distant and improbable to Jiang Chen. Yet, could fate be granting him an opportunity today? With cautious steps, he entered the cave. It was modest in size, the walls unpolished and monotonous. But these details were not what captured Jiang Chen's attention. Beneath the gentle rays of sunlight, Jiang Chen beheld a skeleton before him. The upper body of the skeleton leaned against the wall, while its lower half lay on the ground. The pallid remains sending a shiver down Jiang Chen's spine. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand toward the desolate garment draped over the skeleton. Like a gust of wind sweeping through, the fabric disintegrated into a fine dust. Jiang Chen felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck and, after a brief moment of hesitation, began to search for any remnants that might have been left behind. To his surprise, he soon noticed inscriptions upon the stone wall. "I lost my father in childhood, and my mother passed away when I was 7. Thus, I resolved to master martial arts to avenge my family." It became evident that this wall chronicled the life of a legendary martial arts master. Orphaned at a young age, he dedicated himself to the pursuit of vengeance through swordsmanship. And after many years, he avenged his family. He devoted his life to the sword, seeking nothing else, earning the title of sword enthusiast within the martial world, which attested to his profound obsession with the blade. The sword enthusiast, throughout his life, learned countless sword techniques, but never took on a disciple. Upon his demise, he inscribed his martial teachings upon the wall, hoping that future generations might learn from them. The techniques left behind were divided into 2 categories, delineated as upper and lower. The lower category comprised advanced sword techniques that he deemed essential for mastery: the 13 deathly swords, the Overlord's sword, and the 7 mystical swords. Mastery of these formidable techniques could transform an individual into a swordsmanship expert. This was the essence of the lower category. Conversely, the upper category diverged significantly. It represented the sword enthusiast's later reflections, requiring practitioners to refrain from practicing any sword techniques, unencumbered by sword moves, and to focus solely on foundational sword stances. By achieving a state of effortless understanding, one could perceive the sword of heaven and earth, transforming the forces of nature into their own sword, thus becoming invincible in battle. The left side of the stone wall was densely inscribed with the sword enthusiast techniques, and Jiang Chen could not suppress a look of astonishment. However, after a brief moment of reverie, he regained his composure, internally chiding himself for his lack of fortitude. Little did he know that the sword enthusiast techniques would stir monumental upheaval within the martial world, inciting fervor and madness among countless practitioners. His fleeting moment of exhilaration was but a triviality. To his astonishment, there were further inscriptions to the left of the sword techniques. Prominently displayed was a passage filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. "Hate, hate, hate." The opening words were steeped in animosity. "My chance encounter with immortality was thwarted by my lack of spiritual roots. In deep contemplation, I devoted myself to the sword, traversing the ancient path of swordsmanship. However, as I glimpsed the way of heaven and earth, time slipped away, leaving me helpless, helpless, helpless." The repetition of helpless evoked a deep sense of melancholy within Jiang Chen. Finally, the wall bore another inscription. Should future generations encounter this, aspiring to immortal ties, and possessing great understanding and tenacity, they may pursue the upper sword techniques. Within a century, mastery of the sword path is attainable. After absorbing these words, Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. He had encountered a rare opportunity, yet the decision before him was fraught with difficulty. Which path should he choose? The upper techniques, while appealing, were arduous to practice, demanding profound insight and relentless effort, requiring nearly a century of dedication. The lower techniques, on the other hand, were far more accessible, with an abundance of sword techniques to study. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Chen resolutely decided that if he were to learn, he would strive for the best. To prevent future regret, he shattered the wall that recorded the remaining sword techniques. His choice of the upper techniques was not without reason. First, he was willing to endure hardship and practice the foundational sword moves. Second, Wang Chun harbored a strong confidence in his own understanding. To acknowledge, Wang Chun's swift footwork is relatively inadequate. However, he has ingeniously derived numerous exquisite techniques based on his own comprehension, indicating a remarkably high level of understanding. Having made up his mind, Wang Chun commenced diligently practicing his swordsmanship. The higher echelon of swordplay does not entail the abandonment of all basic moves. Quite the contrary, as envisioned by a sword enthusiast. The first step is to master the three fundamental techniques, thrusting, flicking, and slashing, to the point of effortless spontaneity. They should be employed as naturally as one breathes, regardless of angle or timing. The second step involves perceiving the universe. Here, the sword enthusiast emphasizes that the universe does not merely refer to the grandeur of mountains and rivers or the forms and energies of objects, but rather an all-encompassing awareness of existence. Wang Chun, however, found this concept perplexing. He could not fathom how swordsmanship could be related to the natural world. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his practice of the foundational sword techniques. Thrust, flick, slash. Over and over again, Wang Chun diligently repeated each motion, each infused with concentrated effort, each executed with increasing speed and differing angles from its predecessors. Thus, he immersed himself in the joyful rigor of sword training. Naturally, Wang Chun could not resist visiting Zhang Tai, a blacksmith in Sangzhou City, to procure a remarkably heavy greatsword. Zhang Tai, a skilled craftsman, enjoyed a good rapport with Wang Chun, and their conversations over drinks were always lively and enjoyable. It was evident that Zhang Tai was Wang Chun's sole companion. And to the honest and straightforward Zhang Tai, Wang Chun was likewise his only confidant. Subsequently, with Zhang Tai's assistance, Wang Chun acquired a great sword weighing over 100 pounds and an 80-pound inner armor for his training, prompting Zhang Tai to exclaim in disbelief at his eccentricity. During this solitary and arduous training, Wang Chun's physical prowess and swordsmanship flourished, particularly his comprehension of sword techniques, which advanced at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, 6 months passed. One day, under the scorching midday sun, an elderly man hurried down the mountain, clad in coarse gray linen. He bore a heavy bundle of firewood on his back, his stooped posture a clear indication of the burden's weight, suggesting he was a villager from below. As the old man paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, a wild wolf suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket, a half-meter tall, its blood-stained maw agape, revealing vicious fangs poised to pounce. The elderly man, frail and unable to evade, cried out for help while collapsing to the side. The wolf's leap fell short of the old man, yet its claws viciously raked across his leg, leaving a deep, crimson gash from which blood flowed freely. Realizing he could not fend off the oncoming wolf, the old man resigned himself to his fate. At that moment, a figure darted forward. The young man struck the wolf away with a single swing of his sword. The wolf, undeterred, lunged again at the youth, who, wearing a calm smile, showed no inclination to evade. The old man, watching in terror, felt his face drain of color and was unable to suppress a warning, his eyes widening in shock. Just as the wolf was about to reach the young man, he astonishingly sidestepped the beast's attack, simultaneously driving his great sword into the wolf's abdomen. With a sickening sound, the wolf's belly was torn open, and it collapsed to the ground, undeniably lifeless. If this scene were to be witnessed by the elders of the Longhu gang, they would undoubtedly marvel at the extraordinary comprehension possessed by the young boy. It is well known that while the cultivation of martial arts is deeply intertwined with innate talent, it is not the sole determinant. Some individuals, despite possessing only average aptitude, exhibit remarkable insight, allowing them to grasp the essence of martial techniques and unleash their full potential. By chance, Wang Chun is one such individual endowed with exceptional understanding. Upon witnessing the demise of the wild wolf, the elderly man felt immense joy and, despite his limping gait, expressed his gratitude to the youth. Wang Chun, embodying humility, noticed the old man's injury and decided to escort him home. This young man is indeed Wang Chun, who, having reached an impasse in his martial arts training, sought to augment his combat experience by hunting beasts in the mountains and forests, fortuitously rescuing the elder in the process. As the clock struck 10, Wang Chun and the elder sat across from each other at a modest table. The elder appeared quite pleased, continuously sipping on his homemade rice wine while engaging in conversation with Wang Chun. My ancestors were once immortal beings with great powers, he recounted. 3 generations ago, my forebear served as an official in the court, but during the chaos of war, he met his demise, prompting my grandfather to seek refuge here. In my youth, I too aspired to learn martial arts, but alas, I possessed no talent whatsoever. The elder, having finally encountered a young listener willing to indulge his tales, felt a surge of happiness. Observing Jiang Chen's incredulous expression, he grew somewhat irate and insisted on presenting evidence of the antiquities left by his ancestors. Chapter 5. Insights on immortal cultivation and qi accumulation. Beneath the dark, earthen wall, a solitary oil lamp flickered with a faint glow. Jiang Chen was led to the elder's wood shed, where the elder unabashedly sought out the ancient relics. Removing the dried firewood from atop a wooden box, he revealed a container covered in dust, indicating it had been long neglected. The box, adorned with deep red lacquer, showed signs of wear, with purple wood peeking through where the finish had flaked off. Having been raised in a gang, Jiang Chen was somewhat familiar with the market. This was rosewood, a premium material. Even a small piece would fetch dozens of silvers, and a new box could be worth 1,000 taels. Jiang Chen suppressed his earlier playful demeanor, focusing intently on the box. The elder's expression grew solemn as he brushed away the dust, and, together with Jiang Chen, lifted the box from the shed. Inside, the box contained but a few books, their covers yellowed with age, exuding the fragrance of antiquity. The elder solemnly picked up several volumes, and, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "The other treasures left by my ancestors have long since vanished. All that remains are these ancient texts." Jiang Chen's interest peaked as he gazed at the old books. The elder continued, "I have consulted a scholar regarding these, but aside from a few essays, there is merely a compilation of mythological tales." With a look of resignation, the elder expressed his profound sense of loss, lamenting that the splendor of his lineage had diminished to naught in his time. Jiang Chen, however, felt no disappointment. Rather, his curiosity was ignited. Since embarking on his journey of wandering, he had seldom indulged in reading, and the cherished memories of his childhood literature lingered sweetly in his heart. Thus, with a respectful bow, he inquired, "Elder, may I have the honor of perusing this book?" Grateful for his life being saved by Jiang Chen, the elder readily consented. That night, as the crickets chirped incessantly and the moonlight bathed the sky in its silvery glow, the night was tranquil. Beside the flickering oil lamp, Jiang Chen delved into the ancient tome borrowed from the elder. Initially, the first two books held little intrigue, as they were familiar from childhood. However, upon opening the final tome, Jiang Chen's interest was piqued. An ancient aroma wafted from the pages, their yellowed hue reminiscent of withered leaves, leading him to surmise that this book was considerably older than the previous two. As he turned to the first page, the title, Experiences in Cultivating Immortality, left him in a state of astonishment. Curiosity sparked within him as he slowly perused the ancient text, page by page, revealing a brand new world. This book narrated the experiences of a solitary cultivator, one unaffiliated with any sect. A cultivator is defined as an individual who relentlessly absorbs the spiritual essence of heaven and earth in pursuit of longevity and power. To aspire to become a cultivator, one must possess a spiritual root. Recalling this, Jiang Chen remembered the 3 grievances of the sword fanatic, having encountered celestial opportunities yet lacking a spiritual root, which indeed felt quite lamentable. The origins of spiritual roots remain elusive even to cultivators. However, they are primarily categorized into the 5 ordinary roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, alongside the anomalous roots of thunder, wind, and ice. The type of spiritual root directly influences a cultivator's achievements. A cultivator with a single root will find their progress to be 2 to 3 times that of a dual root cultivator, 6 to 8 times that of a triple root, and 14 to 16 times compared to a quadruple root. A quintuple root cultivator may experience a staggering 28 to 30 times the ease of cultivation. Such disparities in the difficulty of cultivation based on spiritual roots are indeed remarkable, and those with fewer roots typically possess pure spiritual energy, resulting in more potent spells. Cultivation is divided into several stages: qi refinement, foundation establishment, and core formation, though the text does not elaborate on the latter stages beyond golden core. The author, despite dedicating a lifetime to cultivation, only attained the mid-stage of qi refinement, ultimately becoming a mere handful of dust after living for over a century. The book mentions the myriad complexities of cultivating the myriad arts, with the more common practices including alchemy, talisman crafting, and weapon forging. Alchemy involves the creation of various pills that can enhance cultivation or heal injuries, while talisman crafting pertains to making symbols that can be instantly activated. Weapon forging entails the creation of instruments wielded by cultivators, such as magical artifacts, though the text does not delve into what lies beyond such artifacts. However, it notes that magical artifacts differ significantly from mundane weapons, which are classified into ordinary, 10th tier, 100 tier, and divine weapons. The weapons of cultivators are forged from rarer materials, tempered by their formidable flames, and often enhanced with arrays. It can be confidently stated that even the most unremarkable magical artifact surpasses a divine weapon in might. The individual in the narrative was particularly adept at talisman crafting, though his proficiency was relative to those who were untrained. His mid-stage chi refinement allowed him to create only a limited number of talismans, with just a few being frequently crafted. The book concludes with instructions for making 3 types of talismans and a technique for energy absorption. Yet, talisman crafting requires that the cultivator possess spiritual energy within their danshan, enabling them to harness their own spiritual power to summon external energies and imprint spells onto talisman paper. The method of energy absorption, however, is not a true cultivation technique, but rather a means for novice cultivators to perceive the spiritual essence of heaven and earth and gauge their own spiritual roots. It does not provide guidance on the routes and methods for circulating the absorbed spiritual energy. Thus, Jiang Chen realized he could not utilize the energy absorption technique to practice the art of immortality. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. If there were indeed methods for cultivating immortality, would it be so easily accessible? Jiang Chen resolved to attempt the energy absorption technique, for even if he could not cultivate, he might at least discern whether he possessed the spiritual roots necessary for such a pursuit. The nascent chi technique entails immersing oneself in a state akin to a fetal breath, allowing one to perceive the ethereal energies of the external world. Although Jiang Chen possessed experience in cultivating the great strength art, he soon realized that discerning the sensation of chi was an entirely different endeavor. After toiling throughout the night, he felt no trace of spiritual energy, leading him to question whether he lacked the necessary spiritual roots, a thought that stirred a sense of unease within him. Nevertheless, the texts indicated that typically, one requires over half a month to truly sense the chi, so he endeavored to reassure himself. The following day, Jiang Chen returned the book to the elder, having committed its contents to memory over the course of the night. Despite his exhaustion, he bid farewell to the elder. As he was about to leave, the elder revealed that the nascent chi technique inscribed within the book was a fabrication. This method had been attempted by no fewer than 100 individuals, all of whom failed to perceive the spiritual energies described. After expressing his gratitude for the elder's hospitality, Jiang Chen turned to depart. In the vicinity of the unnamed desolate mountains near the mine, a colossal sword was wielded with precision, slicing, thrusting, and cleaving. These actions represented merely the fundamental techniques of swordplay, yet in Wang Fan's hands, they were executed with remarkable finesse. The massive blade, weighing no less than 200 pounds, struck with such ferocity that it shattered stones upon impact. However, in Jiang Chen's grip, the sword felt surprisingly light, almost ethereal. After a considerable duration, Jiang Chen sheathed the sword and resumed his practice of the great strength art. Following this, he donned a suit enhanced with an additional 100 pounds of iron filings to continue his martial training. Each morning, he arose early to practice the nascent chi technique. Though it appeared to yield little result, he would then alternate between swordplay and boxing, interspersed with vigorous footwork. Each day unfolded in this manner, and despite the relentless exertion, Jiang Chen felt no fatigue, for the matters of the mind no longer required his concern. He merely needed to check in occasionally. A month later, in the morning, Jiang Chen sat upon a stone, engaging in his customary practice of the nascent chi technique. As he delved deeper into his meditation, he felt as though he had lost himself. The surrounding woods faded from perception, and he became enveloped in an indistinct void. Time slipped away unnoticed until, suddenly, vibrant mists of red, blue, green, yellow, and gold emerged around him, drawn toward Jiang Chen as if by an irresistible force. A comfortable sigh escaped his lips as he felt an overwhelming sense of clarity, as though each pore of his being was caressed by a gentle breeze. Outside, the woods seemed to stir with a whirlwind, and the elusive spiritual energies began to converge upon Jiang Chen. Initially, this influx felt exquisite, but soon the overwhelming tide of chi became too much. He abruptly awakened to a startling realization. His body began to swell, and his skin started to ooze blood. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen transformed into a figure drenched in crimson, plunging into a perilous predicament. Within his meridians, the scant spiritual energy was negligible compared to the substantial internal force cultivated through the great strength art. Yet, upon their intersection, the spiritual energy acted like a blade, severing and tearing apart his internal power. While a mere thread of spiritual energy would pose no issue, the escalating influx led to a violent clash between the two energies. The internal force, a product of Wang Fan's arduous training, was abundant, yet the spiritual energy was undeniably more refined and superior in quality. Within Jiang Chen's body, two forms of energy clashed fiercely, causing his skin to ooze blood and his internal meridians to rupture one after another. This was a grave situation. It was the only thought he had before losing consciousness, accompanied by a bitter smile. The forest lay in eerie silence, with a blood-soaked youth lying motionless upon the stones. If a beast were to wander by in search of prey, Wang Chun would find himself in dire peril. Chapter 6. The second level of great strength technique. Blood training. The spiritual energy and internal power rampaged within Wang Chun. The two forces slowly entwining and seemingly tearing at each other. Gradually, a tendency for fusion emerged, under the influence of his own vitality. The spiritual energy and internal force began to permeate one another, a process that unfolded with excruciating slowness. An hour and a half passed, and just as Wang Chun was on the brink of collapse, the first wisp of spiritual energy finally merged with his internal power. Although the resulting energy was but a mere thread, it represented the final straw that tipped the balance. Once this initial fusion was achieved, the subsequent process became considerably easier. The internal power and spiritual energy began to yield, swiftly integrating with the aid of the nascent energy mass. Moments later, both the internal power and spiritual energy dissipated, leaving only a mutated energy mass that coalesced into a cluster of essence, flowing with the blood. As the energy mass coursed through his bloodstream, his internal meridians and wounds visibly began to heal. Were anyone to witness this miraculous transformation, they would surely cry out in disbelief. For martial practitioners, the rupture of meridians is challenging to mend. Only with rare herbs and the assistance of other martial experts might there be a glimmer of hope. This illustrates the stark contrast between the realm of cultivation and the mundane world. Those who cultivate can harness the energies of heaven and earth, yielding effects unimaginable to ordinary mortals. The torn meridians gradually reconnected, and the ruptured blood vessels were invisibly stitched together. However, after the repair of the meridians, the energy mass had significantly diminished in size. Awakening in the midday haze, Wang Chun found his eyes dazzled by the sun's brilliance. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he gradually stood up. What happened? Wasn't I practicing? He recalled the moment of his fainting spell and hurriedly examined himself. Although his body was smeared with blood, he felt no pain. The situation was not dire. Crossing his legs, he inspected his internal meridians, finding no trace of injury, and they appeared even more expansive than before. However, when he attempted to summon his internal power, a wave of dizziness overtook him. His internal energy was gone. After 5 arduous years of cultivation, how could it vanish so abruptly? From his days of wandering to life in the Dragon Tiger Gang, Wang Chun had finally acquired the internal power techniques. Though he had unwittingly obtained the dimly promising great strength technique, he had never lost faith, steadfast in his belief that he would become an unparalleled master. Even after acquiring the energy absorption method, an ambition had unwittingly ignited within him, a desire to become an immortal, akin to the cultivators described in ancient texts, powerful cultivators with boundless lifespans. Yet now, all of this seemed impossible. Even his most fundamental internal power had vanished. Wang Chun felt utterly adrift, lost in despair, as if the very heavens had collapsed. In a state of disarray, he failed to notice the mutated energy within his meridians surging violently, as the surrounding spiritual energy once again flooded into his body. However, Wang Chun remained oblivious to it all. The scene before him seemed to spiral into chaos, momentarily transforming into a memory of drinking with Zhang Tai. Brother Chun, don't always confine yourself within the mines. Venture out more often. Sangzhou City is truly a splendid place. In an instant, he was transported back to his days of wandering. Kid, hand over the silver you just picked up. It belongs to me. A group of men shouted as they rushed forward, striking him with fists and feet. Wang Chun struggled to utilize his martial prowess to fend them off. Yet he felt utterly devoid of any inner strength. Soon after, Jiang Chen found himself back in the classroom of his teacher. The heavens move vigorously, and the gentleman strives incessantly. The earth is vast, and the gentleman bears great virtue. The children's recitation filled the village with an ambience reminiscent of a paradise. Teacher, what do these 2 lines mean? A person should operate as ceaselessly as the universe, remaining undaunted even amidst adversity. One ought to be as broad and accommodating as the earth, capable of bearing anything. These words struck Wang Chun's soul with the force of a thunderclap, resonating like a great bell, awakening him from his unease. Unbeknownst to Wang Chun, he had narrowly escaped the calamity. Cultivators dread the tribulation of the heavens, which, while fearsome, may not be as terrifying as it seems. The true peril lies within the trial of the heart. This trial, formless and intangible, is the most terrifying of all. Regardless of one's cultivation level, one can only succumb to its whims, with life and death hanging by a thread. With every gain, there is a loss. Although the trial of the heart is daunting, Overcoming it significantly enhances one's magical abilities and consciousness. What Jiang Chen faced was not a trial of the heart, but merely a simple mental struggle. Yet, even such a struggle poses grave dangers to cultivators. With a high probability of severe injury, the aura gradually stabilized and expanded. After overcoming a minor mental hurdle, the aura absorbed the majority of Jiang Chen's vitality and integrated the absorbed spiritual energy, growing from a small stream into a burgeoning river. A year passed, and since advancing to the second level of the Great Strength Technique, which formed a peculiar spiritual power, Jiang Chen diligently practiced while pondering its effects. First and foremost, this sphere of energy, amalgamated from his own vitality, internal power, and spiritual energy, significantly enhanced Jiang Chen's physical attributes. In just 1 year, his strength reached over 1,000 pounds, making him comparable to top-tier experts purely based on power. Regrettably, lacking a technique to harness spiritual energy, the sphere had to circulate continuously through his meridians and blood vessels. Consequently, Jiang Chen's physique was comprehensively fortified with the aid of spiritual energy. This enhancement far surpassed the training methods of martial arts practitioners, such as the eagle claw or iron sand palm, which typically strengthen only certain parts of the body to the level of fine iron, leaving other areas akin to an ordinary person. Even external techniques like the Golden Bell Shield possess critical weaknesses known as the vital points. The sphere's capabilities, however, were vastly superior, with the assistance of his blood. It flowed through every vein and skin, every organ and muscle, rendering Jiang Chen's enhancement truly all-encompassing. Not only has his musculature improved, but also his heart, liver, and digestive system have experienced significant enhancements. Otherwise, how could Jiang Chen so swiftly digest meat and harness vitality to amalgamate with spiritual energy, forming a sphere of qi? However, after a certain period, the spiritual energy diminishes, the crimson hue becomes increasingly faint, and the strengthening effects are markedly reduced. Consequently, Jiang Chen is compelled to absorb the feeble spiritual energy while indulging in copious amounts of food to replenish his vitality. It is during this time that Jiang Chen realizes that ordinary cultivation of spiritual energy may not yield the same fortifying effects as his own qi, which is equally vital. This is akin to the enhancement that a cultivator's spiritual energy brings to their physical prowess. One must concede that, although Jiang Chen is a novice with 5 elemental roots, he is indeed a prodigy. In the secular world, there are many martial artists who utilize blood for cultivation, yet they merely exploit ordinary blood. In essence, Jiang Chen's vigorous technique has already brushed against the surface of the dark arts of blood cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a category of practitioners who cultivate through the medium of blood, their methods being peculiar and extraordinarily powerful, yet perilously prone to deviation, thus categorizing them as practitioners of the dark path known as blood sorcery. These practitioners often employ their own or others' vital blood, even the life-sustaining blood tied to their destiny, for cultivation or spellcasting, rendering their methods exceptionally enigmatic and their power formidable among their peers. The second tier of the vigorous technique fundamentally consists of refining vitality to achieve vital blood. Originally, the vital blood produced by this technique could not reach the level of blood sorcery. However, with the assistance of spiritual energy, it has attained a slight elevation beyond that of an ordinary cultivator's vital blood. Months later, a young man on horseback emerged from the mine, galloping towards Zhangzhou City. This young man was none other than Jiang Chen, whose year of cultivation had reached a temporary conclusion. With the support of spiritual energy, Jiang Chen's swordsmanship had hit a plateau, and further diligent practice had yielded minimal progress. His next plan was to venture forth and seek opportunities for celestial encounters, or perhaps discover a couple of treasures that would enhance his spiritual energy sphere. Moreover, considering he had not left the mine for quite some time, and his massive sword felt too light, it was time for Zhang Tai to forge him a new one. Thinking of Zhang Tai, a smile crept across Jiang Chen's face. Zhang Tai had excelled as a blacksmith in recent years, and during his previous visits to Zhangzhou City, they had shared many drinking sessions together. After more than an hour, Jiang Chen arrived at the Longhu blacksmith shop within Zhangzhou City. The name alone indicated it was owned by the Longhu gang. Having visited Zhang Tai several times, the young attendant at the entrance recognized him, allowing him easy access to the backyard. The back area served as a resting place for the blacksmith's crew, spacious and comprising more than a dozen small courtyards. Due to his exceptional blacksmithing skills, Zhang Tai occupied 2 rooms in one of the small courtyards. Following the familiar path, Jiang Chen sauntered towards Zhang Tai's quarters. Just as he was nearing the courtyard, he heard a furious roar from within. "Li Qingzu, do not go too far." This was followed by the shouts of a youth and the clashing of weapons. The instant he heard the furious outcry, A surge of anger ignited within Wang Chun. With a powerful stride, he swiftly crossed into the small courtyard. On the ground lay the tattered figure of Zhang Tai, surrounded by 3 or 4 young men, all evidently disciples of the Longhu gang. As Zhang Tai fell, he shielded a young girl behind him. Wang Chun, feeling a surge of urgency for his brother, bellowed, "Who dares to harm my brother?" and rushed forward. Seemingly intimidated by Wang Chen's imposing presence, the group of young men hesitated for a moment. Wang Chen swiftly positioned himself in front of Zhang Tai, wielding a massive sword to protect him. The young men, recognizing their status as mere lackeys, were struck with trepidation at the sight of Wang Chen's sword and formidable aura, prompting them to retreat a few steps. One of them turned to the young man clad in green behind him and said, "Boss, this person possesses considerable martial prowess. Take a look." The leader, whose face darkened, hesitated as he regarded Wang Chen's sword and recalled his swift movements from earlier. After a moment's contemplation, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he approached Wang Chun. In the meantime, the girl behind Zhang Tai helped him to his feet, positioning herself protectively behind Wang Chun. The young man stepped before Wang Chun, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "May I inquire your name, brother?" "This is Zhang Tai." Wang Chen's expression remained indifferent, silent. Such superficial practitioners held little weight in his eyes. Had it not been for the potential influence of this individual, he would have already sent him packing. Zhang Tai, speaking softly to Wang Chun, revealed, "This man is Li Qingzu, the youngest son of Elder Li. A few days ago, he behaved inappropriately towards Xiao Mei on the street, and I drove him off. Now he returns to cause trouble." Wang Chun furrowed his brow. In these chaotic times, many men abuse their power over women. Although he found such behavior distasteful, he couldn't intervene in every instance. However, given Zhang Tai's close relationship with the girl, Wang Chun felt compelled to act. "I am Wang. Zhang Tai is my brother," Wang Chun declared. Upon hearing him speak, Li Qingzu's demeanor softened somewhat, and he replied, "Brother Wang, my father is Elder Li of our gang. The girl behind you offended me a few days ago. In light of your presence, I can overlook this incident, but I kindly request that you hand her over for my handling." He emphasized the name of Elder Li with particular weight. At this, the girl trembled, clutching Zhang Tai's arm tightly. Zhang Tai's face revealed urgency as he urged, "Chenggu, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. Xiao Mei will be tortured to death by them." As Zhang Tai's plea echoed in the air, all eyes turned to Wang Chun. After a brief pause, he fixed his gaze on Li Qingzu and commanded, "Leave." Upon hearing this, Li Qingzu's face flushed crimson, clearly incensed. "How audacious! You dare to disregard me? I have been exceedingly courteous, yet this youth remains ungrateful." Seeing Wang Chen's lack of understanding, Li Qingzu furiously declared, "Very well." He then gestured for his subordinates to take action. Some individuals consistently project their own faults onto others, comfortably committing evils while absolving themselves of blame. Chapter 7. Escorting the goods. Li Qingzu's lackeys, possessing some internal strength, could barely be deemed third-rate fighters. Naturally, they posed no challenge. With Wang Chun deliberately restraining his strength, he dispatched them to the ground in mere moments. As Li Qingzu observed his men groaning on the floor, his expression darkened further. "Impressive skills, allow me to have a taste." With that, he drew a long sword from his waist and charged forward. Although Li Qingzu's character leaves much to be desired, one cannot deny his remarkable prowess, particularly within the upper echelons of the third tier. His swordsmanship exhibits a commendable structure, evidently shaped by the diligent tutelage of his father, and his footwork is commendably agile, akin to a whirlwind as he flits about. However, in Jiang Chen's discerning eyes, Li's swordplay and movements are rife with flaws. While his technique bears an element of order, the foundations are woefully inadequate, leading to unsteady and inaccurate strikes, revealing a lack of rigorous training. His footwork, though swift and graceful, displays conspicuous pauses during transitions, making it rather easy to predict his next move. In an effort to scrutinize Li's swordsmanship and enhance his own combat experience, Wang Chun engaged in a feigned duel, exchanging several hundred moves until, at last, he struck Li Qingzu with a heavy blow, inadvertently sending him flying. After his loss, Li Qingzu left in a huff, accompanied by his subordinates, without uttering a word, while Wang Chun made no attempt to pursue him. Once the tension dissipated, Zhang Tai immediately brightened, pulling Wang Chun into the house. "Xiao Mei, prepare some appetizers and fetch some wine. I wish to share a toast with Brother Chun." A short while later, Wang Chun and Zhang Tai sat across from each other, with Xiao Mei seated beside Zhang Tai. "I am truly grateful to you, Brother Chun. Had it not been for your intervention, Xiao Mei might have been in grave danger. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. What is there to thank between us? However, there is indeed a matter on which I seek your assistance." Wang Chun replied, taking a sip of his wine. "Speak freely. I shall assist you in any way I can, Zhang Tai responded, thumping his chest in assurance. Their bond, already strong, was further solidified by the recent peril, revealing the depths of their camaraderie. My great sword has become rather ineffective. It is too light. Please forge me another. Using fine-quality Jing iron, identical in design but heavier. Consider it done. I shall craft one from the finest tempered Jing iron. I have recently honed my skills and am among the few capable of such craftsmanship, aside from a handful of masters at the forge. When you and Xiao Mei decide to tie the knot, do ensure you inform me. I must partake in the joyous celebration. A rare hint of embarrassment flickered across Zhang Tai's face, while Xiao Mei blushed deeply, averting her gaze in silence, yet her demeanor suggested acquiescence to Wang Chen's words. Observing their expressions, it was evident that the prospect of marriage was likely to materialize, and Wang Chun felt a surge of happiness for his brother. The chance to marry and raise a family was a fulfillment of life's aspirations, prompting him to indulge in a few more cups of wine. After half an hour, having savored their meal and drink, Wang Chun, slightly intoxicated, departed the small courtyard with the two bidding him farewell. Having arranged to return in a few days to collect his sword, in a room atop the Long Hu Gang's mountain, Li Qingzu raged, berating his subordinates as he hurled various objects, ceramics, paintings, and more, across the floor in a fit of fury. His countenance was terrifying. I must have vengeance. This insolent brat dares to act so arrogantly. Li Qingzu's mind raced with thoughts of retribution against Wang Chun. After a considerable time, his expression gradually calmed. Observing their leader's mood improve, one of the chastised subordinates cautiously approached Li Qingzu, whispering, "Boss, I ascend team manager's son, your uncle. It has come to my attention that the escort agency has been repeatedly targeted by bandits. It is perilously dangerous." The subordinate wore a sly grin, casting an even more sinister atmosphere over the room. Haha, Li Qingzu nodded, but his mind was preoccupied with deeper concerns. The gang recently faced a crisis that could significantly influence its future trajectory. The upcoming convoy was of paramount importance. He had heard from his father that there would undoubtedly be attempts to intercept the convoy, and a great conflict was now unavoidable, with the potential to escalate further. In the capital, at the Liang King's residence, late at night, a young man stood before a table, reporting the situation. "Father, the emperor of the Xia kingdom has been subdued. As for those cultivators, they dare not act against us due to the strength of our ancestors. We will soon have control over the entire nation." The middle-aged man seated at the table, adorned in a dragon robe, exuded an extraordinary presence. After hearing the young man's words, he nodded and inquired, "My son, how is the situation in the other states?" Over a dozen gangs have pledged their allegiance, and 3 states have been secured. However, some factions still aspire to carve out their own territories. My son, remember this. These gangs are the true source of our troubles. If they cannot be brought under control, they must be eliminated without leaving any potential for future threats. Yes, father. In Yangzhou City, within the confines of a gang stronghold, a respectful voice emerged from the darkness. Rest assured, the matter regarding Zhangzhou is well in hand. They shall not reach Yangzhou City. We have arranged for the shadow assassins to ensure absolute security. In just a few months, the martial arts conference will commence. This is the perfect opportunity to unite the martial arts community against the Liang King. You must ensure that invitations are delivered to all major gangs, and the conference must be executed flawlessly. Understood. Unbeknownst to Wang Chun, his involvement in this endeavor had drawn him into a colossal vortex of conflict. The Liang King had subdued the Xia Emperor, seeking to alter the fragmented landscape of the gangs and unify the nation. The gangs, entangled in alliances and rivalries, also aimed to coalesce their strength in opposition to the Liang Kingdom. However, the might of mundane forces could never rival that of the cultivators. Even the practitioners, wary of the Liang King's ancestral prowess, hesitated to take action. From the outset, this contest was inherently imbalanced. The Liang King had already secured victory. The only remaining question was time. The Long Hu gang primarily conducted its business in Zhangzhou, where a substantial base was established to accommodate its members. Typically, members resided at the base in Zhangzhou, facilitating the allocation of tasks and management. A month later, on a clear morning at the Long Hu gang's base, a dozen horse-drawn carriages and numerous fine steeds set out amidst a cacophony. Alongside the cargo and skilled riders, many ordinary disciples of the Long Hu gang, including Wang Chun, were present. Once the procession began, a few individuals nearby discreetly departed, swiftly dispersing. The news of the Long Hu gang's departure spread rapidly. Ordinarily, disciples like Wang Chun, who were minors, would not be assigned to escort duties. However, with the assistance of Li Qingzu, the situation became evident. Concerned, Wang Chun took the initiative to investigate recent significant events, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the martial world had descended into unprecedented chaos. The three major gangs in Zhangzhou, once outwardly harmonious, had erupted into considerable conflict. The origins of the matter have become obscure, yet what distinguishes this episode from previous ones is its unprecedented magnitude, evoking a sense of an impending storm. Not only in Zhangzhou but also in Jingzhou and Jingzhou, widespread conflicts have erupted simultaneously. It is rumored that the Longhu gang is collaborating with the Jindao gang of Yangzhou, while the Juwei gang is stirring, closely linked with the Heilong gang. However, these matters do not capture Wang Chen's attention. On the official road, a convoy proceeds at a leisurely pace. Wang Chen walks amidst the group, his presence marked by a youthful visage that sets him apart. A striking figure amidst his more robust companions. Regrettably, his stature pales in comparison to the towering figures surrounding him. The life of a guard is not as blissful as he had envisioned years prior. It is fraught with peril. At his tender age, one would not typically be assigned to such a role unless they had crossed someone of consequence. The seasoned members of the group, aware of the precariousness of their situation, tend to ignore him, reluctant to involve themselves with the newcomer. If not for the imposing sword he bears, which instills a modicum of respect, they would have long since bullied the novice. Wang Chen finds solace in his solitude, feigning ignorance as he trudges along. Yet, upon closer inspection, his right hand subtly trembles, practicing sword techniques with his fingers as if they were the blade itself. Although he has encountered exquisite swordsmanship, he remains steadfast in his preference for the sword of the enlightened, as grasped by those on the brink of death. However, after over a year of relentless practice, he has begun to grasp the pinnacle of the sword-body unity. Though his techniques may not be exceptionally sophisticated, the sword feels as though it is an extension of his own arm. Wherever his thoughts wander, he can direct his blade to follow. Yet, the sensation dissipates during the transitions of his techniques. He believes that with diligent practice, he will soon achieve mastery in the sword's essence. A notion subtly validated by various legends of the martial world. Take, for instance, the extraordinary figure Fu Tianqiu, whose parents were slain when he was just 7. He dedicated 20 years to perfecting his knife skills, ultimately avenging his family's tragic fate. However, what immortalizes Fu Tianqiu is not merely his lineage but the unparalleled artistry of his blade. Throughout his life, he had no mentor in martial arts. Yet he devised his own technique, the drawn sword art. It is said that the practice of this art is remarkably straightforward. One simply draws the sword repeatedly, increasing speed and power until no one can withstand it. Though the drawn sword art consists of only a single move, Fu Tianqiu's adversaries, all formidable masters, fell before him, blood spilling from their chests only after he sheathed his blade, leaving onlookers in awe as the art gained renown across the realm. However, since Fu Tianqiu, no one has successfully mastered the drawn sword art. Wang Chen only practices the foundational sword techniques, although he lacks a peer to gauge his prowess against. With the aid of spiritual energy and his remarkable physical condition, he surmises that his swordsmanship stands at the level of elite masters. Nevertheless, the absence of rigorous training may render his actual skill somewhat inferior. Yet, with formidable strength at his disposal, he can easily contend with most elite practitioners. Chapter 8. The aspiration for immortality. On the second day, after a brief respite in a small town, the convoy sets off early. By noon, the scorching sun sears the earth, causing the roadside grasses to wither, as if rendered feeble and powerless by the relentless heat. Although the team consists of formidable members from the Dragon and Tiger gang, they are not cultivators. Under the scorching sun, they are drenched in sweat, feeling weak and weary, their vigilance at an all-time low. In the distance, the roadside transforms into a dense thicket. Boss, the people are about to arrive. A burly man with a fierce countenance reports respectfully. The leader nods slightly, narrowing his eyes. Tell the brothers to stay alert and follow my signals. The team proceeds slowly, while Wang Chen quietly practices his swordsmanship. Suddenly, he feels a jolt, as if a ravenous wolf had cornered him, a chill seeping into his bones. Although Wang Chen is not a cultivator and lacks the spiritual awareness formed under the influence of spiritual energy, his perceptive abilities have been significantly enhanced through subtle changes brought about by the energy around him. The sound of whoosh, whoosh interrupts Wang Chen's contemplation. Arrows rain down like a storm, glinting with a sinister sheen, akin to the scythe of death descending upon the crowd. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows embed themselves into bodies. Blood splatters, and one by one, figures collapse, leaving only the blue-tipped shafts visible on the corpses. While ordinary arrows possess lethality, they pose little threat to second-rate masters, let alone first-rate ones. Arrows flash past, yet Wang Chen's massive sword seems to have a mind of its own, always managing to intercept them in advance. The sound of clashing metal resonates continuously. Steel-tipped arrows, Wang Chun observes the marks on his 5-foot sword, though not overly sturdy due to its size. It is forged from high-quality steel. These bandits are not ordinary. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. He muses, a mysterious smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. After approximately a quarter of an hour, nearly 10,000 arrows have been unleashed, resulting in over 40 gang members lying on the ground, with only the more skilled second-rate fighters remaining. Suddenly, from all directions, nearly 1,000 bandits surge forth, brandishing weapons and charging forward. Those tasked with escorting the goods have seen bloodshed for many years. It is a fight to the death, and in an instant, the two factions clash violently. Wang Chun finds himself surrounded by dozens of adversaries, yet rather than feeling fear, his blood surges with excitement. Though the bandits outnumber them, few possess martial prowess. Despite the support of their employer's weaponry, they only have one first-rate master among them, rendering them significantly weaker compared to the Dragon and Tiger Gang. This battle presents an ideal opportunity for Wang Chun to hone his skills and gain combat experience. Thus, a relentless slaughter ensues. A blade swings towards him. He sidesteps swiftly, driving his massive sword into the opponent's body. In an instant, blood splatters, and before he can withdraw his sword, several enemies charge at him. With no time to pull back, he uses his fingers in place of the sword, advancing rather than retreating. Die! In the astonished gaze of his foe, his fingers plunge into their throat. Yet the massacre does not cease. He extracts the massive sword from the fallen corpse and continues his furious onslaught. A year ago, when he encountered the legacy of the sword fanatic, Wang Chun deliberated over his choice for some time. Now, after a period of bloodshed, he realizes how wise his decision was. Ornate techniques prove to be of little utility in this battle. A swift and lethal strike is the most effective approach. The battle lasted approximately half an hour, during which over 1,000 bandits were slain, leaving only a few hundred to retreat. The elder did not instruct his followers to pursue, but rather, with a grim expression, ordered them to tidy up and hasten their journey. Originally a group of more than 200, they suffered the loss of over 30 lives, with an additional 60 wounded and forced to return to the sect for recuperation, thereby reducing their ranks to a mere 100. As they set forth once again, the atmosphere within the group grew increasingly somber. The presence of more elders and their formidable strength signified that the tasks ahead would be all the more daunting. That night, beneath the luminous crescent moon suspended in the inky sky, resembling a curved blade radiating a chilling glow, all were asleep save for 2 guards, dozing at the door. Suddenly, a dark cloud drifted in, obscuring the moon and plunging the surroundings into deeper darkness. A faint sound pierced the silence, 2 indistinct chirps, accompanied by a glint of cold steel. The guards, in their final moments, opened their eyes in disbelief, each with a dagger embedded in their throats, crimson blood oozing forth, indicating the presence of poison. The sound of these concealed weapons was nearly imperceptible, and the ordinary disciples remained oblivious. However, the 3 elders, seasoned masters, sensed something amiss the instant the guards stirred. "Who goes there?" lurking in the shadows. The elder's booming voice, imbued with inner strength, roused everyone, and the slaughter ensued. An hour later, the inn was strewn with corpses, and Wang Chun bore several knife wounds, his body feeling weak and sore, relying solely on his sword for support. Once the fierce battle concluded, the elders commanded everyone to return and rest, while Wang Chun and his companions were left to deal with the aftermath. In truth, the task of clearing the bodies could be considered a rewarding endeavor, as the silver on the corpses would belong to them. However, the gruesome sight of glaring blood and scattered limbs rendered many incapable of properly collecting the dead. They hastily concluded their grim task. Others, having grown numb to the sight of death, were driven solely by the desire to loot the deceased, unaware of how long it would be before they, too, would become mere corpses, tossed into a pit and sold off. The fiery glow illuminated Wang Chun's solemn face, and the piled bodies emitted a foul odor, soon to be reduced to ashes by the flames. What is the Jianghu? It is a realm of involuntary slaughter. No, I shall not succumb to this fate. I must cultivate immortality. I crave eternal life and immense power. I must cultivate. In a fit of fervor, Wang Chen's visage contorted into a fierce grimace. Growing more terrifying in the firelight, his fists clenched and trembling. If his previous longing for cultivation was but a desire, now it had transformed into an obsession bordering on madness. Since the destruction of his family, he had finally unearthed his purpose. Cultivation, power, immortality. No one can foresee the magnitude of strength a young sapling may unleash. Such is the marvel of life, blossoming with extraordinary might in the most inconceivable of ways. Wang Chun, through the technique of qi absorption, had come to realize his possession of 5 spiritual roots. though he remained unaware of what this entailed within the realm of cultivation. The four spiritual roots, due to their inefficiency in absorbing spiritual energy, were deemed worthless, while those with 5 spiritual roots were regarded as failures destined to toil in cultivation for a lifetime. Wang Chun remained oblivious to this harsh truth. Had he been aware, he might have forsaken his aspirations for immortality, and consequently, the legendary tale of his exploits across the 3 realms would have never come to pass. Opportunities can be seized, but once one loses faith in oneself, even the heavens cannot offer assistance. Beside the pyre of burning corpses, Wang Chen's unwavering desire for cultivation ignited within him for the first time. From that moment on, as long as there remained a single opportunity, the sapling could grow into a towering tree, reaching for the heavens. Chapter 9. Slaughter and Escape. The dawn gradually broke, and the group set off once more. However, following the previous night's ambush, only a little over 50 individuals remained, their figures imbued with an air of solemnity and bloodshed. During the day, the journey was uneventful, as if they were enveloped in a final eerie tranquility. That evening, within the inn's private chamber, the dim flicker of candlelight illuminated the room. Wang Chen stood quietly beside the bed, while 2 elders leisurely sipped tea at the table. After a moment, the elder seated on the bed exhaled a breath of stale air, his hands resting calmly. It was evident he had concluded his meditation. Although he did not meet the elder's gaze, Wang Chun could sense the collective attention of the 3 elders upon him. Wang Chun, I am here, Wang Chun responded, feigning a semblance of trepidation. Typically, when an elder recalled one's name, it heralded good tidings. However, at this moment, he clasped his fists in respect, raising his head slightly to catch a glimpse of the 3. Wang Chun, your performance on this journey has been commendable. You've vanquished numerous foes. Well done, praised the elder on the bed. Wang Chun was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the elder's intentions, and could only stand silently. The elder, evidently of higher status, perceived Wang Chen's reticence as a lack of decorum and felt a flicker of displeasure. Nevertheless, after a brief pause, he continued, We have heard about your matter with elderly. Upon your return, I shall speak with him to ensure that no one bothers you or your friends in the future. Wang Chun's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. With Zhang Tai gone, he could now pursue his quest for immortal fortune without concern. However, after a moment's reflection, he bowed once more and stated, Thank you, elder. If there are any tasks you wish me to undertake, I shall gladly accept them, no matter the peril. The 3 elders exchanged knowing smiles at Wang Chun's demeanor. Shortly thereafter, he exited the elder's chamber, now bearing a package upon his back. Inside the elder's room, a conversation ensued. Boss, do you think it's safe to give this kid the 10th box? Heh, this lad is no ordinary fellow. Just the other day, I observed his swordsmanship. Indeed, quite remarkable. Though merely basic sword techniques, he has the potential to become a formidable master in the future. Establishing a good relationship with him now will not only fulfill our mission, but also allow us to support each other later. Upon returning to his own quarters, Wang Chen took a brief glance at the contents of the package before collapsing into a deep slumber. The next morning, the remaining 40-odd individuals mounted their steeds and departed swiftly. A day passed without incident, and after another day, the atmosphere within the group had noticeably improved. Those who survived the skirmishes possess considerable skill, and naturally, they engage in mutual boasting. For one can never be certain who might ascend to the ranks of the elders within the gang. It is always prudent to cultivate connections in advance. However, Wang Chun is clearly an exception. It is not due to any sense of superiority on his part, but rather because he has already attained a semblance of cultivation in the realm of immortality, destined not to struggle within the mundane world, rendering any interaction with them unnecessary. Moreover, these individuals extend their smiles solely for the sake of potential future benefits, and when genuine interests arise, they may just as easily brandish a hidden dagger behind one's back, eliminating any need for camaraderie. As night enveloped a dense forest, it lay in tranquil silence, akin to a slumbering being. The moonlight cascaded gently, illuminating the tents of Wang Chen's group by the roadside. This was the final night. By tomorrow afternoon, they would reach their destination, Yangzhou City. The watchmen, albeit diligent, were bleary-eyed from fatigue. The days of carnage were nearing their conclusion, and the tension within their hearts began to ease. Wang Chun, however, remained awake in the tent, quietly anticipating. They had faced several ambushes along the way, and with Yangzhou City on the horizon, any unforeseen events could only transpire this very night. In the latter part of the night, matters finally took a turn. The giant serpent gang, are they truly willing to forsake the morals of the martial world? What a jest! Martial morals? Ha ha ha, Sun Buer, you are truly aging. You impudent brat, today you shall face the descendants of the great whale gang. as elder son engaged in battle with the giant serpent gang. The forces clashed in a chaotic melee. Yet, this encounter was markedly different from the previous two. While the adversaries had numerical superiority before, their strength paled in comparison to the disciples of the Tiger and Dragon gang. Today's opponents were members of the giant serpent gang, one of the two major factions in Yangzhou, a city far more prosperous and powerful than Sangzhou. As the battle commenced, Wang Chun discerned an underlying scheme. The giant serpent gang was evidently treating them as a test, honing their disciples. Thus, Wang Chun subtly began to retreat toward the dense thicket. Indeed, within the span of a single tea time, the three elders withdrew. Among top-tier experts, unless there is a significant disparity in strength, it is typically easy to injure one another, but exceedingly difficult to deliver a fatal blow. With the elders intent on retreating, they encountered no issues. Unfortunately, this left the remaining 40 gang members in dire straits. Fortunately, to train their members, the giant serpent gang merely instructed their minions to pursue relentlessly, employing shadowy assassins to conclude the matter. The middle-aged man on the opposing side, undeterred, commanded, and several hundred individuals surged forth from the woods, fiercely intent on slaughter. Wang Chun and his companions scattered in various directions, each fleeing toward different avenues. Those attempting to escape along the official roads met a grim fate, swiftly overtaken and cleaved in twain. Most of the gang members, like Wang Chun, sought refuge in the mountain range that stretched for dozens of miles. If they remained cautious and concealed themselves, they would be difficult to locate. As Wang Chun advanced a few paces into the thicket, he was soon encircled by 5 or 6 individuals, brandishing swords and knives, exuding an aura of menace. There is no time. Retreat is not an option. Or else a heavy sword without a sharp edge. Kill, kill, kill. In this critical moment, Wang Chun set aside his reservations and unleashed all his strength in an exceedingly simple, yet devastating sweep. The colossal sword swept through the air, imbued with a grim aura of death. In the face of such overwhelming force, several individuals scoffed, only to witness their blades shatter with a resounding clamor, followed by the sickening crunch of bones. Such immense power was beyond the capacity of second-rate and third-rate masters to withstand. After dispatching his foes, Wang Chun paid no heed to the aftermath and turned to leave. This decision proved wise, as those behind him hesitated momentarily, looting the corpses before pursuing him. Yet Wang Chun had already vanished from sight. The sounds of battle gradually diminished, and after a while, silence enveloped the surroundings. However, Wang Chun did not cease his flight, pressing deeper into the dense forest. After traversing for over an hour, exhaustion overtook him. Estimating he had put sufficient distance between himself and his pursuers, he settled upon a stone to rest. Having spent a night without sleep and endured consecutive skirmishes, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. As the sky began to brighten, he closed his eyes for a brief respite. Suddenly, as he shut his eyes, a shadowy figure emerged, its dark dagger akin to a venomous serpent revealing its fangs at last. With impeccable timing, the specter struck with lethal intent, almost embodying the very essence of an assassin king. In that fleeting moment, a surge of danger swept over Wang Chun, the scent of death palpable in the air. Danger. Extreme danger, he thought, and in an instant, his sword was raised. That moment felt remarkably prolonged, as if it lasted an eternity. The dagger crept closer, and Wang Chun's colossal sword seemed just a hair's breadth away from intercepting it, as if it were poised to slice through his throat at any second. Faster, faster. Just a little faster. In the face of peril, the giant sword felt as if it had melded with his very being, its speed multiplying exponentially. Clang. A sharp sound resonated as the dagger collided with the sword, igniting sparks. The assassin's blade was thwarted, causing a brief pause, as if this outcome was entirely unforeseen. The figure then danced around him like a specter, the dagger revealing its vicious edge repeatedly. Wang Chun appeared entranced, his eyes vacant and filled with confusion. Clang, 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 clang. A relentless series of sounds drove the assassin into a frenzy. What is happening? How is it possible for him to block my dagger every time? Impossible. My master has stated that second-rate masters are destined to perish under my strike, and few first-rate masters can evade my blow. Could I have made an error? No. That cannot be. He must die, he must die? Chapter 10. Epiphany. The assassin, consumed by hysterical madness, had completely forsaken the fundamental tenets of his craft. Never underestimate any target. Strike to kill. Remain calm. Do not succumb to anger. Initially, he had underestimated Wang Chun, perceiving him as a defenseless second-rate master merely fleeing. This was his first mistake, underestimating his opponent. By failing to conceal his murderous intent, his initial strike yielded no result, marking his second error, failing to execute a fatal blow. At this moment, The wisest choice was to conceal oneself, patiently awaiting the next lethal strike. However, the assassin, filled with rage due to his own blunder, relentlessly pursued his target, revealing his presence and opting for a direct confrontation. Once the assassin stepped into the light, he was no different from an ordinary person. At this juncture, Jiang Chen found himself enveloped in a state of clarity. The assassin's form seemed to evaporate, leaving only the distinct marks left by the glimmering dagger. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and a faint smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. It was an extraordinary sensation, as if he possessed foresight, able to predict the trajectory of the dagger. The colossal sword in his grasp felt as if it had merged with his very being. There was no barrier, no separation. Where his mind wandered, the sword followed. With a mere thought, he could dictate the sword's force, as if it were an extension of himself, unrestricted and omnipresent. Jiang Chen finally grasped the profound strength of the sword body realm. Previously, he had merely understood the phrase's meaning. Now, having attained such a state, he felt the depth of its essence. To stand atop the peak and gaze upon the mountains below, he had once believed he had reached the sword body realm, only to now realize the superficiality of his prior understanding. The path of the sword is vast and boundless, a journey of endless exploration. The assassin appeared to descend into madness, moving like a wraith, the dagger slicing through the air with reckless abandon, as if at any moment a lifeless body would collapse amidst a spray of blood. Yet, time and again, in a twist of improbability, the colossal sword consistently thwarted the assassin's lethal blows. Once, twice, thrice. With each repetition, the assassin grew increasingly frenzied. Moments later, as Jiang Chen continued to bait the assassin into attacking, a sudden jolt struck his mind, leaving him momentarily disoriented. His form wavering. In the martial world, there are tales of enlightenment, common threads woven through each. In moments of peril, the spirit becomes intensely focused, unleashing a reservoir of accumulated knowledge, enabling one to breach their original martial realm in an instant, a mere quarter of an hour equating to decades of relentless training. Yet, such enlightenment often results in a period of unconsciousness. This phenomenon is not difficult to comprehend. The mental toll during a moment of enlightenment is immense. While cultivators may fare better, it is not uncommon for mere mortals to succumb to days of unconsciousness post-enlightenment. Fortunately, Jiang Chen practiced the qi accumulation technique, which, although not a complete cultivation method, had at least nourished him with spiritual energy, enhancing his mental acuity far beyond that of an ordinary person, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. It is a lengthy tale, yet it unfolded in an instant. That fleeting moment of disorientation brought with it a searing pain. A sudden rip echoed as the assassin's sharp dagger tore through his clothing, flesh bursting forth, leaving a gash beneath his ribs. Jiang Chen inhaled sharply, stifling the immense pain in his chest and the heaviness in his head, as he raised the colossal sword to intercept the assassin's fierce onslaught. The swordplay of the sword body realm, guided by the heart's desire, lacked ostentatious finesse or mesmerizing momentum. Instead, it exuded a simplicity that transcended extravagance, embodying a wisdom that appeared clumsy yet was profoundly adept, imbued with an enigmatic charm. With a resounding clash, the seemingly delicate stroke of the sword erupted with astonishing force. With a sudden burst, the assassin was momentarily pushed back by a powerful strike, yet Jiang Chen adeptly utilized this momentum to retreat gracefully. However, the assassin's agility far surpassed Jiang Chen's, and despite having seized the initiative, he gradually found himself pursued. The first rays of morning sunlight lazily filtered through the trees, awakening the world from its languor and breathing life into the surroundings. On the ground, a vivid crimson trail of blood starkly contrasted against the earth. "Curse it," Jiang Chen grimaced, enduring the pain beneath his ribs. With a nearly imperceptible thrust of his sword, he fended off a perilous dagger strike, yet a sharp, needle-like ache surged through his head. With a tearing sound, another wave of pain coursed through his back. "If I were at my peak, I could surely gravely injure my foe within 100 moves," he mused, but his mind began to waver once more. Just as Jiang Chen felt his strength waning, a melodious sound of flowing water faintly reached his ears. In the midst of mountains and rivers, where paths seem lost, a glimmer of hope emerges. A thought flickered through his mind. Instantly, his demeanor shifted from one of vulnerability to a fierce, resolute determination. "Should you wish to take my life, come," he roared defiantly, disregarding the dagger and sword aimed at him. The assassin, already on the back foot, momentarily faltered, his momentum stifled. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen feigned desperation, retreating swiftly towards the enticing sound of water. Not good. The assassin seethed with a mix of shame and anger. Pushing his abilities to their limits in pursuit, Yet his internal energy was nearly depleted, allowing only a sluggish chase. The sound of rushing water grew ever closer, and before him lay a glimmer of hope. Jiang Chen, despite the agony coursing through his body, sprinted towards the precipice towering above, planning to leap off the cliff. The assassin, undeterred by his waning strength, recklessly pursued, launching a deadly strike. At the edge of the cliff, time seemed to freeze in that moment. As Jiang Chen prepared to leap, a dagger aimed for his neck. Die. This time you are surely doomed. In an astonishing turn of events, Jiang Chen's right hand instinctively swung his sword in a counterattack. What a remarkable strike it was. The assassin's masked face displayed an expression of disbelief. The sword, initially trailing the dagger, somehow gained momentum, as if the surrounding space was inexplicably compressed, causing the dagger's speed to suddenly diminish while Jiang Chen's sword accelerated, culminating in an inevitable clash. Bang! The assassin's form halted abruptly, the light in his eyes fading, and blood began to seep from his skin. However, Jiang Chen had no chance to witness this scene. As he executed his counterstrike, his head drooped, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, yet a smile of joy graced his lips. So this is the might of the universe. This is the true essence of the sword. With blissful thoughts, Jiang Chen fell into the depths like a river, disappearing from sight. Moments later, the assassin's throat twitched, as if he wished to utter something, but he fell lifelessly to the ground. Master, I have glimpsed the true path, the genuine way. An hour later, the members of the giant serpent gang, following the trail of blood, discovered the slain assassin. After examining the wounds, they remained eerily silent, their eyes wide with horror. 3 days later, the news of the assassin's demise reached his master, Hidden Kill. My child, this is truly my fault. I should never have led you into this world. Otherwise, you might have become a simple schoolteacher, Hidden Kill lamented, tears streaming down his face. I have wronged your mother. Subsequently, whispers spread through the martial world regarding Hidden Kill's retreat from the Jianghu, causing quite a stir. He became yet another legend. Chapter 11. The Millennium Ginseng. Before them stood a waterfall over 100 meters high, its torrents cascading down with a thunderous roar, crashing against the rocks and sending sprays of water in all directions, nourishing the flora surrounding the pool. It was indeed a splendid sight. This river, known as the Yang River, flowed downstream for over 100 kilometers to the bustling city of Yangzhou. Here, by the riverbank, tranquility reigned. The stones, smoothed by the water, resembled polished beads, and a dense forest lay just beyond. Lying by the river was a young man, clad in blood-stained garments, his motionless form resembling that of a corpse. After a long while, the brilliant sunlight warmed his body, and the youth's eyelids fluttered slightly. Eventually, with great difficulty, he managed to rise and stagger toward the trees along the bank. This young man was Jiang Chen, who had drifted down the river for dozens of miles and had finally regained consciousness. Fortuitously, due to his enhanced physique, which surpassed that of an ordinary warrior, combined with the spiritual energy within him that had subtly mended his wounds, Jiang Chen was able to awaken. Otherwise, the outcome would have been far worse, leading to certain death. Sitting cross-legged, he began to circulate his powerful energy, assessing his injuries. The examination revealed a disheartening sight. His blood had nearly vanished, and the wounds on his skin were festering and on the brink of decay. After resting for a moment and regaining some strength, Jiang Chen made his way into the forest. Having lived on the mountain near the mine for 2 years, Jiang Chen was familiar with hunting wild game. However, now, his strength had ebbed away, rendering him nearly as helpless as a child. He could scarcely chase down a wild rabbit, let alone a wolf. With no other option, he resorted to foraging for tree roots. Wild fruits were risky to consume, as many were poisonous, so he settled on the roots instead. In truth, during his time as a drifter, he had occasionally eaten tree roots, as they were generally non-toxic. Even if the leaves, flowers, or fruits of a plant were poisonous, their roots remained safe. Before him stood a plant as tall as a person, its tender green leaves glimmering like jewels. Jiang Chen bent down to observe it closely, and a wave of refreshing fragrance wafted toward him, invigorating his spirit. To his astonishment, as he inhaled this aroma, his mutated energy began to circulate, awakening a sense of familiarity within him. Jiang Chen's face lit up with ecstatic joy. This is spiritual energy. This plant must be a spiritual herb. Spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare, formed over hundreds or even thousands of years in areas rich in spiritual energy. When refined, they can become the elixirs long sought after by cultivators. Indeed, mundane herbs, given a considerable passage of time, can absorb subtle spiritual energy and transform into elixirs. However, such elixirs, not consistently cultivated in areas rich in spiritual energy, tend to lack significant value. Take, for instance, the herb before me. It has merely accumulated a modicum of spiritual energy due to its prolonged existence. The nearby herbs can be likened to elixirs cultivated over 70 to 80 years atop a spiritual vein in the realm of cultivation. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, meticulously observing the herb. Its branches bore no signs of infancy, nor did it bear fruit, leaving only the roots to consider. Having made his decision, he began to excavate. Although lacking tools, Jiang Chen's hands, reinforced to the strength of refined iron, soon unearthed a robust root measuring over 2 feet in length. It was ginseng, instantly recognizable to Jiang Chen, who had encountered it previously in Sangzhou City. Known as the king of herbs, ginseng significantly replenishes the qi and blood of martial artists, especially effective in the aftermath of severe injuries. Jiang Chen had contemplated using ginseng to practice his strength techniques. However, the price of a ginseng root aged over a decade reached several hundred taels, and those exceeding 50 years soared to nearly 10,000 taels, leaving him to abandon the thought. Before Jiang Chen lay a ginseng root of formidable size, over 2 feet long, exceptionally plump, tapering to a shape reminiscent of a spindle, with branching roots resembling a person's head, hands, legs, and limbs. This ginseng must be over 1,000 years old, he surmised, instantly resolved to consume it. He made his way to the riverbank, gently washing the soil from the ginseng. Finding a tranquil spot beneath a tree, he sat cross-legged, calming his mind. With a gentle motion, he broke off a piece of ginseng and placed it in his mouth, the sound of crunching echoing softly. The earthy fragrance mingled with the herb's bitterness, and before he could fully savor it, the ginseng began to release a refreshing wave of spiritual energy upon entering his stomach. This energy surged through his meridians, causing the qi within to bubble with vitality. The crimson qi clump, as if starved for ages, began to slowly absorb this new energy, gradually diminishing the ginseng's essence, while simultaneously enriching the crimson qi. The 2-foot-long ginseng proved to be quite substantial, and combined with other wild delicacies, it took Jiang Chen over a month to fully digest it. Amidst the ginseng's spiritual energy was a hint of verdant vitality, which remarkably accelerated the healing of Jiang Chen's injuries. Simultaneously, the absorbed crimson qi clump continued to grow, flowing throughout his body to mend wounds while nourishing his muscles and bones. Under this infusion, his muscles became more resilient, and his bones appeared to coalesce, achieving greater density. Jiang Chen felt a significant enhancement in the toughness of his bones and muscles, now positioned between the resilience of refined iron and the density of thoroughly tempered steel. This transformation indicated that ordinary blades would struggle to inflict harm upon him. Only the rarest divine weapons in the mundane world possessed the capability to deliver fatal injuries to Jiang Chen. A month later, Wang Fan stood quietly, eyes closed, holding a branch in his right hand, pointing it steadily forward. Suddenly, a small snake slithered towards Jiang Chen, seemingly drawn by the delectable essence emanating from him. Contrary to its usual behavior of avoiding motionless objects, the little serpent darted forward with a swift hiss, with a subtle smile gracing his lips. Just as the snake was about to strike, a branch gently swayed, causing the snake's speed to drastically diminish, leading it to collide with the branch. Indeed, it appeared to be a rather clumsy creature, crashing against the wood. With a soft pop, the snake was pierced and fell to the ground, its innards crushed beyond recognition. Jiang Chen, stretching his limbs, opened his eyes, a satisfied expression on his face. Indeed, the power of the sword intent is astonishing. It is truly unparalleled in the mundane world. I fear it may also hold considerable weight in the realm of cultivation. However, I have merely scratched the surface of the sword intent, and I find it far from sufficient. The path of cultivation is exceedingly challenging. The previous methods I employed have proven ineffective. One can only glean understanding gradually. It is not a skill that can be mastered through mere technique. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, clearly dissatisfied with the pace of his cultivation. His desires seemed insatiable, for the attainment of higher realms is notoriously arduous. In the realm of cultivation, one typically ascends to higher states through breakthroughs in their cultivation level. For instance, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one naturally acquires the abilities associated with that level, allowing spells of the same tier to become more agile and powerful. A month later, Jiang Chen departed from the small valley, clad in tattered garments, with patches of yellowed flesh visible in places and a beard adorning his face, presenting the image of a hunter from the mountains. The sword intent thrives on comprehension. One must perceive the world around them to harness the forces of nature, transforming them into personal power. What, then, constitutes the force of nature? The flow of peach blossoms and streams is a world apart, a realm beyond the mundane. The flora and fauna embody the essence of the universe. The roar of tigers reverberates through the mountains, while the cheerful calls of birds herald sunny days. Creatures like tigers, deer, and birds are also manifestations of the natural order. As the endless autumn leaves fall, the mighty Yangtze River continues its relentless flow. This, too, is nature. All things are part of the universe, yet the universe transcends all things. The journey from the nameless valley to Yangzhou City, typically a mere 10-day trek, took Jiang Chen a full month. During this time, he immersed himself in the essence of nature, accompanied by birds daily, subsisting on leaves, learning from all living things, and drawing lessons from the weather and the world. Occasionally, he would pause to break a branch or simply use his fingers to mimic the sword, practicing a few moves. After a month of wandering, he vaguely grasped a profound truth. To tread upon the earth and gaze at the sun and moon embodies the essence of nature. At this juncture, his sword techniques had evolved beyond the whims of the sword body realm. The previously simple and unadorned sword forms now exuded a unique rhythm, unmistakable to any martial artist. It could be said that he had returned to the essence of swordsmanship, surpassing all in the mundane world. This month of closeness to nature allowed Jiang Chen to elevate his sword intent to a minor level. The sword techniques transformed from mere worldly forms into a realm of force. The sword intent is a state of being, though still vague and humble. This faint trace of understanding brought about a monumental shift in his swordsmanship. No longer were there techniques. It was not a matter of being formless to surpass form, but rather that the techniques themselves lost all significance, at times resembling a toddler taking its first steps, and at others like a venerable elder with silvery hair. Jiang Chen's swordplay had reached a level of complexity that eluded the understanding of all, at least within the confines of the mundane world. Jiang Chen had taken yet another stride closer to the path of sword cultivation. Chapter 12. The Peculiar Pearl and the Golden Body of Condensation. A month later, on the road to Yangzhou City, after a month of arduous training, Jiang Chen's variant strength technique had ascended to the pinnacle of its second tier. The crimson aura had further condensed and contracted, tantalizingly close to achieving the third tier of the technique. Moreover, through relentless fortification, his physical strength had reached an astonishing 1,500 pounds, a force that would undoubtedly instill dread in even the most elite of warriors. Coupled with weaponry comparable to tempered steel and the nascent realm of sword intent, Jiang Chen's prowess had reached its zenith in a remarkably short span. The pursuit of immortal fortune had become his foremost endeavor. It was noted in texts on cultivation that many mundane cities harbored cultivators, albeit of meager prowess and inadequate spiritual roots, who had long since abandoned the prospect of advancement and instead reveled in worldly riches and splendor. Along the journey, Jiang Chen expended a few coins to acquire a new set of garments. Given his circumstances, it could be said that Jiang Chen possessed considerable wealth. The box bestowed upon him by the Longhu gang contained silver notes, 20 notes of 1,000 taels each, totaling 20,000 taels. The sheer amount left Jiang Chen both astonished and contemplative, reflecting on the transient nature of wealth. However, his thoughts were presently consumed by the pursuit of cultivation, rendering the allure of worldly riches inconsequential. As he neared Yangzhou City, Jiang Chen noticed an increase in the number of martial artists hastening their pace. Initially indifferent, he soon discerned several elite practitioners among them, prompting a sense of foreboding that something significant was afoot. With a sense of curiosity, he entered the bustling city. True to its reputation as the second largest prefecture of the Xia Kingdom, second only to the capital, Yangzhou City was alive with activity. The streets were thronged with elegantly attired individuals, and the cacophony of voices filled the air. Having spent over a month in the mountains, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Standing still amidst the throng, entranced by the flow of humanity and enveloped in a moment of transcendence. In an instant, his comprehension of the universe deepened. Humanity exists within the cosmos, thus becoming one with it. This fleeting epiphany rendered his nascent sword intent even more profound. After a brief moment, Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head, remarking, "Indeed, the saying in March, the fireworks fall in Yangzhou holds true. The city is truly vibrant." Yet, his gaze bore no trace of restraint or curiosity toward Yangzhou, only a serene indifference. After a brief exploration, he settled into a tavern. Recently, the martial world has been rather tumultuous. The Longhu gang has allied with the Qinglong gang, while the Zhuang gang has joined forces with the Zhujiao gang. It's been more than a month of brutal conflict, resulting in harrowing casualties, one patron lamented. "Indeed, I've heard reports of over 10,000 deaths. The corpses could form a small mountain." Another responded, "The upcoming martial arts conference may compel the four gangs to cease hostilities." Suggested a third, "Whether they fight or not is of little concern to us, but the martial hero conference, held every 5 years, is sure to be a spectacle." Rumor has it that several new figures have emerged, dubbed one dragon, two swords, and three phoenixes. Absolutely. This martial arts conference promises to be extraordinarily lively. One might even procure some rare treasures. Jiang Chen spent several days in the tavern, thoroughly immersing himself in the details of the Hero Conference. The Heroic Gathering is a grand martial arts event organized collaboratively by the two major factions of Yangzhou City. During this occasion, warriors from all corners of the Xia Kingdom will convene, with virtually every sizable faction sending representatives. On one hand, there will be contests among martial artists under the age of 20. On the other hand, this martial arts assembly presents a rare opportunity for practitioners to engage in trade, showcasing elixirs that enhance inner strength, healing potions, and various techniques in swordplay that are seldom seen, creating a veritable feast for the eyes. Jiang Chen, eager to seek out celestial fortunes, found himself intrigued by such a lively affair. However, according to the rules, being 16 years of age allows me to participate in the competitions. With a self-deprecating smile, he began to wander about, pondering how he, a half-fledged cultivator, could partake in the mundane contests. In half a month, the day of the martial arts assembly would officially arrive, yet trading among martial artists had already commenced at dawn. Jiang Chen's massive sword had fallen into the water, prompting him to spend 2,000 taels of silver on a new one. This new sword was larger and heavier than the previous, exuding an imposing presence. Nevertheless, due to Jiang Chen's growth over the past 2 years, he had gained considerable strength. The craftsman found it challenging to forge a sword weighing over 300 pounds, yet Jiang Chen wielded it effortlessly, as if it were a mere wooden stick. Carrying such a formidable sword also spared Jiang Chen from considerable trouble, as its sheer size and weight suggested impressive strength, dissuading any would-be troublemakers from challenging him based solely on his youth. The bustling streets were alive with activity, lined with stalls where martial artists engaged in commerce, painting a vibrant picture of prosperity. Ghost Shadow Technique, priced at 10,000 taels of silver, is the top-tier technique of the Giant Serpent Guild's assassins. Jiang Chen paused, taken aback by the mention of this technique. Isn't that the same technique used by the assassin from before? He could not forget that life-and-death struggle. Yet, he bore no hatred towards that assassin. They were merely fulfilling their respective duties. Moreover, had it not been for that perilous encounter, would he have gained enlightenment and reached the realm of sword intent? Certainly, he would not express gratitude, for breakthroughs in cultivation stem from one's own diligent accumulation, culminating in those fleeting moments of inspiration during life-or-death situations. In the face of great danger, there lies immense opportunity and profound wisdom. Jiang Chen speculated that his rapid advancement in swordsmanship was likely linked to the influx of spiritual energy. After all, now that spiritual energy flowed within him, he could sense numerous changes taking place. The most evident was his height. At 16, he had grown to resemble a young adult. Approaching a stall, Jiang Chen picked up the pamphlet for the Ghost Shadow Technique. Ghost Shadow Technique, a premier top-tier martial art created for stealthy assassinations, consists of 9 levels, with only the first 3 available here for the price of 8,000 taels. After a brief glance, Jiang Chen set down the pamphlet. Had he seen this before? He might have been intrigued. However, after undergoing further physical enhancement, his agility and flexibility had significantly improved, allowing him to move faster than the initial levels of the Ghost Shadow Technique. Additionally, having become familiar with his own movement style, he feared that learning a different technique might disrupt his flow, resulting in unintended consequences. Leisurely wandering through the streets, Jiang Chen perused various tomes of martial arts, yet lingered only briefly on their summaries, for he found little of interest in the mundane practices of the world. Occasionally, he encountered fine healing elixirs and spent several thousand taels on a few vials. He had hoped to procure some aged herbs, but they eluded him, leaving him to meander slowly and test his fortune. 300 taels, not a penny less, came a voice from the crowd. A mere box. And you call it a family heirloom? As you stated, only your ancestors could master the Ning Qiao Jin Shinju. It holds no value, another voice retorted. Not for sale. Not a penny less, was the defiant response. The clamor of their argument echoed from the throng ahead. Jiang Chen, initially intent on circumventing the crowd, paused a meter away, his eyes widening in astonishment, though he quickly regained his composure and strode purposefully into the fray. He forcefully squeezed to the forefront, the individuals nearby, momentarily irked by the intrusion, fell silent upon catching sight of the colossal sword behind him, offering only sheepish smiles in response. In the center of the crowd stood a youth and a young man. The youth, with striking features, and perhaps no more than 15 or 16, appeared somewhat disheveled, a testament to recent hardships. In contrast, the young man, wielding a long sword and clad in a fitted azure outfit, was accompanied by bodyguards, suggesting a notable lineage. Wang Chen's gaze, however, fixated intently on the box held by the youth. "Young brother, may I have a look at that box?" he inquired. Observing the tense standoff between the two, the youth regarded Wang Chen's innocent gaze, contemplating before replying, "Very well, but you must not look at the contents of the book," and then handed the box to him. "Of course," Wang Chen replied, gently opening the box to reveal an ancient tome with the bold characters Ning Xiao Jin Shun inscribed upon it. He stared intently at the box. To an outsider, it seemed as though he was focused on the book, but in truth, his attention was drawn to the left half of the box. The interior bore intricate, archaic designs. The purple sandalwood box exuding an air of opulence, despite the majority of its adornments being damaged, rendering them less than captivating. The peculiar motifs included a tiger holding a pearl, which appeared to be engraved. Wang Chen examined the pearl and silently released a breath of relief. Suppressing his delight, he closed the box and declared, 300 taels, I shall take it. The youth's face lit up with joy, but soon he lowered his head in silence. Although puzzled, Wang Chen remained quiet, while others around them wore expressions of derision. After a moment, the youth hesitantly raised his head and revealed the backstory to Wang Chen. It turned out that he feared Wang Chen might cultivate the martial arts within the box. The Ning Xiao Jin Shin Gong was originally created by the youth's ancestors, who had once vanquished a peak master with its power, basking in glory for a time. However, the complexities of its history were not meant to be shared with outsiders. At that time, the young ancestor's Danshin was shattered by enemies, rendering him incapable of martial practice. However, by chance, he accidentally ingested a peculiar herb, which transformed his inner strength to an extraordinary degree, enabling him to enhance his body and mend his meridians. Thus, in a moment of inspiration, he concentrated his inner power within acupoints and devised this technique. Yet, how could his descendants possibly encounter the same fortuitous event, regardless of the internal cultivation methods they practiced? The inner strength they generated could never meet the stringent requirements of this technique. If they attempted to forcibly cultivate the acupoints, they would risk catastrophic failure, resulting in severed meridians and death. Upon hearing the young man's words, the onlookers were filled with a sense of lamentation, reflecting on the capricious nature of fate. Typically, the progeny of exceptional masters could thrive for generations, thanks to the legacy of their ancestors' techniques. Yet here, the method was utterly unpracticed. Listening to the young man's explanation, Wang Chen felt an overwhelming excitement, as if a notion dawned upon him. Could this be the opportunity one seek? Just when I am at a loss for how to harness this mutated inner strength, such a technique appears. The crowd's interest waned upon hearing this explanation, for wealth held great significance for martial artists. The adage rich in martial skill, poor in scholarship encapsulates this reality. 300 taels of silver is not a trifling sum for a second-rate expert. Amid the spectators' murmurs of speculation, Wang Chen calmly produced a silver note, 1,000 taels. The crowd's eyes brightened, for it was not common for an ordinary person to casually possess such wealth. Some displayed a fleeting glimmer of greed before swiftly concealing it. The young man, brimming with excitement, accepted the silver note, bowing in gratitude, and requested Wang accompany him to procure medicine, vowing to repay him afterward. Wang Chen smiled gently and declined, advising the youth to honor his parents before discreetly departing. Chapter 13. Rescue and Invitation. Upon returning to the inn, Wang Chen shut the door to his room and began to contemplate the day's discoveries. The small orb was truly remarkable, exerting a peculiar allure over him, as if their bloodlines were intertwined. Yet, no matter the approach he employed, he could not mar the orb in the slightest. Even employing the legendary method of blood sacrifice yielded no response. In exasperation, Wang Chen secured the orb and opened an ancient text on the condensation of inner strength, delving into its intricate details. An hour later, Wang Chen closed the book, unable to suppress the joy swelling within him, a smile gracing his face. The principles of this technique were deceptively simple. It involved condensing a unique form of inner strength within the body's acupoints to ultimately fortify the body. However, the demands placed upon the inner strength were exceedingly stringent. Acupoints are inherently fragile. When martial artists traverse the extraordinary meridians, they often require the protection of a master. Yet many still meet untimely fates. Furthermore, the notion of condensing inner strength in acupoints was a whimsical and ambitious idea, truly the flight of imagination. Consequently, this specialized inner strength must possess a formidable restorative capacity, capable of continuously repairing the acupoints even as they are damaged. The conditions were indeed harsh, yet the potential rewards were immense. The text detailed that the human body contains a number of acupoints equivalent to the celestial and earthly forces, 36 heavenly acupoints and 72 earthly acupoints. Remarkably, the technique's creator had condensed only 6 acupoints, yet achieved the status of a top-tier expert, his body akin to a divine weapon, able to disregard attacks from first-rate masters. The aura of the Crimson Spirit Orb inherently possesses restorative and enhancement properties, surpassing the internal energy effects derived from the exotic herbs that the original creator consumed. Logically, after cultivating and achieving the golden body of condensation, the results should be even more remarkable. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. However, the process of condensation is rather intricate and perilous, consuming a significant amount of mutated internal energy, making it temporarily unsuitable to attempt in Yangzhou City. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen resolved in his heart to seek a secluded place to attempt the condensation after a while. The following morning, Jiang Chen experienced a similar fortuitous encounter as the day before, which piqued his interest in uncovering hidden treasures. After breakfast, he descended the stairs, and the streets of Yangzhou flourished further with the commencement of the martial arts conference. Young man, having stolen my money, do you still wish to flee? Brothers, stop him. You speak nonsense. Who has stolen your money? My son would never steal from you. Cough, cough. Enough of your nonsense. Are you seeking death? A cacophony of noise ensued. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Such occurrences were almost a daily affair. Those without strength who flaunted excessive wealth were merely courting disaster. Originally, he had little inclination to intervene. The path of cultivation is merciless and fraught with bloodshed. Many risk their lives for spiritual herbs and magical artifacts. And it is truly not worthwhile to be embroiled in violence over trivial matters. Yet, the voice of the youth seemed somewhat familiar. Strolling over, Jiang Chen discovered that the boy surrounded by the crowd was indeed the same one who had sold him the orb the previous day. Having granted him a chance, it would be prudent to extend my assistance. It would also return a favor, he mused, for with his current strength, he was not merely invincible in Yangzhou City. But at the very least, no one could detain him. Beside the boy stood a middle-aged man, who was incessantly coughing, his complexion pale, clearly suffering from a severe illness, presumably his ailing father. The youth anxiously supported his father, his face flushed with urgency, and his attire was covered in dust, indicating that they had been in a desperate situation. Upon seeing Jiang Chen approach, the boy's face brightened with joy. Senior, the boy exclaimed with delight. What brings you here? Jiang Chen offered a reassuring smile and hastened towards him as the boy recounted the events. This morning, after his father awoke, they had gone out to buy medicine, only to be accosted by several individuals who had bumped into them and subsequently accused them of theft. Jiang Chen observed the elder, who hesitated to speak, and offered words of comfort to both the elder and the youth, signaling them to stand behind him before turning to face the assailants. The group of middle-aged men wielded weapons and appeared quite formidable, with the leader being a commendable first-rate martial artist. Initially, upon hearing the boy refer to Jiang Chen as senior, they felt a twinge of fear, apprehensive of provoking someone beyond their means. However, upon realizing that the newcomer was a youth of no more than 20, they immediately displayed indignation. Jiang Chen, disregarding them, calmly engaged in conversation with the two individuals, which further infuriated the assailants, causing them to erupt in anger. Young man, you are far too dismissive of us, the 5 tigers of Yangzhou. Brother, teach him a lesson to make him understand. Oh, Jiang Chen replied with a hint of mockery, in broad daylight, beneath the clear sky. How is it that you dare to obstruct and rob? What of the martial heroes present? The 5 men were instantly consumed by rage and humiliation. Young man, don't push your luck. How dare you provoke the 5 tigers of Yangzhou? You seek death. Jiang Chen quietly observed as the 5 men continued their furious tirade. Once they finished, he maintained an impassive demeanor and coolly remarked, roll. His voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated with a disdainful arrogance, as if addressing mere insects. In truth, Jiang Chen regarded them with the same contempt one might reserve for ants. He was not inclined to kill without cause. If they chose to leave peacefully, all would be well. If they persisted, they would face repercussions. The crowd surrounding them erupted in excitement, eager to witness the unfolding confrontation. Who is this audacious young man? How exhilarating. I like his spirit. This youth is far too reckless. The 5 tigers are not to be trifled with. At such a young age, he must be a disciple of some legendary figure in the martial world. The 5 men were momentarily taken aback. A youth so young dared to insult them. And as their senses returned, their fury surged, igniting their anger. The leader, a middle-aged man, gripped his twin blades tightly, fixating his gaze on Jiang Chen. Young man, you are the first to insult the 5 tigers in such a manner. Let us see your true mettle. With that, he executed a swift, precise downward slash. This strike could be described in 3 words: fast, accurate, and unencumbered. The move, though seemingly ordinary, emanated an overwhelming ferocity akin to a tiger descending from the mountains. An unstoppable force. As the strike surged forth with fierce momentum, the onlookers' faces turned pale in trepidation. The sound of the blade slicing through the air produced a chilling sensation. Yet, Wang Chun regarded the attack with a calm indifference, slightly nodding before subtly shaking his head. Not bad. Once this technique is unleashed, it generates an aura of extraordinary might, an unparalleled presence. However, this aura is mere pretense, lacking the depth of true mastery. Even at the level of my sword's essence, it would pose little challenge, and it pales in comparison to the realm of sword momentum. As Wang Chun contemplated this, he reacted swiftly. As the blade reached its zenith, he exerted force with his legs, propelling himself forward, extending a single finger toward the oncoming blade. Clang! In an instant, the blade shattered, clattering to the ground with a resonating sound that struck the hearts of the spectators like a tolling bell, plunging them into silence. The 5 tigers turned ashen, their leader appearing dazed and bewildered. Wang Chun cast them a cursory glance before stating, "Roll," and then led the boy and his father away, the crowd parting to create a path for them. Once Wang Chun departed, the street buzzed with excitement once more. Who was that remarkable young man? To break 100 refined blades with a mere finger, such profound inner strength. He is undoubtedly a top-tier master, and so young. Could he be a disciple of some old martial legends? Not long after, news of a mysterious young master who could sever a sword with a single finger began to circulate throughout Yangzhou City. As the time of the martial arts convention approached, the excitement among the martial artists intensified. Within a mere day, various tales regarding this enigmatic youth, including those of first-rate masters, the Lingzi Finger, and the disciple of the Round Sun Elder, were unearthed, swiftly overshadowing the reputations of several other young adept practitioners. Wang Chun accompanied the youth and his father as they departed, subsequently declining the boy's request for mentorship before returning to his lodgings. This minor incident turned out to be quite an amusing anecdote. The martial arts convention in Yangzhou City indeed attracted a multitude of participants, with an array of goods exchanged among the warriors. However, Wang Chun found nothing of value to himself, leaving him with no choice but to rest in the inn. In the afternoon, Wang Chun sat quietly aboard a boat, rehearsing his sword techniques in silence. A series of knocks interrupted his meditation, leaving him slightly perplexed. I do not recognize this visitor. Could it be the Yangzhou 5 tigers seeking a confrontation? They have seen my strength, so that seems unlikely. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chun opened the door. Standing before him was a middle-aged man, adorned with a long hair bun, clad in a blue daoist robe emblazoned with the Bagua symbol. In his hand, he held a feather duster, and his benevolent smile evoked a sense of warmth and familiarity. Who might you be? Wang Chun inquired. Are you planning to receive this humble daoist at your door, young brother? Haha. With the adage of not striking a smiling face in mind, Wang Chun, albeit puzzled, invited the daoist inside and offered him a cup of tea. After a few moments of polite conversation, Wang Chun inquired about the daoist's purpose for visiting. To speak candidly, young brother, I have come to you upon hearing of your remarkable skills. This old daoist wishes to extend an invitation for you to partake in a secret endeavor. He replied. Oh, Wang Chun's curiosity was piqued. What sort of mysterious affair? I wish to invite you to join a few of us in hunting an extraordinary beast. The daoist whispered, lowering his voice. An extraordinary beast? Wang Chun's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had heard of such beasts before. For martial artists seeking to enhance their prowess, rigorous training was one avenue, while alchemical elixirs presented a shortcut. The crafting of these elixirs typically required aged herbs. But the blood and bones of extraordinary beasts could also serve as valuable ingredients. Moreover, certain resilient parts of these creatures could be forged into weapons, thereby augmenting a warrior's strength. Thus, the slaying of an extraordinary beast was akin to acquiring a mountain of silver. These extraordinary beasts were notoriously formidable and often possessed unique abilities, such as breathing fire. Consequently, the ultimate measure of a martial artist's prowess within the Jianghu was their capability to vanquish such a beast. However, Wang Chun had only heard these tales upon joining the sect, and after his exposure to the world of cultivation, he realized that these extraordinary beasts were merely lower-tier demon beasts in the mundane realm, possessing rather ordinary strength, comparable to a practitioner at the first or second level of qi refinement. Of course, to an ordinary person, such a beast remained perilously dangerous. Wang Chun's face betrayed a moment of hesitation and internal conflict. The daoist then presented a vial containing 5 spirit-returning pills as compensation, and a flush of excitement illuminated Wang Chun's face as he readily agreed. The two arranged to meet 4 days later at the east gate of Yangzhou City, along with several others. However, after the daoist departed, A sardonic smile crept across Wang Chen's face. They seek to exploit me. On the other side, after the old Taoist stepped out, he felt a sense of triumph. The youth is still too inexperienced. Clearly, the old Taoist regarded Wang Chen as a mere novice, unfamiliar with the intricacies of conflict. For instance, in a moment of absolute power, he unexpectedly chose to spare the 5 tigers of Yangzhou who had opposed him. Little did he know that Wang Chen merely looked down upon the notion of slaying an ordinary mortal, who can truly ascertain the fluctuations of fate. By a stroke of chance, Wang Chen saved a young boy once, which inadvertently granted him an opportunity to hunt low-tier demonic beasts. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits behind. Who can definitively claim the roles of the mantis and the oriole? Chapter 14. The first encounter with demonic beasts 4 days later. The bustling city of Yangzhou remained thronged with people. Martial artists gathered to spar with one another, and factions sought to align with the forces of the Liang king. Soon, the kingdom of Xia was destined to become the kingdom of Liang. Yet, no one noticed the mysterious young master who had appeared days prior had quietly vanished. Over 100 miles outside Yangzhou, a group of 8 rode on magnificent steeds, 2 women and 6 men, silently journeying forth. Among them was a young man, perhaps in his late teens, with a refined appearance and an air of tranquility that surpassed that of ordinary folk. The others, however, exhibited a wide range of characteristics. The inviting old Taoist who had extended the invitation to Wang Chen, along with a bald monk, both bore warm expressions, appearing nearly a century old yet with a healthy complexion. The other 2 individuals appeared to be middle-aged, around 40. One had prominent temples and darkened hands, clearly a master of external martial arts, while the other had emaciated hands akin to an eagle's claws, indicating proficiency in claw techniques. The 2 women appeared significantly younger. One was a nun in plain white robes, wielding a long feather duster, while the other, a captivating young woman in green, exuded charm with every gesture, brandishing a long green sword. As they journeyed, they engaged in casual conversation, yet the respect they held for Wang Chen was palpable. They did not belittle him due to his youth. Although Wang Chen was unfamiliar with them, it was evident that they were rare, top-tier masters in the secular world. Initially, there was skepticism about Wang Chen, but after Iron Invincible, a practitioner of the Iron Sand Palm, exchanged a few blows with him, the group fell silent. Old Taoistly, how much longer must we travel? Inquired the bald monk, his laughter resonating. His muscular frame suggested a profound mastery of external arts, making it unlikely for ordinary weaponry to pierce his skin. As he spoke, all eyes turned to the old Taoist, who felt compelled to respond honestly. Patience, my friends. Such elusive beasts are not easily found. It took me considerable time to uncover their lair. We shall arrive by tomorrow morning, having endured many hardships. All 8 were seasoned experts capable of bearing the journey. Wang Chen was no exception. Thus, they pressed on relentlessly for most of the day, only halting to rest at midnight. The following morning, shortly after the sun had risen, Wang Chen and his companions arrived at a serene pool. The gentle flow of water, lush aquatic plants, and visible fish created an idyllic paradise. Taoist, why have we come here? Are we not in search of demonic beasts? Questioned the woman with the long sword, a hint of confusion gracing her delicate, alluring face, as a few strands of hair danced by her cheek, stirring a warmth in the hearts of the middle-aged men. Wang Chen harbored a sense of unease, reflecting, the phrase, "a beauty brings disaster," aptly describes such a woman. With these thoughts, he stilled his mind, awaiting the Taoist's response. Fair maiden, you need not worry. This place is certainly not a den for aberrant beasts. The elder Taoist replied with a smile, before shifting his tone. However, every day, these creatures do come here to drink. Perhaps we should. The Taoist conferred with the others on their strategy. Truth be told, the group was not particularly familiar with one another, making it unlikely for them to coordinate seamlessly in a short span of time. They merely planned to lay an ambush, intending to spring forth and catch their adversary off guard. Once their discussion concluded, they dispersed to conceal themselves. The tranquil pool was accompanied by the rhythmic sound of flowing water, and apart from the occasional chirping of birds, silence enveloped the surroundings. The group had been lying in wait for 2 hours. Wang Chen, hidden in the grass a few meters away, remained utterly still, and as he listened to the birds, a line of poetry came to mind. The birds sing, and the mountains grow more serene. Just as Wang Chen pondered these verses, the sudden flapping of wings startled him. Soon, a dozen birds took flight from the trees, seemingly startled by some lurking predator, followed by a series of thunderous tremors resonating through the ground. Wang Chen's face lit up with joy. The monstrous beast had arrived, and he quickly concealed himself with utmost caution. In a short while, a creature resembling both a bull and a wolf approached. The beast measured 2 meters in length, sporting sharp black horns and blood-red eyes. Its body covered in a coat of yellow fur. Its hooves, reminiscent of a bull's, pounded the earth with each step, causing the ground to tremble. Jiang Chen had no doubt that the creature's hind hooves possessed a force akin to that of 1,000 pounds. The beast ambled to the edge of the pool, lowering its head to drink, its short tail swishing from side to side, while its ears remained perked up in vigilance. Despite being the dominant predator in the vicinity, it retained the habit of being exceedingly alert while quenching its thirst. Suddenly, 2 flying daggers glinted coldly, slicing through the air like lightning towards the beast. At that moment, a robust man burst forth from the eastern thicket, his palms thrusting forward, channeling an astonishing gust of wind toward the creature. Almost simultaneously, the other 7 members of the group sprang into action, each a master of extraordinary skill from the Summer Kingdom. Their strikes were nothing short of remarkable. The bald monk wielded iron fists, the white-clad nun wielded ethereal dust, the green-clad woman brandished her sword, and the middle-aged man possessed eagle-like talons, alongside Jiang Chen's iron sword, all capable of shattering stone and metal. While the group's attacks were formidable, the beast's reflexes were even swifter. As the daggers and fists were unleashed, the creature deftly evaded much of the onslaught. 2 resounding thuds echoed as the daggers grazed the beast's hide, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Seemingly incensed by the pain, the beast kicked off the ground and charged toward the group. The others rejoiced at this turn of events, exclaiming, the beast is enraged, which spares us the trouble of pursuit. Yet, Jiang Chen felt an unsettling apprehension. The bald monk stood directly in the path of the charging beast, and instead of caution, he was elated, raising his fists to confront the creature. Jiang Chen sought to warn him, but it was too late. With a sickening crunch, the sound of shattering bones echoed, and the monk spat blood as he was sent flying backward. The group's elation was abruptly doused, akin to a bucket of cold water thrown over their fervor. Do not rush. This beast possesses immense strength. Avoid direct confrontation and engage it from all sides. Wait until the creature exhausts its energy before striking. The elder, being the organizer of this hunt, hastily called out as he noticed the group's spirits were low. Upon hearing him, the crowd focused their minds and began to engage the beast. The creature seemed unusually exhilarated, continuously charging at them, forcing several to evade its path. With the intention of depleting the beast's stamina, the group refrained from launching aggressive attacks. Jiang Chen, too, concealed his own prowess, as he believed he could likely defeat the spirit beast with his own strength. However, the beast's endurance clearly surpassed their expectations. After half an hour, it showed no signs of fatigue, as if the group were merely playthings for its amusement. Seeing this, Jiang Chen felt a pang of urgency. As the spirit beast targeted others, he seized the moment and swung his sword. Roar, roar. Jiang Chen plunged his colossal sword into the beast's rear, causing blood to spurt forth. Although it was somewhat awkward, witnessing the creature sustain a critical blow ignited the group's fervor, prompting them to attack with renewed vigor. Jiang Chen's strike, though only utilizing a fraction of his strength, landed on a vital area, producing significant damage, while the other's assaults barely scratched the beast's hide. After a while, as the creature grew increasingly agitated, the group became more cautious. Aim for the beast's rear, Jiang Chen shouted, having observed several failed attempts to strike its eyes. The others nodded in agreement, and soon the beast's posterior was subject to relentless assaults. Roar, roar. The Qing Feng sword cut through the wound Jiang Chen had inflicted earlier, causing the freshly clothed injury to reopen, and blood gushed forth. The spirit beast howled in agony, seemingly driven to madness. As the beast cried out, its body began to swell, and the previous wounds inexplicably ceased to bleed. Puff, puff. The creature expelled 2 streams of air from its nostrils, its eyes bulging with a frenzied bloodlust. This is bad, Jiang Chen thought, sensing an ominous shift. After such a lengthy battle, without the beast revealing any abilities, this sudden transformation indicated that it had been feigning weakness. Regardless of the beast's level or cultivation, all creatures are born with innate magical abilities, unlike cultivators, whose spells require incantations. The beast's innate abilities are instantaneous and grow stronger with its power. This bull-like spirit beast had unleashed the rare bloodthirst technique. Bloodthirst is exceedingly uncommon among beasts, enhancing their recovery, strength, and speed while instilling an insatiable craving for blood, driving them to kill recklessly. Indeed, the bull-like spirit beast exuded a terrifying aura of slaughter and bloodlust, a presence far beyond that of mere mortals. While the others had also claimed numerous lives, they found themselves unable to harness their full potential under this overwhelming atmosphere of carnage. Initially, Jiang Chen was also taken aback by the sheer ferocity of the killing intent. But he quickly steadied himself, unleashing the realm of sword intent to counteract the oppressive aura, swiftly nullifying its influence. In the midst of the fierce battle, the monstrous beast crushed the nun's chest with a single stomp. With another surge, its towering horns pierced the hands of a middle-aged man, subsequently reducing him to a mere puddle of flesh. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Among the 8 who had arrived, 2 were already dead, and the previously injured monk, witnessing the carnage, hastily fled. After the slaughter, the beast let out a triumphant roar, prompting the remaining onlookers to abandon all else and flee in terror. The beast, exhilarated by its victory, pursued them relentlessly, and the injured monk was the first to fall victim to its chase, letting out a blood-curdling scream before falling silent. Next, it was the middle-aged man, adept in the iron sand palm technique, whose skills proved inadequate as the beast dispatched him with a single blow. The few survivors seized the opportunity to escape, their original intent of hunting the monster now turned into a desperate flight for survival. Chapter 15. The scheme to slay the cultivator. After the beast finished its massacre and saw that the others had vanished from sight, it returned to the scene to devour the corpses of the four-fallen. Just as it began its feast, a colossal sword suddenly descended upon it. The beast, still reeling from its recent slaughter and highly alert, managed to evade a critical strike, but the sword struck its back with tremendous force. The assailant was none other than Jiang Chen, who, unable to contain his eagerness after the others retreated, had come forth alone to hunt the beast, confident that unleashing his full strength would easily dispatch it. With a resounding crash, the beast's limbs trembled violently, and the ground beneath it sank slightly. Letting out a pained howl, it charged at Jiang Chen, who, instead of retreating, displayed a glimmer of excitement. He swung the massive sword once more, boldly meeting the beast head-on. Jiang Chen seldom encountered adversaries with strength comparable to his own, and thus, he exhibited no fear in grappling with the beast. The beast, possessing a rather low level of intelligence, stubbornly clashed with Jiang Chen's massive sword. The sword, devoid of sharp edges and relying solely on brute force, became a formidable weapon. With the sword weighing over 300 pounds and Jiang Chen's arm strength exceeding 1,300 pounds, the damage inflicted was truly formidable. Boom. 1,300 pounds of force is insufficient. Let us increase it to 1,500. Boom. 1,600 pounds. Boom. Ultimately, Jiang Chen summoned all of his strength, reaching 1,800 pounds. With a thunderous impact, the beast was sent flying, unable to rise again. Wielding the sword, Jiang Chen cautiously approached the beast to inspect it, noticing that its breath was fading. It was evidently beyond saving. With the beast's spirit extinguished, Jiang Chen exhaled in relief. Although fatigue enveloped him, an unusual sense of exhilaration filled his heart. Ever since his strength had augmented with the infusion of spiritual energy into his martial arts, he had not experienced such a liberating encounter. After resting briefly, Jiang Chen prepared to drag the beast's carcass away. Suddenly, accompanied by a rustling sound, a middle-aged man clad in green appeared, seemingly gliding through the air. Though not particularly swift, he covered considerable ground with each stride. The man's sudden appearance heightened Jiang Chen's vigilance, prompting him to position his sword defensively. "Do not be alarmed, young brother," the man spoke amicably, perceiving Jiang Chen's apprehension. "I happened upon this place and seek to propose a trade." "A trade? Indeed, young brother, please observe." As the middle-aged man extended his right hand, he muttered incantations under his breath. Moments later, to Jiang Chen's astonishment, a small fireball materialized and swiftly darted toward a distant rock. With a resounding bang, the stone erupted, and the searing heat of the fireball could be felt even from several meters away. There was no doubt that if the fireball had struck him, despite his formidable resilience akin to tempered steel, he would undoubtedly have suffered grave injuries. Observing the mixture of wonder and fear in the eyes of those around him, the middle-aged man felt a surge of satisfaction. How pleasant it is to dwell among mortals. There is no need to live in constant fear of slaughter for resources, nor to face the envy and awe of others, he mused. Noticing the admiration and reverence reflected in Jiang Chen's gaze only fueled his pride further. "My young friend," he said, his tone infused with expectation, "this exotic beast holds some significance for me. I assure you, I am not deceitful. The wealth I possess is of little use. Would you consider trading it for the carcass of this beast?" The notion that cultivators were revered figures in the mundane world only added to his confidence. After all, had he not received the favor of others when in pursuit of a maiden? "Respected sir," Jiang Chen interjected, "I have long aspired to the path of cultivation. If this beast pleases you, it would be my honor to offer it to you. I only hope you might share with me the secrets of your cultivation methods." Jiang Chen's words were profoundly respectful, yet they struck the middle-aged man as rather grating. The paths to cultivation were not concealed from mortals. He had once stumbled upon a cultivation technique himself that had led him to this moment. A flicker of severity crossed the man's gaze as he admonished. The secrets of cultivation cannot be carelessly divulged to outsiders. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen trembled, lowering his head in silence. The middle-aged man regarded the bowed figure of Jiang Chen with slight hesitation, pausing for a moment as a glint of shrewdness crossed his eyes. However, Jiang Chen, despite his lowered gaze, felt no fear. Rather, he widened his eyes, contemplating the events that had transpired. Sensing the middle-aged man's hostility, his heart tightened with apprehension. Humph. The methods of cultivation are not to be shared lightly, but since your resolve is steadfast, I shall grant your request. You must strive diligently in your practice. The middle-aged man spoke with a sternness reminiscent of a mentor instructing a disciple. Yet, a profound unease flickered within Jiang Chen, one that had arisen before and had always proven to be justified. Come forth. Accept my teachings. At this, Jiang Chen's heart surged with excitement. He raised his head. His face flushed with exhilaration. Stand still and do not move, commanded the middle-aged man, instructing Jiang Chen to take his place before him. From his sleeve, he produced a talisman. The faint red talisman bore intricate and mysterious symbols, resembling tadpoles or whimsical doodles. As the talisman was unveiled, Jiang Chen felt a subtle wave of fiery spiritual energy emanating from it. The middle-aged man gazed at the talisman with a tinge of reluctance, oblivious to the fleeting expression of something unusual that crossed Jiang Chen's face. Close your eyes and remain still, the middle-aged man ordered softly. The talisman in his hand ignited into a fireball under the influence of his spiritual energy. Yet, as the fireball materialized, a sudden and unexpected blade of energy appeared before him. With a sharp snap, the middle-aged man's neck was instantly severed, leaving him with an expression of disbelief in his final moments. The middle-aged individual was astute, recognizing Jiang Chen's ability to slay demonic beasts. He was reluctant to confront him directly. Instead, he feigned a transfer of knowledge, plotting to obliterate Jiang Chen with a fireball talisman. The plan was nearly flawless, but alas, Jiang Chen was no naive martial artist, harboring a deep reverence for those who practiced cultivation. The Chronicles of Cultivation contain numerous accounts regarding the realm of immortals, including the talisman in the middle-aged man's possession. Although it was Jiang Chen's first encounter with an authentic talisman, his mastery of the qi-gathering technique allowed him to sense the fire element's spiritual energy within it, rather than the unfathomable path-signaling symbols. Thus, while the middle-aged man enacted his deceit, Jiang Chen pretended to comply, all the while remaining vigilant to the talisman's fluctuations. The moment the talisman emanated a vast spiritual aura, he seized the opportunity to unleash his lethal strike, slaying the cultivator. After dispatching the practitioner, Jiang Chen collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The exertion of 2 days, the fierce confrontation with the spirit beast, and the cunning assassination of the cultivator had drained him immensely. Fortunately, despite the myriad spells and peculiar techniques wielded by practitioners, their physical resilience was largely comparable to that of ordinary mortals, allowing Jiang Chen to achieve a swift victory. After a brief respite, Jiang Chen began to survey the scene. Of the companions who had accompanied him, only remnants remained, with most having been consumed by the beast. The belongings of the cultivator were scant. After rummaging through, he discovered a single bag, which brought him immense joy. A storage bag, an essential item for cultivators. It could be described simply as a portable storage unit, an indispensable tool for low-tier practitioners. It was said that in ancient times, higher-tier cultivators possessed various other storage devices, such as storage bracelets and rings. Moments later, Jiang Chen finally grasped the method of utilizing the storage bag. By channeling a thread of spiritual energy from his fingertips, the bag effortlessly opened. However, he would later come to realize that a form of spiritual consciousness was required to access the storage bag. But the middle-aged cultivator's demise had rendered it easily accessible to him. Inside, he found a book, 2 jade slips, 3 stacks of blank talisman paper, 6 talismans of various hues, several unidentified materials from demonic beasts, and a small sword over a foot in length. Clutching the small sword, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. It was a magical weapon. The crimson sword was indeed a magical artifact. The Chronicles of Cultivation had mentioned that such artifacts could alter in size when not in use, expanding to over a meter in length when infused with spiritual energy for combat. However, wielding magical artifacts required a certain level of spiritual consciousness and at least a rudimentary understanding of object manipulation techniques. Though he lacked proficiency in object manipulation, Jiang Chen remained undeterred. After contemplating for a moment, he approached the corpse of the demonic beast with the small sword in hand. Moments later, The beast's body was dismembered into 7 or 8 segments. Huh. The magical sword is indeed far sharper than mundane weapons. At the very least, it outshines the so-called divine weapons of the secular world. Wang Chen remarked with a smile as he caressed the artifact. The bodies of the 3 individuals had been rendered unrecognizable within the belly of the beast in mere moments. After a brief moment of sorrow, Wang Chen buried their remains nearby, ensuring that the middle-aged cultivator's remains were interred alongside them, keeping them company in death. After all, the middle-aged cultivator had, in a sense, bestowed upon Wang Chen the opportunity for cultivation, and by giving the bodies a proper burial, Wang Chen felt he had honored his debt to him. After tidying up, Wang Chen carefully stored the fur and edible meat of the demon beast into his storage bag. Once he had ensured that nothing was left behind at the scene, he floated away gracefully. Chapter 16. Inventory of harvests. That evening, within the dimly lit cave, Wang Chen sat beside a flickering campfire, roasting a bear paw. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air as the paw sizzled over the flames, and after a brief moment, he eagerly began to indulge in his meal. Upon finishing the bear paw, Wang Chen fell into deep contemplation. It was a habit of his to reflect on past mistakes and consider his future after a period of time. Gently, he retrieved the items from his storage bag, inspecting each one meticulously. First, he came across a small crimson sword, an unknown magical artifact, which he temporarily named the Rainbow Sword, although its rank remained uncertain. Considering the low cultivation level of the middle-aged cultivator from whom it came, it likely belonged to the lower tier of artifacts, so he decided to store it away for now. Next were the demon beast's fur, meat, and some unknown materials. The demon beast meat was rich in vitality, and consuming it could potentially elevate his mutated strength technique to the 3rd level, although its effectiveness may wane in the future. Nonetheless, enhancing his physical strength with minimal effort was indeed a positive outcome, especially in the event of close combat. Moreover, he had yet to cultivate the golden body technique. If he were to perfect the 36 earthly fiend acupoints and the 72 heavenly fiend acupoints, he pondered what level his physical strength might reach, perhaps invincible at the chi refining stage or even in the foundation establishment stage. Wang Chen dared not dwell further on such thoughts. He decided to store the demon beast meat and materials for now. Following that, he discovered talisman paper, 3 bundles, and 6 talismans. The talismans could be utilized in battle, while the blank talisman paper could be inscribed with spells, so he set them aside as well. The remaining items were what Wang Chen had been most eager to find, a book and 2 jade slips. The pages of the book were yellowed, and though it had aged, it remained well preserved, indicating it had been frequently referenced by the middle-aged cultivator. As he opened the first page, he was greeted by the ancient characters, rich in fragrance. While most might struggle to decipher them, Wang Chen had the advantage of a scholarly mentor in his youth who was well-versed in various peculiar ancient scripts, and he recognized these characters with ease. Gently flipping through the ancient tome, he encountered dark characters stating, "The way of gold is sharp, it is brilliance." Thus it is said. This was a foundational technique for the gold element. Hastily turning several pages, he discovered the basic techniques for the other 4 elements: wood, water, fire, and earth. To his delight, he soon stumbled upon a foundational technique for the 5 elements. Given that Wang Chen's spiritual roots were exceedingly poor across the 5 attributes, this foundational technique, which others might deem worthless, was the most suitable for him. The simplest truths were often the most profound, and Wang Chen understood this well. Although it was merely a basic cultivation technique, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As he continued to explore the pages, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the latter part of the ancient book contained methods for crafting talismans: gold light talisman, fireball talisman, wood healing talisman, and water shield talisman. Although these 4 talismans were the lowest grade, they held immense practicality and significance for Wang Chen at this stage of his journey. In the realm of cultivation, it is frequently stated that alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting constitute the 3 fundamental pathways for practitioners, a notion universally acknowledged for compelling reasons. Recently, Wang Chen's encounter with the blank talisman paper incited a surge of anger and a certain conjecture. The middle-aged cultivator had harbored aspirations to master the art of talisman creation, only to meet his demise at Wang Chen's hands. As he set aside the ancient tome, Wang Chen lifted a jade slip to his forehead, and after a brief moment, he exchanged it for another. It is noted that the spiritual awareness of cultivators prior to the foundation establishment stage is insufficiently potent, necessitating the placement of the jade slip on the forehead for viewing, as previously mentioned in cultivation literature. After perusing the 2 jade slips, Wang Chen fell into a contemplative silence. The treasures within his storage pouch were precisely what he urgently required, the cultivation techniques aside. The remaining 2 jade slips held significant value. One slip detailed the middle-aged man's experiences over the years, containing numerous vital pieces of information that Jiang Chen sought, such as local markets, cultivation families, the sects of the Summer Kingdom, and the common haunts of cultivators. It is clear that solitary efforts are insufficient. Jiang Chen required an array of resources for cultivation, which necessitated exchanges with other practitioners, and to establish a solid foundation, joining a prominent cultivation sect was imperative. The other jade slip comprised the middle-aged cultivator's compendium on demonic beasts and spiritual herbs. Gradually closing his eyes, Jiang Chen reclined slowly, the jade slip quietly returning to his storage pouch. In the depths of night, the crackling of the campfire resonated far and wide, casting a warm glow upon Jiang Chen's slumbering visage. In the ensuing days, Jiang Chen embarked on his cultivation journey, calm and collected, having meticulously reviewed the information contained within the jade slips to ensure no detail was overlooked before setting them aside. As dawn broke, vibrant sunlight streamed through the cave entrance. Under the fire's searing heat, the flesh of the demonic beast exuded a tantalizing aroma. Jiang Chen had sampled the meat of wild beasts before, but could not deny the superior quality of demonic beast flesh. The meat was remarkably chewy and substantial. Soon, the final sizable portion of meat found its way into Jiang Chen's stomach, leaving a warm sensation within. Indeed, the flesh of demonic beasts is a potent tonic, once digested. Traces of vital essence reintegrated into the crimson spiritual energy sphere. The cultivation of spiritual power is not achieved in haste. Thus, Jiang Chen resolved to first cultivate the mutated strength technique, with the pivotal element being the demonic beast meat he had previously stored within his meridians. The once fist-sized crimson energy sphere transformed into a flowing river, occupying half of Jiang Chen's meridian pathways. A noticeable gurgling sound emanated from Jiang Chen's body, as if to affirm this phenomenon, coinciding with the last remnants of vital essence being fully digested. The rich crimson energy sphere deepened in hue. Devoid of any aberration or bloodlust, this crimson essence was a gradual condensation of Jiang Chen's own vital energy, imbued with a robust life force. Following the sound, the crimson energy sphere that had claimed half of his meridians began to contract, akin to clouds slowly dissipating. The mutated strength technique, which had dominated his meridians, gradually coalesced. The great strength technique is divided into 3 levels. After the infusion of spiritual energy, an unknown mutation occurred. However, the essence fundamentally remained unchanged, merely enhancing the technique's efficacy. The first level of the great strength technique involves merging inner strength with blood, thus forming the internal energy of the technique. The second level entails purifying this inner strength into a liquid crimson energy mass, a feat that Jiang Chen has already accomplished. The third level progresses further, refining the crimson energy mass into a crystalline core. This was merely the creator's initial concept, yet today, Jiang Chen strives to manifest it into reality. The crimson energy mass gradually coalesced, initially imperceptible, but soon it seemed as if an invisible force drew them together, accelerating the process. The sound of rushing water echoed within Jiang Chen's body as the crimson energy mass converged at an alarming rate. For an ordinary person, such rapid blood flow would have overwhelmed their veins and organs. However, Jiang Chen, having undergone fortification inside and out, persevered. The pain began as a mere whisper, soon escalating to a crescendo, compelling Jiang Chen to let out a low growl, his eyes wide with agony. It hurts, it truly hurts. This singular thought reverberated in Jiang Chen's mind. Yet, he did not waver. Though this technique might merely be an ordinary secular practice, his unwavering determination drove him to endure. Only through effort can one attain reward. This was Jiang Chen's conviction. Finally, it felt as though years had passed, and just as his consciousness began to blur, a faint sound resonated, akin to raindrops hitting water. Jiang Chen experienced a profound sense of connection, flesh and blood intertwined. As his awareness shifted, within his meridians, a radiant, translucent crimson core emerged, glimmering like a precious jewel. As the core formed, a box suddenly flew out from Jiang Chen's storage pouch, landing with a thud, and the bead he had observed for so long soared into the air. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, only to see a bead hurtling toward his face. This is the bead from the box. This was the sole thought that crossed Jiang Chen's mind before he collapsed. Chapter 17. Between Life and Death. A fortuitous reversal. The sea of consciousness is the most enigmatic realm of an individual, no matter how extraordinary a cultivator's prowess. The formation of this sea remains elusive. However, it is universally acknowledged that the sea of consciousness is the source of one's soul and spirit. As the bead entered his body, Wang Chun instantaneously arrived at this place, enveloped in an endless void of silence and emptiness. He could not locate his physical form, but felt his own existence profoundly. In this realm, it seemed as if he were omnipotent. Wherever he thought to go, he would arrive. Yet, despite this omnipresence, Wang Chun was engulfed in unease and uncertainty. Not long after, a bead materialized. The crimson bead radiated an eerie bloodlight, gradually melting into a drop of blood, which then transformed into a blood-red figure. The blood drop metamorphosing into a form. This was the legendary divine ability of the Immortals. With the emergence of the blood figure, a suffocating aura of murderous intent accompanied by an otherworldly eeriness and an infinite pall of death manifested. This presence was so formidable that, despite its lack of physical form, Wang Chun found himself paralyzed. Indeed, a remarkable little creature. The blood figure opened its serene eyes. Crimson orbs that seemed to disregard Wang Chun entirely. It was not arrogance, nor disdain. It was a complete indifference, as if Wang Chun did not exist. Akin to an immortal gazing upon mere ants. No, not even ants. Wang Chun recognized this precise sensation, yet he found himself incapable of refuting it. The blood figure's every gesture seemed to threaten the very fabric of the universe, leaving Wang Chun powerless to resist. He harbored no doubt that a mere glance from this entity could usher in his demise. Power. For the first time, Wang Chun felt an insatiable yearning for strength. One far more intense than when he faced the mortality of others in the mundane world. He felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly helpless, resigned to his fate. You are quite impressive. The blood figure spoke into the void. To serve as my vessel, I shall use your essence to return to the celestial realm. An honor beyond measure. All of your existence will bear witness to a supreme being. Upon hearing these words, an overwhelming fury and hatred surged within Wang Chun, while simultaneously, the void began to tremble. Wang Chun sensed an omnipotent force, as if this expanse of nothingness was under his dominion. Haha, futile. As a stepping stone for my ascension, you should bask in this glory. A terrifying aura emanated from the blood figure, though it was unintentional. It sliced through Wang Chun's spirit like a blade. Instantly, the surrounding tumultuous void settled into calm. The disparity between them was insurmountable. The blood figure's right hand slowly extended, and Wang Chun felt the world spin around him. In this moment, within the boundless void, the blood figure's hand grasped the air, causing ethereal currents to swirl, collecting and forcibly amalgamating into the shape of a diminutive figure, which astonishingly resembled Wang Chun himself. Once the figure took form, Wang Chun awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he sensed his transformation, as if the world had been stripped of its facade, revealing a clearer vision. However, this state did not bring him solace, for he found himself ensnared within the blood figure's grasp, utterly immobilized. The day's events had exceeded Wang Chun's wildest expectations. Yet, aware of the peril he faced, he tightened his resolve, yearning for an opportunity to escape. Casting a glance at Wang Chun, the blood figure's left hand slowly extended once more, and with a chime, a crystalline core suddenly appeared in its palm. The red core radiated a brilliant light, resplendent and captivating. A sense of foreboding gripped Wang Chun's heart. Though he had never seen it before, he felt an undeniable connection to this core, for it was entirely formed from his own essence. The blood figure carefully cast the core and Wang Chun into the void, where suddenly a furnace materialized. With the myriad of the cosmos as my crucible, with spirit and consciousness as the flame, and with corporeal blood as the source, refined for me, the voice of the blood figure echoed. And Wang Chun was engulfed in an overwhelming heat, a searing agony. The gaseous form gradually withdrew, serving as fuel for the flames. The vibrant flames twirled like a lotus flower. Above the flower-like flames, Wang Chun's crystal core shimmered more brilliantly, slowly showing signs of melting. At this moment, within the cave, a faint white whirlwind suddenly swept across Wang Chun's body. Though the wind was weak, it expanded rapidly. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Finally, it came to a halt at 4 kilometers. An even more terrifying phenomenon emerged. The verdant grass, upon encountering this white wind, instantly withered, disintegrating into dust. Gigantic trees, insects, and beasts were no exceptions. All life within a 4-kilometer radius transformed into green gaseous orbs, which then entered Wang Chun's body, propelled by the white whirlwind. As the fiery lotus burned, these green orbs, imbued with the essence of life, formed the walls of the alchemical furnace. Within this green, orb-shaped furnace, the 5-colored flames swirled like a lotus, and atop the lotus, a crystal core slowly showed signs of melting, rendering the scene immensely magical. However, What burned was Wang Chen's soul and consciousness, inflicting a profound sense of pain that only brought forth strangeness and suffering. In the void, a blood-red figure gazed upon this extraordinary sight, chuckling with an inexplicable sense of pride and eeriness. The green life orbs were indeed peculiar, resembling a fermenting agent. As they infused into Wang Chen, the pain of his burning soul notably diminished, and the rate of his gaseous form's reduction significantly slowed. Simultaneously, the crystal core began to melt gradually. The blood figure watched the entire process with keen interest, while Wang Chen's heart trembled, a bold thought flashing through his mind. Since death is inevitable, then, Wang Chen steeled his resolve. The gaseous figure closed its eyes. With his eyes shut, Wang Chen endeavored to connect with the crystal core. Indeed, moments later, the crystal core trembled, then slowly descended, becoming enveloped by Wang Chen's liquid form. Unbeknownst to Wang Chen, throughout this process, the blood figure merely observed calmly, devoid of panic, even sporting a slight, eerie smile. As Wang Chen's liquid form encased the crystal core, it began to seep inside, the flames following suit, creating the illusion that the core itself was igniting from within. The fire continued to blaze, and the green orbs entered the core. Time passed quietly in this manner. Upon entering the core, Wang Chen felt as if he had submerged into a warm bath. Succumbing to an involuntary slumber, moments slipped away. Most of Wang Chen's gaseous form transformed into 5-colored flames. The flames refined the crystal core into a liquid mass, which then morphed into gas, until only a faintly glowing remnant remained, exuding a sacred and mysterious aura. Wang Chen's liquid form had nearly vanished, leaving behind only a trace. Intertwined with the essence of purity, the blood figure gazed at this softly glowing remnant, its crimson eyes radiating a fervent, frenzied madness. The sacred and mysterious aura surrounding the air mass stood in stark contrast to the essence emanating from the blood man. Gradually, this enigmatic atmosphere stabilized, and in the moment the air mass formed, the blood man could no longer contain his wild laughter. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded, I have triumphed. Following his laughter, the blood man roared with ferocity, wait for me, I shall return within a millennium. Yet, as the blood man laughed, a trace of that sacred and mysterious essence vanished simultaneously with him. This was a realm of true void, desolate, expansive, infinite. No language could adequately describe the existence of time within it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, and the blood man's laughter abruptly ceased. The thunder of divine retribution. It is indeed the thunder of divine retribution. The blood of creation has drawn the divine wrath. It is real, it is true. How splendid, how glorious, ha ha ha. The blood man murmured to himself, his face alight with excitement, but in a moment of reflection, fear washed over him. The blood man transformed into a drop of blood, attempting to infiltrate that trace of essence. Yet this pure aura, this blood of creation, proved to be remarkably tenacious, enveloping Wang Chen's ethereal soul. The blood drop unleashed a myriad of dazzling techniques, but could not penetrate. Crack, crack. The purple thunderbolts rained down mercilessly as the blood drop howled. I refuse to accept this, I will not yield. The blood of creation is mine. Mine. How could this be? Have I truly been wrong all along? The echoes of his defiance and fury lingered in the void, but moments later, the blood drop was obliterated without a trace by the divine thunder. Beside it, that trace of sacred and mysterious essence incessantly absorbed the thunder of retribution, gradually elevating its power through its influence. A flash of light, so radiant it dimmed the heavens, passed by, as the essence, filled with sanctity and mystery, withdrew deeply, rendering the moment of its awe-inspiring presence utterly untraceable. Subsequently, the void vanished, and the mysterious essence, along with Wang Chen's consciousness, re-emerged within the depths of his mind. Within this mysterious aura, Wang Chen's ethereal soul and spirit gradually restored, reverting to their state prior to the events that transpired. In the celestial realm, upon an unnamed hill, a young man clad in white lay quietly. As the thunder of divine retribution erupted, the youth's eyes suddenly opened, and in an instant, a flash of azure light surged forth, causing the very void to tremble at that moment. Interesting, there are indeed many astonishing occurrences, he mused, but after expressing this thought, the youth shook his head. What does it matter if it is interesting? His voice trailed off, and he reclined once more. Concurrently, certain powerful beings within the celestial realm sensed something amiss, though their understanding was rather vague. A secret message began to circulate among a select few in the celestial realm, yet the uncertainties surrounding it rendered it gradually overlooked. Chapter 18. The feudal essence of creation. As if cradled in his mother's embrace during childhood, Wang Chun felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility and comfort as he slowly awoke. Gazing at the dwindling campfire, a pang of anxiety gripped his heart as he recalled the events that had transpired. Moments later, Wang Chun tidied his storage bag and departed. As Wang Chun departed from the cave, he was once again astonished by the grim spectacle that unfolded within a 4-mile radius. Yet, upon recalling the verdant orb of life energy, a flicker of understanding ignited within him, prompting a swift exit. In the ensuing month, various cities across the Xia Kingdom, including Yuzhou, Yangzhou, and Jianzhou, experienced a spate of inexplicable thefts. The culprits, targeting an array of aged and precious medicinal herbs, left several prominent factions baffled after extensive investigations. This incident has since been regarded as one of the most notorious thefts in the annals of Xia's underworld. In a quaint inn situated in a small town southwest of Zhangzhou, Wang Chun sat in contemplation, his eyes closed. Surrounding his bed were hundreds of ornate boxes, each exuding a lavish allure, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the lingering fragrance of herbs emanating from each. After a moment of reflection, Wang Chun exhaled a heavy sigh and opened his eyes, a blend of disappointment and excitement coursing through him. The extraordinary encounter of that day had been deeply etched in his heart. Wang Chun had deduced a sequence of events. Within the pearl resided an inexplicable remnant of a soul, intent on seizing his body to cultivate a certain secret technique, which ultimately led to its untimely demise, while he himself had narrowly escaped death. He could sense the faint, elusive currents of energy, a testament to the remnant's ambitions. Although he speculated on the extraordinary nature of the energy orb, the subtle sanctity and mystery enveloping it stirred profound exhilaration within him. Delving into this current of energy, he surprisingly gleaned some esoteric insights, identifying it as the chi of creation, an essence imbued with the power to generate life from nothingness. However, aside from this revelation, no further information came to him. Wang Chun endeavored to control a fragment of the chi of creation, only to discover that it eluded his command. Remaining passively nestled within a specific area of his body, his sea of consciousness. Although oblivious to the precise location of this sea, he felt an unwavering certainty. In pursuit of this chi of creation, the crimson energy orb within him had vanished, leaving him in a state of discomfort. After contemplation, he decided to reintegrate spiritual energy into his being, realizing that this crimson orb had been instrumental to his cultivation. Thus, he resolved to undergo the refinement process anew. During this second cultivation, Wang Chun sensed that the ethereal current had begun to emanate a mysterious aura. Once this aura permeated the crimson energy orb within his heart, the enhancement it provided to his body was remarkable. He bestowed upon this newfound energy the name blood energy. With the introduction of blood energy, Wang Chun fortified his physique once again, and astonishingly, his physical prowess reached the level of a formidable weapon. Boasting an incredible strength of 5,000 pounds, an unfathomable transformation compared to his previous state. The medicinal herbs that had gone missing from several provinces of the Xia Kingdom were indeed appropriated by Wang Chun. Not only did these herbs facilitate his cultivation of blood energy, but they also allowed him to refine 2 acupoints. These acupoints, located in his feet, were a strategic consideration to augment his speed, compensating for his previous shortcomings. Even so, the newly formed acupoints continuously nourished his entire musculature, resulting in a relentless enhancement of his physical strength and power. With the affairs of blood energy concluded, Wang Chun commenced his practice of the foundational 5 elements technique. The 5 elements fundamental technique is a deceptively simple, yet profoundly elegant practice, embodying the essence of the principle that great wisdom lies in simplicity. Wang Chun has diligently cultivated the qi gathering technique for several years, establishing a solid foundation as he embarks on his journey into the realm of immortality. Consequently, his practice of the 5 elements fundamental technique has progressed exceptionally well, swiftly reaching the first layer of qi cultivation. With newfound determination, Wang Chun commenced his inaugural attempt at cultivating immortality. Each day, he meditates, diligently circulating his energy to absorb and refine the spiritual essence present in the air. His efforts are meticulous and earnest. However, the amount of spiritual energy he gathers daily is but a mere trickle, and even after a month, he barely perceives a slight increase in the energy within his body. After 6 months, Wang Chun had hoped to attain the 3rd layer of qi cultivation. Yet he found himself still constrained at the 1st layer, unable to break through. Frustration and helplessness washed over him as he realized that his 5 elemental spiritual roots were far weaker than he had anticipated. He had experimented with the mysterious transformative energy within his sea of consciousness, attempting to harness its power, though he could not fully control it. he managed to extract a wisp of its essence. This infusion propelled him into a state of ethereal clarity, enabling him to distinctly perceive the surrounding 5 elemental spiritual energies as luminous points. Alas, despite this extraordinary experience, the speed of his absorption and refinement remained unchanged. The enigmatic transformative energy yielded no remarkable effects, leaving Jiang Chen feeling a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, for he had acquired the techniques of cultivation. After 6 months of stagnation in his progress, Jiang Chen redirected his focus towards the art of talisman crafting. This delicate craft requires 3 essential tools: talisman paper, a talisman brush, and vermilion powder. Lacking specialized equipment, he resorted to makeshift alternatives found in the mundane world. Within the secluded cave on the desolate mountain, Jiang Chen concentrated wholly on the talisman paper. His brush danced across the surface, creating intricate symbols as he poured his spirit into each stroke. However, with the final flourish, the talisman paper crumbled into ashes with a soft puff. Alas, another failure, he lamented, his voice tinged with resignation. It seems the wisdom inscribed on the jade slip is indeed true. Items from the mundane realm are inadequate. I must venture to the market for proper supplies. As one of the 3 essential arts of cultivation, the craft of talisman making demands a certain innate talent, and Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable affinity for it, even deriving a subtle joy from the process. My cultivation, spells, and talisman crafting have all reached a temporary impasse. I have also mastered simple spells such as object manipulation and spirit vision. It is now time to seek resources in the market. As he gathered his belongings, his mind raced with thoughts. Before I depart, I should pay one last visit to Zhang Tai. Once I enter the immortal realm, I may never have the chance to see him again. With his resolve set, Jiang Chen left the cave. He ensured that the wild grasses used as a disguise were burned away, leaving no trace behind before he gracefully departed. The next day, at the gates of Cangzhou City, he stood clad in azure robes, a long sword strapped to his back, momentarily lost in thought. The guards, sensing his unusual aura, dared not act recklessly. After a brief pause, Jiang Chen reflected on the events of the past few years. In his youth, Jiang Chen fled to the city of Cangzhou, joined a gang, and learned martial arts, working in the mines until the present moment. Suddenly, he came to his senses, a smile gracing his lips as he entered the city. The Longhu gang was a place he wished to avoid, for it held no ties to him now. His sole purpose for this visit was to see his former brother, Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai had already married, and seeking him at his father-in-law's blacksmith shop would be the most prudent approach. Yang's blacksmith shop. Jiang Chen vaguely recalled the shop's location. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback to find a sign indicating it was the Li's blacksmith shop. His expression shifted, and he hurriedly inquired about Yang's blacksmith shop at a nearby tavern. The waiter, bustling about, was well informed, but his countenance changed slightly upon hearing Jiang Chen's question. Sir, it's best not to inquire about Yang's blacksmith shop. You might attract unnecessary trouble. Jiang Chen, maintaining his composure, responded, Waiter, do not deceive me. Is it not permissible to ask out of mere curiosity? With that, he discreetly slipped a silver coin into the waiter's hand. The waiter's smile broadened upon receiving the coin. Well, since you insist, I shall tell you. But remember, this conversation must remain confidential. Lowering his voice, the waiter began. It all began with old Yang's daughter. She was quite a beauty, but her allure brought misfortune, as she caught the eye of the Longhu gang's elder Li's son. Though her husband was also a disciple of the Longhu gang, he could not contend with the elder's influence. Ultimately, the daughter was violated, and her husband was killed. Having delivered this, the waiter poured tea and discreetly departed. Jiang Chen feigned indifference as he continued to sip his tea, contemplating the revelation before he quietly left. Half an hour later, he arrived at a small courtyard in the southern part of Cangzhou. According to the information I received, this is the residence of Zhang Tai's father-in-law. Knocking several times on the door, it finally creaked open to reveal an elderly man with white hair. Despite his apparent annoyance, the old man did not dare express it. Instead, humbly inquiring, what brings the young hero of the Longhu gang to my humble abode? There is little left here of value. Jiang Chen felt a pang of sorrow at the old man's words and clasped his hands in greeting. I am Jiang Chen, a close friend of Zhang Tai. Upon hearing this, the old man's pallid face displayed a bittersweet smile as he hastily welcomed Jiang Chen inside. Though it was evening, the dimly lit room was cluttered and chaotic, with the old man lighting an oil lamp. The flickering light revealed a disarray of furniture, shattered jars strewn across the floor, and torn clothing scattered about. The sight of such decay ignited a deeper anger within Jiang Chen. The old man, hunched over, retrieved a letter from beneath a brick under the bed. This is a letter that Tai left before he went to rescue Mei Mei. He instructed me to give it to you if he did not return. Tears streamed down the old man's face as he spoke. Gently, Wang Chen opened the envelope and began reading. My brother Wang Chen, I know my fate is sealed, yet the revenge for my wife's murder cannot go unpunished. I leave behind a daughter and a father, and I hope you will take care of them. Do not seek vengeance. Your brother, Zhang Tai. After reading the brief note, Wang Chen understood the gravity of the situation. It became evident that Li Qingzu had not given up, still coveting Zhang Tai's wife's beauty. Months after Wang Chen departed, he dispatched individuals to abduct Zhang Tai's wife while she was shopping in the streets. When Zhang Tai sought to reclaim her, he was only met with a near-defiled corpse. Though Zhang Tai was simple and earnest, his youthful fervor could not tolerate such indignation, prompting him to seek vengeance. Unfortunately, he was slain by the father of Li Qingzu, a powerful elder of the Longhu gang, resulting in the matter fading into obscurity, leaving only a daughter and an elderly father-in-law behind. Upon reading the letter, Wang Chen felt a heavy constriction in his heart. With a slight flick of his wrist, the letter disintegrated into fragments in his hand. Startling the old man who witnessed the act, tears ceased, and he stared blankly at Wang Chen. After a moment of silence, Wang Chen feigned reaching into his bosom and produced 5 silver notes, offering them to the elder. Zhang Tai was as close as a brother to me. Naturally, I shall avenge him. However, I no longer wish to partake in the affairs of the mundane world. I must trouble you, uncle, to care for his young daughter. Take these silver notes and leave tonight. Hire a carriage to the capital. Upon hearing this, the elder paused briefly before gathering his belongings. After a while, he returned with Zhang Tai's daughter in tow. The girl's cherubic face bore a smile, and Wang Chen, cradling the child, felt a sense of calm envelop him. The sound of hooves echoed as the carriage approached. Wang Chen exchanged a few words with the caravan manager and casually crushed a mundane sword in his hand, shocking the manager, who then politely assisted both into the carriage. Before departing, Wang Chen grasped the elder's arm and presented an ancient tome. This is a remarkable book. A future dowry for Zhang Tai's daughter from her uncle. Remember, it must not be shown to outsiders. After imparting his instructions, he turned away as the carriage rolled off. All that can be done is done. The capital is now under the jurisdiction of the Liang King, much more orderly than other places. It should be considerably safer. Next, Wang Chen's gaze sharpened as he focused on the direction of the Longhu gang. The following night, in the southern outskirts of Cangzhou City, amidst the desolate graveyard, a young man sat beside a tomb, raising a wine cup and murmuring to the gravestone. He sipped, spoke a few words, and then drank again. Before the tombstone lay 2 severed heads, their blood splattered around, rendering the scene even more horrifying in the darkness, yet the young man remained unfazed. This young man was none other than Wang Chen, and the heads belonged to Li Qingzu and his father, slain by Wang Chen as a tribute to Zhang Tai. Tai Di, this wine is my belated wedding toast. Congratulations on marrying Miss Mei. This cup is to thank you for forging those formidable swords for me. Over the years, we have been the closest of companions, together since we were 9, yet now we are worlds apart. This cup is for myself. Rest assured, brother, I have avenged you. You cannot fathom it. I have embarked on the path of immortality. I was uncertain how to face you in the future, yet you left, continuing to care for me so deeply. Inebriated, Wang Chen truly succumbed to intoxication. If there remained anyone he cherished after embarking on the path of cultivation, it was Zhang Tai. At the tender age of 9, Wang Chen joined the Longhu gang, where he forged bonds akin to brotherhood, offering mutual support and sharing drinks. When Zhang Tai encountered trouble, Wang Chen unsheathed his sword without hesitation, even incurring the ire of the gang's elders. In need of a colossal sword, Zhang Tai diligently saved his coins to craft a magnificent blade as a gift for Wang Chen. Neither of them spoke of brotherly oaths. Zhang Tai was taciturn and struggled with expression, while Wang Chen believed that the depth of their bond transcended mere words. In the stillness of the night, Wang Chen did not summon his spiritual energy to dispel the effects of alcohol. After finishing his drink, he lay down on the ground, surrendering to sleep. Utterly exhausted from years of wandering, the struggles within the Longhu gang, and the life and death battles during his journey to Yangzhou. Now, separated from his dear friend by the cruel hand of fate, Wang Chen deserved a moment of respite. Once he succumbed to slumber, a profound tranquility enveloped him, and the earlier tumult in his heart dissipated. However, a monumental upheaval was brewing in Cangzhou City. Within the Longhu Hall, the place where the gang's leader and elders convened, an intense quarrel erupted that night. Who can elucidate this situation? In mere moments, over 10 elders have perished. Who is that youth? Leader. This individual is likely using a pretext. We are well aware of Zhang Tai's background. He is a complete stranger to us. Leader, the Liang King is tightening his grip. This may merely be a display of force. The elders, instead of mourning their fallen comrades, found themselves embroiled in disputes regarding the gang's future. This was hardly surprising, as Jiang Chen had dispatched an opponent with a single strike, leaving a cadre of elite warriors lifeless in an instant. The elders were not foolish. Continuing on this path would lead to their own annihilation. After the heated debate, the elders resorted to fierce combat, resulting in the demise of two elders named Jiang. Eventually, they ceased hostilities and reached a consensus. The trend of the Liang king unifying the Xia kingdom was irreversible, and the hegemony of their gang, which had spanned over a century, was on the brink of collapse. In the aftermath, a faction of elders chose to serve the Liang king, while another faction resolved to establish a martial arts sect, withdrawing from political affairs. That night, the Longhu gang fractured. The following day, upon learning the news, rival gangs in Zhangzhou descended upon the Longhu gang, leading to catastrophic losses, with many fleeing in disarray. Yet, within a month, with the assistance of the Liang king's forces, the gangs of Zhangzhou were obliterated. The disciples of the Longhu gang, however, managed to preserve their existence. Some established a martial arts sect on desolate mountains, while others became officials in the Liang kingdom. Subsequently, within just over a month, the Xia kingdom fell before the Liang king. Some gangs surrendered, others were eradicated, and some retreated to renowned mountains to establish their sections. The long-standing gang landscape vanished, and the Xia kingdom was renamed the Liang kingdom, ushering in a prolonged era of peace and prosperity. Yet, none of this pertained to Jiang Chen. Upon awakening the next morning, he was astounded to discover that his cultivation, which had stagnated for half a year, had unexpectedly advanced from the first to the second layer of qi training. Although the precise reason eluded him, Jiang Chen speculated that it was likely connected to his quest for vengeance and emotional release. Reading countless books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. The ancients truly do not deceive. With his cultivation having reached a breakthrough, Jiang Chen naturally sought to stabilize his newfound abilities. Rushing forward without care might lead him to an unknown desolate mountain or a rudimentary cave dwelling. In tranquil solitude, Jiang Chen commenced the operation of his cultivation technique, surrounded by an ethereal aura of spiritual energy. Within his meridians, this energy followed the pathways dictated by the 5 elements foundational technique. With each cycle, the energy grew incrementally stronger and purer. At a certain moment, a faint whirlwind enveloped him, drawing the swirling spiritual energy into his being. After a considerable duration, the energy within his meridians gradually melded into his magical power, ultimately settling in his danshan. At last, the second layer of qi training is solidified, Jiang Chen murmured, a bittersweet joy filling his heart, as it had taken him a year to advance from the first layer. He truly felt the arduous nature of cultivating immortality, especially since this breakthrough was born from the sorrow of a friend's demise. The journey ahead remains long. Having stabilized his recent advancement, Jiang Chen proceeded to familiarize himself with the spiritual force following his breakthrough, taking the opportunity to practice his spells. With a swift motion, a fireball was hurled forth, colliding with a stone and shattering it into fragments. Not bad. The power has increased by 20%. However, this fireball travels too slowly. If one is cautious, evading it poses no challenge. If the timing is not precise, it is merely a waste of magical energy. He then practiced several other simple spells. Despite now being a cultivator, the fundamentals still required relentless refinement, such as the object manipulation technique and the spirit eye technique. The object manipulation technique is the essence of wielding magical tools. Only through its mastery can a cultivator unleash the full potential of their artifacts, laying the groundwork for other related spells. The spirit eye technique, a rudimentary spell, allows one to perceive the cultivation level of those beneath their own, though it is often regarded as an act of hostility by other cultivators. The primary function of the spirit eye technique is to delineate between mortals and cultivators. The geographical position of the Xia kingdom, much like most nations, is encircled by natural barriers, rendering it difficult for ordinary people to be aware of the existence of other countries. The realm of the mundane Xia kingdom occupies less than 1/10 of what cultivators perceive. The remainder is dominated by sects, families, or demonic beasts, realms inaccessible to the secular world. Each market's periphery is enveloped by an identical illusionary array. This formation possesses neither offensive nor defensive capabilities, yet any mortal who enters will be shrouded in mist, ultimately wandering aimlessly until they find their way out. Only those who have cultivated the spirit eye technique can enter, which is why it is deemed the spell that distinguishes cultivators from the mundane. Chapter 20. Flowing Cloud Market. 1 month later, in the western region of the Xia kingdom, there lay a desolate mountain perpetually shrouded in fog. It is said that those who venture within become dizzy and disoriented, emerging in a daze. Villagers claim that ghosts dwell within, forbidding entry. Of course, This is merely the perspective of the secular. In reality, to those who cultivate, this place is a renowned market, the Flowing Cloud Market. The Flowing Cloud Market is owned by the Jian family. It is said that a millennium ago, the Jian family boasted a formidable nascent soul cultivator who served as a senior elder of the Luo Yun sect, wielding immense power during his time. Following the demise of this esteemed nascent soul practitioner, the Jian family experienced a slight decline. Nonetheless, it remained a renowned and illustrious lineage. The descendants of the Jian family established a sect dedicated to cultivation, and it is rumored that among them exists an ancestor of the Golden Core stage. Furthermore, due to the Jian family's significant affiliation with the Luo Yun sect, they were able to secure the auspicious grounds of Qingfeng Mountain, which contains a spiritual vein, and subsequently developed the lion market within it. In a valley on the outskirts of the desolate mountains, Jiang Chen cautiously activated his spirit eye technique, causing the surrounding mist to dissipate instantly. The perpetual thick fog was merely a formation set by cultivators to deter ordinary mortals from wandering in. This formation is one of the myriad arts of cultivation, wherein practitioners employ various materials to inscribe runes, thus creating a formation that ultimately harnesses the power of heaven and earth. However, the practice of formations is exceedingly intricate and does not directly enhance one's cultivation level, which explains the scarcity of those who pursue its study. Nevertheless, formations undeniably serve as a means for the weak to triumph over the strong, playing a crucial role even in large-scale battles among cultivators. The array surrounding the market bore no lethal intent. It was simply a maze to confound the uninitiated. The simplest spirit eye technique suffices to see through it. With the aid of his spirit eye technique, Jiang Chen traversed for half an hour, and indeed, the dense fog vanished. Once the mist cleared, a town emerged before him. Confirming that it was indeed a town, he noted that its size rivaled that of Zhangzhou City. As he strolled along the streets, he feigned an air of familiarity, concealing any trace of curiosity, as if he had frequented this place numerous times before. Tales from the realm of cultivation recounted that many disillusioned cultivators resorted to deceit or even robbery against newcomers to survive. Revealing ignorance could lead to dire consequences. Leisurely walking along the thoroughfare, he observed numerous stalls scattered along the sides, where individual cultivators sold their acquired goods at lower prices, avoiding the market traders. The stalls within the cultivation market are akin to bustling streets in the secular world. However, conflicts often arise among cultivators over resources, necessitating that those of higher cultivation or powerful families organize markets to ensure safe transactions among cultivators. Naturally, the organizers charge a fee in spirit stones for this service. For instance, setting up a stall at Lion Market requires the payment of a certain amount of spirit stones. Three-leaf flower, a material for early-stage qi refinement elixirs. Qingyang flower, a raw material for late-stage qi refinement potions. Qingfeng sword, a wind attribute magical artifact, its spiritual energy appearing less potent than my own rainbow light sword. Likely a medium-grade artifact, truly a fine item. As Jiang Chen surveyed the various wares, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. All splendid items. Yet, upon reflection, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him, for he possessed not a single spirit stone. The stalls within the market were relatively few, and most vendors were cultivators with modest means, resulting in an abundance of affordable items suitable for exchanges among those at the qi refinement stage. Jiang Chen ambled about, captivated by the dazzling array of goods. After perusing several streets of stalls, he cast a wistful glance at a few of them before making his way towards a stall tucked away in a corner. The techniques, elixirs, and magical artifacts were all of great necessity to Jiang Chen. However, the few valuable items he possessed were insufficient for such a trade, compelling him to seek the most essential items for exchange. With no spirit stones or cultivation resources at his disposal, the items he sought must be capable of generating a continuous flow of spirit stones. The stall before him was cluttered with various items, a few beast materials, disheveled blank talisman papers, and a vial of low-grade qi refining elixirs, essentials for low-level cultivators. Jiang Chen picked up an item to examine, only to put it down again, shaking his head moments later. "Dear friend, I have something you might find appealing. I can offer it to you at a favorable price." The stall owner, noticing his indecision, inquired. Upon hearing her sweet voice, Jiang Chen looked up and was momentarily taken aback. What a stunning young lady, at the tender age of youth. She moves like willow catkins, her skin as flawless as white jade, radiating like the autumn moon. He was momentarily entranced but quickly regained his composure, feeling a twinge of self-reproach as he noticed the girl shyly lower her gaze, a blush blooming on her neck. Clearing his throat, he clasped his hands and said, "Friend, I wish to see that talisman brush over there." The girl complied, picking up the brush he indicated and handing it to him. The brush, black in color, felt cool to the touch as he held its smooth handle. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the bristles made from the hair of an unnamed beast shimmered faintly with hues of red, gold, green, and blue. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes as he channeled his spiritual energy into the brush, causing a delicate spectrum of colors to manifest upon it. Toying with the talisman brush, he asked softly, "How much for this brush?" 60 spirit stones, the girl replied, biting her lip as she uttered a reasonable price. Typically, tools like talisman brushes or alchemical furnaces were rather expensive. A low-grade talisman brush would usually cost around 100 spirit stones. Although this brush was of lower grade, its craftsmanship was commendable, yet few would choose it due to its lack of versatility. Thus, 60 spirit stones seemed fair. 60 spirit stones is quite reasonable. Low-grade talisman brushes typically fetch around 100 spirit stones. Although this brush lacks certain qualities, it is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. Besides, if I weren't eager to acquire an offensive artifact, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to sell, the girl encouraged, sensing Jiang Chen's hesitation. Hearing her words, a smile flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes as he retrieved a low-grade artifact, the rainbow light sword, from his storage pouch and offered it to her. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the artifact, exclaiming, "Add 15 spirit stones. Would you trade the brush for this artifact?" Her gaze fixed on Jiang Chen, filled with anticipation. Jiang Chen replied, "That is agreeable. But I would also like to include those 5 sheets of talisman paper and some vermilion powder." "Done," the girl beamed, stowing away the rainbow light sword and promptly handing over the talisman paper and vermilion powder. After exchanging a few words with her and gathering some news about the Flowing Cloud Marketplace, Jiang Chen excused himself to depart. The Flowing Cloud Marketplace was divided into several districts. Near the entrances of a few elusive arrays lay the most prosperous trading area of the marketplace, where cultivators could set up stalls for a modest fee of spirit stones. This trading area was divided into 4 sections, located in the north, south, east, and west of the marketplace. As one progresses along the trading district, a myriad of shops unfolds before the eyes. Some of these establishments are modest in size, operated by individuals or small sects of cultivators. However, a few shops are astonishingly grand. Among them, the 4 prominent establishments in the Lianfang market stand out: the Lian Pavilion of the Jian family, the Listening Rain Pavilion of the Liyun sect, the Cloud Sky Pavilion of the Qingyun sect, and the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion of the Wanshou sect. Among these, the Lian Pavilion thrives most vibrantly, bolstered by the Jian family's local dominance, which affords them considerable advantages. Nonetheless, when it comes to the rarity and value of the items within, the shops of the 3 major sects of the Xia kingdom surpass all others. The Jian family, as the principal owners of Lianfang Market, occupies an expansive area. Surrounding the market, 2 peaks rich in minor spiritual veins serve as residences for the Jian family cultivators. The spiritual energy at these vein sites is significantly higher, by approximately 30 to 40%, than that of ordinary mountains. This seemingly small percentage accumulates over the years to yield astonishing results in the realm of cultivation. Falling behind by even a single step can lead to insurmountable challenges in catching up. Of course, not all members of the Jian family can afford to establish their abodes upon the peaks, apart from those at the foundational stage of cultivation. Only core family members enjoy such privileges. Other members must settle for locations at the foot of the mountains where spiritual energy is relatively abundant. Within Lianfang Market, there are also accommodations for cultivators to reside and rest. Those at the Qi refinement stage can only rent caves near the market. However, for those willing to expend sufficient spirit stones, it is possible to rent caves on the spiritual vein peaks, though such occurrences are rare. After all, discretion is paramount in the world of cultivation. For foundational stage cultivators, it is feasible to rent caves at the mountainside without requiring a significant amount of spirit stones. The level of strength dictates the privileges one enjoys, a universal truth in any realm. Chapter 21. The Trials of Talismans in the western part of Lianfang Market. A continuous expanse of architecture emerges, embodying an ancient and natural charm, exuding grace and dignity. Some wooden houses are adorned with intricately carved patterns, which in the secular world would likely be reserved for the likes of emperors. This area serves as the rental space for caves within Lianfang Market. Jiang Chen had previously inquired with a young woman about the rental prices, which range from 3 to 100 low-grade spirit stones per month for a single room. Given the number of available rooms, if fully occupied by cultivators, the monthly income from this alone would be several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Naturally, the more expensive rooms boast superior craftsmanship, elaborate decorations, and formidable protective formations, some even featuring basic gathering arrays for spiritual energy. As Wang Chen gently entered one of the rooms, a young man swiftly approached him, exclaiming, "Esteemed cultivator, are you here to rent a cave? This way, please." The young man's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, bordering on obsequious, which momentarily took Wang Chen by surprise. However, sensing the absence of any spiritual power emanating from the youth, he deduced the reason behind this behavior. Even descendants of cultivators may lack spiritual roots, and those in such families often find themselves relegated to menial roles in the secular world. The young man guided Wang Chen past several rooms until they reached an elderly gentleman seated in a chair, exuding a warm and amiable presence. Upon sensing the profound spiritual energy within the elder, Wang Chen blinked in acknowledgement and said, "Greetings, fellow cultivator." The elder rose to return the greeting and inquired directly, "Are you here to rent a cave?" Wang Chen nodded, and the elder, without further ado, handed him a jade slip. Wang Chen promptly accepted the slip, placing it upon his forehead to examine its contents. East Start Number 1, North Start Number 12, monthly rent of 100 spirit stones, equipped with a basic illusion array, a basic defensive array, and a basic spirit gathering array. East Start Number 2, North Start Number 18, monthly rent of 80 spirit stones. As the information flowed past, Wang Chen felt a mounting headache from the numerous unoccupied residences. However, after a brief moment, he looked back, seeking the most affordable option. Within the span of a tea's brewing time, Wang Chen lowered the jade slip, opened his eyes, and handed the slip back to the elder. East Start Number 98. North Start Number 1. The elder expressed mild surprise. "Fellow cultivator, are you intending to book for several months, at 3 spirit stones each month?" "1 month." Wang Chen promptly replied, producing 3 spirit stones to hand over. The elder accepted the stones, made a record, and then returned with a jade talisman. This talisman controls the house's arrays. "Fellow cultivator, once you activate the talisman, you may pass through. Remember to return the talisman upon your departure." Wang Chen expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. Half an hour later, he finally arrived at the residence he had rented. Before him stood a wooden house of a muted yellow hue, enveloped by a faint light barrier. Wang Chen activated the talisman, and the barrier formed a passageway. Upon storing the talisman, he entered the house, noticing the absence of dust upon the furniture. The dwelling comprised 2 rooms, strikingly simple. One room contained a table and chairs along with a bed, while the other merely housed a mat. Nevertheless, Wang Chen harbored no dissatisfaction, for he was not one to seek luxury, possessing a slight inclination towards asceticism. Though the interior was somewhat lacking, the 2 basic arrays outside were of considerable utility, namely, the alert array and the illusion array. Despite being merely rudimentary formations, they were quite suitable given the monthly rent of 3 spirit stones. The alert array would notify Wang Chen of any intrusions, while the illusion array created a veil of mist. Although its practical effects were minimal, it could effectively muffle sounds, shielding him from external disturbances and allowing for peaceful cultivation. These 2 arrays were chosen after careful consideration on Wang Chen's part. After tidying up the house and retrieving materials from his storage bag, he commenced his meditation. Upon concluding his session, Wang Chen marveled at the abundant spiritual energy in this place, which was indeed incomparable to the mundane world. He absorbed approximately 20% more energy than usual in the same meditation period, after which he indulged in a refreshing slumber. Upon awakening the following day, Wang Chen felt a wave of comfort wash over him as he stretched lazily and resumed his meditation. Although the increase in his spiritual power was minuscule, any cultivator aspiring to advance would never overlook daily meditation. An hour later, he concluded his session and began contemplating his future cultivation path. If he continued at this rate, he could break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement within 2 years. Not accounting for potential bottlenecks, each subsequent layer would require progressively more time to attain. 4 years for the 4th layer of qi refinement, 5 years for the 5th layer, and so forth. Reaching the 9th layer of qi refinement would likely demand around 40 years. Excluding the time spent in overcoming any obstacles, if one were to calculate, it would likely take a century, by which time the prime age for foundational cultivation would have been missed. Generally, to advance beyond the foundational stage, one must not exceed the age of 40, otherwise, the chances of achieving the golden elixir become nearly impossible, relegating one to a lifetime within the qi refinement stage. In reality, a staggering majority of cultivators never attain the foundational stage, ultimately passing away in the qi refinement phase. To swiftly enhance one's cultivation, purchasing elixirs becomes necessary, which in turn demands a substantial amount of spirit stones. To earn spirit stones, one must master a particular cultivation technique. The arts of alchemy, weapon forging, and arrays are not practical due to their exorbitant costs. Wang Chen lacks the means to pursue such paths. The only feasible option for him, at this stage, is the art of talisman crafting. This had been Jiang Chen's prior plan. The talisman brush, paper, and cinnabar he exchanged with female cultivators represent his sole hope. He retrieved a palm-sized sheet of talisman paper and placed it on the table. Opening a ceramic jar, he dipped the talisman brush into the cinnabar, ensuring it was thoroughly saturated. After centering his mind and spirit, he exhaled deeply, and the runes he had contemplated thousands of times were skillfully rendered beneath his brush. The faint red runes emerged as the brush glided across the paper, with the energy from his dantian flowing outwards, gradually sealing the surrounding spiritual energy within the drawn runes. The brush moved fluidly, like a dragon or snake. It will succeed, surely. A profound sense arose within Jiang Chen, as if he were not merely controlling the brush. It flowed naturally to where the runes should manifest. Ultimately, upon completing the final rune, a surge of energy escaped from him, and the runes on the paper stabilized, resulting in the creation of a faint red fireball talisman. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Chen felt a wave of joy wash over him. The initial step is always the hardest, and with this first success, he gained confidence to embark on his talisman-making endeavor. However, aspirations are often grand, while reality remains harsh. The second sheet of talisman paper failed, turning to ash. The third and fourth attempts felt like specters haunting him, as each effort met with failure, until he finally exhausted all his spiritual energy and depleted his supply of talisman paper. Upon reflection, with his spiritual energy, had all talismans succeeded, he could have created 8. However, the failed attempts consumed less energy. Thus, he squandered 12 sheets of talisman paper within 2 hours. To assess the costs, a dozen sheets of early Qi refinement talisman paper equate to 1 low-grade spirit stone, while a talisman from the second layer of Qi refinement can be sold for 2 spirit stones. This means that the one talisman he fortuitously crafted yielded a profit. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen recognized the arduous nature of talisman crafting. Out of the 12 sheets, only the first was a stroke of luck, with the rest failing, indicating a success rate of merely 10% to earn a single low-grade spirit stone. Considering the initial stroke of fortune, his actual success rate dipped below 1%, thus illuminating the truth behind the oft-repeated assertion of the challenges faced in cultivation. There is no exaggeration in the tales of hardship. The typical success rate for crafting talismans is estimated to be roughly 1 successful talisman out of every dozen attempts, translating to a mere 10% success rate. This modest success rate can still provide cultivators with a stable, albeit slight, profit. Nevertheless, the majority of cultivators tend to shy away from this practice, as enhancing the success rate of talisman crafting proves exceedingly challenging. Unless one has attempted it countless times or possesses an innate talent for it, the endeavor often results in merely breaking even. Undeterred by his earlier failures, Jiang Chen took a moment to reflect on the reasons behind his lack of success. Among his 12 failed attempts, several were due to misalignment of the runes or unstable spiritual energy, while the remainder stemmed from incorrect output of spiritual force, either too rapid or too slow. The output of spiritual energy must be synchronized with the speed of the talisman brush. However, even with a constant brush speed, each minor rune requires a different amount of mana. It must be said that Jiang Chen is a genius in terms of comprehension. This hypothesis is undeniably accurate, yet even with this knowledge, he finds himself at an impasse. There are only 3 potential solutions. First, to wait until his cultivation reaches a sufficiently high level, where his spiritual awareness and mana control become adept enough for lower-tier talismans. However, this requires reaching the foundation establishment stage, during which cultivators possess considerable strength and various methods to earn more spirit stones. The second solution involves the training methods within cultivation sects to nurture master talisman crafters. Practice makes perfect. After several years of consistent talisman paper supply, a success rate of 30 to 40% is typically achieved. This is why cultivation sects can distribute talisman paper in abundance. The third option is the rare and fortuitous talent for talisman crafting, where some cultivators possess an extraordinary sensitivity to the craft, resulting in a notably high success rate. Although Jiang Chen's understanding is remarkable, he unfortunately does not meet any of the aforementioned criteria. Thus, he has no choice but to practice diligently. After depleting his mana yet again, he lamented, "Not quite right. My mana output was too rapid. No, it was too slow this time. Still incorrect. The output was uncoordinated." Chapter 22. A fortuitous encounter and reflection through repeated trials and setbacks, he continued experimenting. Once the second batch of talisman paper was consumed, and his dantian's spiritual energy was exhausted, Jiang Chen had no choice but to sit and meditate to recover his mana. After an hour of meditation, his mana was replenished, albeit slowly due to his low-tier cultivation. It is said that golden core cultivators might take 1 or 2 days to recover their spiritual energy, which is quite common. Once his mana was restored, the afternoon had already arrived, and Wang Chun resumed his studies in talisman crafting. At that moment, only a dozen sheets of blank talisman paper remained. An hour later, he found himself seated on a cushion, exhausted. Out of 3 batches of talisman paper, totaling 36 sheets, only the first had succeeded, while the rest had all failed. He glanced at the storage bag at his waist, noting he had only 9 spirit stones left. With a determined resolve, he left his dwelling. The sky was gradually darkening, and it wasn't the season for the grand trading event that occurs once every 5 years. As time slipped by, the streets grew desolate. Wang Chun had made a tidy profit, but found no cultivators selling talisman paper. Just as he resolved to purchase some more expensive talisman paper from a shop, a clear voice called out, "Friend." Turning around, he spotted the girl from yesterday at the corner of the street. He approached her, greeted her, and continued, "Why are you still here at such a late hour, my lady?" Noticing the girl's slightly flushed face, Wang Chun momentarily lost his composure. After calling her my lady, he recalled that in the realm of cultivation, individuals of the same level typically addressed one another as friends. His slip of the tongue caused the girl's cheeks to redden further, and she softly replied, "My brother and some other friends went out to hunt demon beasts, and I'm waiting for him here." Wang Chun felt a hint of awkwardness in the atmosphere and was at a loss for words, while the girl lowered her head in silence. As the silence stretched uncomfortably, he suddenly remembered the talisman paper he had exchanged with her last time and asked, "Do you happen to have any talisman paper with you?" Upon hearing talisman paper, the girl, who had been feeling uncertain, paused in surprise and then responded, "Yes. My brother always brings back some spiritual herbs when he goes hunting demon beasts to make talisman paper for me." A proud expression graced her face when she spoke of her brother, indicating their strong bond. Wang Chen's face lit up with joy. 1 spiritual stone for a dozen. "Would you be willing to trade?" The girl, blushing shyly, replied, "All right, let us trade." Wang Chun, pleased, handed over his remaining 9 spiritual stones. And as she reached to take them, her fingers inadvertently brushed against his palm. He felt the warmth of her delicate fingers and nearly lost his balance. Seeing his clumsy reaction, the girl couldn't help but stifle a giggle behind her hand. Wang Chun, feeling somewhat helpless, managed a sheepish smile. The girl, realizing that her laughter had caused his awkwardness, quickly lowered her flushed face in embarrassment. Both found themselves in an uncomfortable situation, and Wang Chun playfully remarked, "Are you perhaps planning to keep my spiritual stones without providing the talisman paper?" The girl, feeling relieved by his jest, pulled out 3 dozen sheets of talisman paper and handed them to him. After completing their transaction, they began to converse. "Do you also reside in the flowing cloud market?" Wang Chun casually inquired as he tucked the talisman paper away. "Yes," she replied. "I live with my brother. We have relied on each other since childhood. By chance, my brother obtained a cultivation technique, and upon trying it, we discovered that both of us could cultivate. Thus, we came to the flowing cloud market. My brother has much better aptitude. After 3 years of practice, he has reached the 6th level, while I am only at the 3rd level of Qi training. I share a similar story. I encountered a disaster in my childhood, and everyone in my village perished. I eventually escaped the famine and obtained a cultivation technique." "Which let me hear," Wang Chun said, suddenly intrigued and eager to share his own tale. "By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Shirtong, and my brother is Shirtian. What about you?" "I am Wang Chun." As Wang Chun and Shirtong strolled along the path, their conversation flowed effortlessly, revealing an astonishingly similar array of experiences and an abundance of shared language. Time slipped away unnoticed as they engaged in delightful discourse, though their pace was leisurely. After half an hour, Shirtong suddenly halted, her cheeks flushed as she addressed Wang Chun, "I've arrived at my abode." Wang Chun, taken aback, could not help but smile awkwardly and prepared to take his leave. As he turned away, Shirtong called out, "Brother Chun, I still have 5 rolls of talisman paper to lend you." Wang Chun hesitated for a moment before responding, "All right. Thank you, Tonger. I will return your spirit stones in a few days." After accepting the talisman paper and expressing his gratitude, he turned to depart. Watching Wang Chun's retreating figure, Shirtong was momentarily lost in thought, but soon recollected herself and hurried back to her dwelling, her face still tinged with red. When Wang Chun returned to his quarters, night had already fallen. He sat on a cushion, taking a brief respite to gather his thoughts and reflect on the events of the day. Firstly, his initial foray into talisman crafting could be deemed a failure, yet it had not been without its merits. He had accrued a wealth of experience. Not only had his control over magical energy improved, but he had also gleaned valuable insights into the nuances of talisman creation, eagerly awaiting the next opportunity to experiment. Next, Wang Chun found his thoughts drifting to Shirtong, recalling her slightly flushed cheeks, her bashful smile, and her immaculate gaze. He felt a peculiar stirring in his heart, rendering him somewhat dazed. However, after a brief moment, he regained his composure, his face betraying a subtle flush, as if he felt a twinge of shame. What is wrong with me? It's merely Shi Tong. He chastised himself internally, reminding himself that focusing on crafting talismans was of utmost importance at present. Besides, I have only met her twice. I am still uncertain about my feelings. Wang Chen shook his head, forcing himself to regain tranquility, when suddenly a thought sparked in his mind. The essence of creation can amplify my perception of spiritual energy infinitely. I wonder if it will aid in talisman crafting. With this thought, a surge of eager anticipation coursed through him, but realizing the hour was late, he opted to have a bite to eat and retire for the night. As for whether the essence of creation would assist in talisman crafting, he could always explore that tomorrow. After completing 2 rounds of foundational exercises, the night had deepened significantly. Wang Chen pondered for a moment before turning to lie down and rest. Strictly speaking, cultivators in the Qi refinement stage are not yet true practitioners of immortality, as they still require ample sleep and rest to maintain their vitality and health. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage can one survive without food, even meditating for decades without needing to sleep. This is one reason why the foundation establishment stage is considered the true commencement of cultivation. Another reason is the doubling of lifespan, a stark contrast to cultivators in the Qi refinement stage. Thus, only upon reaching this stage can one truly appreciate the wonders of cultivation. However, for Wang Chen, the foundation establishment stage felt like a distant dream. Creating talismans and selling a few spirit stones is currently the most pressing matter for Wang Chen. Chapter 23. The Marvelous Effects of Creation Qi. The following day, after a night's rest, Wang Chen awoke and consumed a modest meal before commencing his customary meditation. Although he understood that the benefits of meditation for enhancing one's cultivation were minimal, Wang Chen remained steadfast in his practice. For the path of cultivating immortality is ultimately a journey of the heart. If one were to solely yearn for miraculous elixirs that promise rapid advancement, the hope of ever becoming a formidable practitioner would remain elusive. The arduousness of meditation further fueled Wang Chen's determination to master talisman crafting. Only through this skill could he earn spirit stones. With spirit stones in hand, he could procure elixirs to accelerate his cultivation. As his abilities grew, so too would the joy of crafting talismans, alongside the accumulation of spirit stones, elixirs, and magical artifacts, creating a virtuous cycle. Without this, the situation could only deteriorate, a fate all too common among rogue cultivators. Recalling the dismal plight of these wanderers, perpetually trapped in the Qi refinement stage, possessing only a handful of spirit stones and wielding meager artifacts, Wang Chen shuddered at the thought of becoming fodder for others in times of peril. Shaking off such dreary reflections, Wang Chen embarked anew on his talisman-making endeavor. He unfurled a piece of talisman paper, prepared his talisman brush, and, after stabilizing his mind, began his work. The first attempt flowed effortlessly, as if the brush danced across the paper. However, as he approached the conclusion, a lapse in controlling his spiritual energy resulted in the paper turning to ash. With a sigh, he reached for a fresh sheet and resumed his efforts. Just as the previous day, he labored over 2 sheets without success. It was hardly surprising. Wang Chen had crafted only a little over 70 talismans, rendering him a true novice in the art. Exhaling deeply, he spread out another sheet. Just as he was about to begin, a thought from the day prior resurfaced. What if I were to test the effects of creation Qi? Resolute, he closed his eyes and delved into his inner self. Although he could not perceive the sea of consciousness, sensing the creation Qi was well within his grasp. At last, a thread of mysterious creation Qi emanated from Wang Chen's control, enveloping his body. His mind expanded to its utmost limits. The talisman paper on the table seemed to magnify instantly, while the surrounding spiritual energy transformed into myriad luminous orbs. Having encountered this phenomenon before, Wang Chen calmed his mind and began inscribing the runes. These runes formed the foundation of talismans, embodying the profound principles of the universe. Typically, the runes on talismans are rather ordinary, merely capable of sealing spells onto the paper without the extraordinary effects often ascribed to them. In the moment he inscribed the runes, Wang Chen found himself lost within a colossal fireball, an incomplete entity. It was as though he gained an epiphany regarding the fireball, prompting him to extend his hand and complete it, as if the process were as natural as flowing water. The runes he had drawn countless times began to materialize upon the talisman paper. With graceful ease, he successfully crafted a talisman. Gazing at the finished product, Wang Chen found himself momentarily breathless, yet in an instant, it seemed he grasped something profound, compelling him to sit cross-legged immediately. The ethereal energy surrounding him seemed to detect an alluring fragrance, surging eagerly into Jiang Chen's body, so fervently that it conjured small whirlpools. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for the duration of a tea's brew before dissipating, while Jiang Chen remained seated on the mat, diligently refining the energy that had entered his being. Within his sea of consciousness, as he completed the drawing of this talisman, the soul essence that had been captured by the enigmatic blood man gradually coalesced into a form resembling a rune. The rune emitted a faint crimson hue and bore a resemblance to the fireball talisman that Jiang Chen had crafted. However, it vanished shortly thereafter, causing the energy that was about to flow into Jiang Chen to scatter abruptly. With unwavering focus, Jiang Chen continued to refine the energy entering his body. After half an hour, he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling a slight elevation in his aura. This is utterly astounding. In just a brief moment, I've achieved the equivalent of 2 days meditation. As he steadied his tumultuous thoughts, Jiang Chen pondered the entire sequence of events. This miraculous effect in cultivation must stem from the essence of creation. With such a powerful advantage, future training won't be overly challenging. Furthermore, this talisman is an unexpected boon. The secret of the essence of creation must be firmly kept within, never to be disclosed to anyone, lest it invite tremendous trouble. While elation coursed through him, Jiang Chen was quick to realize the gravity of this secret. He was unaware of the true nature or tier of the essence of creation. But it was certainly not something of the mortal realm. It belonged to the celestial domain. Moreover, is there a limitation to the essence of creation? Does it apply solely to this particular talisman, or can it extend to all? Further experimentation is required. Thus, Jiang Chen commenced his trials. The water shield talisman was still effective, as were the golden light, wood healing, and earth wall talismans, all demonstrating similar efficacy. He also discerned that while crafting the fireball talisman, the energy entering his body was predominantly of the fire attribute. This principle seemed to apply to the other talismans as well, leading Jiang Chen to conclude that to prevent an imbalance of the 5 elemental energies within his body, it would be prudent to alternate among talismans of all 5 attributes. Jiang Chen practiced the foundational techniques of the 5 elements. Upon crafting the 6th talisman, he finally sensed a notable diminishment in the aura of the essence of creation, which could no longer be extracted. Relieved of his concerns, Jiang Chen reassured himself that the essence of creation was unlikely to be so feeble as to diminish after a single use. Unworthy of the formidable secret arts wielded by the mysterious blood man, comforting himself, Jiang Chen felt that the day's accomplishments were substantial. He had grasped the function of the essence of creation, equating to an advancement of 3 months in cultivation. However, after a day of both joy and astonishment, Jiang Chen found himself fatigued. Although the day was still young, after failing to produce a talisman, he decided to lie down and rest. Upon awakening the next day, the first thought that crossed his mind was to close his eyes and delve into his heart and spirit to examine the essence of creation, and indeed, its aura had returned to its previous state. In the following 2 days, Jiang Chen embarked on an extensive endeavor of talisman crafting. With the extraordinary effects of the aura of creation, his cultivation rapidly advanced, with a single day equating to 3 months of traditional practice. Thus, after 3 days, the spiritual energy within his danshan had significantly increased. What would typically require 2 years to break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, Jiang Chen now believed he could achieve within half a month. 10 days later, seated upon a mat, he emanated a vibrant aura of spiritual energy. Within his danshan, the energy roiled gently, as if a river threatened to overflow its banks, indicating an impending breakthrough. Time and again, he pressed against the serene threshold of this realm. Finally, a thunderous sound resonated within his danshan, shattering the shackles of his cultivation. Instantly, his danshan expanded, and the purity of his spiritual energy improved. As he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shone within them. He swung his arm, feeling a substantial enhancement in his strength. Organizing his storage pouch, he had crafted 60 talismans using the aura of creation over the past 10 days, all of which were at the initial stage of qi refinement. Jiang Chen possessed a total of 14 stacks of talisman paper, amounting to 168 sheets. The remaining talismans were dedicated to honing his crafting skills. Perhaps aided by the aura of creation, he gained considerable insight, successfully producing an additional 10 talismans out of 108 sheets. Achieving 10 was a testament to his proficiency, placing him at the level of an ordinary talisman crafter, enabling him to yield a modest surplus. Moreover, the aura of creation bestowed upon Jiang Chen another significant benefit, an understanding of the principles of the 5 elements. While he had heard of such doctrines in the mundane world, even cultivators found it challenging to grasp the slightest essence of the path. However, through the miraculous effects of the aura of creation, he managed to catch a fleeting glimpse of the foundational aspects of the five elemental path, though it was hardly more than a whisper. This is not difficult to comprehend. Talisman crafting is merely a rudimentary expression of the path, as it serves to seal spells. The principles embedded within talismans are subtle and often elusive, even to high-level practitioners, who can only glean fragments of understanding upon breaking through their cultivation by relying on their formidable consciousness. Those who master high-level techniques are undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. Nevertheless, even this faint semblance of understanding had significantly bolstered Jiang Chen's abilities, particularly in his control over elemental magic, which had notably increased in potency. He even entertained a vague notion that the enlightenment of a cultivator often comes in sudden bursts, leading to rapid advancements in cultivation. While the aura of creation also offers such effects, albeit at a much slower pace. This gradual enhancement brought him a sense of reassurance. After all, if one were to progress slowly, others might perceive them as a diligent practitioner of exceptional talent, rather than suspecting them of harboring hidden treasures. On the 11th day of his secluded talisman crafting, Jiang Chen finally emerged from his abode. Breathing in the fresh air, he felt a renewed sense of ease, elated by the bountiful gains of these past few days. Next, the talismans would be exchanged for spirit stones, followed by the acquisition of talisman paper and the like to further one's cultivation. Chapter 24, the third layer of Qi refinement. Within the bustling streets of Liyun Market, designated spots for cultivators to set up stalls abound. However, to entice wandering cultivators, those residing in the market are exempt from the daily stall fee of 1 spirit stone. Naturally, during large trading events, a fee is required to operate a stall within the market. Finding a prime location, Jiang Chen settled in, displaying a selection of talismans at his stall. In truth, there was a considerable number of low-tier wandering cultivators, and Jiang Chen's affordable talismans proved to be quite practical for both hunting demon beasts and engaging in duels. Consequently, he sold over 50 talismans within the morning, with each talisman from the early stages of Qi refinement fetching 2 spirit stones. Thus, Jiang Chen's earnings exceeded 100 spirit stones. Beyond the spirit stones, Jiang Chen became acquainted with many of the wandering cultivators frequenting Lin Market, engaging in conversations that provided him with a wealth of knowledge about the cultivation world. Until then, his understanding had been primarily derived from a tome on cultivation experiences. The plight of wandering cultivators is indeed quite tragic. Those like Jiang Chen, possessing a particular skill, can earn spirit stones to sustain their cultivation without facing peril. Those with commendable skills in alchemy or artifact forging might live a more prosperous life, able to procure decent magical tools. Additionally, there are those who spend their days hunting demon beasts. The disparity in strength among these cultivators is vast. Those of higher cultivation can hunt more demon beasts and gather greater resources, thereby growing even stronger. Conversely, those of lesser cultivation must be wary of being hunted themselves by demon beasts or falling prey to ruthless cultivators who may kill to seize their treasures. A common occurrence in the cultivation world. After a fruitful morning of selling talismans, Jiang Chen felt satisfied. However, luck would not be on his side for the remainder of the day, as he did not sell another talisman until dusk approached. With a gentle sigh, he began to gather his talismans, preparing to return to his dwelling when a voice caused his heart to flutter slightly. Brother Chen. Jiang Chen looked up to see Shitong gazing at him with excitement, followed by several other cultivators whose cultivation levels seemed to surpass his own. Jiang Chen smiled back at Shitong, acknowledging her presence. Blushing, Shitong asked, Brother Chen, what are you doing here? Are you selling something? Yes. I made some talismans a few days ago and was just about to sell them. By the way, Dao Yu, I wanted to return the 5 talismans I borrowed from you, worth 5 spirit stones. Jiang Chen replied, retrieving 5 spirit stones from his storage bag and handing them over. At the mention of Dao Yu, Shitong's figure quivered slightly, momentarily rendering her speechless as the spirit stones were placed in her hand. Their conversation naturally attracted the attention of the cultivators accompanying Shitong, who approached Jiang Chen to greet him. Among the 4, one was a robust young man clad in black, with a determined and piercing gaze, presumably Shitong's elder brother, possessing the highest cultivation level among them. The 2 cultivators standing closely together appeared to be a couple, complementing each other beautifully. The remaining monk was a youth with a somewhat furtive demeanor. The 4 greeted Jiang Chen, while Shitong remained silent, her head bowed and lips tightly pressed together. After the initial greetings, Shitong suddenly inquired, Brother Chen, why don't you join us in hunting demonic beasts in the future? Her words caused a subtle shift in the expressions of those present. The only reason Shitong was able to integrate into the group was due to their prior acquaintanceship, with Shitian being the most skilled among them. thus facilitating her inclusion. However, with Wang Chen's potential addition, the shared spoils would inevitably diminish. Wang Chun was momentarily taken aback by the suggestion, yet felt a warm surge of affection. Shitong must have feared for his lack of spirit stones for cultivation, prompting her invitation, even though his capabilities would not significantly benefit their endeavors. Nevertheless, Wang Chun had his own plans and politely declined to join their hunts. Through subsequent conversations, the others learned that Wang Chun was selling talismans, and they eagerly purchased the remaining stock, even placing orders for more, establishing a relatively stable channel of trade between them. Afterward, Wang Chun bid them farewell. He found Shitong's enthusiasm somewhat overwhelming and needed to procure a substantial amount of talisman paper to further his craft. The 50 talismans, sold at a discount, brought him 100 spirit stones, granting him a total of 200. With this newfound wealth, he felt emboldened. Extending his lodging for an additional 6 months and purchasing 50 bundles of talisman paper, totaling 600 sheets, an ample supply. Additionally, considering the need for seclusion, he spent 10 spirit stones on some low-grade fasting pills. With the remaining 40 spirit stones, he acquired a comprehensive guide to basic talismans, which detailed most of the talismans used during the chi refinement stage. Fortunately, such texts were not overly rare, and he procured it for 50 spirit stones. Having prepared everything, Wang Chun commenced a new round of closed-door cultivation. With the aid of the transformative energy, a single day of his practice equated to half a month of ordinary cultivation. In this manner, 2 days translated to a month, and 24 days to a year, transitioning from the second to the third level of chi refinement. He initially estimated a requirement of 2 years, possibly extending to 3 or 4 years due to bottlenecks. However, aided by the miraculous effects of the transformative energy, he broke through to the third level within 3 months. 3 months later, Wang Chun emerged from his dwelling, ready to venture out. Upon opening the door, he noticed several sound transmission talismans affixed to the defensive array. These talismans were commonly used in the cultivation world for communication. Yet the low-tier versions could only transmit messages over a short distance, typically employed by friends leaving messages for the owner during their seclusion. Upon receiving the talismans and shattering them, Shitong's voice resonated through. "Brother Chun, I went hunting demonic beasts with my brother. Brother Chun, I got injured. It was so dangerous. Thankfully my brother was there. Otherwise, I would never see you again. Brother Chun, why aren't you out yet? I'm really worried about you. Brother Chun, we are leaving for the Demon Beast Mountain Range. My brother won't allow me to stay behind. You must come find me once you emerge from your seclusion. I will be waiting for you." As the communication talisman turned to ashes, Wang Chun let out a soft sigh, warmth flooding his heart. Tonger truly understands. Once my cultivation reaches a higher level, I shall hunt demon beasts and practice the golden body technique. At that time, I shall visit her as well. This time, Wang Chun did not set up a stall to sell his talismans, for he possessed an abundance of them, no fewer than 400. Setting up a stall would require at least 10 days to half a month to sell out, during which he could amass a considerable amount of spirit stones. It hardly seemed worth the effort to compete with shops for a few spirit stones profit by setting up a stall. Yun Tian Pavilion. The establishment of the King Yun sect in the Lion Market was far from a small shop, as it was one of the 3 major sects in the Liang Kingdom's cultivation world. The entire pavilion was constructed from purple sandalwood, which, though not ancient, emitted a delightful fragrance that uplifted the spirit. Inside, various formations adorned the premises, making it safe to say that even a couple of foundation establishment cultivators would find it impossible to breach the Yun Tian Pavilion. Moreover, it was certain that foundation establishment cultivators were stationed within. Upon entering the Yun Tian Pavilion, the lively sounds of the first floor greeted him. The hall on the first floor catered to chi refinement cultivators, while only those of the foundation establishment would be welcomed into the VIP room on the second floor. As Wang Chun approached a window, he joined the queue. The middle-aged cultivator in front of him continuously produced various limbs of demon beasts, clearly having returned from a hunt. After a while, the steward concluded the transaction with the cultivator, and Wang Chun stepped forward. "Fellow cultivator, I wish to sell some talismans," Wang Chun stated plainly. The steward glanced at him, and Wang Chun felt as though his entire being was scrutinized by a powerful consciousness, leaving him feeling utterly exposed. At the third layer of chi refinement, "What do you have to offer?" Irritation surged within him. The steward's rudeness was intolerable. However, given the profound background of Yun Tian Pavilion, Wang Chun felt powerless to retaliate. He had learned the harsh truth that strength dictated treatment. Suppressing his anger, Wang Chun calmly inquired, "I have a substantial number of early-stage chi refinement talismans for sale. May I ask for the price?" Upon hearing this, the steward's demeanor shifted to one of respect. After all, being a talisman maker was a promising profession, far surpassing the significance of a mere steward. Yet, doubt lingered in the steward's eyes. Only over 100 talismans can be considered substantial. How many do you possess? With a swift motion, Jiang Chen retrieved 200 talismans from his storage bag and laid them out before the steward. The steward was momentarily taken aback, and then, with a hint of flattery, remarked, "You possess remarkable skills, my friend. These talismans total 200. You shall never lack for spirit stones for your cultivation." The steward's praise rang true. Talisman makers, alchemists, and artifact smiths never lacked for spirit stones needed for their training. 200 talismans represented no trivial amount. Typically, a talisman maker had a success rate of merely 10%, requiring 2,000 sheets of talisman paper, a considerable expense indeed. Within the hall, practitioners of the Qi cultivation stage collectively inhaled sharply upon hearing those words, their gazes directed towards Jiang Chen imbued with a tinge of envy and avarice. "My esteemed friend, you flatter me. This is merely the fruit of my endeavors over the past 3 months. After accounting for the cost of over 2,000 talismans and vermilion powder, my profits are rather modest." Jiang Chen replied with a serene smile, noticing that the covetous stares around him had diminished significantly. After trading 200 talismans, Jiang Chen acquired 390 spirit stones. This was due to the fact that some of the talismans were particularly challenging to produce, thus commanding a slightly higher price. Otherwise, he would have only been able to sell them for approximately 350 spirit stones. Stowing away the spirit stones, Jiang Chen promptly ordered 100 sets of Qi cultivation mid-tier talisman paper. Each cultivation stage requires distinct talisman paper, for if the paper cannot withstand the influx of spiritual energy, it will incinerate. Consequently, talisman paper for the initial Qi stage is typically crafted from leaves of plants that are 1 or 2 years old, while mid-tier talisman paper necessitates plants that are 5 years old, which naturally raises the cost to 3 spirit stones per set. The superior the talisman paper, the greater the likelihood of successful talisman creation. Observers speculated that Jiang Chen aimed to enhance his success rate, which led them to regard him with diminished esteem. At this rate, even covering costs would be a challenge, revealing him to be a novice in the realm of cultivation. Given Jiang Chen's cultivation level, the practitioners in the hall largely shared this assumption, resulting in a notable decrease in their greedy inclinations towards him. This was precisely the effect Jiang Chen desired. Recognizing that his strength was not yet formidable, he opted for discretion. After expending 300 spirit stones, Jiang Chen collected the talisman paper and turned to leave. Half an hour later, donning a wide-brimmed hat, he sold the 2 sets of talismans in 2 separate transactions, subsequently gathering additional materials before returning to his secluded abode. Chapter 25. Preparation and concern. Having procured the talisman paper and vermilion powder, Jiang Chen embarked on his talisman-making journey, or rather, he began to harness the unique effects of the creation Qi to aid his cultivation. One day's work equated to half a month's worth of typical cultivation, and such astonishing results bestowed upon Jiang Chen immense confidence, affirming that his cultivation could rapidly and reliably advance. Unsurprisingly, it took him just over 3 months to progress from the 3rd to the 4th layer of Qi cultivation. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd layer, his foremost task was to break through to the 4th layer, thereby entering the mid-Qi stage. Each breakthrough in cultivation is fraught with difficulty, particularly the transitions between smaller stages. For instance, the shift from the initial to the mid-Qi stage represents a pivotal transformation. When one breaks through to the mid-Qi stage, the quantity and purity of spiritual energy within the Danshan undergo significant enhancement, and more importantly, this energy forms a cyclone, which is crucial for future cultivation. However, Jiang Chen remained unaware of the precise method to condense this cyclone. After 3 months of seclusion, Jiang Chen emerged to sell some talismans, subsequently spending 200 spirit stones to acquire insights from foundation-building practitioners regarding the breakthrough to the mid-Qi stage. Shops often relish selling such advanced practitioners' cultivation experiences to low-tier loose cultivators. This trade incurs minimal costs yet yields substantial profits. However, for loose cultivators lacking mentorship, it is exceedingly beneficial, as they might otherwise commit errors that could adversely affect their cultivation or even jeopardize their lives. Spending 100 spirit stones to avert such mistakes is indeed a wise investment. Moreover, the cost of experience annotations for late-stage Qi refinement cultivators is merely a few dozen spirit stones, which is quite reasonable. Given that Jiang Chen possesses spirit stones, it is only natural for him to procure superior ones. After all, foundational stage cultivators possess a far deeper understanding of their past training compared to those in the Qi refinement stage, thus reaping greater benefits. A month later, within the cave dwelling, the 5 elemental energies swirled around Jiang Chen. Upon closer inspection, One could observe that several hundred spirit stones of various attributes were arranged around his meditation cushion. At a certain moment, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to an unspoken command, continuously infiltrating Wang Chen's body, even drawing forth the essence from the spirit stones. After a while, Wang Chen opened his eyes, radiating a significantly enhanced aura. I have finally broken through to the fourth layer of qi refinement. A joyful expression graced Wang Chen's face as he subsequently delved his consciousness into his danshan. Within the danshan, the five-colored spiritual energy slowly spiraled into a vortex. This resplendent vortex was breathtakingly beautiful, with the energy cycling through the funnel-shaped formation, each pass purifying it further. Recalling the breakthrough, Wang Chen reflected on how surprisingly simple it was. Initially, according to foundational stage annotations, condensing a vortex in the danshan posed certain dangers. However, upon a brief attempt, he discovered that the five elemental energies within his body were remarkably easy to control, allowing for the effortless formation of the vortex, leading to a natural breakthrough to the fourth layer of qi refinement. The fourth layer represents a watershed moment. In terms of combat capability, cultivators at this level can extend their spiritual sense over 20 meters and can adeptly manipulate mid-grade magical tools. From a training perspective, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed during meditation significantly increases. However, due to the heightened demand for spiritual energy, advancing further requires a longer duration. Simultaneously, with the establishment of the vortex, the recovery speed of the cultivator's spiritual power also improves considerably. Most importantly, once a vortex is formed, altering one's cultivation method becomes quite challenging, as each technique condenses into a vortex uniquely. If the techniques share the same elemental attribute, transitioning between them can be achieved after a period of adaptation. However, for techniques of differing attributes, as in Wang Chen's case, forcefully attempting to switch methods could lead to a clash of spiritual forces, resulting in severe injury or even death. Despite this knowledge, Wang Chen still opted for the most fundamental five elements foundational technique. This choice was not due to the technique's exceptional power. In fact, the quantity of spiritual energy cultivated and the associated spells fell short compared to others. Yet, foundational techniques possess a characteristic often overlooked by many cultivators. The spiritual energy they produce is extraordinarily pure, significantly surpassing that of their peers at the same stage. The purer the spiritual energy, the greater the likelihood of breaking through bottlenecks and even achieving foundational establishment or golden core status. This principle, noted by foundational stage cultivators in their annotations, resonated deeply with Wang Chen, as he believed in laying a solid groundwork for future cultivation. After all, sharpening one's axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. Following his breakthrough, Wang Chen did not pause. He continued to cultivate amidst the aura of creation. While diligently honing his talisman crafting skills, his comprehension of the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth deepened significantly. This not only enabled Wang Chen to achieve a threefold success rate in crafting talismans without the aura of creation, but also significantly enhanced the potency of his elemental spells. Time flowed serenely, and half a year swiftly passed. One day, a young cultivator arrived at Tingyu Pavilion, overseen by the Luoyun sect, whose cultivation level astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the fifth layer of qi refinement, just a step away from ascending to the sixth layer. Inside a room, an elder gently presented a storage bag. Friend Wang, 300 talismans totaling 1,500 spirit stones. The young man accepted the storage bag, and after a brief moment, extracted the spirit stones and returned the bag. Upon completing the transaction, the young man wore a satisfied smile and casually inquired, "Friendly, do you have any reasonably priced mid-grade magical artifacts? I wish to purchase some for self-defense without exhausting all my spirit stones." The elder, having just conducted a substantial transaction and anticipating a commission, was quite pleased and replied with enthusiasm, "Please wait a moment." He then turned and departed. Shortly after, the elder returned with 5 trays covered in crimson cloth, exuding an air of opulence. He unveiled the first tray, revealing a yellow hammer. This is the Hansen hammer, an earth elemental weapon forged from yellow crystal and iron essence. Its striking power is extraordinarily formidable, capable of overwhelming even mid-stage qi refinement cultivators with a single blow. The young man gazed at it indifferently, remaining silent. Noticing this, the elder set aside the first tray and proceeded to introduce the second artifact. After a brief moment, the young man purchased a metallic golden light sword for 500 spirit stones. Observing the elder's slightly pained expression, he then spent an additional 200 spirit stones on a collection of blank talismans and several vials of healing and energy replenishing elixirs. Only then did the elder appear considerably more cheerful. and they agreed that the young man would return for further transactions once he had crafted more talismans before he took his leave. 2 days later, the young man entered the Liu-Jun pavilion of the Jian family, selling 200 talismans and subsequently acquiring a water elemental shield for defense, along with information regarding areas frequented by the demonic beasts of the Liang kingdom. A few days later, he visited the Yuntian pavilion of the Yin sect, selling 100 talismans before purchasing body cultivation items valued at 100 spirit stones, including methods and materials for enhancing his physique. Ultimately, he entered the beast hall of the Wanshao sect, selling another 100 talismans and spending 500 spirit stones on 3 sets of formations and various commonly used elixirs. In the following days, the Lion market saw an abundance of mid-stage qi refinement talismans available in various shops, much to the excitement of low-tier wandering cultivators. However, this situation faded after a while. This young man was none other than Wang Chun. Over the course of 6 months, he had crafted over 1,000 mid-stage qi refinement talismans each day, amounting to a total value of 5,000 spirit stones, a considerable sum for cultivators in the qi refinement stage. Yet, with the proliferation of talismans came concern. Should he inadvertently attract the covetous eyes of other cultivators, it could spell disaster. Moreover, lacking a shop made the approach of steady accumulation rather unsuitable. Thus, Wang Chun had no choice but to alter his appearance and visit several larger establishments, where he sold talismans while simultaneously purchasing various items. This diversion of attention rendered him less conspicuous. After successfully selling more than 700 talismans, he refrained from further transactions, instead enveloped by a subtle anxiety. Despite the assistance of the aura of creation, which augmented his cultivation speed to an impressive 15-fold, Wang Chun remained acutely aware that relying solely on this method would prove unfeasible in the long run. Achieving the 9th layer of qi refinement would require approximately 50 years. Even with a 15-fold enhancement, it would still take 3 to 4 years. What, then, awaited him at higher stages? Merely meditating to absorb spiritual energy would yield negligible advancements in his cultivation. A solitary focus on meditation could easily extend the timeline to over 100 years. Nevertheless, Wang Chun found himself devoid of any immediate solutions and thus chose to momentarily set aside his concerns. 2 months later, he quietly departed from Lian Fangxi. In the eastern region of the Liang kingdom, bordering the Wei kingdom, lay a colossal mountain range. This range, reputedly originating near the Great Zhou kingdom, stretched for over 10,000 kilometers, culminating at the coastal Wu kingdom. Due to the overwhelming presence of demonic beasts, this range was collectively referred to as the Demonic Beast Mountain Range. The Liang kingdom was situated in the latter half of this range, where dense fog permeated the main artery, making ingress and egress perilous. It was said that numerous transformation stage demonic beasts resided within. However, the concentration of these beasts was notably prevalent near the Great Zhou, Ming, and Shu kingdoms, while within the Liang kingdom's territory, the demonic beasts were less rampant, rendering it a favored locale for cultivators seeking to hunt them. The Hewushan Mountain was a less renowned peak within the Demonic Beast Mountain Range. Its obscurity stemmed from the scarcity of spiritual herbs and grasses, compounded by the infrequency of high-stage demonic beasts. Thus, many cultivators were disinclined to venture there. Not far from Hewushan, a youthful figure traversed swiftly through the thicket. A closer examination revealed that the youth's feet were affixed with a swift movement talisman, a low-tier talisman of the wind element. Though inexpensive, low-tier talismans were rarely employed by lower-tier cultivators for travel, save for those in urgent haste. Yet this young man, Wang Chun, had been utilizing the swift movement talisman for nearly a month, a testament to his substantial resources, indeed. At long last, I have arrived, Wang Chun murmured as he stood at the foot of Hewushan. After a moment's contemplation, he began surveying the terrain, seeking a concealed location in which to construct a rudimentary cave dwelling. Although it would be a simple abode, Wang Chun intended to reside there for some time, necessitating thorough preparations. He envisioned a talisman crafting room, a cultivation chamber, and a bedroom, but most importantly, he aimed to employ the 3 sets of formations he had acquired: a low-level spirit gathering array, a 5-elements illusion array, and a soil element array. The spirit gathering array need not be mentioned further. The 5-elements illusion array serves as a maze that not only conceals the cave dwelling, but also effectively isolates sound and scent. In contrast, the earth element array is purely a defensive formation. The construction of a cultivator's cave dwelling is remarkably straightforward. With a flick of his fingers, Wang Chun manipulates his magic, causing the earth to rumble and shift in mere moments, allowing the dimensions of the abode to adapt to his desires. Upon completion, he nods in satisfaction, reflecting, Having gained some understanding of the earth element, Wei has certainly made the process of establishing a cave dwelling much easier. Following this, Wang Chun organizes his new abode and settles in. Chapter 26. The Black Mountain and the Earth-scale beast. The tranquil Black Mountain is densely forested and eerily silent, with clusters of brown trees that, from a distance, appear somewhat sinister, hence its name. Beside a pond, on the western side of the mountain, a crocodile-like beast drinks from the water. This creature, known as the Earth-scale beast, boasts a coat of yellow-brown scales and a tail exceeding a meter in length. Swaying rhythmically, its head is equipped with formidable jaws, all of which indicate the beast's formidable nature. Nevertheless, among its peers of equal cultivation, the Earth-scale beast is considered quite valuable. The scales of the beast can be fashioned into several protective inner armors. Its teeth can be crafted into small, sharp magical weapons, and its tail can be transformed into a whip-like instrument. Thus, the materials derived from the Earth-scale beast are highly sought after, typically fetching 300 to 400 spirit stones, an amount comparable to 3 or 4 ordinary beasts of the same rank. In a nearby thicket, Wang Chun lies in wait, contemplating the information regarding this creature inscribed on his jade slip. The Earth-scale beast is an Earth-attributed creature. Its dorsal scales are exceptionally tough, with its tail and teeth serving as primary offensive weapons. Its vulnerabilities lie in its eyes and the soft underbelly. After a moment of reflection, Wang Chun resolves to take action. 2 fireball talismans instantly transform into fireballs the size of fists, launched toward the Earth-scale beast, followed by the summoning of a small golden sword. With Wang Chun's mana enhancing it, the sword rapidly extends to over a meter in length. Go! With a soft command from Wang Chun, the golden weapon streaks forward, leaving a trail of light as it charges toward the beast. The fireballs approach simultaneously, prompting the beast to sense the incoming danger. However, it does not panic. Instead, it emits a series of low growls, from which a faint aura of demonic energy emanates, forming a light yellow outer shell akin to armor that shields the Earth-scale beast. Wang Chun observes the creature's defense, but hesitates not for a moment. The golden sword continues its advance. The first contact is made with the 2 fireballs. One is swatted away by the beast's tail, while the other collides with the yellow shell, producing a muffled thud as it creates a minor crack before dissipating. Witnessing this, Wang Chun's heart tightens. The beast's defenses are indeed astonishingly robust. Nevertheless, he possesses unwavering confidence in his golden sword, which has felled numerous beasts over the past month. With a resounding crash, the golden sword strikes the light yellow shell, shattering it instantaneously. However, this impact diminishes the sword's might, leaving it barely able to pierce the scale defenses. Drawing forth a splash of blood, the beast roars in response, its fury unleashed. The earth lizard let out a painful cry and charged forward in a fit of rage. Despite its seemingly cumbersome crocodilian form, the creature moved with astonishing speed, stirring up clouds of dust as it approached. Observing this, Wang Chun couldn't help but smile slightly. However, he remained cautious. The beast's massive size could inflict significant damage upon collision, potentially leaving him incapacitated for days, if not weeks. A careless encounter with its tail or jaws would spell disaster. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Wang Chun's movements were nonetheless swift. He summoned his golden sword to protect himself and hurriedly affixed a speed talisman onto his body. The moment the talisman adhered, he felt considerably lighter, his movements becoming remarkably agile. In the blink of an eye, the earth lizard was nearly upon him. With a subtle smile, Wang Chun produced several talismans. The creature's breath was visible in the air, but Wang Chun did not hasten his attack. It was only when the beast was a little over a meter away that he raised his hand to unleash 2 talismans. In an instant, 2 beams of blinding golden light erupted forth. Wang Chun had prepared for this moment, swiftly retreating diagonally as the creature's eyes were momentarily blinded by the brilliance, causing it to charge past him in a daze. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chun was not one to be trifled with. As the creature regained its sight, he shattered 4 talismans in quick succession. Sensing imminent danger, the earth lizard attempted to shift its body, but its delayed reaction afforded Wang Chun 2 precious seconds. With a roar of frustration, the beast struggled to turn over, but this instinctive motion proved to be a grave error. In that fleeting moment, a golden sword silhouette pierced through, and with a sickening sound, the creature's innards were laid bare, green blood spilling forth onto the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth lizard collapsed, lifeless. Wang Chun exhaled deeply, retracting his golden sword for protection, acutely aware that other cultivators might be lurking in the woods. Ready to take advantage of the situation, he crushed a freezing talisman, encasing the beast's carcass in ice before stowing it away in his storage bag. He departed hastily, satisfied with the success of his hunt. Initially, he had assessed the earth lizard's defenses using his talismans and sword. Realizing that a swift conclusion to the battle was unattainable, he resorted to strategy. The two golden light talismans had momentarily blinded the creature, allowing him to exploit its pain with 4 earth spike talismans aimed at its abdomen. As the severely injured beast instinctively flipped over, Jiang Chen's fatal strike awaited. Though the entire process may not have been exceptionally sophisticated, it was a testament to resourcefulness. It's worth noting that within the realm of golden talismans, the golden light talisman is often deemed superfluous, lacking the defensive capabilities of the golden shield talisman and the offensive strength of the golden sword talisman. Its only luminous effect could be easily evaded by cultivators of the same tier. Similarly, the earth spike talismans bore a critical flaw. Their activation was marked by a distinct earth elemental energy fluctuation, rendering them slow to reach their target. Under normal circumstances, the earth lizard could effortlessly evade them. However, when caught off guard by the flash of the golden light talisman, the earth spike talismans could finally fulfill their purpose. Under the convergence of 2 ordinary talismans, the vulnerabilities of the earth scale beast were deftly exploited, yielding remarkably evident results. Moreover, throughout the month-long endeavor of hunting magical beasts, Jiang Chen had acquired a plethora of skills in utilizing talismans. After all, talismans are not spells. Once cast, they cannot be directed. Such experiences have augmented Jiang Chen's strength by no less than 30%. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Jiang Chen began the meticulous task of processing the carcass of the earth scale beast. The scales on its back needed to be removed intact to maximize their value. The tailbone and scales at the end were to remain together, while the sharp teeth in its maw were to be extracted separately. After completing this meticulous arrangement, Jiang Chen proceeded to slice away the edible flesh from the beast, a task he had frequently engaged in over the past month. Magical beasts consume copious amounts of sustenance, and their blood and flesh are indeed nourishing. However, for ordinary cultivators, this potent meat holds little significance. For Jiang Chen, it was a valuable resource for enhancing his power. Although the golden body technique of qi condensation is merely a mundane body training method, it has transformed into an extraordinarily powerful practice in Jiang Chen's hands. The blood energy infused with the essence of creation possesses the miraculous ability to transmute decay into vitality, having coalesced energy into 8 acupoints. And with the nurturing of blood energy, Jiang Chen's physical strength reached the apex of mortal weaponry, his might surging to an astounding 10,000 jin. The effects of 10,000 jin are beyond description, whenever faced with beasts that his spells and talismans could not vanquish. Jiang Chen would charge forth and annihilate them with sheer physical force. Having concluded the processing of the earth scale beast, Jiang Chen commenced his subsequent training. The path of cultivation requires a harmonious balance of effort and relaxation. Although he had previously ascended through realms swiftly, his foundation was somewhat unstable. Now, after relentless battles, his cultivation was thoroughly solidified, and his pace of advancement remained largely unaffected. After finishing his meditation, Jiang Chen kindled a fire and began to roast the beast's flesh using a prepared iron fork. When it reached about 80% doneness, he added a variety of seasonings, salt, chili, and more, having procured ample supplies. Moments later, the well-cooked meat emanated an enticing aroma. Observing his deft movements, it was clear he had repeated this process numerous times before. In the span of a tea's brewing, a substantial piece of meat was devoured, and after roasting another piece for half an hour, he consumed over 100 jin of the earth scale beast's flesh before finally pausing to meditate once more. The abundant vitality surged from his stomach, and as the blood energy within his meridians absorbed this vitality, it rapidly expanded, producing a resonant sound through his channels. At last, the blood energy reached its maximum threshold and ceased to increase, marking the current limit of Jiang Chen's cultivation. Exhaling deeply, he resolved to press forward and coalesce another acupoint. Controlling the blood energy within his meridians, he directed it like a gentle stream towards his chest, where one of the 36 acupoints of the celestial evil lay. Acupoints are inherently fragile. Even a scant amount of blood energy entering them feels as though they might shatter. However, as the acupoint sustained damage, the restorative capacity of the blood energy began to manifest. On one side lies the ravaging destruction, while on the other is the relentless process of restoration. Despite having endured similar experiences multiple times, Jiang Chen found the pain unbearable, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure. After half an hour, the majority of his blood energy finally coalesced into a crimson orb, resting steadily within his acupoints. The orb spun incessantly, continuously reinforcing the muscles and internal organs nearby. As it rotated, the energy orbs in several other acupoints seemed to resonate, gradually commencing their own mysterious rotations. At last, after consolidating 9 acupoints, the shackles binding Jiang Chen's body were instantaneously shattered, unleashing a formidable force emanating from him. My physical strength has finally reached the level of a low-grade magical artifact. He exhaled gently, and as he swung his fist, the air erupted with a thunderous boom, demonstrating the might of his strike. My physical power has also risen to approximately 13,000 genes. Subsequently, Jiang Chen resumed his prior training journey, hunting demonic beasts, crafting talismans, meditating to cultivate his energy, and consolidating acupoints. Though the years of cultivation were busy, they were profoundly fulfilling, and with his steadily increasing strength, he hardly noticed the passage of time. Before he knew it, half a year had slipped away. Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the 6th layer of energy refinement, with his consolidated acupoints increasing to 20. His physical strength had also reached the pinnacle of a low-grade magical artifact, meaning that attacks from ordinary mid-stage energy refinement cultivators could only inflict injuries upon him, but were unlikely to cause fatal damage. During this half-year period, Jiang Chen had also experimented with methods employed by body cultivators to enhance physical strength through external pressures, such as absorbing toxins. However, the items he purchased for 100 spirit stones were disappointingly subpar, as his physical strength had already approached that of a mid-grade magical artifact, rendering these toxins ineffective. At the same time, Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th layer of energy refinement, being just a step away from the late stage. He needed to visit a shop to acquire nodes for late-stage energy refinement cultivation, prompting him to feel the necessity of a trip to the market. Moreover, the materials he had accumulated from hunting demonic beasts had filled 3 storage bags. Had he not exterminated a rogue 6th-layer energy refinement cultivator along the way and obtained his storage bag, Jiang Chen would have struggled to carry all his belongings. Thus, Jiang Chen resolved to visit the market, though this time it was not the lion market, but rather the market near the demonic beast mountain range, where he could also see how Shirtong had fared in the year since their last meeting. He vividly recalled the concern expressed by Shirtong in her sound transmission talisman. Chapter 27. A helping hand. The Kurowu market is the largest market in the Hiwa mountain range, reputedly established by the 3 major sects of the Liang kingdom. As the demonic beast mountain range is the most significant resource for cultivation in the kingdom, no one could monopolize it. As a hub for various resources, the Kurowu market is extraordinarily prosperous. It is not uncommon to spot foundational cultivators, and even golden core practitioners, there. One can even purchase treasures for foundational stage cultivators and magical artifacts for golden core practitioners in the shops. Of course, for energy refinement cultivators, even if they could afford such treasures and artifacts, they would be unable to harness their full potential, making magical artifacts the more practical choice. Nevertheless, this reflects the prosperity of the Kurowu market. 100 miles east of the Kurowu market lies a desolate and uninhabited expanse. Brother Sure, I believe it would be wise for you to acquiesce. Although your strength is unparalleled, we simply have the advantage in numbers, heh? Sneered a young man with a shifty gaze, his face adorned with a lewd grin. Besides, my younger brother is not unworthy of Miss Tong. Why persist in your futile struggle? The young man speaking was the same one who had been in the company of Shirtong that day, clearly coveting her beauty and scheming against her. Surrounding Shirtong were 7 black-clad cultivators, evidently part of the same faction. The elderly cultivator at the forefront, listening to the incessant persuasion of the youth, curled his lip in disdain. Skinny monkey, what more nonsense do you have to say? Since you've joined us, spare us the chatter. We have other matters to attend to after dealing with them. We wouldn't want to linger in uncertainty. As soon as the leader spoke, the 7 raised their weapons, and one of the black-clad men unleashed a formidable demon tiger, exuding an imposing presence. Shirtong hid behind her elder brother. Brother, what shall we do? Shirtong's brother appeared remarkably composed and reassured her, don't worry, Tong, everything will be fine. However, he turned his head slightly and whispered to Shirtong and her companions, I will draw the enemies away. You must make haste to escape. Meet me at the market in 3 hours. Shirtion spoke casually, yet he silently added a thought. If you can't wait for me, take care of yourselves. I won't be able to protect you anymore. Tonger, why resort to such desperation? My feelings for you are sincere. The shifty-eyed youth continued his relentless persuasion. Shirtion exchanged a glance with Shirtong and the couple, then directed the yellow-hued sword artifact to strike forth. The yellow artifact was extraordinary. Though it did not kill the lascivious youth, it caught him off guard and left him spitting blood, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. The sudden ambush momentarily stunned everyone. Do not let a single one escape, commanded the elderly cultivator, and the 7 dispersed. Shirtong, seized by hesitation, found herself entangled by one of the young men. Over the past 2 years, with Shi Tian's assistance, Shi Tong had progressed from the 3rd to the 6th level of qi cultivation. Shi Tian had purchased numerous elixirs for her, sacrificing his own advancement in the process, showcasing his deep affection for his sister. However, the youth opposing her had reached the 7th level of qi cultivation, while Shi Tong had relied heavily on her brother's support and lacked combat experience. She quickly found herself at a disadvantage. The couple, despite being newly elevated to the 8th level of qi cultivation, had engaged in many battles and worked in perfect harmony, managing to hold off 1 8th-level cultivator and 2 7th-level cultivators. However, their defense was increasingly precarious, and defeat was merely a matter of time. With 7 black-clad men in total, Shi Tong and the couple were staving off 4 of them. Initially, Shi Tian had heavily injured one, leaving him to face an 8th-level cultivator and a 7th-level cultivator accompanied by the demon tiger alone. Thankfully, although Shi Tian had expended all his spirit stones on Shi Tong and had not yet reached the 9th level, his experience in combat, combined with his peak 8th level cultivation and exceptional artifact, allowed him to hold his ground, and he could easily have fled if he wished. However, if he ran, Shi Tong would be doomed. Yet, if he did not flee, the longer they stayed, the more likely the heavily injured cultivator would suppress his wounds, or Shi Tong and the couple would falter, leading to the demise of all 4 without a trace. The battle has reached an impasse, and the situation for the 4 individuals grows increasingly dire. The couple of cultivators can only shield themselves behind their barrier, fending off the assaults from the 3 attackers, while Shi Tong finds herself in a state of bewilderment. The one who thrives under pressure is none other than Shi Tian, who, against all odds, exhibits an inspiring tenacity, showing signs of breaking through to the 9th level of qi training. Hey Shui, stop dawdling. Get to the point and finish this. The elder besieging Shi Tian grows increasingly impatient, shouting towards the figure clad in black beside Shi Tong. Responding to the elder's command, the man known as He Shui lets out a sinister chuckle, then summons a circular magical artifact, bringing it down against his own chest. The blow is not particularly forceful, yet he spits forth a stream of black blood. Chanting incantations, the black blood writhes and soon coalesces into a swirling cloud of darkness that envelopes him. Moments later, chilling laughter emanates from within the mist, followed by the sound of fabric tearing. At last, the dark cloud dissipates, revealing the former black-clad cultivator transformed into a humanoid monster adorned with scales. The eerie laughter and indistinct utterances send shivers down the spines of onlookers, instilling fear even in the hearts of the other figures in black. The scaled creature fixates its gaze upon Shi Tong, extending its tongue as if savoring a delectable feast. With a monstrous shriek, it lunges forward. Having never encountered such a sight, Shi Tong's face drains of color, leaving her momentarily paralyzed by fear. Just as the creature's claws are poised to pierce her heart, Shi Tian, despite his own struggles against the other 3 adversaries, is helpless to intervene. At that critical moment, a golden sword, exuding a fierce aura, surges forth to meet the creature. With a resounding clash, the scaled beast, unarmed, collides with the golden blade, only managing to scrape its skin. Wang Chen, who had been passing by on his way to the He Wufang market, initially intended to overlook the skirmish. However, curiosity compelled him to observe, and he quickly recognized a familiar figure amidst the chaos, only to witness the scaled monster charging towards Shi Tong. Without hesitation, he summoned his magical artifact. The transformed scaled creature proves to be extraordinarily formidable, with its brute strength causing only superficial damage to Wang Chen's mid-grade magical weapon. It is worth noting that the golden sword is exceptionally sharp and resilient, justifying its higher price compared to ordinary mid-grade artifacts. Angered by Wang Chen's attack, the creature pivots and unleashes a roar akin to that of a wild beast before charging at him. Wang Chen furrows his brow upon witnessing this. This creature seems quite challenging to defeat. Nevertheless, he feels no fear. After all, the hundreds of talismans within his storage bag are not to be underestimated. Over the course of the past year, as his physical strength has significantly increased, he has seldom encountered worthy adversaries, even managing to slay late-stage qi training beasts through sheer brute force. Faced with this incredibly resilient scaled creature, Wang Chen contemplates testing his mettle. As the monster rushes toward him, Wang Chen applies a lightweight talisman to himself and charges forward as well. The creature moves with surprising speed, though it appears somewhat disoriented. Its movements slightly stiffened and delayed. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Chen exchanges 3 blows with the beast, remaining steadfast while the creature is pushed back several paces. Despite being outmatched in strength, the creature's physique is astonishingly robust. Its claws rake across Wang Chen's hand, leaving behind several crimson lines. What a resilient body. It surpasses even my low-grade artifact in durability. Fortunately, the creature's strength was significantly inferior to his own. After much effort, Wang Chun found an opponent capable of engaging him in direct combat. His fighting spirit surged forth, and he fully unleashed the realm of his sword intent, managing to suppress even the 8th-level Qi practitioner monster. Kill. With a determined step forward, Wang Chun charged at the creature, his fist colliding with the beast's, erupting in a tempest of energy that startled the other cultivators engaged in battle. How astonishing is this cultivator, able to confront even the 5th's demonic transformation head-on. The other cloaked figures were taken aback by this development. They were acutely aware of the tremendous power the 5th possessed after his transformation, having witnessed him obliterate a hidden 9th-level Qi practitioner with ease, utilizing his formidable scales and astonishing speed. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sounds of collision filled the air as Wang Chun and the creature fought fiercely in close quarters. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the intensity of their clashing auras left the surrounding combatants in awe, causing them to momentarily hold back. Recognizing that the duel between these two was of utmost importance, moments passed, and although Wang Chun bore numerous wounds, his momentum only grew stronger, exuding an aura that seemed to transcend even that of a 9th-level Qi practitioner. The creature's power, already inferior to Wang Chun's, was further compromised by its reliance on demonic energy, revealing a facade of strength that crumbled under pressure. After yet another fierce exchange, Wang Chun finally gained the upper hand, forcing the creature to retreat. His fighting spirit waned slightly as he reflected, "This beast is indeed formidable. Despite our fierce battle, it bears no apparent wounds. However, its intelligence seems rather lacking. I must resolve this quickly, otherwise, Tonga may not hold her ground." Dodging the creature's attack, Wang Chun produced a series of talismans. Prepare to suffer. As the creature lunged once more, Wang Chun brandished the talismans, which instantly transformed into dozens of fireballs that flew forth. The ensuing explosions resounded as the creature was forced back, appearing rather disheveled, though it seemed largely unharmed. With furious roars, it charged again. Observing this, Wang Chun unleashed another barrage of talismans. Dozens of golden swords shot forth, prompting the creature to shield its head in defense. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chun plunged a golden sword into the creature's neck, penetrating deeply. With a howl of pain, the creature thrashed about, and Wang Chun quickly withdrew the blade. Blood gushed from the creature's neck, and its vitality waned considerably in a short span. Wang Chun continued to hurl more talismans, fireballs, water arrows, and golden blades, each spell whistling through the air. After several exchanges, when Wang Chun launched another surprise attack, the golden sword effortlessly pierced the creature's neck, ensuring its demise. With the creature lifeless, the spells dissipated, revealing a middle-aged cultivator lying on the ground. Although Wang Chun was unclear about the precise events that had unfolded, he could surmise enough. With the most troublesome monster vanquished, the remaining tasks became considerably easier. With Wang Chun's assistance, the remaining cloaked cultivators, save for the slightly older one who swiftly fled upon sensing danger, left behind their lifeless bodies and contributed their storage bags. Having just concluded a fierce battle, Shirtong rushed into Wang Chun's embrace, her eyes brimming with tears. Their budding affection, however, was fleeting, leaving only a deep yearning in its wake. In the moment of peril, her beloved emerged valiantly, and thus, Wang Chun took root profoundly in Shirtong's heart. After gathering their belongings, the other three teased the pair, prompting Shirtong to blush and reluctantly withdraw from Wang Chun's embrace. Wang Chun felt a pang of wistfulness, yet aware of their injuries. The group decided to return to the Hewufang city without further ado. Chapter 28. The Golden Scales Demon Technique and the 5 Elements Concealed Spirit Art within a quaint inn in Hewufang City. Wang Chun and his companions sat around a table, dividing their spoils. The bounty from their recent venture was substantial. 6 of the 7 had their storage bags present, signifying a remarkable haul. They had amassed over 4,000 spirit stones, alongside various magical artifacts and materials, bringing the total value close to 7,000 spirit stones. Such a sum could procure 7 superior-grade magical artifacts, a veritable fortune for cultivators in the Qi refinement stage. Indeed, the adage of seeking fortune in danger held true. However, the lion's share of credit belonged to Wang Chun. Without his support, not only would they have failed to gather such riches, but survival itself would have been a stroke of luck. Yet, Wang Chun remained humble, insisting that they share the spoils equally. This was not born of arrogance, but rather a principled stance. On one hand, Wang Chun possessed the art of talisman making, ensuring a steady supply of spirit stones, merely a matter of time. On the other, the integrity of his companions was commendable. Shi Tong's loyalty was evident, and Shi Tian's affection for her was unmistakable, showcasing his deep sense of honor. The couple of cultivators also exhibited commendable character, standing firm in the face of adversity and aiding in the fight, rather than seize all the advantages for himself. Wang Chun believed it wiser to cultivate goodwill, more friends, more paths forward. The adage of one hero is supported by three encapsulated this wisdom. Insisting on an equitable division, Wang Chun's insistence put the others in a slight predicament. He then proposed, since Brother Shi and Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang are in complete agreement, how about this? I will select a few items first, and the remaining items will belong to you. We can split the spirit stones evenly, if that is agreeable. The three found this arrangement reasonable and did not press further. Thus, Wang Chun began his selection, not in urgent need of magical artifacts. He chose a superior-grade defensive artifact shaped like a turtle shell, and then proceeded to examine the jade slips. The contents of the slips were rather convoluted, encompassing alchemy, artifact refinement, and more, all evidently acquired through nefarious means. As Wang Chun perused each slip, he could only shake his head in disapproval. The Golden Scales Demon Technique, an occult method discovered within the storage bag of an ancient cultivator. At last, Wang Chun stumbled upon something of interest. It appeared that the monstrous figure they had encountered was a practitioner of this very demonic technique. However, the method was significantly marred. Having been found in a damaged state within the ancient storage bag, the black-clad cultivator's forced practice had not only diminished its potency, but also introduced numerous flaws. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed so easily to Wang Chun. Wang Chun was reluctant to pursue this technique for himself, yet within the records, there lay a peculiar bone of unknown material, inscribed with enigmatic symbols, the origin of which was unclear. It had been discovered alongside several others in the Guxiu cave dwelling. After much probing, the cloaked monks were unable to uncover any significant information, leading to an inconclusive end. Wang Chun feigned indifference while perusing other jade slips, secretly resolved to take the mysterious bone with him. However, this time, Wang Chun encountered a delightful surprise. Within a yellow jade slip, he discovered the outline of the 5 elements concealment technique. The interdependence of the 5 elements was seamless. This technique was exclusively for cultivators with 5 elemental roots, possessing the ability to mask one's aura and conceal their cultivation level. Based on the principles of the mutual generation and restriction of the 5 elements, it was impossible for cultivators without 5 elemental roots to practice this technique. Nonetheless, there were numerous limitations. Firstly, the effect of concealing one's cultivation would dissipate after expending all one's magical energy. Secondly, the concealment was not particularly effective. The 5 elements concealment technique comprised 9 layers, but the jade slip contained only the first 3 layers, with the first layer capable of hiding one from cultivators of the same rank, and only the 3rd layer able to deceive those of a higher rank. Upon realizing this, Wang Chun discreetly took it. With the discovery of the 5 elements concealment technique, Wang Chun's mind became tranquil, and he gathered some materials for body refinement along with some unknown substances from ancient cultivators before ceasing his activities. After Wang Chun finished, the others divided the remaining spirit stones. However, as Wang Chun had obtained fewer items, the 3 insisted on compensating him with an additional 200 spirit stones, which he reluctantly accepted. Subsequently, they divided the spirit stones and leftover materials. Despite contributing little, Shi Tong received a small share as well. In the end, Shi Tian acquired around 10,000 spirit stones. The Zhang couple received 17,000, Shi Tong over 1,000, and Wang Chun slightly more than 2,000. After the distribution, everyone wore faces of joy. Although Wang Chun was the first to take items, he only claimed a single high-grade magical artifact, leading them to believe he had intentionally left most of the artifacts and spirit stones for them to avoid making them uncomfortable. The 3 expressed their gratitude to Wang Chun, and their camaraderie grew markedly closer, with Shi Tong shyly gazing at him. However, after a brief conversation, Wang Chun, pondering his confusion, posed a question. My esteemed friends, I have noticed that although your cultivation levels are quite high, your auras seem unstable and somewhat ethereal. May I inquire as to why? Shi Tian grinned at this, and the couple of cultivators offered a wry smile. Wang, my friend, many loose cultivators rely on medicinal pills to elevate their cultivation. Living in uncertainty, how could we refine our foundation? Shi Tian added, indeed, while loose cultivators enjoy freedom, they cannot compare to the disciples of established sects, who have more stable methods to fortify their foundations. After a moment, Shi Tian continued, however, this is not a grave concern. Once we reach the 9th layer of qi refinement, there remains ample time to solidify our foundations in preparation for the foundation establishment stage. Wang Chun nodded in agreement. realizing why his foundational skills seemed deeper than those of his peers. Yet, this encounter has yielded other gains, Shi Tian remarked with a mysterious smile, prompting interest among the others, while Shi Tong eagerly grasped her brother's arm, asking curiously, "Brother, what other gains are there?" "Through a brush with peril, I have gleaned some insights on the delicate balance between life and death, and I anticipate that within a few days I shall ascend to the 9th level of qi cultivation." With a chuckle, Shi Tian turned to Wang Chun and remarked, "My dear friend Wang, I believe you are on the verge of breaking through to the later stages of qi cultivation as well. Here, I have brought forth annotations that we previously acquired for advancing to the later stages of qi cultivation." Shi Tian presented a jade slip to Wang Chun, who eagerly began to peruse its contents. The hallmark of the mid-qi stage is the formation of a cyclone, while the later stage involves the continuous rotation of this cyclone, which expands and compresses the spiritual energy until it reaches a liquid state, thereby achieving the foundation establishment stage. Thus, the crux of advancing to the later stage of qi cultivation lies in establishing a cyclical flow within the funnel-shaped cyclone. The cyclone spins from the wider opening, transitions to the lower part, and finally overflows from the bottom, returning to the top. This cyclical process compresses the spiritual energy through rotational pressure, ultimately drawing it closer to a liquid state. However, it is important to note that different cultivation techniques yield varying cyclone sizes and rotational speeds. Typically, the more advanced the technique, the larger the cyclone during the qi cultivation phase, and the purer the spiritual energy, the easier it is to compress into a liquid state, facilitating the attainment of the foundation establishment stage. Gently setting down the jade slip, Wang Chun pondered his next steps. After exchanging experiences regarding cultivation with the others for a while, he bid them farewell and sought accommodation at an inn. The lodging prices in the city of Huofang were indeed steep, with even the most modest rooms demanding 50 to 60 spirit stones per month. However, as Wang Chun was not lacking in spirit stones, he opted for a more comfortable room at a cost of 120 spirit stones per month. After tidying up his quarters, Wang Chun commenced his exploration of the marketplace. Just a few steps outside, an elderly man approached him, saying, "Esteemed cultivator, may I offer my services as a guide? I have resided here for decades and know this place like the back of my hand." "Oh," Wang Chun replied noncommittally as he observed the old man, who exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual energy, clearly indicating he was an ordinary mortal. It was not uncommon for such individuals to earn a meager living by guiding cultivators, much like some others in the lion marketplace. However, whether they could truly earn spirit stones was another matter. Fortunate encounters with benevolent cultivators might yield a couple of stones, while harsher souls could resort to violence, possibly leading to dire consequences for these unfortunate beings devoid of spiritual roots, who have yet to find happiness in the mundane world. "Lead the way," Wang Chun instructed. The old man cautiously began to guide Wang Chun through the market. "Here lies the listening rain pavilion of the Yin sect, abundant in magical artifacts and elixirs. Though the prices are somewhat steep, this is one of the largest streets. As you can see, cultivators have set up stalls all around. Occasionally, higher-tier cultivators might stumble upon valuable treasures here. This area is known as the secret market for foundation establishment, reputed to possess a profound background. Consequently, each iteration of the secret market attracts numerous esteemed cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. I have only recently gathered this information after much time spent here," the old man declared, showcasing his extensive knowledge of the area, which included not only ordinary trading venues, but also various secret markets and trading spots for foundation establishment practitioners. After wandering for more than an hour, Wang Chun arrived beside an elegant pavilion. "Master, this is the location of the secret market for qi refinement stage cultivators, where items are auctioned continuously, many of which are rare treasures seldom seen in the outside world." The old man glanced at Wang Chun, noticing no unusual reaction before continuing. "Master, if you wish to enter, I can recommend you." He felt quite anxious inside, knowing that his recommendation would earn him 2 spirit stones as a gratuity from the market. Indeed, Wang Chun expressed his keen interest in the secret market, nodding in agreement as he followed the old man. At the entrance of the pavilion stood 2 portly middle-aged men who approached Wang Chun as he arrived. "Master, take the mask. There will naturally be someone to assist you inside." Wang Chun accepted the mask, feeling its delicate texture with his right hand, and used his spiritual sense to inspect it, discovering that it possessed a function to obscure spiritual perception. However, the obstruction was not particularly robust. A sufficiently strong spiritual sense could still subtly penetrate the mask. Nodding in satisfaction, Wang Chun donned the mask and entered the pavilion, tossing 3 spirit stones to the old man before stepping inside. Once Wang Chun was inside, One of the stout middle-aged men tossed 2 spirit stones to the old man, saying, "Old Huang, today's harvest is quite good." Old Huang took the spirit stones carefully, a smile spreading across his face. "It's been a long time since I've had such a good harvest. I'll treat you to drinks next time." Let us skip that. How many times have you said this, Old Huang, and you've never treated us? Chapter 29. Observations from the secret market wearing the mask. Jiang Chen stepped into the pavilion. The exterior appeared quite ordinary, yet within lay an entirely different realm. After a young girl led him through 3 layers of guards for the duration of a tea ceremony, Jiang Chen finally arrived at a vast hall. In the center of the hall stood a tall platform, continuously auctioning items. Below the platform were rows of seats, occupied by approximately 200 cultivators, though only about 70 to 80% were filled. Next up for auction is a vial of centennial stone milk, comprising 6 drops. Centennial stone milk can serve as a material for refining pills that enhance cultivation in the later stages of qi refinement or instantly restore mana. I shan't discuss its value. Even consuming a single drop can restore the mana of a 9th layer qi refinement cultivator to the 4th layer. The starting bid begins at 2,000 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 100 spirit stones. As the middle-aged auctioneer's voice trailed off, cultivators from all sides began to compete fervently. Items that could instantly restore mana were exceedingly rare. If 2 equally matched cultivators found themselves in a stalemate, the one who suddenly consumed a drop of centennial stone milk would undoubtedly gain the upper hand, especially in perilous areas like the Black Crow Mountain Range, where demonic beasts roamed and cultivators wreaked havoc. Restorative items held even greater value. 2,500 spirit stones, 2,800 spirit stones. The price continued to escalate, quickly reaching 3,000 and 5,000 spirit stones. At this point, the bidding cultivators started to hesitate. After all, a superior magical artifact only cost around 1 to 2,000 spirit stones, and even a top-tier artifact was merely valued at around 40 to 50,000 spirit stones. Further bidding seemed unwise, as other mana-restoring pills, though also rare, typically fell within a similar price range. Ultimately, when a cultivator clad in black called out 45,000 spirit stones, the room fell silent. In the qi refinement stage, a pill that swiftly restores mana typically holds a value of 7,000 spirit stones. Should its efficacy be superior, the price may rise further. However, such mana-restoring pills of the same type can generally be used only once within a certain time frame. Subsequent applications yield significantly diminished results. Jiang Chen pondered this matter slowly, contemplating that by incorporating other spiritual herbs, he could refine dozens of mana-restoring pills, thereby enhancing their worth even more. As Jiang Chen's thoughts wandered, the auction continued unabated. The superior grade artifact, the cloud-piercing hook, is entirely crafted from golden crystal, boasting immense power with armor-piercing capabilities. The starting bid is 1,000 spirit stones, and each increment must not be less than 100 spirit stones. Jiang Chen's gaze was fixed on the cloud-piercing hook, his heart ablaze with desire. This cloud-piercing hook, forged entirely from golden crystal, is exceptionally sharp and possesses armor-piercing effects, making it a standout among superior-grade artifacts. Yet, the subsequent bids shattered Jiang Chen's hopes. 1,200 spirit stones, 1,300 spirit stones. Ultimately, the price concluded at 1,900 spirit stones, claimed by a female cultivator. Although 1,900 spirit stones did not represent a loss, the armor-piercing effect of the cloud-piercing hook proved to be highly practical. While its offensive capabilities slightly lagged behind the finest artifacts, its lower mana consumption rendered it more durable, thus categorizing it as a slightly inferior, yet still remarkable artifact. Jiang Chen had initially held considerable confidence in his fortunes. Thanks to the fortuitous or his cheating effect, he seldom lacked spirit stones, and despite not relying on pills for cultivation, he had amassed 3,000 spirit stones. Coupled with various materials from demon beasts, his total spirit stone count hovered around 5 to 6,000, which constituted a fortune at the qi refinement stage. However, the ensuing auction at the secret market instilled within Jiang Chen a sense of financial constraint, as each superior-grade artifact and vial of pills rarely fell below 2,000 spirit stones. During this time, a set of superior-grade artifacts sparked intense bidding. It is noteworthy that a cultivator's spiritual consciousness is limited, typically only increasing gradually with cultivation advancement. The manipulation of artifacts demands the expenditure of spiritual consciousness. Thus, cultivators with robust spiritual awareness can simultaneously command multiple artifacts to attack, significantly amplifying their offensive power. Generally, a late qi refinement stage cultivator can only wield one superior defensive artifact and one superior offensive artifact at a time. However, a full set of superior-grade artifacts, while comprising several pieces, allows the cultivator to control a primary artifact, thereby indirectly managing the others without increasing the demand on their spiritual awareness. This results in an attack power equivalent to that of the finest artifacts, illustrating the rarity and value of artifact sets. Ultimately, this set of artifacts was secured by a cultivator for 8,000 spirit stones, compelling the victor to subsequently pawn numerous materials to the secret market at a loss. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen broadened his horizons and prepared to depart. However, the introduction of the next item captured his attention. The 1,000-pound sword, a weapon for body cultivators, cannot utilize mana and weighs 10,000 pounds. It is composed of primal magnetic stone, capable of dispelling elemental spells. The starting bid is 4,000 spirit stones. A wave of excitement surged through the secret market upon hearing this announcement. Friendly, crafted from primal magnetic stone, do be cautious lest the wind catches your tongue. Indeed, although none have laid eyes upon the primordial magnetite, it is a substance reserved for those of the golden core or nascent soul stages. Li, the auctioneer from Taizhang, felt a twinge of embarrassment upon uttering these words. He cleared his throat and continued. This item indeed incorporates a fragment of primordial magnetite. However, it is rather diminutive and serves no other purpose. Furthermore, the Qinjun sword is infused with a minuscule amount of heavy crystal, rendering it exceptionally weighty and resilient. His explanation allowed the audience to begrudgingly accept the situation. Although the utility of the primordial magnetite was limited, it remained a rare gem sought after by nascent soul cultivators. How could it possibly appear here? Heavy crystal, too, is a unique mineral. Its very name suggests a tremendous weight, with a fist-sized specimen weighing a staggering 100 pounds. Yet, this was merely a low-grade heavy crystal. It is said that a medium-grade piece of the same size could weigh around 10,000 pounds. Consequently, weapons crafted from heavy crystal are primarily favored by body cultivators. However, such practitioners are exceedingly rare in the Liang Kingdom, leading to a lack of demand in the secret market. As a result, the bidding fell silent, and the atmosphere grew decidedly bleak. Everyone is well aware of the rarity of primordial magnetite. Even a small fragment is worth more than 4,000 spirit stones. This magical artifact, priced at 20,000 spirit stones, is hardly exorbitant, especially considering the heavy crystal. The cultivator on stage extolled the virtues of the Qinjun sword. Yet none in the audience seemed swayed. Those who had reached this level of cultivation were no fools. While the Qinjun sword was indeed impressive, no one would spend 4,000 spirit stones on an item they could not utilize. The rarity of the primordial magnetite and the uniqueness of the heavy crystal might appeal to a select few. But it was unlikely that many Qi refinement stage body cultivators could afford such an expense. Despite Li's continued fervent promotion of the sword, the atmosphere remained stifling. If this continued, the prices for subsequent items would not be high. As he pondered this, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Finally, when no bid surfaced, Li decided to present the next auction item. For 1,000 spirit stones, a voice from the corner rang out like a celestial melody. Li glanced at the cultivator in green attire and, after reiterating the call a couple of times, he struck the gavel decisively. Descending from the stage, Jiang Chen produced several storage bags. 3,000 spirit stones, a beautiful female cultivator stated as she accepted the spirit stones and promptly returned the storage bag. Following this, Jiang Chen handed over 2 additional storage bags, each containing the spoils from his hunts over the past 6 months, which held considerable value. Although pledging them to the secret market would reduce their worth by a fraction, Jiang Chen had no choice. Upon receiving the storage bags, the female cultivator expressed mild surprise as she began to inventory their contents. Some materials were from beasts at the late Qi refinement stage. How had a mid-Qi refinement cultivator acquired them? Yet, she did not voice her curiosity. Once her counting was complete, she handed Jiang Chen a new storage bag, effectively replacing his 1,800 spirit stones. The price offered by the female cultivator caused Jiang Chen to frown slightly. These materials would never fetch less than 2,500 spirit stones in the lion marketplace. Nevertheless, given her offer, Jiang Chen opted not to contest it further, producing a stack of talismans instead. Moments later, the female cultivator returned 500 spirit stones to him. At this moment, Jiang Chen found himself even more perplexed. The fact that 100 talismans fetched 700 spirit stones was significantly higher than the rates offered by Lion Square. However, after a brief contemplation, he began to grasp the underlying reasons. In truth, there was no disparity in the pricing. It was merely that the Hewufang market was situated near the Beast Mountain range, where materials from demonic beasts were abundant, naturally resulting in lower prices. Furthermore, the secret market's collateral system would further diminish the price by 1 or 2%. making such a low valuation quite understandable. In contrast, talismans were in high demand here as consumables for combat and hunting demonic beasts, thus their prices were elevated. In fact, the majority of talismans in the Liang Kingdom were consumed within the Beast Mountain range. After examining the Qinjun sword in his storage bag, Wang Chen chose not to linger any longer and turned to depart. Chapter 30. Qinjun Sword. After a year of cultivation, upon leaving the secret market, Wang Chen purchased additional talisman papers and returned to the inn. Activating the defensive array, he opened his storage bag and retrieved the Qinjun sword. In a moment of carelessness, he found himself unable to grip it firmly. With a resounding crash, the sword struck the ground, creating a large crater while the defensive array of the room trembled, nearly failing to contain the impact. Drawing a sharp breath, Wang Chen's spirit soared. If this weight were to descend upon a cultivator, who could withstand it? Even a high-grade defensive artifact would struggle to endure such force. Excitedly grasping the hilt, Wang Chen soon realized he could hardly lift the Qinjun sword. In exasperation, he gripped the hilt with both hands. "Rise," he uttered with a low shout, and the sword was reluctantly swung, albeit at a sluggish pace. After a moment of exuberant waving, he began to feel the strain in his arms. This sword is remarkably heavy, utterly unmanageable for a Qi refinement stage physical cultivator. Wang Chen mused internally. He had inquired about the capabilities of physical cultivators and learned that their plight was often dire. Their bodily defenses could scarcely withstand the attacks of practitioners at the same level, and their offensive capabilities were limited to close range, leaving them vulnerable to bullying. Consequently, few cultivators chose the path of physical cultivation, except for a select few whose strength was formidable due to their exceptional physical resilience. These physical cultivators employed various secret techniques to enhance their bodies, and once their physical strength matched that of their peers' artifacts, they could face most attacks from practitioners at the same level without fear, rendering them exceedingly formidable. Nevertheless, the training of physical cultivators was markedly different from Wang Chen's. While they focused on bodily strength, their internal organs often lagged behind, and their overall power could not rival Wang Chen's. As a sixth-layer Qi refinement cultivator, Wang Chen boasted a strength of 15,000 pounds, making it relatively easy for him to wield the Qinjun sword, which weighed 10,000 pounds. Such weight was beyond the reach of most ninth-layer Qi refinement physical cultivators. Wang Chen had previously acquired several jade slips detailing methods for enhancing one's physical form, which included various stimulating techniques such as the application of toxins and the use of scorching flames and rushing waters to invigorate the body. However, these methods were geared towards novice physical cultivators and were ill-suited for Wang Chen's current level of bodily strength. To augment his physical prowess following the methods of physical cultivation, he would need to adopt a powerful physical cultivation technique and practice the secret methods contained therein. Yet, with his own blood energy, Wang Chen had no intention of pursuing such a path. The Jingxiao Jingshan decision, in conjunction with his blood energy, unleashed unparalleled potential. It seems that one must diligently cultivate their vital energy, striving to elevate their physical strength to 30,000 pounds in order to wield the 1,000 Jun sword with a semblance of normalcy. To fully adapt, a strength of 50,000 pounds is required. Wang Chen pondered silently. This notion is rather comprehensible. It is akin to how, when Wang Chen possessed a strength of 500 pounds, he felt at ease wielding a sword weighing 100 pounds. The ideal weight of a sword should ideally be about 1/3 to 1/5 of one's physical strength. It is similar to a person capable of lifting 100 pounds, yet unable to wield a weapon of that same weight. Having prepared himself adequately, Wang Chen commenced his subsequent training. He tirelessly crafted talismans, delving into the principles of the 5 elements, and in his leisure moments, exchanged cultivation experiences with Shirtong and a few others. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and after paying 10 spirit stones, Wang Chen set up a stall in a corner of the Fong market. The stall was quite simple, with a wooden sign proclaiming a vast array of talismans for sale. Beside the sign lay several talismans. The Hewushan Mountains undeniably serve as a cradle for cultivators hunting demonic beasts, with small groups of 3 to 5 cultivators constantly coming and going. The expenditure on talismans by these cultivators is indeed astonishing. Shortly after establishing his stall, inquiries regarding prices began to arise. And after negotiating with a representative from a small team, Wang Chen sold over 50 talismans at a price slightly lower than that of the shops. However, this price remained somewhat higher than that of the Lian Fong market. After agreeing upon a time for their next transaction, the representatives departed. Wang Chen also requested the procurement of demonic beast carcasses, offering to purchase each at varying prices. Although the other party was perplexed, the allure of spirit stones made refusal unlikely. In the following day, Jiang Chen established simple verbal agreements with 8 similar small teams. After selling his spirit stones, he acquired some raw materials and returned home. For many cultivators, the Hewushan market is merely a temporary sanctuary, a brief respite before resuming the hunt for demonic beasts. Only through such arduous endeavors can they acquire spirit stones, purchase elixirs, and advance their cultivation, thereby increasing their chances of becoming foundational cultivators. However, the majority of them either become prey to the demonic beasts or lie as mere skeletons by the roadside, their magical implements claimed by other cultivators. It resembles an endless cycle, where only the more cautious and capable cultivators can break free, becoming the rare foundational cultivators among countless aspirants. Jiang Chen is one among them. Each month, aside from exchanging cultivation insights with Shirtong and others, he primarily consumed meat, specifically, the flesh of demonic beasts. To cultivate the golden body of the vital energy condensation technique, Jiang Chen needed to consume the meat of 2 demonic beasts nearly every day. Essentially, his primary activities revolved around crafting talismans and consuming meat. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's internal organs, having been strengthened by blood energy, not only matched the external strength, but also boasted functions nearly superhuman, likely surpassing those of the same tier of demonic beasts. Under these circumstances, the demonic beasts hunted by the 8 small teams were continuously digested by Jiang Chen, hastening his vital energy condensation. However, as he progressed, the difficulty of condensation increased. The new acupoints were denser than the old ones, requiring even more blood energy, necessitating a reconsolidation of the acupoints to ensure consistency in their development. Through Jiang Chen's relentless efforts, within the span of less than a year, he successfully condensed 24 acupoints. At the moment these acupoints coalesced, they bizarrely began to rotate simultaneously, as if the practice among the acupoints had deepened significantly. Following the condensation of the acupoints, Jiang Chen's physique began to undergo rapid enhancement, coming to a gradual halt only when his strength reached an astonishing 35,000 pounds. At this juncture, the intensity of his body astonishingly matched the pinnacle of mid-grade magical artifacts. Throughout the year, Jiang Chen diligently explored without relying on medicinal pills, ultimately establishing a cycle formed by the Qi whirlpool in his Danshan, thereby making a further breakthrough in his cultivation and reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Upon attaining this level, Jiang Chen's strength saw a considerable enhancement, and with the barely usable Qinjun sword, he could be deemed one of the few formidable opponents in the Qi refinement stage. The fruits of Jiang Chen's unwavering cultivation, independent of medicinal aids, had finally materialized. His current magical prowess was comparable to that of other cultivators of the same rank, and its purity was unparalleled within the Qi refinement phase. This exceptional purity of magical power also significantly facilitated his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, which was the source of Jiang Chen's elation. However, to safeguard his strength, he procured a high-quality flying sword as his primary weapon, while the Qinjun sword was kept in reserve as a trump card. Over the past year, Jiang Chen amassed a considerable amount of spirit stones, a significant portion of which was spent on medicinal pills for Shirtong, as she lacked such methods to rapidly and steadily augment her strength. The remaining spirit stones were utilized by Jiang Chen to purchase several foundation establishment talismans and pills for rapid mana recovery. With this assistance, Shirtong's cultivation swiftly advanced, surpassing Jiang Chen to reach the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The relationship between Jiang Chen and Shirtong gradually improved, though Jiang Chen remained preoccupied with his training, unable to fully embrace Shirtong. One day, Shirtian and a few others invited Jiang Chen to hunt demon beasts, having previously declined due to his lower cultivation. Jiang Chen agreed this time. After gathering at the western exit of the Black Crow workshop, the 4 set off. Chapter 31. Fire Featherbird and White Phosphorus Snake. Upon exiting the workshop, Jiang Chen and his companions became exceedingly vigilant. Even Shirtong, who typically relied on Jiang Chen the most, summoned her defensive artifact, indicating her significant progress since the previous incident. The defensive artifacts wielded by the group were all quite remarkable. Jiang Chen's tortoise-shaped shield, Shirtong's piece of green gauze, Shirtian's yellow stone beads, and the blue umbrella-shaped artifact of the Li couple radiated formidable spiritual energy fluctuations. Many cultivator teams, upon witnessing such a combination, wisely chose to refrain from causing trouble, thereby ensuring a greater degree of safety. Since the last incident, the group had accumulated a substantial amount of spirit stones and had purchased high-quality artifacts. With these superior tools, their gains over the year had improved significantly, and their equipment was now far more potent. However, the dynamics among the group had markedly shifted compared to their time in the Flowing Cloud workshop. While they had previously exchanged cultivation insights with a somewhat indifferent demeanor towards Jiang Chen, now they expressed profound respect in both word and action. Jiang Chen sensed it but felt neither joy nor fear. Rather, he was unfazed, for his strength had already impressed a few. In the realm of cultivation, power reigns supreme. Everything else is mere illusion, fleeting and easily lost. Perhaps this is for the best, Jiang Chen mused inwardly, though he harbored a profound aversion to such a comfortable approach. The Blackbird Forest is one of the more perilous ranges within the Black Raven Mountains. Within these mountains resides a type of gregarious blackbird demon beast. Although their strength is limited to the early stages of chi training, their sheer numbers instill dread in those who hear their name. Nevertheless, aside from this, the Black Raven Mountains remain quite appealing to cultivators. Upon entering the Black Raven Mountains, Jiang Chen and his companions conferred and promptly altered their formation. Shi Tian, who practiced earth attribute techniques and possessed the highest defense, took the lead for safety. The experienced Li, a fellow cultivator, brought up the rear to prevent ambushes. Jiang Chen and Shi Tong positioned themselves in the middle, ready to provide swift support in case of unexpected events. After several hours of silence, they finally encountered a crimson avian demon beast. It's a fire feather bird. Let's engage. Shi Tian observed the surroundings and gestured for the group to strike. Several water arrow talismans were activated first, as the fire feather bird, being a fire attribute creature, was vulnerable to water. Thus, they all tacitly employed water attribute talismans. Following the talismans, Shi Tian summoned a yellow brick-shaped artifact and charged forward. Earth attribute artifacts are typically quite heavy, and the brick form was particularly pronounced. Shi Tian's yellow brick soared with a whistling sound, akin to a comet hurtling towards Earth. However, while the brick-shaped artifact possessed tremendous power, its speed was rather sluggish among artifacts, allowing the fire feather bird to deftly evade it. Just as it dodged the brick artifact, Li's couple unleashed their water attribute artifacts. The fire feather bird similarly sidestepped but retaliated by spewing fireballs. The fireballs zipped past, either to be withstood by the group's defensive artifacts or evaded by Jiang Chen. However, this situation would not last long. Jiang Chen and Shi Tong launched distracting attacks, and the three artifacts relentlessly assaulted the creature. During a brief respite, the fire feather bird's movement slowed, and it was inadvertently struck by Shi Tian's brick artifact. Following this, two water attribute artifacts delivered lethal blows, causing the fire feather bird to plummet to the ground. Jiang Chen and Shi Tong proceeded to collect the carcass, while Shi Tian and the others took the opportunity to restore their spiritual energy. The entire process unfolded with remarkable steadiness. The fire feather bird had no chance to flee and was swiftly dispatched through their coordinated efforts. The feathers of the fire feather bird can be fashioned into exquisite cloaks, not only capable of defending against most fire attribute attacks at the chi training stage, but also remarkably beautiful. Shi Tong explained as she plucked the feathers. Brother Chun, if I were to wear a cloak made from the feathers of the fire feather bird, would you find it beautiful? As she gathered the feathers, she suddenly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she softly posed the question. Jiang Chen was taken aback, although he had always understood Shi Tong's affections. His heart, filled with the pursuit of the Tao, transcendence, and immortality, had only just made a little room for her feelings, which was swiftly squeezed out again. Yes, it should be quite beautiful. Jiang Chen's gaze wandered as he responded casually, yet a hint of shyness flickered in Shi Tong's eyes. She resolved to keep the fiery feathers of the fire feather bird to craft a shawl. The flesh of the fire feather bird was remarkably tender. Aside from the feathers and claws, Jiang Chen meticulously sliced off the edible meat, freezing it before placing it in a specialized storage pouch. Once the body was tended to, Shi Tong recalled the fire feather bird's nest high in the tree. Thus, Jiang Chen affixed a lightness talisman and effortlessly leaped several zhang into the air. The nest, about the size of a wash basin, contained several pieces of fire-attributed materials and 6 red eggs. The slightly flushed eggs emitted faint waves of fiery spiritual energy. Jiang Chen's face lit up as he gently collected the eggs. This harvest is quite satisfactory, he exclaimed to the others, who had regained their magical powers, before producing the fire-attributed materials and the 6 bird eggs. Fire feather bird eggs. Shi Tong and Madame Li exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with surprise. The eggs of demon beasts were exceedingly precious. Among the 3 major sects of the Liang Kingdom, there existed a sect called the 10,000 Beasts Sect, which possessed secret methods for cultivating demon beasts. Practitioners of the 10,000 Beasts Sect could command several demon beasts of the same level to confront their enemies, thus possessing formidable strength. However, the methods employed by the 10,000 Beasts Sect varied. If a mature demon beast was controlled using a beast taming ring, not only would the demon beast refuse to cooperate, but it might even turn against the practitioner when they were on the brink of death. Conversely, a demon beast nurtured from a young age would view the first practitioner it saw as its parent. Once restrictions were placed, the beast would display remarkable cooperation, even willing to self-destruct to protect its practitioner in times of danger. This illustrates the allure of demon beast eggs for practitioners. Wang Chun, not well versed in this information, felt his eyes gleam upon hearing Shi Tian's explanation. He resolved to acquire several demon beast eggs next time to cultivate capable assistants. This time, we have 3 primary rewards. The 6 fire feather bird eggs are worth approximately 6,000 spirit stones, the feathers around 200 spirit stones, and the fire attributed ore is also valued at 200 spirit stones. Let us discuss the distribution. Shi Tian softly elaborated on their gains. The group deliberated and settled on a distribution method. The Li couple and the Shi siblings would each take 3 of the demon beast eggs, with the 2 female cultivators claiming the eggs without dispute. The fire featherbird's feathers were designated for Shi Tong, while the Shi siblings presented Wang Chun with 400 spirit stones, and the Li couple contributed 300 spirit stones, alongside the fire-attributed materials which were also given to Wang Chun. At first glance, it appeared that Wang Chun had gained an advantage, obtaining 700 spirit stones with minimal effort, a bountiful harvest indeed. However, in truth, the scarcity of demon beast eggs was significant. If auctioned, the fire feather bird eggs could fetch prices exceeding 3,000 spirit stones each, even if not all eggs would successfully hatch into demon beasts. After the distribution, Wang Chen's expectations for the team heightened. A fair allocation and harmonious cooperation would surely lead to fruitful endeavors. Subsequently, Wang Chun and his companions hunted several more demon beasts, their synergy improving significantly, resulting in further commendable gains. In the afternoon, several individuals convened and, considering the increased activity of monstrous beasts at night and the accompanying surge in danger, decided to return to the market for rest. The following day, Wang Chun and his companions ventured once more to the Black Bird Mountains. However, fortune did not favor them this time. They traversed a considerable distance without encountering a single beast. Suddenly, a blue figure darted past them and vanished into thin air. Although Wang Chun was startled, his hand instinctively clutched a handful of talismans. After the figure disappeared, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It is evident that this individual employed a foundational escape talisman. We may have pursuers. To avoid complications, we should alter our course, Shishin remarked, fixating on the direction where the figure had vanished. The others nodded in agreement, hastening their pace. After walking 3 to 4 miles, the group's speed came to a halt. Yet, it seemed their luck had improved considerably. A roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry echoed, prompting Wang Chun and his companions to exchange glances before collectively moving toward the source of the sound. Upon arrival, they beheld a massive white serpent, approximately 10 feet in length, devouring the corpses of several cultivators by a pond. The serpent bore numerous gaping wounds from which blue blood flowed. However, the most captivating feature lay at the serpent's head, which was noticeably swollen. This white serpent likely possesses commendable dragon lineage. Should it shed its skin once more, its horns are bound to emerge. Then it would embody a half-blood dragon. Shishin exclaimed, his eyes alight with a mix of excitement and trepidation. What do you all think? The group fell into a brief silence. Although the white serpent was indeed injured, it was still a formidable creature. Even a dying camel is larger than a horse. The lineage of a dragon is not something ordinary beasts can rival. Mature dragons are mere legends in the current cultivation world, and a half-blood dragon is exceedingly rare. Every part of a dragon is precious, a notion applicable to immortals. Similarly, every aspect of a dragon is invaluable. Should they procure materials such as scales or bones from the dragon, they could exchange them for substantial amounts of spirit stones or craft powerful artifacts, significantly enhancing their strength. However, opinions varied regarding whether to confront the nearly half-blood dragon. The Li couple, being advanced in age, deemed their chances of reaching the foundational stage negligible and wished only to live out their remaining years peacefully. In contrast, Shitong expressed concern for her brother and Wang Chen's safety. She preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. Conversely, Wang Chun and Shishin, fueled by youthful ambition, aspired to advance further, unafraid of danger. Yet, upon witnessing the hesitance of the others, Shishin too fell into contemplation. Noticing the unease, Wang Chun felt a wave of concern wash over him. After careful consideration, he cautiously suggested, why don't we test the waters? If we cannot prevail, we can retreat. I doubt the beasts would pursue us far. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, a smile broke on Shishin's face as he replied, it's worth a try. If it doesn't work out, we'll make a swift escape. Shitong and the Li couple exchanged glances with Shishin, hesitating momentarily before nodding in agreement. A group of individuals convened to deliberate, embarking on the pursuit of the elusive Jiao dragon beast. Meanwhile, a figure that had recently passed by Wang Chun came to a halt within a grove. This cultivator, capable of flying on a magical vessel, was evidently at the Foundation establishment stage. This is a significant upheaval, a beast tide not witnessed in a century. How many lives will be lost in its wake? The cultivator clad in blue murmured to himself. Yet, moments later, he let out a sinister chuckle. What does it matter? As long as I can escape, the fates of others are none of my concern. With that, the blue-clad cultivator gracefully departed, choosing a direction away from the Hewufeng market and toward the wilderness beyond the Beast Mountain range. Chapter 32. The Transformation of the White Phosphor Snake. Foundation establishment Jiao Dragon. The air was filled with a cacophony of sounds as talismans transformed into vibrant spells, soaring forth in a dazzling array. The crowd summoned various magical artifacts to launch their assaults. Although the talismans served primarily as distractions, their potency should not be underestimated. However, the white phosphor snake, on the brink of evolving into a Jiao dragon, merely swayed its serpentine form, effortlessly evading the majority of the talismans. The remaining one struck its azure-green protective shield, causing it to tremble momentarily before returning to its previous state. It seems the white snake was not oblivious to our presence. It was merely recuperating from its injuries. Wang Chun observed the shield encasing the snake, a growing sense of unease creeping into his mind. Despite having estimated the strength of the white snake, which possessed Jiao dragon blood, the subsequent attacks sent a chill through the onlookers. The Li couple's water-attributed magical artifacts glimmered with an ethereal light as they surged forward. In response, the white snake gently opened its mouth, summoning 5 or 6 wind blades, each half a meter long. These wind blades exhibited both greater power and swiftness than any of the cultivators. With a sharp sound, the wind blades were pierced by the artifacts but lost their potency. Deflected aside by a mere bump from the white snake's head, the 2 magical artifacts instantly dimmed in brilliance, and the couple's faces flushed crimson. And they could not help but spit blood in reaction. At that moment, Shi Tian's brick-shaped artifact, empowered by abundant spiritual energy, swelled to the size of a grinding stone. Reaching its limit, with a single gesture, as the Li couple's artifacts were sent flying, Shi Tian's grinding stone artifact advanced. However, a cataclysmic scream did not ensue upon the collision with the snake's body. Instead, the serpent's form swiftly blurred, creating a series of illusions. And the impact of the brick-shaped artifact was significantly diminished, resulting in only a slight cut that oozed a trickle of serpentine blood. This strike had drained Shi Tian considerably, and his spiritual energy could not withstand such depletions any longer. Reluctantly, he resorted to consuming a soil-based pill, while Wang Chun and Shi Tong cautiously shielded the 3 of them. After a round of assaults, the white snake beast had also exhausted much of its strength, and Shi Tian's group had regained some of their energy. The 2 sides found themselves in a temporary stalemate. Brother Chun, we should cease this battle. It is far too perilous. Shi Tong grasped Wang Chen's hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon hearing her words, Wang Chen fell into a moment of silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke softly. Tong, you and I are not the same. I yearn for immortality, for transcendence. If I shrink back in the face of challenges, when will I ever advance further in my cultivation? Wang Chen's voice was remarkably indifferent, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. However, his words struck Shi Tong like a thunderclap. Instantly, Shi Tong's eyes reddened, teetering on the edge of tears. Yet she ultimately refrained from crying, remaining still in a state of indecision. After a brief exchange with Shi Tian and the Li couple, Wang Chen declared, "This time, I shall take the lead. You will provide cover." Shi Tian and the others wished to object, yet recalling the previous circumstances, they chose silence. Wang Chun drew the Qinjun sword procured from the secret market, holding it steadily in his grasp. At this moment, the swordsmanship he had not employed in a long time resurfaced. The spiritual energy of the world seemed to be tamed by Wang Chun, swirling calmly around him, creating an eerie tranquility. Kill! Wang Chun murmured inwardly, charging forward with the Qinjun sword in one hand. The white serpent unleashed several blades of wind, but Wang Chen deftly evaded most of them, countering the 2 unavoidable gusts with his sword. It was then that the unique properties of the Yuan magnetic stone revealed themselves. The power of the Yuan magnet subdued the 5 elements of the world. The tyrannical wind blades of the white serpent were effortlessly shattered beneath the Qinjun sword. The expressions of the others brightened considerably. Yet, Wang Chun felt no pride. The battle had only just commenced. As he closed in, the serpent's massive body lashed out. But Wang Chun did not flinch. Instead, he swung the Qinjun sword for a formidable clash. What was the result of 35,000 pounds of force combined with the sword's weight of 10,000 pounds? An attack from a 9th-level Qi practitioner with a magical artifact could inflict damage equivalent to approximately 10 to 20,000 pounds. Although the disparity between 45,000 pounds of force and the 100,000 pounds of an early Foundation establishment practitioner was vast, it was still rare within the Qi refining stage. With the aid of his swordsmanship, Wang Chun managed to send the over 10-foot-long white serpent flying with a single stroke. A roar erupted from the serpent's maw, resonating like a dragon's roar, even more powerful than before. After this strike, Wang Chun felt an immense release of both body and spirit. Following a thunderous shout, he regained his footing from the serpent's counterattack and ascended once more. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sounds of collisions startled Shirtian and the others. The Li couple, witnessing the spectacle, felt a mix of envy and astonishment, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Shirtong's face radiated joy, yet she too felt a tinge of despondency, while Shirtian's expression was one of complete admiration and resolute determination. Wang Chun and the white serpent danced back and forth with remarkable speed. Shirtian and the others could scarcely keep up, and after a couple of futile attempts to assist, they ceased their interventions. Once again, both Wang Chun and the white serpent were sent flying. The serpent was left bloodied and battered, while Wang Chun felt immense pain, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Yet, Wang Chun did not feel disheartened. Instead, he experienced boundless exhilaration. Since entering the realm of cultivation, he had rarely engaged in close combat, not for lack of desire, but because magical artifacts and spells could resolve most troubles. However, after consolidating 24 acupoints, the situation changed. With 35,000 pounds of force and the 10,000-pound Qinjun sword, Wang Chun's swordsmanship surpassed that of his spells once more. One strike after another, Wang Chun exerted every ounce of his strength, gradually enhancing his mastery over the world around him. The might of the heavens and earth surged within him. As the momentum of Wang Chun's celestial force reached an unprecedented 5/10, an extraordinary strike surged forth, imbued with unparalleled might. The intermediate sword intent, in terms of realm, equates to the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, with the next step leading into the foundational stage. While the nuances of such realms are elusive, their manifestation in the form of oppressive pressure is well recognized. Cultivators in the Qi refining stage experience immense pressure when confronting those in the foundational stage. Their magical energy flows slow, and their strength diminishes by 30 to 50%. This phenomenon is known as the pressure of realm. It is also the reason why cultivators find it exceedingly challenging to challenge those of higher realms. Since ancient times, some prodigious cultivators have been able to stand unrivaled among their peers, rarely encountering worthy adversaries. For instance, some have been able to eliminate foundational stage opponents shortly after entering that realm. However, few cultivators have managed to confront and defeat Golden Core stage experts openly and honorably. Each realm embodies its own unique world. Those who can challenge higher realms with integrity are exceedingly rare, and those who can do so are akin to extraordinary beings destined for ascension to the celestial realm. In ancient times, such existences were more common, but they have since become a rarity, with each appearance marking a genius not seen for millions of years. Yet, a millennium ago, a remarkable cultivator named the Beast Sovereign emerged, the founding patriarch of the Beast Sect. Legends of his exploits continue to circulate to this day. He rode upon a coiling dragon, with a phoenix above his head, commanding thousands of formidable beasts, and during the Qi refining stage, he was able to eliminate several foundational stage cultivators. Upon reaching the Golden Core stage, he slaughtered dozens of Yuan-ing experts in a single breath, creating a tremendous uproar. After the Beast Sovereign vanished, his tale transformed into a myth that all cultivators yearn to recount. Returning to the present, as the full force of the intermediate sword intent was unleashed, the white serpent sensed a life-threatening danger. In a panic, it swiftly undulated its body, a talent of the coiling dragon, known as the dragon's tail. This maneuver allowed it to mitigate the physical assaults inflicted upon it through rapid vibrations. While in flight, it also conferred an acceleration effect. The peak strike landed with a resounding thud beside the water pool, rendering the coiling dragon immobile. Wang Chun exhaled, gripping his sword as he approached. When he was over 10 feet away, the faint breath of the white serpent still emanated, prompting Wang Chun to swing his sword once more. Should this strike connect, the white serpent would have no means of retaliation. However, as the heavy blade struck the serpent's form, Wang Chun felt as though he had struck cotton. With a thunderous crash, the ground fissured, leaving cracks stretching a foot long. The place where the white serpent lay was gouged out into a deep pit over 2 meters. In that fleeting moment of strangeness, Jiang Chen glanced and saw a blue figure slip from the serpent's body into the water pool. The pool churned with a splash, and the white serpent's presence vanished entirely. Only a hollow serpent skin remained on the ground, still stained with serpent blood. This indicated that it was not a voluntary shedding of skin, but rather a forced molting under Jiang Chen's strike. The onlookers beside the water pool were left in a state of uncertainty. Inserting magical artifacts into the water would result in a gradual loss of connection if they ventured too deep. Even tossing a few talismans proved utterly futile. What should we do? Where has the white serpent gone? Shirtong inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on the water pool. Do not be anxious, just wait a moment. Jiang Chen had no better ideas and could only remain by the poolside with his companions. As time slowly passed, a quarter of an hour later, an unsettling feeling suddenly gripped Jiang Chen. This unease intensified with the sudden emergence of a subtle, yet formidable pressure from beneath the water. Run quickly! There is danger! Jiang Chen bellowed, causing Shirtion and the others to exchange bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. However, after a brief hesitation, they decided to heed Jiang Chen's warning and began to flee with him. Just as they moved, a blue-scaled dragon, over 2 yards long, leaped out of the water. With 2 small white horns atop its head, a majestic dragon visage, and pale azure scales radiating an aura of immense power. The cause of Jiang Chen's alarm became immediately apparent to them. This rare dragon, possessing ancient bloodlines, was forcibly shedding its skin under Jiang Chen's pressure. Reaching the foundation establishment stage, that quarter of an hour had been the dragon's metamorphosis. Upon witnessing the foundation establishment dragon, the group abandoned any hope of slaying it. The chasm between the chi refinement stage and the foundation establishment stage was insurmountable. Even if the foundation establishment dragon were in poor condition, their only hope was to escape. Chapter 33, Life and Death, the terrifying beast tide. The foundation establishment azure dragon moved with astonishing speed, in the blink of an eye. The distance of 2 yards was closed by a single sweep of its tail. Jiang Chen glanced back and caught sight of the dragon's tail striking out. The afterimages flickered. Approaching swiftly. This cannot continue. We will be caught soon, Jiang Chen thought, feeling a twinge of guilt. It was his insistence that had led them to this perilous situation when they had initially hesitated. While fleeing, he gritted his teeth and resolved to act. He retrieved a handful of talismans from his storage pouch and hurled them at the dragon. Puff! Puff! The talismans lacked significant power, but the foundation establishment dragon, having attained a higher level of intelligence and still severely injured, could only evade the spells. This evasion altered its trajectory, momentarily reducing its speed and widening the distance between them. However, the newly ascended foundation establishment dragon was still far superior to mere chi refinement cultivators. Despite the distraction from the talismans, the injured dragon continued to close the gap between it and Jiang Chen's group. Jiang Chen was uncertain how many talismans he possessed in his storage pouch. For other cultivators, talismans were merely a means to acquire spirit stones, but for Jiang Chen, they represented a unique method of cultivation, especially given his inclination towards arduous training. This tendency had solidified during his time in the lion market. Due to his 5 elemental roots, even consuming spirit herbs yielded dismal results. A cultivator with a single elemental root could absorb 90% of a pill's spiritual energy, while one with dual roots could absorb 70%. By extension, a 5-element root cultivator could only absorb a paltry amount, thus relegating them to a lifetime in the chi refinement stage, particularly in the early to mid stages. Crafting talismans and comprehending the principles of the 5 elements became Jiang Chen's unconventional path to cultivation. He pursued this method with unwavering diligence. And the growth in his cultivation was not the sole benefit. The vast quantity of talismans he produced also added a valuable asset to his endeavors. The total number of talismans produced was never meticulously counted by Jiang Chen. As long as the profits from selling these talismans could satisfy his needs, he refrained from excessive sales. After all, lacking formidable strength, selling an abundance of talismans would be tantamount to courting disaster. Even if he were not slain, being captured and forced to ceaselessly craft talismans for others would be an arduous fate. The oppressive aura of the dragon caused an acute tension among the crowd. Jiang Chen, however, was not stingy with the talismans in his storage pouch. In just a few seconds, the barrage of talismans he unleashed was sufficient to slightly decelerate the dragon's advance. 2 fireballs struck the dragon, eliciting 2 anguished roars. The crowd had reached a frantic pace, yet the dragon continued to close the distance steadily. In their flight, the crowd had no time to ponder why no cultivators came to contest the dragon's presence, given that it was a treasure of immense value. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, from a vantage point above the mountains, one could observe a dark wave sweeping across the entire Beast Mountain range with tremendous force. Upon closer inspection, this wave comprised various forms of demonic beasts. Although there was mutual slaughter among them, the overall horde surged toward the periphery of the mountain range. The thunderous footsteps shook the earth, while their ferocious roars tore at the very soul. In the face of this beast tide, the cultivators who once preyed upon these creatures appeared as mere flotsam upon the ocean, shredded and submerged in a maelstrom of fear and chaos. The beast tide pressed onward, and upon breaching the mountainous edge, it surged toward the marketplace. Concurrently, within the Black Crow marketplace, a green light erupted from a certain cave, hovering in the air. A cultivator clad in green emerged, standing aloft without the aid of any artifact, clearly a golden core cultivator. Attention all cultivators, the beast tide is approaching. Activate the formation to repel the demonic beasts. As soon as the words left his mouth, two more beams of light manifested, and together, the three began issuing commands to those in the foundation establishment stage. Within the span of a tea's brewing time, all cultivators within the marketplace were requisitioned by the three major sects to defend against the beast tide. Various essential pills and formations were sold at reduced prices, and mid-grade spirit stones were placed within the formations to maintain them in an active state. The battle against the beast tide was about to commence. On the other side, in the Blackbird Mountain range, although the variety and number of demonic beasts were considerable, only a singularly weak blackbird beast reigned supreme. Shortly after the onset of the beast tide, the beasts within the Blackbird Mountain range were summoned by an unknown beast king. Compelled by the pressure of a higher order of demonic beasts, under the leadership of their Blackbird king, the Blackbird beasts transformed into a vast cloud, sweeping across an area of 1 kilometer. The dark cloud resembled the gaping maw of a monster, devouring everything in its path: cultivators, demonic beasts, and a myriad of unknown spiritual herbs alike were consumed. The million-strong horde of blackbird beasts left devastation in their wake. Jiang Chen and his companions had not fled for long, having only covered a distance of a mere kilometer. Despite the talisman's restraint, the dragon was now merely 3 zhang away from them. With a thunderous roar, the azure dragon lifted its head and expelled a burst of azure light, which enveloped its wings, revealing the faint outline of 2 wind wings. After the emergence of the wind wings, the speed of the flood dragon astonishingly surged, rapidly closing the distance of 3 yards. Jiang Chen, who had been vigilant of his surroundings, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The bloodline of an ancient aberration. This flood dragon's lineage contains the essence of an ancient beast. Jiang Chen exclaimed inwardly. How could an ordinary flood dragon possess wings? Only those aberrations that inherited the bloodline of ancient creatures could do so. Each ancient beast is endowed with extraordinary talents and immense abilities, and the flood dragon's bloodline is already remarkable in itself. Typically, a serpent must reach the transformation stage, equivalent to the nascent soul period of a cultivator, to awaken the bloodline of a flood dragon. Even those with superior talents might only achieve this at the golden core stage. The white phosphorus serpent's ability to evoke a trace of flood dragon's bloodline during the foundation establishment stage is indeed a sign of exceptional talent, akin to a single spiritual root among cultivators. Furthermore, the presence of an ancient beast's legacy within the bloodline renders this situation even more astonishing. Jiang Chen, filled with trepidation, acted swiftly, launching 2 talismans in rapid succession, summoning the 1000-June sword from his storage bag into his grasp. With the sword in hand, Jiang Chen's aura intensified significantly. The pressure emanating from the foundation establishment flood dragon diminished considerably, and amidst the peril, he experienced a slight breakthrough into the 5th level of sword momentum. The 6th level of sword momentum. Instantly, an aura distinct from that of the Qi refinement stage surged around Jiang Chen. However, this pressure was not overtly apparent, as the others were desperately fleeing and did not take notice. Go, hurry, Jiang Chen urged as he charged forward. The 1000-June sword sliced through the air with a whistling sound, and the flood dragon attempted to evade by swinging its serpentine tail. Yet, under Jiang Chen's full force, the realm of sword momentum manifested, momentarily constraining the tail within the surrounding space. Bang! Bang! The first sound was the 1000-June sword striking the serpent's tail. The second was the flood dragon, in pain, crashing into Jiang Chen. Quickly recovering from the ground, Jiang Chen coughed up blood. This flood dragon possesses tremendous strength. Little did he know, dragon-type beasts are characterized by their robust scales and immense power. The strength of high-tier body cultivators is often measured in dragon units, with a flood dragon weighing approximately 100,000 pounds and a true dragon about 1 million pounds. In reality, the power of a mature flood dragon could reach several million pounds. However, Dragons are exceedingly powerful, and when compared to other beast clans, their strength is not vastly different. In fact, many beasts surpass dragons in raw power. As Jiang Chen charged at the flood dragon, a few of his companions hesitated upon hearing his words, but ultimately turned to flee. Shirtong was also pulled away by Shirtian. However, upon witnessing Jiang Chen being thrown and spitting blood, Shirtong hurriedly attempted to return. Brother Chen, we have you. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw Shirtong, his heart sinking in urgency. Hurry, Tonger, we must go. Just as he spoke, an unsettling feeling washed over him, and upon looking back, he saw a massive serpentine tail approaching. Bang! Jiang Chen was sent flying and landed beside Shirtong. She quickly helped him up. Brother Chen, I don't want to leave you. Don't. Tears streamed down Shirtong's face, sobbing. Jiang Chen looked at Shirtong with a pang of reluctance. However, in a fleeting moment, his expression hardened, and he raised his hand to deliver a sharp reprimand. What do you understand? All you do is cause trouble. If it weren't for us protecting you along the way, you would have perished long ago, let alone your current level of cultivation. Jiang Chen shouted vehemently. The atmosphere suddenly grew desolate. Shirtian was initially prepared to charge forward, but upon observing the situation, he halted. Jiang Chen's scolding rendered Shirtong in a state of stupor, yet the dragon did not relent. A blade of azure wind was unleashed, targeting Jiang Chen, while another surged toward Shirtong, who remained oblivious in her daze, perilously close to meeting her demise beneath the wind blade. In a critical moment, Jiang Chen valiantly leaped to shield Shirtong. Bang! He fell to the ground, blood seeping from his back, as Shirtong hastily produced medicine to apply to his wounds, only to be pushed away by Jiang Chen. Quickly leave. Do not complicate matters for me. What can you do? Go. Hurry. Jiang Chen's gaze was fierce, his tone commanding. Shirtong stood there, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suppressing a surge of compassion, Jiang Chen turned his head and exchanged a glance with Shirtian, who understood and forcibly pulled Shirtong and the Li couple away. The sound of Shirtong's sobs gradually faded. Yet the poignant expression she bore earlier left Jiang Chen in deep sorrow. Come, I refuse to believe I cannot hold you off for a moment. With the bonds of companionship severed, Jiang Chen unleashed his full might, an astonishing aura radiating from him. Brandishing his sword with tremendous force, he charged at the dragon once more, resulting in a clash that left both parties wounded. Jiang Chen's strength was no match for the dragon, compelling him to resort to hand-to-hand combat. Despite the dragon having entered the foundation building stage, it was still unfamiliar with its newfound power, forcing it to abandon its magical advantages and engage Jiang Chen in a brawl. Even so, if this continued, Jiang Chen would ultimately be overwhelmed, as time favored the fully realized power of the foundation-building dragon. Currently, the dragon was merely at the half-foundation stage, having just advanced and not yet fully grasped its strength. Bang! Jiang Chen was sent sprawling to the ground, spitting blood. His body was already covered in wounds. Yet the dragon fared worse, with a significant portion of its tail severely injured, nearly severed by the sword's blow. This beast, Jiang Chen sighed in resignation. His swordsmanship was only just equal to the dragon's, or he would have been defeated long ago. No, they have not gone far. I must at least keep them occupied a while longer. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to charge at the dragon again, a buzzing sound emanated from afar. Initially faint, the sound quickly grew louder, transforming into a deafening roar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dragon anxiously circled in the air, exuding the pressure of the foundation building stage. But Jiang Chen caught sight of a dark cloud approaching in the distance. The cloud was, in fact, a multitude of fist-sized black birds. In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through Jiang Chen's mind. The black birds of the Black Bird Mountain Range. There must be millions of them. Previously, I hadn't encountered any other cultivators for such a long time. An inexplicable unease. Could it be a beast tide? Jiang Chen dared not contemplate the terror of a beast tide. His face turned ashen, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Gritting his teeth, he dashed toward the depths of the Black Bird Mountain Range. As he departed, Jiang Chen glanced back. The roaring dragon was enveloped by layers of blackbirds, its serpentine body obscured from view. Despite the continuous fall of blackbirds, their overall numbers remained unchanged. The roar of the flood dragon, however, grew ever fainter until it ceased entirely. Jiang Chen cast a final glance behind him and swiftly dashed towards the waters of the flood dragon's lair. Chapter 34. The Flood Dragon Egg, Rampant Beast Tides. As talismans transformed into various spells, a cloud of blackbirds was decimated, with dozens falling from the sky. Yet, this number was but a mere trifle in the face of the vast swarm. Cursed beasts, they cannot be exterminated. Jiang Chen finally comprehended the terror of these communal monsters, which even Foundation establishment cultivators dared not confront. Lost in thought, He pressed his foot against the ground with tremendous force, resembling a humanoid tank, propelling himself forward with utmost vigor. Previously, although Wang Chen's speed was decent, his strides were primarily aimed at achieving the fastest pace with minimal exertion. Due to considerations of strength, his speed was not optimal. However, at full throttle, a plume of smoke rose behind him, accompanied by a series of foot imprints, each a foot deep. Boom! Wang Chen exerted every ounce of his strength and sprinted ahead. Nevertheless, the blackbirds, as aerial beasts, were inherently swifter than their terrestrial counterparts. With no obstructions in the air, the distance between them and Wang Chen gradually lessened. This is not good, Wang Chen thought, as the blackbirds drew perilously close. He hastily tossed out a handful of talismans, managing to slay another group of blackbirds, yet dozens more surged forth. Gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, he raised his hand and crushed several blackbirds. This cannot continue. Being caught by the blackbirds would spell disaster. Even with a body as resilient as a mid-grade magical artifact, I cannot withstand the relentless gnawing of so many beasts. Not to mention, my eyes and other vulnerable points are quite fragile. With determination, Wang Chen pressed a talisman against himself, instantly forming a blue protective shield that granted him temporary safety. Yet, in the next moment, the blackbirds surged forward, and within seconds, he found himself enveloped by a cloud of them. This shield won't hold. Wang Chen gazed at the wavering blue barrier in alarm. It had shattered in mere moments. Anxiety surged within him as he crushed another talisman, conjuring a yellow wall that encased him securely. This won't do. I must run. Wang Chen's heart raced. Even an abundance of talismans cannot withstand such depletion. Resolute, he flung several talismans, seizing the opportunity to discern his direction and sprinting with fervor. And so, a peculiar phenomenon manifested in the Blackbird Mountains, where a swarm of blackbirds, resembling a dark chrysalis, raced frantically across the ground. Fortunately, Wang Chen had previously spent 5,000 spirit stones in the market to acquire 2 foundational defensive talismans. Otherwise, he would have been preoccupied with shattering talismans every 2 seconds, leaving him no time or energy to run ceaselessly. Due to the limitations of pure spiritual energy, late-stage Qi practitioners could only utilize foundational talismans. Otherwise, if they wielded nascent soul talismans, wouldn't they be invincible beneath the golden core stage? With the defensive shield of the foundational talismans, Wang Chen finally managed to propel himself forward with all his might, just as the defensive barrier of the foundational talismans teetered on the brink of collapse. It was about to shatter. Wang Chen returned to the water pond where the dragon once resided. Finally, we are safe, he exclaimed as the protective barrier shattered. In that moment, the blackbird lunged at him, and with a determined leap, Wang Chen plunged into the depths of the pond, vanishing beneath the surface with a splash. Moments later, the lifeless bodies of the blackbirds surfaced, drifting aimlessly. Submerged in the water, Wang Chen exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Reflecting on the entire sequence of events and his own actions, he could not possibly know the true cause of the beast tide. It merely coincided with his hunt for the dragon. By exploiting the vulnerability of lower-tier birds that cannot survive in water, I have managed to preserve my life, he mused. Yet, a flicker of concern for Shirtong and the others crossed his mind. They had not encountered a beast tide before, but Wang Chen happened to possess some knowledge about it. Historically, beast tides had nearly always culminated in the defeat of humans and the retreat of the demonic beasts. In particular, during the past upheavals in the demon beast forest, cultivators in the nearby markets were often slaughtered to near extinction. If all went well, Shirtong and the others would be heading towards the Hewufang market, only to find themselves escaping from one peril into another. Despite his worries, Wang Chen felt powerless to effect any change. The current situation was starkly clear. The Hewufang market resembled a fortress besieged by the beast tide, with Wang Chen as the lone fish caught outside the net. Should he venture out, even a minor encounter with a beast horde could spell his doom. After all, the next adversaries he faced would not be limited to the blackbirds, and he could not guarantee that he would find another pond to hide in. Although the pond appeared modest in size, measuring only about 40 meters across, its depths were considerably expansive. Since escape was not an option, Wang Chen began to search underwater. Demonic beasts typically guarded precious spiritual herbs, and near the lair of the white phosphorus snake, there should be some treasures in the form of spiritual grasses. As fortune would have it, after a short while, he discovered dozens of water spirit grasses, though only a handful were mature enough to be harvested. After spending several hours underwater, Wang Chen began to struggle with his breathing and, reluctantly, surfaced. The horde of blackbirds had long since departed, leaving only a few carcasses on the water's surface. Once he emerged, he sought refuge nearby. It was not that Wang Chen wished to linger. He simply did not know where to go. The Hewufang market was off limits, and with the beast tied outside, he could not afford to roam freely. Ironically, the dragon's lair seemed the safest option. It was well known that demonic beasts possess a certain territorial instinct. The formidable white phosphorus snake would deter other beasts from approaching. Moreover, Jiang Chen was not particularly afraid of the nearby demonic beasts, save for the blackbird horde, and the pond offered the ideal sanctuary from them. After hiding for a while, he resolved to set up a formation in the vicinity. If all went as expected, the beast horde would persist for approximately half a month. And he would need to remain hidden for about a month as well, waiting for their complete withdrawal before it was safe to emerge. Having prepared the formation flags, Jiang Chen began to plant them in the cardinal directions. However, as he moved to plant one towards the southeast, he noticed a faint white glow emanating from the grass. Approaching cautiously, he was astonished to discover a cluster of snake eggs, his heart nearly leaping from his chest in surprise. The eggs of the fire featherbird fetch a staggering price of 5,000 to 6,000 spirit stones at auction. One can only imagine the worth of an egg imbued with the bloodline of the flood dragon and ancient mythical beasts. Jiang Chen dared not ponder too deeply. Yet he was certain that the value would soar into the tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. However, he hesitated to sell. Such a precious beast egg could easily attract the covetous gaze of high-level cultivators, and while spirit stones may be enticing, one must also consider the value of their own life. Moreover, he aspired to nurture a mythical beast as his companion. And this flood dragon egg was indeed the optimal choice. One could say it was a stroke of fortune bestowed upon him. With utmost care, he placed the flood dragon egg into a jade box, letting out a sigh of relief. His mind raced with calculations. 7 flood dragon eggs. While not all may successfully hatch, I should manage to have at least 1 or 2. Besides, there is one particularly vibrant green egg within, pulsating with a strong life force. Surely it will survive. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring everything was in order. Now, the next step is to find a method for nurturing mythical beasts. Having set up 2 formation arrays, Jiang Chen settled down within them to rest quietly. In the Black Crow market, news of the impending beast tides spread rapidly, and preparations were deemed sufficient. Yet the disparity in strength between the two sides was monumental. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, particularly the pack-dwelling creatures. A single blackbird beast would likely pose a challenge even to a second-layer chi refinement cultivator, but in numbers, they could darken the sky and blot out the sun, an alarming prospect indeed. The defensive capabilities of the Black Crow market were formidable, boasting the renowned 5 elements, 4 symbols array. Even a nascent soul cultivator would require considerable time to breach it. Ordinary beasts stood no chance, as a single creature would likely exhaust itself trying to break through. Furthermore, 3 golden core cultivators from the 3 major sects were stationed in the marketplace, alongside a staggering count of nearly 80 foundation establishment cultivators and over 10,000 chi refinement cultivators. These chi refinement practitioners were not novices, they were seasoned hunters, each possessing formidable skills honed in the Beast Mountain range. Yet, even with such a multitude of cultivators and the protective formation, they could not withstand the beast tide. Swarms of beasts surged from the skies, the ground, and even from below, launching a simultaneous assault. The defensive array, despite being constantly replenished with mid-grade spirit stones, could only hold for just over a day. In the instant the array was breached, several beasts soared into the air from the horde: a lion, a snake, and an ox. Each of these creatures exceeded 2 zhang in length, exuding an aura as deep as the abyss, unmistakably golden core beasts. Under the leadership of these 3 formidable golden core beasts, the horde charged into the ranks of the cultivators like wolves and tigers. The cultivators, though valiant, found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of beasts. Even with the aid of the formation, they could only withstand the onslaught for a few more hours. In a desperate bid, a golden core cultivator emerged, intent on slaying the golden core beasts to quell the tide. Regrettably, this bold endeavor ended in glorious failure. Before he could approach the golden core beasts, he was encircled by an unrelenting swarm. By the time he realized the dire situation, it was too late to flee, and he was ultimately devoured along with his golden core by the 3 formidable beasts. The demise of the golden core cultivator shattered the confidence of the other practitioners, leading to a swift and overwhelming rout. In their desperate bid for survival, the cultivators fled, only to be pursued by demonic beasts for nearly 100 kilometers. In the aftermath of the battle, statistics revealed that 1 golden core cultivator had perished, along with over a dozen foundation establishment practitioners, and more than 8,000 chi refinement cultivators, many of whom belonged to the 3 major sections. However, the adage that danger often accompanies opportunity proved true. A few cultivators who had escaped returned to the market, seizing the chance to amass wealth from the dead, acquiring countless magical artifacts and elixirs, significantly advancing their cultivation. Much to the envy of their peers. Chapter 35. Return to the market, departure of intent. Half a month later, Wang Chun observed an increase in the number of demonic beasts within the Black Bird Mountain range, especially the gregarious black birds, which had returned to their former territories. After some contemplation, Wang Chun concluded that the beast tide had subsided. Having tidied the formation, he decided to return. 3 hours later, Wang Chun arrived back at the Black Crow Market, and the sight before him left him astounded. Expanses of ruins replaced the once diverse array of buildings. Remnants of dark red bloodstains lingered along the streets, bearing witness to the fierce battles of half a month ago, the origins of which remained uncertain. Although most structures had collapsed, many areas had already erected makeshift shelters, resuming commerce. In the wake of the recent beast tide, everything required reconstruction, rendering the market more bustling and vibrant than usual. Previously occupied by individual stalls, the locations had transformed into communal spaces for cultivators to exchange information. A few individuals had taken the opportunity to set up tables and chairs, selling news regarding the recent beast tide, while discussions among cultivators served as a vital source of intelligence. After paying 2 spirit stones, Wang Chun settled into a chair, sipping the slightly bitter spirit tea. This somewhat refreshing brew was merely an improvement over mundane tea, providing no enhancement to his cultivation. The voices of nearby cultivators drifted into his ears. This beast tide truly is a once-in-a-millennium event. The demonic beasts blotting out the sky were indeed terrifying. One golden core cultivator fell. It was exceedingly perilous. Even foundation establishment cultivators, who were considered skilled, suffered losses of 40 to 50 in one fell swoop. Yet, the most affected were the Qi refinement fellows, with over 10,000 casualties. Rumor has it that the 3 major sects plan to recruit more disciples due to the significant losses incurred during this beast tide. Wang Chun quietly sipped his tea, absorbing the news of the beast tide. The deaths of cultivators bore little relevance to him. Rather, he pondered the potential ramifications for himself in the aftermath. This was not an indication of Wang Chun's indifference. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, a relentless struggle where one must embrace the risks without regret, thereby carving out a sliver of opportunity amidst the chaos, enabling further advancement in cultivation. As he savored his tea, Wang Chun contemplated his future plans. Suddenly, seemingly by chance, he glanced into the distance, where a tearful figure appeared several paces away. Brother Chun. Shi Tong rushed over, disregarding the gazes of others, and flung herself into Wang Chun's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. All right, do not cry. It is all in the past. Wang Chun gently patted Shi Tong on the back, a tender warmth radiating from the petite figure at his chest, causing him to feel a slight flush. Fortunately, the others soon arrived, and Shi Tong, blushing, stood up beside Shi Tian. The couple surnamed Li bowed respectfully to Wang Chun, who quickly evaded their gesture with a chuckle, exclaiming, "You flatter me, esteemed friends." Among them, the couple surnamed Li were the eldest, likely in their 60s or 70s, followed by Shi Tian, who was in his early 20s, while Wang Chun and Shi Tong were around 20. Wang Chun's self-identification as a junior did not seem out of place. Rather, it highlighted the camaraderie amongst them. After exchanging pleasantries, they found their seats. Dear friends, the Li couple began after a moment of contemplation. Though I narrowly escaped the beast tide, I sustained significant injuries. At this, Mrs. Li could not help but sob, and Mr. Li offered words of consolation, expressing deep compassion. Observing this, Shi Tian quietly recounted the events of that day. When Wang Chun held off the dragon, the others hastily fled, only to catch a distant glimpse of the beast horde. Fortunately, they were far enough away that only a handful of monstrous beasts pursued them. Nevertheless, they faced numerous dangers, losing their sense of direction in the chaos, and it was during this tumult that Mr. Li sacrificed his left arm to save Mrs. Li. Yet, it was ironically fortunate that they were pursued by just a few beasts, as their disorientation prevented them from returning to the Black Crow Market, thus avoiding a potentially deadly confrontation. As they spoke, a sense of melancholy enveloped them, reflecting on the unpredictability of life. After comforting Mrs. Li, the couple engaged in conversation with the others. Initially, they exchanged insights about cultivation and various experiences, but eventually, Wang Chun hesitated before posing a question. Previously, we refrained from joining sects out of necessity, but with the imminent requirements for foundational establishment, what preparations do we have? His words left the group momentarily stunned. In their earlier stages of cultivation, the lack of benefits for low-tier practitioners within sects and the greater freedom of training in the markets made joining a sect less appealing. Thus, low-tier cultivators seldom affiliated with sections. However, The scenario changed dramatically upon reaching the foundational establishment phase. Achieving this breakthrough was notoriously challenging for cultivators with single spiritual roots. Repeated attempts over 30 years, provided fortune favored them, could lead to success. In contrast, those with inferior qualifications found it exceedingly difficult to advance without reliance on medicinal pills. In ancient times, many such breakthrough elixirs existed, but now they have become exceedingly rare, with the most accessible option being the foundational establishment pill. As its name suggests, the foundational establishment pill is designed to assist practitioners in transitioning from the qi refining stage to the foundational establishment stage. The ingredients for this pill are scarce, and this vital resource is predominantly controlled by sects, making affiliation with a sect nearly the only pathway to obtaining the foundational establishment pill. Moreover, the methods, elixirs, and other cultivation resources available post-establishment are also exclusive to sections. This time, the beast tide has led to a significant loss of qi refining practitioners among the three major sects, making it considerably easier to join them, Jiang Chen remarked. Observing the group's stunned silence, his tone devoid of any hint of joy. While this is indeed fortunate news for other cultivators, this presents an opportunity. According to the ancient customs of the three great sects, anyone who secures a position within the top 20 in the sect competition will be awarded a foundation establishment pill. Shi Tian declared to Jiang Chen. Shi Tian was exceedingly eager about the foundation establishment stage, especially since he had already reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement 9th layer. The only thing left was to break through to the foundation establishment phase. His tone was imbued with excitement, while Shi Tong appeared somewhat hesitant. The restrictions within the sect were numerous, and vying for the foundation establishment pill was fraught with peril, not to mention the uncertainty of success. The cultivator with the surname Li merely smiled serenely and said, "My dear friends, you possess lofty ambitions. I wish you all success in reaching the foundation establishment stage soon." After casting a tender glance at his beloved wife, he continued, "However, my partner and I have decided to step away from the path of cultivation. We simply wish to return to the mundane world, wander freely, and quietly enjoy the remainder of our days." The couple exchanged sweet smiles, and Shi Tong looked at them with eyes full of blessings and envy. The next course of action became considerably simpler. The Li couple resolved to return to the secular world, bidding farewell to Jiang Chen and the others before departing gracefully. As Jiang Chen turned around, he noticed Shi Tong gazing longingly in the direction of the couple's departure, causing his heart to tremble momentarily, though he quickly suppressed that surge of emotion. "What shall we do next? Which sect do we plan to join?" Jiang Chen inquired of the Shi siblings. "The Beastmaster sect seems favorable," Shi Tian replied after a moment of contemplation. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. The Beastmaster sect possessed beast-controlling techniques, essentially providing an additional ally. And cultivators there were generally quite formidable, making it a splendid choice. Subsequently, Jiang Chen turned his gaze toward Shi Tong. Feeling his stare, Shi Tong's cheeks flushed suddenly, and she asked softly, "Which sect do you intend to join, Brother Chen?" Jiang Chen paused, slightly taken aback, before averting his gaze and responding, "I will go to the Luoyun sect. I have dabbled in talisman techniques. And since the Beastmaster sect specializes in beast control, while the Qin Yun sect excels in swordsmanship, it seems that the Luoyun sect should possess an abundance of talismanic texts." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Shi Tong appeared flustered, her expression distant. After chatting for a while longer, Shi Tian suggested they explore the stalls, as there ought to be plenty of treasures following the beast tide. Indeed, upon entering the marketplace, they discovered an array of rare items, particularly countless materials from demon beasts, all priced significantly lower than usual. However, these did not pique Jiang Chen's interest in the slightest. He merely glanced around casually. It was not until he arrived at one stall that he came to a halt. A dozen crimson spiritual herbs were displayed on the table, seemingly of the fire attribute, yet Jiang Chen sensed no trace of fiery spiritual energy emanating from them. "What is the matter with these herbs?" Jiang Chen inquired, pointing at the crimson spiritual herbs. The stall owner, sensing the profound power of Jiang Chen and his companions, quickly explained, "These are rare blood spirit herbs, approximately 50 years old, capable of crafting pills that replenish vitality." "Oh," Jiang Chen responded, displaying a hint of interest. "What is the asking price for these blood spirit herbs?" 40 spirit stones per herb, or they can be exchanged for water attribute spiritual herbs. The youthful vendor responded with enthusiasm as Jiang Chen took out several strands of the previously acquired water spirit grass. Upon seeing them, the young man hurriedly exclaimed, "One strand of water spirit grass can be exchanged for 2 strands of blood spirit grass." Jiang Chen handed over 7 strands of the spiritual herb, and the young man, seizing them eagerly, returned with 14 strands of blood spirit grass. However, noticing the few remaining strands of spiritual herbs in Wang Chun's possession, the youth blushed and said, "Fellow cultivators, feel free to browse. We can always negotiate." Yet, his gaze kept darting towards the water spirit grass in Wang Chen's hand. With a concealed smile, Wang Chen paused to examine the offerings. Despite the youth's modest cultivation level, he possessed an impressive array of items. A collection of materials from unknown magical beasts and jade slips occupied a space of about 10 feet. With each item Wang Chen inspected, the young man explained its origins and uses. To the surprise of Wang Chen and his companions, these items were scavenged by the youth. After the beast died, many cultivators had abandoned their storage bags near the market. The young cultivator had come later to collect the leftovers, though most of the valuable storage bags had been snatched by others, leaving him with only these less valuable items. After a brief consideration, Wang Chen selected a spirit beast pouch and 2 jade slips. To the youth's astonishment, he decided to leave the remaining water spirit grass for him. After a good half day, Shitong remained silent, her head bowed. Wang Chen, having found the outing lackluster after exploring with Shitian, sought refuge in a simple dwelling he constructed. Upon returning to his lodgings, Wang Chen exhaled deeply, as if releasing a heavy burden. Yet, a lingering worry weighed upon his heart, one that he could not seem to dispel. After a moment of quiet contemplation, the vivid image of Shitong surfaced in his mind, bringing forth a whirlwind of emotions: joy, sorrow, shyness, and determination. Shaking his head, Wang Chen forced himself to dispel these tumultuous thoughts. The most effective way to forget someone is to immerse oneself in a singular pursuit. Gently, he retrieved the jade slips and placed one upon his forehead, closing his eyes to delve into its contents. Today he had acquired 2 jade slips, both containing rather esoteric knowledge. The first jade slip detailed the methods and precautions for cultivating magical beasts. The process of nurturing these creatures is intricate and complex. It is not uncommon for golden core cultivators within sects to assign several chi refinement stage disciples to tend to their magical beasts. The cultivation of magical beasts entails many nuances. Though the jade slip was not of high grade, it introduced the fundamental methods and theories. For instance, magical beasts are best fed with demon cores and carcasses that correspond to their elemental affinities, and there are specialized elixirs crafted solely for their consumption, most of which originate from the 10,000 Beasts sect. There are also various methods to forge contracts with magical beasts. Lower-tier contracts possess weak binding power, allowing the beasts the potential to rebel. Furthermore, should a higher-tier cultivator take an interest in one's magical beast, they can dissolve the contract. However, this only applies to lower-tier agreements. Slightly elevated contracts are far more challenging to annul, and even if a cultivator attempts to dissolve one voluntarily, the cost can be significant. Wang Chen, who knew little of nurturing magical beasts, took it upon himself to learn, particularly as he aimed to cultivate a dragon of immense potential in the future, ensuring he would not make errors when the time came. The myriad arts of cultivation encompassed disciplines that could be studied for an entire lifetime. Even a mere glimpse into the knowledge of nurturing demonic beasts left Wang Chen in profound admiration. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief for having acquired this knowledge. Otherwise, the boundless potential of his dragon would have undoubtedly been squandered. The situation could become even more dire if his dragon attracted the covetous eyes of high-ranking cultivators while being bound by a low-tier contract, resulting in utter tragedy, where not only the dragon would be lost, but his very life might also hang by a thread, reliant solely on fortune. After more than 2 hours, Wang Chen set aside the first jade slip and, after a brief respite, picked up the second one. This slip detailed the art of insect manipulation. Although ranked relatively low among the myriad arts of cultivation, if wielded adeptly, its power could be immensely formidable. The information within the jade slip was not exhaustive. It merely outlined methods for controlling insects up to the foundational stage. As a neglected branch of study, insect manipulation indeed pales in comparison to alchemy and weapon forging in terms of efficacy. Primarily, the art of insect manipulation demands mastery over a plethora of subjects: the classification, quantity, and rank of various insect species, their strengths and weaknesses, as well as their hatching, identification, and evolution. The methods of controlling insects are manifold, ranging from bizarre and sanguinary to unsafe and grotesque, each more chilling than the last. For instance, one method involves allowing insects to inhabit the cultivator's own body, nourishing the demonic beasts with one's flesh and even soul. Though merely glossed over in the jade slip, this notion sent shivers down Wang Chun's spine. Furthermore, the practice of insect manipulation requires substantial expenditure of spirit stones. The storage devices for housing insects must be crafted separately, incurring significant costs and imposing numerous restrictions. For example, incompatible insect species cannot be stored together, necessitating a considerable number of storage devices. In addition, the nurturing and evolution of insects demand a plethora of materials. While the blood of demonic beast carcasses may suffice for sustenance, specialized insect elixirs must be refined individually, with success rates dishearteningly low. Insect practitioners primarily triumph through sheer numbers, and the attrition of insects in battle is considerable, necessitating further investment in spirit stones for rearing. As such, the combat of insect manipulators is akin to a relentless expenditure of resources. Most crucially, the prowess of insect manipulators hinges greatly on luck. Encountering exceptional insect species, particularly ancient aberrations, renders them nearly invincible among their peers. Nonetheless, with investment comes reward. Although insect manipulators are few in number, each tends to achieve renown. Centuries ago, an insect elder of the foundational stage, commanding tens of thousands of fire demon ants, ruthlessly exterminated several foundational cultivators. A millennium passed, the butterfly demon, possessing mere golden elixir stage cultivation, orchestrated the demise of a dozen golden elixir cultivators with hundreds of thousands of dream butterflies, earning widespread acclaim. However, it is also possible that the over-reliance on their insects leads insect cultivators to neglect their own cultivation. After achieving fame, many cease to exert effort in their own training, becoming excessively fixated on their insects, ultimately succumbing to the ravages of time. Jiang Chen could only skim through the extensive information within the Jade Slip on insect manipulation. As the volume of content was overwhelming, he did not delve into the specifics of insect cultivation. Yet, to his surprise, he discovered intriguing information at the conclusion of the Jade Slip. The art of insect control necessitates the ability to command numerous insects, which requires a formidable spiritual consciousness. Hence, a rudimentary method for enhancing one's spiritual awareness is recorded at the conclusion of the Jade Slip. The notion of a method to augment spiritual awareness filled Jiang Chen with elation, prompting him to commit it to memory without delay. Such techniques for enhancing spiritual consciousness are exceedingly rare. Typically, a cultivator's spiritual awareness increases passively alongside their cultivation level, with few methods available to consciously enhance it. And those that do exist are often remarkably arduous to master. Initially, Jiang Chen could enhance his spiritual awareness through the comprehension of the five elements path. However, the profound injuries inflicted upon his soul by the blood of creation had left him considerably weakened. Although his innate spiritual talent was exceptional, his spiritual awareness lagged behind that of ordinary cultivators. He had sensed this discrepancy previously. Nevertheless, through relentless introspection, he had managed to rectify a significant portion of this deficit, bringing his spiritual awareness to a level comparable to cultivators of the same rank. Yet, when measured against true geniuses, the gap in spiritual awareness remained a source of frustration for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen aspired to reach the heights of a being akin to the venerable of all beasts, a paragon capable of challenging foes beyond their rank. With his current physical prowess already surpassing that of his peers, he recognized that both his magical prowess and spiritual awareness were still areas in need of enhancement. It was imperative that he excelled in every aspect to have a chance at overcoming opponents of higher rank. This was a necessary condition for such challenges. After 3 hours, Jiang Chen concluded his study of the Jade Slip on insect control. Though his spirit felt somewhat fatigued, he was filled with joy. Subsequently, he began his routine of meditation and cultivation. Once he finished meditating, he crafted a set of talismans before finally lying down to sleep. Meanwhile, Shi Tian and Shi Tong found themselves enveloped in silence. "Tonger, have you made a decision? If you wish to accompany Jiang Chen, you must speak to him tomorrow. I will not hold it against you," Shi Tian said to the downcast Shi Tong, his voice laced with reluctance. For they had relied on each other for over a decade, their bond running deep. Shi Tong raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears, her face marked with streaks reminiscent of a calico cat. Shi Tian's heart ached at the sight, as Shi Tong collapsed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. After a while, she wiped her tear-stained face and stood resolutely. "Brother, I have made my decision. What have you decided?" he inquired. "I want to stay with you." "Really? That's wonderful. I knew you wouldn't forsake your brother." "Yes, Brother Chen thinks my abilities are lacking, so I wish to accompany you for training. Once I reach the foundation establishment stage. No, once I attain the golden core stage, I will seek him out." Shi Tong's face was set with determination, while Shi Tian wore an expression of helplessness tinged with bittersweet amusement. The following day, Shi Tong conveyed her decision to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing it, Jiang Chen's gaze momentarily dimmed before he regained his composure. However, that fleeting shadow was etched deeply in Shi Tong's heart. Subsequently, Wang Chun entrusted the jade slip for insect control to Shi Tong, a decision he had pondered for some time, given Shi Tong's lack of combat prowess. Learning the art of insect control was indeed an excellent option for her. She gratefully accepted the jade slip, and the three resumed their usual conversations. The ensuing month proved to be a harrowing ordeal for Wang Chun. In the residence, Wang Chun continuously formed intricate hand seals, his face contorted in a grimace, beads of sweat cascading down his body. Finally, after approximately the duration of an incense stick, his hand seals ceased, and he exhaled heavily. Observers nearby would have noted a pool of sweat beside his meditation mat. This technique is akin to a lethal incantation. My spirit feels as though it is being scorched by flames, a torment unbearable. I shall never subject myself to this again. Yet, I must admit, the enhancement of my consciousness after merely one incense stick's duration is indeed tangible. If I persistently accumulate this over time, the effects will be profoundly significant. Wang Chun felt a tumultuous blend of affection and resentment towards this cultivation method. The benefits of heightened consciousness were apparent, but the agony experienced during the practice was akin to his very soul being seared, a sensation so excruciating that it sent shivers down his spine. Hence, he aptly named this secret technique Purgatory of Divine Awareness. This method aimed to unleash the latent potential within one's consciousness, employing unique hand seals to channel enigmatic forces. Thus, after enduring the pain, one would experience an augmentation of their awareness. However, as the consciousness expanded, the duration of cultivation sessions also necessitated an increase, thereby maximizing the potential of one's awareness. Despite this, Wang Chun remained resolute, diligently practicing the purgatory technique daily for an entire month. Though this duration may seem brief, he felt as if he had traversed a century. Each session left him with the impression of having journeyed through hell. Yet, the rewards were immense. Not only did it rectify previous deficiencies in his consciousness, but his awareness also surpassed that of other cultivators at the same level. This enhancement allowed him greater proficiency in wielding magical artifacts, amplifying their potency. Chapter 37. Flying Artifacts. Luo Yin Sect. On this day, the weather was fair and radiant, with the sky a brilliant blue, unmarred by clouds. The bustling marketplace of Hewufang was alive with excitement as cultivators gathered, their faces alight with anticipation. For today marked the day when the three major sects would recruit disciples. The Luo Yin Sect, Qing Yin Sect, and Wan Shou Sect were the three foremost cultivation factions within the Liang Kingdom, commanding the vast majority of the realm's cultivation resources. Even other notable cultivation families were often branches of these three sections. Naturally, not every cultivator could gain entry into these esteemed sections. Although joining a sect came with numerous restrictions, nearly all aspiring cultivators seeking advancement endeavored to affiliate themselves with one of the three major sections. The Foundation Establishment Pill was a significant factor in this pursuit. As more powerful cultivators joined the sects, their influence grew, allowing them to seize even more cultivation resources. The principle that the strong become stronger was vividly illustrated within the realm of cultivation. Wang Chun stood alongside the Shi siblings, both eager to speak yet enveloped in silence. Wang Chun was uncertain of what to say, while Shi Tong felt too shy to initiate conversation, and Shi Tian, observing their reticence, also refrained from voicing his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, just as Wang Chun prepared to take his leave, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. Sensing a dimming overhead, the onlookers all glanced upward. In the azure sky, a ship-like magical artifact swiftly approached, descending toward the assemblage of cultivators. Several individuals within the crowd hurriedly stepped forward to offer their respects. Amidst the curiosity of the gathered crowd, a middle-aged cultivator descended from the vessel, clad in a blue robe, his face tinged with a slight yellow, exuding an air of quiet authority. What astonished the onlookers most was the unfathomable aura that enveloped him. A Foundation Establishment cultivator, Wang Chun thought, hastily lowering his head. Although Wang Chun's spiritual sense had previously lagged behind that of his peers at the same cultivation stage, his perceptive abilities were likely unparalleled, even by Foundation Establishment practitioners. As the middle-aged cultivator stepped down from the craft, he noticed the many-chi refinement practitioners gazing at him, and a flicker of irritation crossed his features. Instantly, his Foundation Establishment aura surged forth. In an instant, the cultivators present felt as though a colossal mountain bore down upon them, prompting them to bow their heads in trepidation. However, while the pressure was palpable, Wang Chun merely felt a slight discomfort. He summoned the realm of the sword intent, and the sensation swiftly dissipated. Nevertheless, for the sake of prudence, he feigned submission like the others. The oppressive aura from the Foundation Establishment cultivator did not linger for long. Upon observing that some cultivators were struggling to withstand it, He let out a cold huff and withdrew his imposing presence. The recently bowed disciples of the Luo Yun sect promptly approached the Foundation Establishment Cultivator to report various matters. After a few indifferent nods from him, several Luo Yun sect disciples stepped forward, while the Foundation Establishment Cultivator returned to the vessel. I am a low-ranking steward of the Luo Yun sect, and we are now recruiting new disciples, proclaimed a slightly older steward in a resonant voice. The cultivators, having just been subdued by the Foundation Establishment's pressure, fell into a respectful silence, eager to listen. The recruitment process for disciples was straightforward, though there were clear distinctions made. Those with single or dual spirit roots stepped forward. A few elder cultivators emerged from the crowd and were subsequently led onto the vessel. Those with 3 spirit roots who have reached the mid-stage of chi refinement, please step forward. Dozens of cultivators joined the ranks, making their way onto the craft. Those who have reached the late stage of chi refinement and are under the age of 40, please step forward. This time, the number of candidates surged to several hundred. Yet, despite this, many cultivators remained behind. Some intended to join other sects, while the majority, though having reached the late stage of chi refinement, were deemed too old to have any hope of Foundation establishment and thus were not accepted by the Luo Yun sect. Even so, as the boarding continued, a dual spirit root cultivator was unexpectedly dismissed for exceeding the age limit of 40, inciting laughter among the crowd. As Jiang Chen listened to the steward's final call, a surge of excitement welled within him, prompting him to take a step forward. However, upon turning, he caught sight of Shirtong's reluctant gaze. With a silent sigh, he turned back and handed her a talisman before resolutely approaching the Luo Yun steward. The steward directed a round mystical artifact at Jiang Chen to assess his qualifications. After examining the result, he gestured for Jiang Chen to board the vessel. Once aboard, Jiang Chen was struck by the vessel's extraordinary nature. Rather, it could be described as a treasure. After a brief inspection, he reached this conclusion. The hull was adorned with a myriad of intricate formations and runes. While Jiang Chen had limited knowledge of formations, he could barely recognize a few. The runes, however, were another matter entirely. Having spent considerable time crafting talismans, Jiang Chen has achieved a level of mastery in talismanic arts that is unparalleled among chi refinement stage practitioners, and even among Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. Few can rival his skills. In truth, the intricacies of talismans are beyond the comprehension of chi refinement stage cultivators. However, Jiang Chen's profound understanding of the 5 elements allowed him to grasp the essence of the talismanic symbols with remarkable clarity. Even high-level cultivators find it exceedingly difficult to fully master these symbols, often knowing only their applications without comprehending the underlying principles. They merely utilize talismans to enhance formations or to explore supernatural abilities. Jiang Chen had encountered some symbols inscribed on the ship-shaped treasure, which presumably served to accelerate movement and lighten weight. Treasures are weapons employed by Foundation Establishment stage cultivators and are crafted from materials far more precious than those used for magical implements. The most conspicuous characteristic of a treasure is its radiant glow, which, unless concealed by special means, emanates a brilliant light. The estimated value of such a treasure is around 20,000 spirit stones. This radiant glow differs significantly from the spiritual energy fluctuations of magical implements, hence the appellation treasure. After a brief interval, several dozen cultivators ascended, and soon thereafter, a Foundation Establishment stage practitioner emerged from within the ship. The Foundation Establishment cultivator spoke little, issuing a few commands before gesturing with both hands. Instantly, a burst of yellow light erupted from the cultivator's palms, scattering across the ship's surface. The ship-shaped treasure trembled twice before generating a gust of wind and gradually ascending, soaring away at a speed unattainable by chi refinement stage cultivators. On board, the chi refinement stage practitioners cast discontented glances at the arriving group. The latter comprised mainly older individuals, with one sporting a grizzled beard, a clear indication of their dwindling time. Among cultivators of the same rank, a distinct hierarchy was evident. The first few to board were evidently single or dual spirit root practitioners. However, Jiang Chen speculated that they were likely dual spirit root cultivators. For had they been single spirit root cultivators, they would have long been claimed by the 3 major sects, leaving none for the present. The remaining cultivators, standing together in clusters, had formed small teams based on the order of their arrival. Yet, once the Foundation Establishment practitioner vanished from sight, the dynamics of these small groups began to shift. A 3 spirit root practitioner approached a dual spirit root group, introducing himself and revealing his connection to a Foundation Establishment patron within the Luo Yun sect. Consequently, the dual spirit root team reluctantly accepted the youth into their ranks. Yet this led to the departure of 2 members from the dual spirit root group. As a result, the original team was thrown into disarray. The initial three-spirit root practitioner pulled his two companions into the foremost group. Observing this, the remaining cultivators shattered their teams and gravitated towards familiar faces. In the span of a single cup of tea, practitioners either aligned themselves with others or formed self-serving factions. Except for a few like Jiang Chen, most congregated into clusters. Even before entering a sect, they are already vying for position. Foolishness. Moreover, the current teams are exceedingly unreliable, for a modicum of benefit. One could easily stab you in the back. A cultivator's own strength is of utmost importance. Jiang Chen silently derided their actions, having declined several invitations from others, and subsequently closed his eyes to rest. To him, the fragmentation and alliances among these cultivators were utterly insignificant. Without reaching the foundation establishment stage, such alliances would be futile. Upon attaining the foundation establishment stage, these chi refinement stage practitioners would be rendered inconsequential. On the other side, Shi Tong and Shi Tian simultaneously entered the 10,000 Beasts sect. However, instead of being greeted by flying treasures, they were welcomed by a dozen flying demonic beasts. Prior to this, Shi Tong had shattered the talisman left by Jiang Chen. From the transmission talisman, Jiang Chen's resolute voice resonated. In this lifetime, I am determined to pursue the Tao. When the day arrives that Tong'er forms her golden core, it will be the day I, Jiang Chen, take you as my bride. The flying vessel soared swiftly, significantly faster than the journey of chi refining stage cultivators on the ground. As they sat aboard, taking in the surrounding currents and the mountains beneath their feet, the desire among the cultivators for the foundation establishment stage intensified. Upon reaching this stage, they would be able to utilize flying treasures, truly embarking on the path of immortality. However, the cultivators did not have to wait long. After 3 to 4 hours, the vessel came to a halt atop a mountain shrouded in mist. As the cultivators disembarked, those at the foundation establishment stage summoned a jade talisman, causing the mist to swirl and reveal a pathway. This formation is remarkable. It has gone undetected, indicating it is at least a high-level formation. Jiang Chen pondered, following the crowd inside. Upon entering the formation, a team of cultivators was already prepared. Those at the foundation establishment stage completed their tasks and flew away with their treasures. Watching the departing figures, the hearts of the crowd felt considerably lighter, for the presence of high-level cultivators alleviated the pervasive sense of oppression. A group of disciples from the Luoyun sect had arrived to welcome the newcomers. Jiang Chen and more than 20 others were led by a young man in green. This youth, not much older, began conversing amicably with everyone. You all must be visiting Luoyun sect for the first time. There are numerous rules within our sect. Please do not violate them, as the consequences could be severe. This is Kuiyun Peak, home to our sect's only female golden core elder. The disciples under her are all strikingly beautiful. If any of you can marry one, it would be a life fulfilled. There are many unwritten regulations within Luoyun sect, all of which are documented in a special jade slip that will be distributed to you later. For now, please proceed to register your information. The young cultivator spoke eloquently, and Jiang Chen and the others gleaned much useful information from his words. Chapter 38. Sect Tasks. Cavern's name Jiang Chen, an elderly cultivator systematically inquired of Jiang Chen, recording the information before handing him an iron plate crafted from refined metal. This iron plate serves as your credential within Luoyun sect. Safeguard it well. After speaking, the elder presented Jiang Chen with a storage bag. This contains the items you will need. Take a good look. The elder then resumed, instructing another cultivator, leaving Jiang Chen to his own devices. Reluctantly, Jiang Chen activated the storage bag and examined its contents. Inside was a set of azure robes, capable of shielding against worldly elements and imbued with a simple dust-cleansing spell, eliminating the need for laundering. He also retrieved a jade slip, placing it against his forehead to absorb its knowledge. The slip detailed the fundamental information regarding Luoyun sect. Cultivators at the chi refining stage were categorized into inner and outer disciples. The inner disciples predominantly hail from affiliated cultivation families and the offspring of inner sect disciples, enjoying far superior benefits compared to their outer sect counterparts, as well as possessing greater privileges. However, once they reach the foundation establishment stage, the distinction between inner and outer sects ceases to exist. Foundation establishment cultivators serve as the backbone of the sect, often regarded as stewards. Above them are the elders of the sect, comprising those in the golden core stage and those in the nascent soul stage. Every year, outer disciples are required to fulfill specific sect tasks, receiving rewards in the form of spirit stones and contribution points upon completion. The contribution points are meticulously recorded on each individual's identity token, rendering them even more significant than spirit stones within the sect. These points can be exchanged for various techniques, cultivation resources, and even spirit stones. However, no one is foolish enough to trade contribution points for spirit stones. Additionally, outer cultivators can utilize a certain number of contribution points to elevate their status to that of inner disciples. Thus, it can be asserted that contribution points serve as a unique form of currency within the sect, possessing greater utility than spirit stones. Outer disciples are restricted to selecting their caves only in designated areas around the Yin sect, although the spiritual energy in these areas is abundant. It pales in comparison to the caves available to inner disciples. The regulations of the Yin sect are numerous, and even Jiang Chen found them somewhat tedious. Yet after spending a few hours, he had garnered a reasonable understanding. Upon entering the Yin sect, there are but two primary tasks to undertake: selecting a cave and accepting sect assignments. Utilizing the wind control technique, Jiang Chen hastened towards a specific direction. After half an hour, he arrived at the Steward Peak. This unnamed small peak hosts the Steward Pavilion of the Yin sect, where many tasks for Qi refinement stage cultivators must be processed. Hence, it is referred to as Steward Peak. The most bustling area of the peak is the sect's pavilion at its base. There are several pavilions, one of which serves as the place for Qi refinement disciples to receive tasks, as well as the venue for selecting and exchanging caves. Stopping beside one of the pavilions, Jiang Chen picked up a jade slip to verify details before stepping inside. Typically, the pavilion is sparsely populated, but during this recent influx of new disciples, a queue had formed. The individual managing the cave selections for Qi refinement disciples was a somewhat grizzled cultivator, lazily seated in a chair. Usually, few disciples came to change their caves, making his work rather easy, with a few lower-tier Qi refinement disciples at his beck and call, rendering his life quite comfortable. However, every few years, such as during these days, he relished the influx of eager disciples seeking cave selections, naturally resulting in a bountiful harvest for him. Cultivators familiar with the rules typically slip a few spirit stones into the elder's hands before articulating their requests, thus securing better cave options. Observing a cultivator in front of him who exited the pavilion with a forlorn expression, having failed to present spirit stones, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Such occurrences are as common in the cultivation world as they are in the mundane realm. In that instant, Jiang Chen experienced a nostalgic sensation, reminiscent of his early days in the Dragon Tiger Gang, the place where most of his memories were forged. Good and bad, joyful and sorrowful. In a moment of distraction, Jiang Chen regained his composure, offering a sheepish smile as he promptly produced 5 spirit stones he had prepared and handed them to the elder. "Brother, a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept." The elder, grinning widely, accepted the spirit stones, his face reflecting delight. Typically, disciples would present only 1 or 2 spirit stones, so it was rare to see 5. "If my junior brother desires a particular type of cave dwelling, do not hesitate to speak. I shall do my utmost to accommodate." With the benefit received, the elder began to assure him with a pat on his chest. Jiang Chen smiled gently. "Brother, you are too kind. I seek a tranquil cave, rich in spiritual energy for my dedicated cultivation." Upon hearing this, the elder pondered for a moment before producing a jade slip and handing it over. Jiang Chen examined it, finding detailed information about 4 or 5 cave dwellings, including their locations, the levels of spiritual energy available, and important notes. The one in the southeast. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Chen made his choice. The elder, slightly surprised, took Jiang Chen's identity token to record the details. Within the span of a tease brew, the formalities were completed. Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. Upon exiting the pavilion, Jiang Chen proceeded to another nearby structure, bustling with activity. Disciples of the Yin sect, clad in varied attire, were continuously entering and exiting, as this was the place where Qi refining stage cultivators received tasks. Jiang Chen was not there to undertake sect missions. His purpose in visiting the Yin sect was to enhance his cultivation level and obtain a foundation establishment pill to break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, external disciples were required to choose a sect mission after 1 month of entry and complete it on time. After all, with the vast undertakings of a sect as large as the Yin sect, if every cultivator merely focused on their own cultivation, the sect would falter. Selecting a sect mission was no simple task. High-reward missions were often cumbersome and time-consuming, and Jiang Chen had no intention of wasting time at the Yin sect. Thus, familiarizing himself with the tasks in advance was quite necessary. Through deliberate networking, several senior brothers from the Yin sect began to introduce the various sect missions to him. The sect missions of the Yin sect were akin to those of other sects, broadly categorized into several types. The first required special skills, such as assisting foundation establishment stage cultivators in alchemy or artifact crafting. Such tasks were generally simpler for some and yielded numerous benefits, besides generous rewards. One might also receive guidance from Foundation establishment cultivators, or even be fortunate enough to be accepted as a disciple by one. The second category involved patrol missions. These were rather moderate tasks, not overly troublesome with average rewards, yet time-consuming. However, for most chi refining stage cultivators, elixirs remained the primary means of enhancing their cultivation, thus rendering these tasks relatively favorable. The third type involved laborious work. The sect also required many disciples to perform strenuous tasks, such as mining spirit stones. Such work typically consumed a great deal of time, and a miner might find little opportunity to meditate. Nevertheless, if one applied themselves diligently, the rewards in spirit stones could be quite substantial. The final category consisted of missions requiring external deployment. The Luo Yunzong has several hundred affiliated cultivation families, each endowed with an abundance of resources such as mines, necessitating the diligent management by disciples of the sect. However, such tasks often entail hardship, as they are generally situated far from the sect, depriving the disciples of many conveniences. The silver lining of these assignments lies in their relative freedom. As long as one regularly inspects their designated area, the remaining time is theirs to allocate as they please. Nonetheless, these tasks impose certain cultivation constraints, predominantly requiring practitioners at the Foundation establishment stage to command respect from the affiliated cultivation sects, alongside a contingent of chi refinement stage cultivators to assist. Having gained a preliminary understanding of the sect's task categories, Jiang Chen quietly departed under the pretext of a personal errand. Abandoning the loft, he hastened on his journey, as the cave he had chosen was situated at a considerable distance. The territory of Luo Yunzong can be likened to an elliptical region spanning approximately 300 miles. The chi refinement stage practitioners, constituting 80% of the total population, occupy less than 10% of the southeastern quadrant of this ellipse. Jiang Chen's cave is perched upon a small hill in the southeastern area, near the eastern edge. This hill is blessed with a minor spiritual vein, resulting in a notably higher density of spiritual energy compared to other locales, though it still pales in comparison to other caves at the Foundation establishment stage. After traversing for more than 3 hours, it was only when night had fully descended that Jiang Chen finally arrived at this nameless small hill. Rising a mere 100 meters and nestled between two taller peaks, the hill appeared quite distinctive. Curious disciples from the sect ventured to investigate, soon discovering the elevated density of spiritual energy and promptly reporting it back to the sect. Upon reaching his destination, Jiang Chen first set up several formations before commencing his meditation. Remarkably, during this session, the replenishment of his spiritual energy accelerated significantly. The high density of spiritual energy truly makes a difference, he mused. However, as the hour grew late, he refrained from further excavating the cave and, after retrieving his meditation cushion, succumbed to slumber, deferring the matters of the cave until daylight. Chapter 39. Choices and Organizing the Technique Pavilion. The following day, upon awakening, Jiang Chen felt invigorated. While chi refinement stage cultivators can afford to sleep less, prolonged sleep deprivation can lead to fatigue. Thus, Jiang Chen ensures to indulge in adequate rest periodically. After dismantling the formations, he commenced the excavation of his cave. This endeavor is not devoid of challenges, as it demands considerable attention to detail. The cave's location must boast a high density of spiritual energy, while also ensuring concealment and ease of formation arrangement, among other factors. Additionally, the size of the cave must be taken into account, rendering the task rather cumbersome. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had sought advice beforehand and, with modest requirements, found the excavation process to be relatively straightforward. Identifying a suitable spot, Jiang Chen extended his hand, causing stones to detach effortlessly. His physical prowess had reached the caliber of a medium-grade magical artifact, allowing him to excavate the cave without the need for any tools. Within the span of a single incense stick's burning, Jiang Chen successfully completed the excavation of his cave, which is divided into 3 sections: a bedroom with a simple stone bed, a cultivation room, and a spirit beast chamber designated for the unhatched spirit snake. The entire cave is adorned with 3 formations, all meticulously chosen by Jiang Chen. A rudimentary spirit gathering array, though sharing the same name as the previous one, is vastly more effective. With Jiang Chen's elevated cultivation level, his capacity to absorb spiritual energy has increased significantly. The earlier array's efficiency no longer meets his demands. Additionally, he possesses 2 other formations. One is a Terra Armor Turtle formation, which serves both defensive and stealth purposes, while the other is a simplified version of the advanced 100 Flowers formation, which offers both illusion and defense. Regardless of its simplification, the 100 Flowers formation remains exceptionally potent even at the chi refining stage. Wang Chun acquired these 3 formations in the Hewufeng city, at a considerable expense of over 5,000 spirit stones. After arranging the formations, he carefully retrieved 6 serpent eggs from his storage pouch, placing them tenderly within the spirit beast chamber. Beneath the eggs, he laid sweet grass and arranged several water and wind-attributed spirit stones. After completing these tasks, he contemplated and decided to set up the previous spirit gathering array in the chamber as well. Once finalized, the already dense spiritual energy began to gently coalesce around the serpent eggs. Wang Chun could even sense the spiritual energy from the stones being slowly absorbed. However, he found it perplexing that the azure egg exhibited a vigorous life fluctuation, while the 5 white eggs displayed exceedingly faint waves, as if struggling to endure. Wang Chun had encountered such phenomena in the jade slips before. Typically, in the case of serpentine beasts, only a fraction of the numerous eggs laid would survive, with many succumbing within their shells without hatching. After some contemplation, Wang Chun recognized there was little he could do to alter fate and thus resigned himself to the outcome. I hope a few will hatch, he mused, setting aside his turbulent thoughts. He resumed his daily practice of meditation and cultivation, gradually familiarizing himself with the Yin Sect over the course of a month. Each day was filled with meditation and cultivation, creation of talismans, and occasional excursions to procure supplies. The Yin Sect boasted its own marketplace, located just a short distance from the affairs hall. Describing it as a street would be an understatement. It resembled a small town. Within the marketplace, one could also find shops belonging to 2 other major sects, although the majority were established by high-ranking practitioners of this sect, aiming to earn the spirit stones necessary for their cultivation. The quality of the items sold in these shops was notably high, attracting many, including wandering cultivators and those from immortal families seeking artifacts and elixirs. Wang Chun gleaned this information from the jade slips. While meandering through the marketplace, he took the opportunity to purchase talisman paper, red talc, and several bottles of spirit beast pills specifically crafted for water-attributed serpents, preparing for the eventual emergence of the spirit snakes. Of course, every few days, he also persevered in practicing the infernal mind secret technique, often leaving him on the verge of collapse, his body trembling uncontrollably. Wang Chun began to believe that the technique's most significant benefit was not merely the enhancement of his consciousness, but rather the fortification of his mental resilience and endurance. On this particular day, the weather was clear. After finishing his morning meditation, Wang Chun departed from his cave dwelling. After 2 hours of travel, he arrived at the affairs pavilion. As Wang Chun stepped into the task shop, he immediately noticed the presence of numerous cultivators within. Without pausing, he made his way directly to the task reception area. There, an elderly man with graying hair caught his attention. Initially indifferent, Wang Chun was taken aback upon sensing the obscure aura emanating from the elder. Could it be that he is a Foundation establishment cultivator? Wang Chun pondered, slightly perplexed. Once the previous cultivator departed, he approached the elder. With a cultivation level equivalent to the Foundation establishment stage, Wang Chun had confidence in his perceptive abilities. "Uncle Master, I pay my respects," he said, cupping his hands in greeting, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. The elder smiled faintly upon seeing him. "What task do you wish to undertake?" "I have just joined the sect and would like to select a task that is straightforward and time-efficient," Wang Chun replied, presenting a few spirit stones. The elder accepted the stones, and a sense of admiration for Wang Chun began to blossom within him. "Your composure is commendable. You possess both humility and discernment, truly a talent to nurture. You, my nephew, despite your youth, exhibit remarkable decorum. Allow this old man to impart a few words of wisdom." "If you will," the elder said leisurely, stroking his beard as he awaited Wang Chun's response. Wang Chun was initially startled, followed by a wave of joy. The elder, with a wealth of experience, certainly had insights that could surpass his own, and receiving such guidance was a valuable opportunity. "Uncle Master, since you are willing to offer your advice, I am all ears," Wang Chun exclaimed. The elder nodded and began to speak. "The tasks assigned by the sect have significant implications for your future cultivation. Whenever possible, opt for those that will be beneficial in the long run. On the path of cultivation, one must be bold in their pursuits. The journey of immortality is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. There are certain matters not to be relinquished. Hold steadfast and persist. What may appear challenging now can yield substantial benefits for long-term cultivation." The elder's words were few, yet Wang Chun grasped some of their essence, particularly the importance of foresight when selecting sect tasks. Others, such as the notion of persistence, left him somewhat confounded. However, being a prodigy with exceptional insight, he did not dwell too much on these uncertainties. After a while, the elder concluded his counsel. "In my old age, I find myself becoming rather loquacious. Ahem. He coughed a couple of times, prompting Wang Chun to step forward to offer support, only to be gently waved off by the elder. No need for that. The sect tasks are all listed on this jade slip. Choose quickly, lest someone else claim them before you. With that, the elder handed the jade slip to Wang Chun and closed his eyes to rest. Wang Chun accepted the slip and began to scrutinize its contents. Previously, he had acquired a rudimentary understanding of the sect's tasks and formulated a general plan, directing his attention towards simpler assignments, such as guarding the spirit fields or watching over the palaces. However, upon further inspection, he realized that he was unable to accept these tasks. Most of the assignments related to guarding the spirit fields were issued by Golden Core elders from specific peaks, mandating that only cultivators from those peaks could undertake them, effectively granting preferential treatment to their own sect members. The responsibility of guarding significant palaces necessitates that the disciples have relatives who are at least 3 generations deep within the sect, ensuring that they are not mere outsiders. However, to Wang Chun, this explanation seemed rather trivial. These restrictions primarily serve to provide conveniences to a select few cultivators. Nonetheless, one cannot entirely fault this practice. After a brief moment, Wang Chun set down the jade slip, and the elder opened his eyes. Have you made your choice? Wang Chun nodded and replied, I choose the task of organizing the techniques pavilion. Organizing the techniques pavilion? The elder appeared slightly surprised. In that case, take this jade token. It may prove useful. After handing him a jade token, the elder said nothing further, recording the task of organizing the techniques pavilion onto Wang Chun's identity plate before closing his eyes once more to meditate. Receiving the identity plate, Wang Chun bowed respectfully and quietly exited. Once Wang Chun had departed, the elder opened his eyes again, remarking, a piece of raw jade indeed. I hope he does not end up like me, confined to the foundation establishment stage for eternity, he added with a sorrowful smile, before falling silent again. The Techniques Pavilion, as its name implies, is a repository for cultivation techniques. The 4 essential elements of cultivation are land, law, companions, and wealth. Land refers to having a suitable place for cultivation, where a higher density of spiritual energy leads to significant long-term benefits. Companions signifies the need for guidance from teachers and friends. Wealth naturally pertains to financial resources, specifically spirit stones within the cultivation realm. And finally, law denotes the cultivation techniques practiced by the cultivators. Among these 4 elements, each holds its own significance. Yet cultivation techniques are of paramount importance, as the other 3 are external resources, while once a technique is chosen, altering it mid-course proves to be quite challenging. The Techniques Pavilion serves as the repository for the various jade slips of the Luoyun sect. The concept of techniques is broad, encompassing primary and auxiliary cultivation methods, as well as an array of secret arts and supernatural abilities. The techniques of the Luoyun sect are particularly diverse, beyond ordinary methods. The insights and experiences of various predecessors are meticulously recorded and stored in the Techniques Pavilion. Over the years, the accumulation of jade slips in the Techniques Pavilion has formed small mountains, making it quite cumbersome for disciples to locate the slips they require. Consequently, the sect has issued a task to organize the vast and intricate collection of jade slips. 2 hours later, Wang Chun arrived at the Techniques Pavilion, where he encountered a foundation establishment stage attendant alongside several Qi refining stage disciples. Although the guards only occupied the 1st and 2nd floors, the areas beyond the 3rd floor are deemed highly significant within the sect, and entry for foundation establishment cultivators is not easily granted. Upon his arrival, Wang Chun respectfully stated his purpose and was guided by a Qi refining stage senior to the foundation establishment stage attendant. After a considerable wait, the middle-aged attendant finally set down the jade slip he had been examining and took Wang Chun's identity plate to verify the task. Follow me. The foundation establishment stage attendant instructed tersely, striding swiftly towards a side door. After passing through several doors, Wang Chun entered a somewhat spacious room. Ah, Wang Chun exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the numerous bags strewn across the floor, surprised by the sight. The elder discerned Wang Chun's confusion and explained, this room is filled with storage bags containing various books and jade slips. Your task is to organize at least 1 storage bag within 3 months to complete the assignment. After organizing, place the jade slips into their respective categories, the foundation establishment period cultivator said leisurely. Of course, feel free to ask me any questions. Wang Chun listened attentively before inquiring, may I ask, esteemed uncle, if the storage bags here can be taken back to my cave dwelling for further organization? The cultivator paused momentarily, then smiled knowingly. Of course, but although these items are not particularly valuable, their quantity is substantial. You must find a foundation establishment period steward from our sect to vouch for you. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun produced the jade talisman given to him by Uncle Li. The cultivator's eyes widened in surprise. I didn't expect you to actually possess one. Ah? It's actually from Junior Brother Li. The cultivator's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Yet he returned the jade talisman to Wang Chun and consented to his request. After expressing his gratitude to his uncle, Wang Chun took 5 storage bags without hesitation. Chapter 40. The mid-grade Huangrun Valley and the breakthrough of condensing apertures. The warm sunlight cascaded upon the mountain peak, illuminating a particularly distinctive mountain, an isolated hill nestled between 2 towering peaks, as if pressed down by an unseen force. Beneath this small mountain, any high-ranking cultivator present would observe 3 faint formations encircling a cave dwelling. Inside the cave, Wang Chun's training chamber was cluttered with an array of jade slips and books. Sitting on a meditation mat, Wang Chun wore an expression of deep frustration. For half a month, aside from the necessary meditation and talisman crafting, he had devoted himself entirely to organizing various jade slips and tomes. However, reality had proven to be quite disheartening. Wang Chun had willingly accepted the arduous task of organizing the techniques hall with a specific purpose in mind. Firstly, as a rogue cultivator, he lacked the systematic guidance that sect and family disciples received. In his earlier days with the Longhu gang, Wang Chun had come to understand the significance of knowledge. Having learned many characters in his youth, he gained a considerable advantage in martial arts upon joining the gang. When battling against other unassociated rogues, his knowledge became evident. It was akin to walking a path. With the guidance of others' experiences, the route appears broader, whereas navigating alone may lead one astray, making correction exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Wang Chun harbored ambitious aspirations. The existing foundational techniques of the 5 attributes no longer sufficed for his needs. To become an unparalleled powerhouse like the Beast Sovereign, creating a technique suited to himself was imperative. The creation of techniques necessitates a profound understanding of the Tao, a level that Wang Chun had barely attained with the aid of the transformative aura. Additionally, innovating techniques is not a solitary endeavor. Exposure to various existing techniques is essential for developing one's own. These were the thoughts that occupied Wang Chun's mind. However, the contents of the storage bags he retrieved were mostly worthless. Many of the books merely contained martial arts manuals from the mundane world, though invaluable in the secular realm. They held no merit in the realm of cultivation. Other jade slips recorded the experiences and observations of cultivators, which were of little use to Wang Chun. Across 5 storage bags, each possessing a space approximately the size of a small room, one can only imagine the sheer volume of jade slips and books contained within. However, Wang Chun did not leave empty-handed. He discovered 2 jade slips that proved beneficial to him. The first slip delineated the classification of cultivators' cultivation levels prior to foundation establishment. It is noteworthy that there are 9 levels in total. The techniques of the Qi refinement stage are invariably divided into these 9 tiers. Yet, the disparity in strength between the 9th level of Qi refinement and the foundation establishment stage is immense. Factors such as techniques, spiritual consciousness, and magical artifacts can enable an ordinary 9th level Qi refinement cultivator to effortlessly defeat another. For instance, Wang Chun, with his profound understanding of the Tao and exceptionally pure spiritual energy, could unleash spells of considerable might, effectively elevating his power by 2 tiers, equivalent to that of a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator. Naturally, if Wang Chun were to wield the Thousand Gene sword in close combat, he would be nearly invincible within the Qi refinement stage. The second jade slip described an auxiliary technique known as the concentration technique, which facilitates a cultivator's tranquility and enhances the refinement of their spiritual consciousness. Although the concentration technique may appear unremarkable, it serves as a valuable aid for 9th level Qi refinement cultivators seeking to augment their strength, with the refinement of spiritual consciousness yielding significant results. After organizing the jade slips, Wang Chun shifted his focus, contemplating. Initially, I intended to examine all the jade slips in detail. However, it seems prudent to select only the useful ones, while categorizing the rest. The jade slips within the technique pavilion were scattered chaotically, and Wang Chun's task was to classify and organize them. Having concluded his reflections, Wang Chun returned to the technique pavilion with the sorted jade slips. This time, the elder of the foundation establishment stage did not voice any objections as Wang Chun meticulously arranged the organized slips and books before departing with 5 storage bags. However, instead of hastening back, he altered his course towards the foot of the Steward Peak. At the base of the Steward Peak lay a sprawling market that extended for miles, known as the Luo Yun Sect's marketplace. Although the Luo Yun market was not extensive, its affiliation with the Luo Yun sect rendered it far more formidable than markets such as the Lu Yun market. As he leisurely wandered through the Luo Yun market, a serene pavilion came into view. Outside the pavilion hung a brocade banner, the material of which was uncertain, inscribed with an elegantly swirling character, grain. This was the place to procure spiritual grains. Once cultivators reach the foundation establishment stage, they no longer require mundane food for sustenance. Consuming worldly fare may instead invite impurities that hinder their cultivation. Thus, in ancient times, cultivators invented spiritual grains. These grains not only possess a delightful flavor, but also do not interfere with cultivation. On the contrary, the spiritual energy contained within them can enhance one's cultivation. Particularly, the time a cultivator can spend meditating and cultivating each month is limited. Excessive duration could place strain on their meridians, potentially resulting in peril. Therefore, spiritual grains serve as an essential supplementary means of cultivation. As time has progressed, the varieties of spiritual grains have multiplied, each with distinct effects. Yet their prices have consistently remained high. After all, the production of spiritual grains is finite, and every cultivator requires them. Upon entering the shop, a middle-aged cultivator in his 40s or 50s approached warmly, inquiring, "What is your esteemed surname, friend?" "I am honored to be called Wang." "Ah, Wang Daiyu. Our shop offers a comprehensive selection of spiritual grains at reasonable prices. May I inquire what type of spiritual grains you seek?" The middle-aged cultivator enthusiastically began his introduction. Wang Chun nodded slightly and inquired, "Are there any spirit grains here that can replenish vitality?" "Certainly," the middle-aged cultivator replied, feigning nonchalance as he observed Wang Chen's expression. "I am curious to know how much you intend to purchase and what quality of spirit grains you seek." Wang Chun chose not to respond, prompting the cultivator to continue. "Junior brother Wang, these spirit grains are categorized into low, mid, and high tiers." With this remark, Wang Chun had transitioned from being merely a fellow cultivator to being addressed as a junior brother, indicating that the seller anticipated a profitable transaction. "Mid-tier, state the price." Wang Chun replied coolly. "The mid-tier Huangrun grains can significantly replenish vitality and are particularly effective for those in the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages," the elder explained. Pausing momentarily, however, the price is 40 spirit stones per pound. Wang Chun frowned slightly at this, and the middle-aged cultivator, sensing the hesitation, quickly added, "If you purchase over 50 pounds, I can offer you a price of 35 spirit stones per pound." 100 pounds, Wang Chun stated flatly, then produced the spirit stones, adding, "I will return monthly to collect 100 pounds. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator promptly agreed and prepared the spirit grains for Wang Chun. After completing the transaction, Wang Chun stored the grains in his spatial bag and began to leave. At that moment, the cultivator called out, "Junior brother Wang, wait a moment." Surprised, Wang Chun paused. "Junior brother, your talent is exceptional, and a bright future in foundation establishment awaits you," the middle-aged cultivator remarked, hesitating briefly before producing a jade slip. "This contains information about a large-scale market for qi refinement stage cultivators happening in 6 months. If you are interested, you might find items you require." Wang Chun accepted the jade slip and nodded, understanding the cultivator's intent. He wished for Wang Chun to frequent this place for future purchases. Nonetheless, Wang Chun had indeed intended to acquire some items, so he consented and agreed to return the following month. After departing from the spirit grain shop, Wang Chun visited several other establishments, selling some of his talismans, which resulted in his spirit stone count reaching 20,000, an accumulation from his diligent efforts over time. Once he had attended to these trivial matters, Wang Chun dedicated himself to focused cultivation. Each day was spent meditating, practicing talisman crafting, and studying the jade slips. The first and second floors of the technique pavilion held an abundance of jade slips, yet Wang Chun only perused a fraction of the content, categorizing it without undue difficulty. As time flowed by, 1 month, 2 months, the breakthrough in the later stages of qi refinement primarily hinged on the absorption of spiritual energy, which proved relatively uncomplicated. Wang Chun's cultivation level swiftly ascended to the 9th layer of qi refinement. During this nearly half-year period, he consumed approximately 3 pounds of Huangrun grains daily, enriching his vitality to an impressive degree, surpassing even the effects of consuming beast meat, as spirit grains are far more easily digestible. Under such circumstances, the number of acupoints within his body reached 32, and he was on the verge of attaining the ominous number of 36. At this juncture, Wang Chun possessed a formidable strength of 45,000 pounds, and the resilience of his physique had ascended to the level of a top-tier magical artifact. Meanwhile, the jade slips he had perused were countless. The slips on the first floor of the technique pavilion had been systematically organized, leaving only those from the second floor in his spatial bag. Through the ephemeral knowledge contained within these jade slips, Wang Chun's understanding had greatly expanded. In the realm of cultivation, Jiang Chen has mastered a considerable number of Chinese characters, including ancient scripts. He has also acquired a wealth of information regarding perilous locations and secret lore. However, what captivates Jiang Chen the most are the myriad of cultivation techniques. There are no fewer than 1,000,000 variations of techniques in the qi refinement stage alone. Among the techniques Jiang Chen has cataloged, there are several thousand, which, although he cannot cultivate, have provided him with significant inspiration, laying a solid foundation for his future practices. Half a year has elapsed, and today marks the commencement of the secret market as indicated in the Jade Slip. Chapter 41, The Secret Market. The Heart Sutra of all beasts, a figure clad in azure swiftly darted past and halted beside a wall in the marketplace of the Luo Yun sect. This must be the fabled secret market, Jiang Chen murmured to himself as he gazed at the wall. After donning his mask, he approached the wall, which suddenly rippled, causing Jiang Chen to vanish within its undulations. As if time itself had been reversed, the tranquil alley outside contrasted sharply with the crowded interior filled with people. A sweeping glance revealed that most of the cultivators present were indeed members of the Luo Yun sect. Surely, those adorned in non-sect attire are also cultivators of Luo Yun. Jiang Chen speculated as he made his way to an unoccupied chair and sat down. The secret market was bustling, with many attendees wearing masks or wide-brimmed hats to obscure their faces. After waiting for over an hour, as the influx of cultivators waned, a slightly portly middle-aged man ascended to the central platform. "Greetings, fellow cultivators," he exclaimed, his voice resonant and imbued with warmth. "The items available at this secret market are quite abundant. I hope everyone enjoys a fruitful experience." Before he could finish, a short and stout man called out, "Manager Qian, enough with the delays. Let us get started. We didn't come here to listen to your chatter." The distinctive figure of the stout cultivator was recognizable even with his face concealed, thus he made no effort to hide. As the stout man's voice echoed, the surrounding crowd erupted with noise. "Brother Luo is right. Let us begin." Jiang Chen was taken aback, realizing that this stout cultivator must possess considerable strength to garner such a response with apparent ease. "Ah, brother, you speak wisely. Now, let us present the first item, a high-grade magical artifact, the Cosmic Restraint." The Cosmic Restraint is a supportive artifact crafted from the tail of an 800-year-old serpent, capable of ensnaring individuals. Manager Qian cheerfully elaborated on the artifact's properties. Jiang Chen was internally astonished. Truly, the secret market of the Luo Yun sect offered exceptionally rare supportive artifacts, which, in the qi refinement stage, were only marginally inferior to top-tier artifacts. Elsewhere, such items would likely be the highlight of any auction. With the first item presented, Jiang Chen's interest was further piqued. Next, we have the customary auction. First up are early-stage foundation establishment talismans. I shall refrain from further introduction. They are the ideal talismans for late-stage qi refinement cultivators, starting at 1,000 each. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's fingers twitched slightly, clearly stirred by the prospect. However, Jiang Chen did not rush to bid. Although the talismans from the early stage of foundation establishment possessed immense power, equivalent to a strike from a high-quality magical tool wielded by a peak qi refinement cultivator, they also bore certain shortcomings. Due to their insufficient mastery, qi refinement practitioners could not fully unleash the talisman's potential, often experiencing a delay of 2 to 3 seconds. Consequently, if one was adequately prepared, cultivators of the same tier could nearly evade these attacks. Thus, foundation establishment talismans, in the hands of qi refinement practitioners, were ultimately less reliable than superior magical tools. 1,200, 1,500, 2,000, 3,000. Jiang Chen suddenly raised the bid, increasing the price by 1,000, causing the surrounding cultivators to cease their offers. After all, 2,000 spirit stones could procure a decent high-quality magical tool, and the price for the foundation establishment talismans seemed to be capped around this figure. Subsequently, Jiang Chen spent 10,000 spirit stones to acquire 3 early-stage foundation establishment talismans. It was at this moment that he realized that each secret market typically offered around 20 such talismans for sale. Nonetheless, Jiang Chen felt no regret. Spending 13 million spirit stones for 4 talismans may have appeared excessive, but in truth, it was a worthwhile investment, particularly for him. With a mastery equivalent to the realm of 50% sword intent, Jiang Chen could instantaneously deploy the foundation establishment talismans. Among them, one earth element talisman was particularly valuable as an escape mechanism in times of peril. Next, we have puppets at the 9th level of qi refinement. These puppets have been sourced from the heavenly craft sect of the Wu Kingdom, and their quality is beyond reproach. The key advantage is that they operate on spirit stones, without consuming one's own spiritual energy. Starting bid, 10,000 spirit stones. Wang Chun gazed at the array of puppet-sized figures with keen interest. However, having foolishly perceived himself as a minor millionaire, he found himself financially constrained after purchasing 3 talismans, thus refraining from acquiring those puppets that held little utility for him. He had encountered puppet techniques within the sect's jade slips, which were a blend of certain crafting skills and array formations, an intriguing form of cultivation. The strength of puppet techniques lay in their provision of several fearless allies, who would never betray their master. 11,000 spirit stones. Next, we present the cultivation method heart of 10,000 beasts. Those with beast companions should not hesitate to bid. As per our usual custom, this method only includes the chi refinement portion. Without further ado, we shall start the bidding at 10,000 spirit stones. The number of bidders dwindled. For although the heart of 10,000 beasts was a creation of the esteemed master of beasts and was exceptionally profound, it was limited to the chi refinement stage and could be replicated infinitely, thus capping its price. Wang Chun acquired a copy for 10,000 spirit stones. After briefly examining the jade slip of the heart of 10,000 beasts, a look of satisfaction crossed his face. Indeed, the work of the master of beasts was nothing short of exquisite, each word a gem. Surpassing by hundreds of times the beast-taming jade slip he had previously purchased from the Black Crow market. With the acquisition of the jade slip, Wang Chun's mind was set. This trip to the secret market had proven to be quite fruitful. Next, it was time to enjoy the spectacle. In the following hours, the array of items within the secret market dazzled Wang Chun's eyes. 3 exquisite magical artifacts incited a frenzy among the crowd. With final prices not dipping below 20 million spirit stones, one auxiliary-type exquisite artifact even fetched an astonishing 40,000 spirit stones. This price surpassed that of an ordinary low-grade treasure. However, it must be acknowledged that some chi refining period cultivators possessed formidable backgrounds and astonishing wealth. The secret market, which had lasted for half a day, concluded with the sale of a pill that could slightly enhance the foundation establishment odds. Most cultivators, having finished their bidding, hurriedly departed. Wang Chun quietly made his way toward the entrance, retracing his steps with precision. Upon reaching the wall where he had entered, he swiftly activated his lightness technique and departed hastily. Yet, after only a short while, he sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing slightly. A cold smirk crossed his lips as he quickened his pace. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, 2 black-clad cultivators caught up to him. Where did that kid go? Why has he suddenly vanished? One murmured. Be cautious, this kid is not simple. The spirit moth sensed his presence nearby. The other warned, their voices barely above a whisper as they remained vigilant. At a distance of several paces, Wang Chun exerted his utmost effort to activate the 5 elements concealment technique, cloaking his aura and energy fluctuations. After half an hour of waiting, growing increasingly impatient, he resolved to swiftly conclude the confrontation. A series of explosive sounds erupted. The 2 cultivators hastily summoned their defensive artifacts, but the subsequent scene left them utterly astounded. A hazy young man, with hands gracefully moving like celestial beings scattering flowers, shattered numerous talismans. No, an entire stack of them. It commenced with a torrential rain of fire, conjured from fireball spells. Then came a barrage of golden swords, formed by the golden sword technique. As the talismans rained down, panic ensued. The older cultivator, sensing the imminent danger, quickly activated a circular orb. Under the impetus of his spiritual energy, it descended, casting a shimmering water-blue barrier that merely dulled under the relentless assaults. An exquisite defensive artifact. The orb was unmistakably a top-tier protective treasure. Wang Chun watched, his desire ignited, yet he remained unhurried. Instead, he summoned a superior-grade golden sword artifact to strike at the other cultivator. The second cultivator, lacking a top-tier defensive artifact, found his protection faltering under the torrent of talismanic attacks. Wang Chun's golden sword struck with ferocity, shattering the defensive artifact in an instant. With a scream, the cultivator fell to the ground, prompting his companion to shriek in horror. Brother, you dare to kill my brother? I will make you pay with your life. The cultivator, enraged by the demise of his sibling, went mad, his eyes blazing with fury as he hurled a handful of talismans. Another wave of spells surged forth, but Wang Chun deftly evaded them. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining cultivator produced a black banner, chanting incantations while spitting blood onto it, causing it to emanate an eerie luminescence. Wang Chun, sensing the ominous nature of the black banner, summoned his golden sword and charged forward. Bang! The golden sword struck the shield, creating ripples, yet failed to breach its defenses. At that moment, the black banner emanated an overwhelming aura. A chilling breeze wafted through, accompanied by a spectral presence. Suddenly, phantoms surged forth from the black banner, swiftly encircling Wang Chun. You brat, accompany my brother in death. The frenzied cultivator commanded the spirits to charge at Jiang Chen. Chapter 42. A forceful kill. The mournful cries echoed from all directions, filled with lament and sorrow. The sounds fluctuated in proximity and intensity, sometimes piercingly shrill, other times woefully mournful. Under the weight of these heart-wrenching sounds, Jiang Chen felt a wave of disorientation, as if wronged female spirits were recounting their grievances to him, or vengeful ghosts sought to voice their complaints. However, in the fleeting moment of confusion, the vitality of blood surged forth, awakened by the ghostly energy. And Jiang Chen instantly regained his composure. That was close, he thought, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Losing consciousness in battle could have led to grievous injury. Yet, before he could revel in his fortune, the shield-like defensive artifact he bore was shattered, leaving Jiang Chen astonished by the formidable power of the banner. Resolutely, he sheathed his golden sword and charged towards the middle-aged cultivator across from him. Seeing this, the middle-aged cultivator let out a sinister chuckle, a gleam of triumph flashing in his eyes. He was well aware of the banner's might and knew that without a peak-grade artifact for defense, it was insurmountable. Die. Use your blood to grant my brother peace. With a crack, the malevolent specters clawed at Jiang Chen, inflicting excruciating pain without breaking his skin. Die. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen closed the distance to mere meters from the middle-aged cultivator, wielding a sword over a meter long, the 1,000-gene sword. With all his strength, Jiang Chen swung the colossal blade, channeling nearly 50,000 gene of force, combined with the sword's weight of 10,000 gene. The power of this strike rivaled even the casual blows of an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, who would typically exert around 100,000 gene in a full-force attack. Bang! The middle-aged cultivator was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground. Although the protective shield of his peak-grade artifact remained intact, it had lost all semblance of defense. Uffed! He spat a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of disbelief. How is this possible? How could you shatter a peak-grade artifact? Panic and unease washed over him as he scrambled to escape. Think you can flee? Jiang Chen smirked and, with a flash, pursued him. Ignoring the cultivator's pleas for mercy, he brought his sword down, reducing the man's body to a mere puddle of flesh. With the cultivator's demise, the black banner lost its source of spiritual energy and fell to the ground. After tidying up the remnants of the battlefield and incinerating the corpse with a fireball, Jiang Chen stealthily departed under the cover of night. Half an hour later, four cultivators arrived at the scene of the battle. There's a lingering aura of ghostly energy here, one remarked, wrinkling his brow after taking a sniff. The others nodded in agreement. It was a 2-on-1 fight. It ended swiftly. It must have been the cultivators from tonight's secret market. After a brief discussion, the group vanished into the night, gradually dismissing the incident. After all, cultivators in the Qi refinement stage were abundant, and the disappearance of two was hardly noteworthy. Once the sect was apprised of the situation, they ceased further inquiries. Upon returning to the cave, Jiang Chen set down the storage bag he had obtained from the slain cultivator and sat upon the mat, deep in contemplation. It was evident that the disciples of the Luoyun sect were indeed exceptional, their magical artifacts surpassing those of wandering cultivators by a significant margin. Among the loosely affiliated cultivators, top-tier magical artifacts were nearly unattainable, with very few individuals possessing them. Although the cultivators in the secret market were said to be the elite of the Luoyun sect during the Qi refinement stage, the casual display of two top-tier magical artifacts was beyond Jiang Chen's expectations. The value of defense-type top-tier magical artifacts is immeasurable, and the black demonic banner was particularly extraordinary. It could unleash ghostly attacks while simultaneously disturbing the mind, an onslaught that an ordinary cultivator would find insurmountable. However, it must be acknowledged that the sect's disciples lacked combat experience. Had they continuously ensnared him with the black banner and talismans while employing superior defensive artifacts to guard against his attacks, escape would have been a viable option. Barring the use of the foundation-building talismans he had just acquired. After reflecting on the gains and losses from the battle, Jiang Chen felt fatigued and succumbed to slumber. The following day, upon rising, Jiang Chen felt rejuvenated, stretching languidly as his bones cracked. He then began to organize the spoils of the previous night's carnage. The water attribute pearl from the top-tier defensive artifact spoke for itself. His shield-shaped artifact had already been breached, and this pearl's defensive capabilities were remarkable, as it could withstand an impact of 60,000 pounds, signifying its exceptional resilience. With the artifact's spiritual consciousness having dissipated, Jiang Chen found it convenient to refine. After infusing it with his mana, he tirelessly harmonized his spiritual consciousness with the water pearl, leaving behind a trace of his spiritual imprint. Within the span of a tea's brewing time, the water pearl began to swirl under his command. After securing the water pearl, Wang Chun proceeded to organize the remaining items. The black banner was indeed a marvelous possession, possessing immense power. However, he discovered in the jade slip that it was known as the ghostly banner. Although the ghostly banner was common in demonic sects, its origins were formidable, purportedly a replica of an ancient celestial artifact. Yet, few later demonic cultivators had managed to unleash its true potential. Furthermore, the use of the ghostly banner required refined essence blood, and its potency was directly proportional to the amount of refined blood utilized. Thus, Wang Chun had to forego this opportunity. As his blood was barely sufficient for condensing his acupoints, how could he afford to wield such a banner? Once he completed the condensation of the earthly fiend's acupoints, the strength of his body would match that of a top-tier magical artifact, allowing him to disregard its attacks entirely. Additionally, the other storage bags contained a plethora of valuable items, including several upper-tier magical artifacts and talismans. Wang Chun selected those that were beneficial to him, while the remainder was consolidated for future exchange for spirit stones. Once organized, Wang Chun resumed his cultivation. Each day was spent in meditation and energy cultivation, followed by talisman crafting, and subsequently organizing the jade slips to record useful insights. After a month, he sold the talismans for spirit grains and occasionally exchanged a few for foundation-building talismans. Wang Chun's cultivation routine was remarkably monotonous yet orderly. After 6 months, he finally succeeded in condensing 36 acupoints. 36 blood-red orbs, imbued with the essence of creation, slowly revolved within the acupoints, forming an inexplicable cycle among themselves. A gentle stream of blood energy coursed back and forth through the 36 orifices of the body, akin to a meandering brook that intertwined them. As this stream flowed, Wang Chun's physical strength gradually intensified. His body, which had already reached the level of a superior magical artifact, experienced a subtle enhancement. If this continues for a few years, my physical strength should approach that of an extraordinary magical artifact. The condensation of acupoints directly enhances physical strength, akin to the moment of breaking through a bottleneck. However, the most crucial aspect is that the body will be continually fortified by the condensed acupoints over time, allowing for a gradual development of physical prowess. During the past 6 months of condensing the 36 acupoints of Tiansha, Wang Chun reaped notable rewards in other areas as well. Among the thousands of jade slips, he indeed discovered some valuable treasures. For instance, there are 3 jade slips currently beside Wang Chun, meticulously selected by him. The first slip elaborates on the art of talismans. The author of this slip was also a foundational stage cultivator who, after a lifetime of wandering and nearing the end of his days, returned to the Luo-Yun sect to categorize his experiences. This jade slip encapsulates his insights on talismanic arts. The significance of talismans being among the top 3 practices in cultivation is well-founded. Presently, the talismans Wang Chun has encountered are relatively simplistic and elementary. According to the foundational stage cultivator, aside from the basic talismans Wang Chun has crafted, there are numerous varieties. He himself has encountered various forms, including array talismans, beast spirit talismans, and barrier-breaking talismans. Array talismans involve encapsulating a simplified formation within a single talisman, necessitating not only advanced talisman crafting skills, but also profound knowledge of formations. Beast spirit talismans are designed to seal the souls of demonic beasts onto talisman paper, allowing the summoning of these creatures upon activation. However, once the spirit's energy is exhausted, the talisman turns to ash. Barrier-breaking talismans are specifically crafted to dismantle restrictions and formations. Restrictions are akin to formations in the realm of cultivation. And if a formation is exceptionally sophisticated, mastering the corresponding restrictions becomes significantly easier. Naturally, the creation of barrier-breaking talismans is far more intricate, requiring rare materials and a deep comprehension of the art of formations. Mastering one skill is already a remarkable feat, while mastering 2 is exceedingly rare. In addition to the aforementioned detailed descriptions of talismans, the jade slip also presents various talismans that foundational stage cultivators have heard of, such as mixed talismans and spirit storage talismans. Each of these talismans serves unique purposes and possesses extraordinary capabilities, igniting a fervor within Wang Chun while simultaneously tempering his burgeoning pride. As a young man without a formidable power to rely upon, Wang Chun has achieved his current strength through the essence of creation and his own diligence. How could he not feel a sense of pride? However, after absorbing the insights contained within the slip, Wang Chun quickly regained his composure. During his travels across the Great Zhou Kingdom, the foundational stage cultivator had heard tales of several prodigious youths who had reached the foundational stage at the tender age of 15 or 16, and even then, they had delayed their progress, fearing an unstable foundation. Comparing himself to others, Jiang Chen felt somewhat limited in his perspective, akin to a frog in a well. Filled with unwarranted pride. Chapter 43. The True Harvest. The second jade slip elucidated the path of cultivation. The process of a cultivator's ascension is delineated into several stages. Qi training, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul, beyond which Jiang Chen was unaware. There exist two primary methodologies for cultivation. The first, embraced by the vast majority of practitioners, involves refining qi into the body, condensing it into a cyclone, coalescing spiritual energy, establishing a foundation, culminating in the formation of a golden core, and eventually giving rise to a spiritual lake, where the core shatters into an infant, and the lake transforms into an ocean. These represent the essential steps from the qi training stage to the nascent soul stage. The extent to which a cultivator's magical power breaks through corresponds with their realm's advancement. This method is relatively stable, provided that adequate conditions are met, ensuring a gradual and reliable enhancement of one's cultivation. The second method is employed by a select few extraordinary geniuses who perceive the Tao before undertaking cultivation. For instance, Jiang Chen, utilizing the aura of creation, grasped the rudimentary principles of the five elements. Although his understanding was superficial, such insight is typically reserved for those in the foundation establishment stage. Consequently, equipped with insights akin to that of the foundation stage, Jiang Chen's progression in the qi training phase accelerated remarkably. In a span of 7 to 8 years, he transformed from a novice, utterly ignorant of cultivation, to a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of qi training. While this pace may not seem exceptionally rapid, it is noteworthy that higher-tier cultivators provided him with elixirs. Ascending from the 1st to the 9th level of qi training would not have posed significant difficulty. However, apart from his initial attempts with a few elixirs, Jiang Chen had not consumed a single one thereafter, which was indeed astonishing. Nevertheless, this method proves effective during the qi training phase. Its efficacy diminishes significantly at higher levels. For instance, during the qi training stage, one could gain a measure of spiritual power from such insights daily, while in the foundation establishment stage, one might acquire a fraction of that power. In contrast, breaking through in the qi training stage requires dozens to hundreds of units of spiritual power, while the foundation stage demands tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Thus, after establishing his foundation, Jiang Chen's cultivation would proceed as slowly as that of an ordinary cultivator. Even with the assistance of the aura of creation, his cultivation speed would barely match that of a practitioner with 3 spiritual roots. Sighing, Jiang Chen set aside the second jade slip, his expression clouded with melancholy. Despite the insights gained, he felt a looming dread over the challenges that lay ahead in his cultivation journey. At that moment, a diminutive azure serpent emerged from his bosom, slithering up to entwine itself around his neck, as if to offer solace. Jiang Chen gazed at the small serpent with a faint smile, his spirits lifted considerably. He extended his right hand to caress the serpent, which seemed to revel in the attention, flicking its tail in delight before curling into his palm. "All right, little Qing. You can rest now." After a brief moment, Jiang Chen cradled the little azure serpent, which swiftly nestled within his robe, curling up comfortably. This serpent was none other than the hatchling from the azure serpent egg he had discovered in the Blackbird Mountain range. Of the 6 serpent eggs, only this azure egg had successfully hatched, while the others had gradually lost their vitality. Yet, Jiang Chen felt no disappointment. The white phosphor serpent, upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, had already developed faint azure dragon scales, with its horns beginning to emerge on its head. Among the 6 serpent eggs, 5 were white, leading to the reasonable expectation that the hatchling would be a white phosphor serpent. However, the egg of a green hue did indeed yield a dragon serpent. Although still small and lacking the defining features of its kind, a remarkably hard scale on its abdomen has already attested to the exceptional nature of the little green serpent. Undoubtedly, should it reach the foundational stage, it would surpass its peers in strength. On another note, when Jiang Chen established a soul bond with the little green serpent, he found himself in a moral quandary. The heart of all beasts contains a plethora of binding techniques, roughly divided into 2 categories, one being a rather harsh enslavement method, while the other is a more benevolent and equitable approach. Each method possesses its own advantages and disadvantages. The stringent enslavement technique, though more straightforward in its application, significantly incites dissatisfaction among the beasts and could lead to a rebellion against their master during moments of vulnerability. Conversely, the equitable method fosters a closer bond between the beast and its master, promoting harmonious cooperation. However, in times of peril, the instinct for survival may compel the beast to abandon its master, and some sentient creatures may yearn for a life among their own kind, eventually choosing to depart. Jiang Chen, after much deliberation, opted against the conventional harsh enslavement in favor of a more egalitarian contract that allowed for spiritual communication. Under this arrangement, both the spiritual beast and Jiang Chen could sense each other's emotions, facilitating a smoother exchange. Many cultivators shy away from such contracts, as the spiritual beast can detect ill intentions and may choose to leave, rendering the equitable bond ineffective. Nevertheless, after establishing this bond with the newly hatched little green serpent, their relationship flourished. It felt to Jiang Chen as if the little one were a younger sibling or even a child. Daily playtime with the little green serpent brought Jiang Chen immense joy, enhancing his state of mind and allowing his spiritual energy to flow more harmoniously, resulting in a more seamless cultivation experience. Time in the realm of cultivation is often elusive, and before long, half a year had elapsed. Within his abode, Jiang Chen sat upon a meditation mat, casually tossing a spiritual fruit. In a flash, the silhouette of the little green serpent darted forward, skillfully catching the fruit, before curling up in Jiang Chen's embrace to gnaw on it. This fruit, a water attribute spiritual delicacy suitable for cultivators, had been discovered by Jiang Chen to be a favorite of the little serpent, prompting him to frequently procure it as a treat. Though he pondered why a serpent would enjoy such fruits, he concluded that it was not surprising for his dual water and wind attribute companion to favor water attribute delicacies. Having settled the little serpent, Jiang Chen turned his attention to the jade slip in his hand. He had completed the task of organizing the scripture hall a few days prior. Over the course of a year, he had undertaken this task repeatedly, finally sorting through the chaotic array of jade slips in the scripture hall. To reward Jiang Chen's contributions, the foundational stage steward permitted him to select a few jade slips to take with him. Without hesitation, he chose two, which detailed the principles and crafting methods of a particular type of magical tool. While it might not be entirely accurate to refer to them as magical tools, as they can be stored within one's danshan, akin to the treasures of golden elixir stage cultivators, these artifacts could indeed be crafted during the Qi refinement stage. This extraordinary artifact is known as the Five Elements Convergence Tower. The monk who conceived this magical item was inherently endowed with 5 elemental spiritual roots. Although he lacked the fortuitous bloodline akin to that of Jiang Chen, he nonetheless ascended to the golden core stage, not due to unparalleled talent, but rather owing to the influence of his father, who had attained the out-of-body stage. This level of cultivation is regarded as the pinnacle of strength within the Tianyuan continent. With the assistance of his father, the monk was inundated with various elixirs, propelling his cultivation to the golden core stage. Had misfortune not intervened, he would likely have progressed further to the nascent soul stage. However, following the untimely demise of his father, the monk's status plummeted swiftly. Deprived of the resources provided by his sect and the support of his father, the once promising prodigy was soon cast aside by those around him. Nevertheless, his resolve to pursue the path of cultivation remained steadfast as he bravely navigated the hardships in search of a breakthrough. Unfortunately, the 5 elemental spiritual roots proved to be exceedingly inadequate, with the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption being merely 1% of that of a single elemental root. Consequently, a century of meditative practice for him would only equate to a year of cultivation for a practitioner with a single elemental root. Even with the aid of elixirs, the absorption efficacy was only a fraction, merely a few tenths, of what a single elemental root cultivator could achieve. Moreover, the high-grade elixirs used by advanced practitioners were exceptionally rare, rendering their mass consumption impractical. Thus, the monk embarked on an innovative path, conceiving the idea of creating an artifact capable of devouring the spiritual energy contained within various ores, magical treasures, and spiritual herbs to sustain his own cultivation. Although this notion may seem fantastical, it is not devoid of possibility. In ancient times, the formidable beast known as Kunpeng possessed a divine ability called Kunpeng absorption, capable of consuming spiritual energy and entities within 1,000 miles, converting them into energy for its own use. Setting aside such ethereal concepts, some innate abilities of demonic beasts and secret arts of demonic cultivators exhibit a similar capacity for consumption, albeit with significant limitations and inherent risks, leading to their rare application. Despite the numerous challenges, the monk persisted in his endeavors, diligently researching until, after countless trials and fortuitous encounters, he successfully amalgamated the techniques of demonic beasts, demonic cultivators, and ancient secrets to create this unique artifact, the 5 Elements Convergence Tower. The 5 Elements Convergence Tower was envisioned to absorb the 5 elemental spiritual energies from various magical treasures and spiritual ores for his own use. However, despite his arduous efforts, the limitations of his materials resulted in a subpar creation. The construction of the five elements convergence tower necessitated three types of materials, the first being those of the five elements. Theoretically, any material corresponding to the five elemental attributes would suffice. However, the resulting tower exhibited functional limitations if crafted from five elemental materials. The tower's absorption of foundational period treasures and similar five elemental materials would yield the most pronounced effects. In essence, the tower's capacity for absorption and transformation is restricted to magical treasures and spiritual entities of a lower grade than the materials used in its creation. Thus, this seemingly miraculous five elements convergence tower appears somewhat counterproductive. The second material required for the tower is the void stone, a primary ingredient in high-grade storage tools. The storage bracelets crafted during the infant and out-of-body stages, and even the more advanced storage rings, are primarily composed of void stones, combined with specialized forging techniques and intricate arrays. With the presence of void stones, an independent space is formed within the five elements transformation tower, wherein materials of the five elemental attributes can be consumed and transformed, subsequently enhancing one's cultivation. The third type of material, however, is particularly astonishing, the cultivator's own spiritual root. It may sound absurd that one's spiritual root serves as the most crucial component for crafting magical artifacts, yet upon reflection, it is indeed reasonable. Capable of absorbing and utilizing spiritual energy, the cultivator's own material is closely linked to their essence. After much searching, the cultivator stumbled upon an ancient practitioner's jade slip by chance, which detailed a method for harnessing one's spiritual root to cultivate powerful magical treasures. A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated the cultivator's mind, revealing that their own spiritual root was the most suitable material. Nonetheless, this notion carries significant risk. The spiritual root is fundamental to a cultivator's ability to ascend. Even those with the weakest spiritual roots are treated like emperors in the mundane world. Should any mishap occur during the process of utilizing their spiritual root, resulting in an inability to absorb spiritual energy, it would lead to utter catastrophe. One can only imagine the immense peril involved in using one's spiritual root as a material. Chapter 44. The Five Elements Mixing Yuan Tower. Departure. The significance of the five elements spiritual root as the pivotal material for the five elements transformation tower is not without reason. The tower possesses the ability to absorb and convert all forms of spiritual energy for its own use, functioning flawlessly by fundamentally employing the five elements' spiritual root's capacity for absorption and transformation, while simultaneously leveraging the principles of mutual generation and restriction among the five elements. Moreover, the devouring abilities of demonic beasts and practitioners of the dark path are equally vital. The principles of mutual generation, restriction, and absorption among the five elements are intricate, expressed through runes. According to legend, when the heavens and the earth were first opened, runes manifested in the world. It is said that runes serve as the prototype for all techniques and supernatural abilities, as ancient masters grasped the essence of runes to create the primordial arts. Consequently, most ancient techniques are esoteric and immensely powerful. The entire structure of the five elements mixing Yuan Tower is inscribed with a myriad of runes. The latter part of the jade slip records the types and functions of these runes, including their locations and key inscriptions. Jiang Chen, utilizing the essence of transformation to comprehend the runes, has subtly absorbed a wealth of knowledge concerning the symbols inscribed upon the talismans. Most of these runes pertain to the five elemental attributes and are indeed complex. However, when compared to the vast array of runes documented in the jade slip, Jiang Chen felt as though he had been carrying a mere handful of silver while posing as a wealthy man. This is certainly beyond the comprehension of a golden elixir stage cultivator. Jiang Chen mused inwardly, further solidifying his belief in the extraordinary value of these runes. In truth, the cultivator expended immense effort to discover and comprehend these runes, aided by a friend of his father from the out-of-body stage, along with a multitude of fortunate opportunities that led him to uncover these remarkable symbols. The entirety of the jade slip, aside from the initial section detailing the introduction and principles of the five elements mixed origin tower, is densely filled with intricate runes. To construct the five elements transformation tower, not only must a cultivator possess the five elemental spiritual roots, but they must also comprehend these countless runes. The runes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, devouring, merging, and transformation encapsulate profound insights into the Tao, which are exceedingly challenging for the average individual to grasp. Fortunately, Jiang Chen possesses the aura of transformation. With the aid of this aura, these runes pose no challenge. Rather, the materials required for construction are exceedingly rare. As he set aside the jade slip, Jiang Chen's resolve solidified. The 5 elements mixed origin tower was essential. Without it, his future cultivation would become increasingly constricted, making further progress arduous. His next steps involved gradually comprehending the myriad runes inscribed on the slip and seeking materials corresponding to the 5 elemental properties. The higher the quality of these materials, the better. Ideally, if he could acquire the legendary primordial elements from the dawn of creation, it would be most advantageous. Although such a feat is nearly impossible. Jiang Chen aspired to find materials from the nascent soul stage, which would expedite his advancement to the golden core stage. Achieving the golden core stage would grant him a lifespan of 500 years and a significant cultivation base, allowing him to further enhance the 5 elements mixed origin tower far more easily than if he were to seek the legendary primordial elements directly. With a clear plan in mind, Jiang Chen resumed his cultivation with fervor. The daily task of organizing the jade slip transformed into the contemplation of the runes. The runes pertaining to the 5 elemental properties were manageable, whether they were singular runes or those that interacted with one another. Jiang Chen, possessing a foundation in rune crafting, adeptly grasped them with the unique effects of the aura of transformation. However, he found himself greatly vexed by the remaining runes associated with devouring properties. It felt akin to a financial expert suddenly attempting to practice medicine, completely incomprehensible, leaving him bewildered. Time swiftly passed during his cultivation, and it had been 2 years since the last recruitment of disciples by the Yin sect. The cultivators in the Qi refinement stage had largely become acquainted with one another, yet a few, like Jiang Chen, remained elusive and unpredictable in their whereabouts. One day, a young cultivator arrived at the Deacon Peak, clad in a blue robe that flowed like the wind. Though not possessing the striking features of a starry-eyed swordsman, there was an undeniable air of quiet confidence about him that was utterly captivating. Jiang Chen paused before the Deacon Pavilion, then turned and entered. At the task reception area, he cupped his hands in greeting towards Elder Qian, saying, Elder Qian, the foundational stage cultivator who had previously extended favors to Jiang Chen, was now quite aged, with half of his form already enshrined in the earth. Since their last encounter, Jiang Chen had become a cherished friend to Elder Qian, and their relationship had grown quite harmonious. Previously, Jiang Chen had sought Elder Qian for guidance on runes, though Elder Qian was not well versed in that domain and proved unable to assist. Nevertheless, he had imparted valuable insights regarding cultivation bottlenecks, which, when coupled with Jiang Chen's experiences gleaned from the jade slips in the technique pavilion, proved to be quite beneficial. Elder Qian was genuinely pleased to see Jiang Chen, though he was not particularly concerned with formalities. We've agreed to address each other as brothers in private. No need for such politeness. After speaking, he reached into his storage bag to retrieve the tea set. With a flick of his hand, a small cluster of flames appeared beneath the teapot. Moments later, a delicate aroma of tea, intertwined with the essence of spiritual energy, wafted into the air. Jiang Chen, not one to hesitate, promptly took the teapot and poured himself a cup, savoring each sip. As the fragrant spiritual tea entered his mouth, he felt a warm and refreshing essence flow within him, continuously transforming into strands of spiritual energy that surged throughout his body. The meridians, bathed in a gentle green aura, gradually gained strength. This tea is exquisite, indeed. Elder Qian's tea is exceptional, Jiang Chen remarked, his gaze fixated on the tea set. Elder Qian had previously introduced this set as a finely crafted superior magical artifact, a true masterpiece of tea culture, valued even more than ordinary treasures. It was particularly treasured by Elder Qian, especially suited for brewing his collection of Qingling tea, yielding remarkable results. The Qingling tea enhances the meridians. While its effects are subtle for foundation-building practitioners, it proves quite effective for those in the Qi refining stage. However, only the initial cups yield significant benefits. Beyond that, it resembles ordinary tea, merely replenishing a bit of spiritual energy. Elder Qian elaborated after savoring the tea. Elder Qian, perhaps it's best if you refrain from teaching me the art of tea. My studies lie in the realm of talisman crafting, as you well know. However, I would be quite pleased if you could part with that Qingling wood. Jiang Chen interjected playfully, interrupting Elder Qian's continued discourse. Elder Qian shot Jiang Chen an amused glance. You are becoming increasingly audacious, daring to covet my Qingling wood. Though his words were stern, his expression betrayed no anger, indicating a deep familiarity between them. Tea art is indeed one of the myriad skills in cultivation, albeit with a narrower application and considerable difficulty in practice. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. As one of the myriad arts of cultivation, the spiritual tea produced is quite renowned. However, due to material limitations, the tea crafted by practitioners typically offers minimal benefits. Elder Qian's Qingling tea, discovered serendipitously from a 500-year-old Qingling tree, incorporated precious ingredients, yielding significant effects for qi refining practitioners, yet proving rather inconsequential for those at the foundation level. The shortcomings of spiritual tea are not few. A common flaw is that while the first few cups demonstrate remarkable effects, subsequent servings yield diminishing returns. Imagine a cultivator who, after great effort, discovers the formula and materials for spiritual tea, only to find its efficacy waning after a few sips. What a source of frustration that would be. The recipes for spiritual tea are as precious as those for elixirs. However, unlike elixirs, which require consumption of thousands or even tens of thousands of pills to consider the issue of tolerance, the practicality of spiritual tea techniques falls short. Even similar spiritual wines surpass it, as the demand for spiritual wine is considerably greater. While the speed of spiritual energy recovery may not match that of elixirs, its superior practicality renders it highly sought after. Thus, many cultivators prefer to utilize the more affordable spiritual wine to restore their energy whenever time permits. After conversing with Elder Qian for a while, Jiang Chen expressed his intention to undertake a sect mission. A sect mission? Elder Qian responded with a surprised chuckle. Ah, you truly are diligent. Pray tell, what sort of task do you wish to undertake? I shall certainly accommodate your request. Jiang Chen offered a faint smile. Uncertain of what mission would yield suitable materials for crafting the 5 elements creation tower. Elder Qian, perhaps you could show me the available tasks? I am not quite sure which one would be appropriate, he replied with a resigned tone. Elder Qian, not wishing to complicate matters, handed him a jade slip, which Jiang Chen examined intently. Supervise the spirit herbs, duration 6 months, prior planting experience required, contribution 100 points. Sect patrol, duration 1 year, requires late-stage qi refinement cultivation. Contribution 300 points. Ziluo grass, duration 2 months, contribution 30 points. As Jiang Chen perused the various sect tasks, he found them exceedingly mundane, far from his aspirations of acquiring advanced materials or the elusive void stone. Reluctantly, he continued to read through the list, and finally discovered a task that piqued his interest. Assist the Li family cultivators of Fuyu City in exterminating demon cultivators. Requirement: 1 foundation establishment cultivator and 5 late-stage qi refinement cultivators. It was clear that the task of exterminating demon cultivators would be quite challenging, necessitating the involvement of foundation establishment cultivators, likely indicating the presence of demon cultivators of similar rank. He recalled that Fuyu City was mentioned in the jade slip, where it was rumored a cultivator had unearthed a rare void stone within a crystal mine, igniting contention among nearby golden core cultivators. Ultimately, it had been claimed by a nascent soul cultivator. While others may be unaware of the underlying secrets, Jiang Chen had gleaned information from other jade slips. The void stone was a rare mineral, seldom found in veins akin to ordinary spirit stones, and generally existed as a semi-finished product within crystal and illusion mines, in exceedingly limited quantities. Fortunately, there was a high-quality crystal mine located near Fuyu City. The extermination task could represent a valuable opportunity. Acquiring the void stone for the 5 elements creation tower would not be an easy feat, and purchasing it was simply not an option. He would have to seek it out himself. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Chen accepted the mission. Elder Qian frowned slightly upon seeing the task, though he did not oppose it. Instead, he cautioned Jiang Chen to remain vigilant against demon cultivators. Gratefully accepting Elder Qian's advice, Jiang Chen turned to leave. The task of exterminating the demon cultivators was scheduled to commence in 10 days, and naturally, preparations were in order. Chapter 45. Fuyu City, 10 days hence marked the day of departure, and Jiang Chen was determined to be adequately prepared. He ensured that provisions for Shaoqing, medicinal pills, talismans, and other supplies, such as healing elixirs and spirit wine, were in abundance. He even purchased several thousand spirit stones worth of medium-grade spirit grains. Fortunately, the cultivators selling the spirit grains had conducted business with Jiang Chen for years, and they were well acquainted. By stating that he would be traveling for a year, he dispelled any doubts and swiftly procured several hundred pounds of spirit grains. 10 days later, a green-hued flying vessel emerged from the confines of Immortal Sect. On board, several cultivators engaged in hushed conversation. In a gathering of 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, their cultivation levels varied significantly. Among them, only one had attained the 8th level of qi refinement, while the others were at the 9th level. However, the true extent of their capabilities remained uncertain, as the disparities in divine abilities and magical artifacts could lead to vast differences in strength. Brother Wang, your disciples are indeed fortunate to have encountered the beast tide, allowing them to enter without undergoing rigorous selection, remarked a female cultivator named Li. From their conversation, it was evident that she hailed from the Li family in Fuyu City and had only joined the Immortal Sect 5 years prior. Indeed, Brother Wang is far luckier than I. Had my opponent not sustained severe injuries in a previous battle and subsequently forfeited, I too would have been unable to enter the Immortal Sect, replied Jiang Chen, the cultivator with the lowest cultivation level at the 8th stage. His tone tinged with envy and a hint of trepidation towards the others. The rest of the cultivators chuckled, looking down upon Jiang Chen, as those with timid dispositions often garnered little respect. Within half a day, the hierarchy among the brothers had been established. Brother Wu, a direct disciple of the sect's foundation stage master, naturally claimed the top position. Sister Li, renowned for her beauty and formidable cultivation, secured the 2nd rank. Though the sincerity of her admirers was debatable, the last place was held by Jiang Chen, with Wang Chun following closely behind. After Wang Chun's selfless gesture, another cultivator solidified his position as the 3rd brother. However, while their ranks were set, it remained uncertain whether anyone would heed the elder brother's commands in times of peril. Wang Chun observed the cordial yet insincere exchanges among the group, offering a faint smile without interjecting. Among them, Jiang Chen posed the greatest threat, followed by the eldest brother. Although Sister Li and the other 2 cultivators appeared stronger, they lacked an unsettling aura that stirred Wang Chun's instincts. Yet, this feeling was quite faint. Wang Chun was confident that, should he exert his full strength, even a combined effort from the 4 would not pose a challenge. Throughout the journey, Jiang Chen displayed a submissive demeanor, even attempting to curry favor with Wang Chun. However, unlike the others, Wang Chun dedicated his limited time to contemplating runes, refraining from engaging in excessive conversation. Fuyu City lies in the southwestern region of the Liang Kingdom, a considerable distance of 600 miles from the Immortal Sect. Although foundation stage cultivators could traverse the distance swiftly using magical artifacts, it took them a day's journey to arrive by the following morning. The azure flying artifact radiated a brilliant glow, effortlessly bypassing Fuyu City's formation and forcefully breaking through. Upon the vessel stood 5 individuals. At the forefront was a middle-aged man exuding an awe-inspiring aura, gazing downward with a stern expression. Behind him stood the 4 cultivators, a mixture of caution and reverence evident in their stance. Wang Chun noticed the slight tremor at the corner of Sister Li's eye and observed the others. Jiang Chen wore a blank expression, seemingly lost in thought, while the other 2 displayed a blend of excitement and curiosity. To make such a grand entrance upon arrival, forcefully breaching the defenses, this displays a clear lack of harmony between the Immortal Sect and the Li family, he mused. In the depths of Wang Chen's heart, he pondered silently, though his face betrayed no hint of his thoughts. His purpose for coming here was to seek clues about the Voidstone, while matters regarding the extermination of demonic cultivators were of secondary importance. If danger arose, he could always flee. The precious artifact, under the control of the Foundation Establishment Elder, descended gradually, finally coming to rest beneath a grand residence in the northern part of the city. Once the artifact was set down, the Foundation Establishment cultivator disembarked, followed closely by Wang Chun and his companions. As the Foundation Establishment cultivator stored the artifact away, a throng of people approached them at the entrance. Elder Fu, your arduous journey is much appreciated. I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the Li family, exclaimed an elderly man with white hair, stepping forth from the crowd with cupped hands. For the first time during their journey, the usually taciturn Elder Fu managed a strained smile. Patriarchally, I am honored. Our visit primarily concerns matters related to the demonic cultivators. Let us dispense with excessive formalities. Upon hearing this, Patriarchally appeared somewhat embarrassed and promptly ushered Elder Fu inside. Once they entered the hall, Elder Fu wasted no time, instructing the 4 to await his return before whispering a few words to Patriarch Li and departing together. Subsequently, Wang Chun and his companions were escorted aside by a young cultivator. Sister Li, what do you think they are discussing? After walking a few paces, Brother Wu could no longer contain his curiosity. Being in the Li family estate, Sister Li would undoubtedly possess more insights. Sister Li hesitated momentarily before responding with a smile. Brother Wu, you worry too much. Elder Fu's cultivation is exceptionally high, and his abilities are remarkable. There is nothing to concern ourselves with. Besides, whatever they are discussing is beyond our purview. Upon hearing this, Brother Wu's face brightened with a smile. Indeed, Elder Fu is one of the most promising candidates for advancing to the Golden Core stage in our sect. His abilities are truly extraordinary. The young guide, filled with admiration and curiosity, inquired, is Elder Fu truly that formidable? Encouraged by the question, Brother Wu began to boast about Elder Fu's history. In the Yin sect, Elder Fu was quite renowned. Despite his mediocre 3 spiritual roots, he had achieved great success in the Dragonfall Valley secret realm, ultimately establishing his foundation. Thus, This diligent cultivator quickly became an idol for many disciples with less favorable qualifications. Now in his 80s, Elder Fu not only possessed remarkable skills, but had also reached the late stages of foundation establishment, making it reasonable to anticipate his ascension to the golden core stage within his lifetime. As Brother Wu continued to recount Elder Fu's accomplishments, pride radiated from his expression. After all, having such a powerful master was a privilege few ordinary cultivators could hope to attain. The Li family's residence was not particularly large, and within the span of a tea's brew, the group arrived at a courtyard. The cheerful young man finally came to a halt, producing several jade talismans. Esteemed brothers, I regret that I must attend to other matters and cannot accompany you further. These 4 jade talismans correspond to the formations of the various rooms. You may choose freely. In a few days, I shall return to disturb you again. With a kind expression, the young cultivator withdrew from the courtyard, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sister Li also turned to leave. Left behind, Wang Chun and his 3 companions were filled with indignation. As disciples of the Yin sect, they found it disheartening to be left unattended in the Li family estate, without even a servant to attend to them. Brother Wu, filled with indignation, casually selected a jade talisman and entered the corresponding chamber. The others exchanged wry smiles, each choosing a room of their own. Upon returning to their quarters, Wang Chun promptly set up 2 simple formations. One must always guard against others, especially in such an overt situation. As the relationship between the Li family and the Yin sect was far from the harmonious facade it appeared to be. After arranging the formations, Wang Chun began to ponder the current circumstances. The situation between the Yin sect and the Li family had likely deteriorated significantly, potentially posing a risk of confrontation. He had already witnessed earlier events, where Uncle Fu disregarded the established rules among cultivators, forcefully entering Fuyu City, clearly showing disdain for the Li family, or perhaps attempting to intimidate them. However, considering Uncle Fu's formidable strength, Wang Chun felt assured regarding the safety of his companions. At least, according to Brother Wu's description, Uncle Fu had few rivals at the foundation establishment stage. Yet, this realization left Wang Chun somewhat speechless. It was evident that the Li family was embroiled in trouble. Yet Brother Wu foolishly chose to withhold information about Uncle Fu's circumstances. Although such details could be uncovered through inquiry, this approach seemed rather foolish. After contemplating for a while, Wang Chun resumed his monotonous daily practice. Despite having reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, he could still sense a subtle increase in his spiritual energy with each meditation session. Over time, these increments would accumulate, allowing him to touch upon the bottleneck of reaching the foundation establishment stage. Meanwhile, after Sister Li departed, she was summoned by the 2nd elder of the Li family, her grandfather, who inquired about the situation in detail. Grandfather, what is happening? Is it true, as the rumors suggest, that our Li family intends to betray the Yin sect? Sister Li could not help but ask before leaving. The 2nd elder, who bore a resemblance to the family head, trembled slightly at her words, but responded nonchalantly, You think too much. How could the Li family abandon the Yin sect and still manage to suppress the other forces around Fuyu City? After speaking, he tenderly patted Rayer's head. Although Sister Li harbored doubts, she nodded in agreement. The Li family needed to rely on the Yin sect to secure the majority of the cultivation resources in the vicinity. Otherwise, they would have long been divided among other cultivation factions. After their conversation, the 2nd elder advised Rayer to focus on her cultivation. However, once she left, he seemed to age decades, sitting in his chair, murmuring to himself, Brother, what are you truly planning? Although the offerings demanded by the Yin sect are considerable, at least we can live in relative peace. The Immortal Sect is not to be trifled with. Chapter 46. The Situation. An unexpected encounter in a secret chamber of the Li family within Fuyu City. The family head and Uncle Fu sat facing each other in silence. After a long pause, Uncle Fu finally spoke. Li family head, have you made your decision? My terms are quite clear. Either peacefully present the offerings and cooperate in dealing with the demonic cultivators, or face extermination at the hands of the Yin sect. Uncle Fu's words were stern, yet his expression remained impassive, cold and devoid of emotion. The head of the Li family across the way was already in a state of acute anxiety. He had contemplated various scenarios, yet he never anticipated that this monk, Fu, would be so resolute and straightforward, directly illuminating the connection between the Yin sect and the Li family, subsequently presenting a choice. Although this approach appeared clumsy, it was, in fact, remarkably astute. Open and aboveboard, it struck true. Fu's method rendered all the cunning plans he had previously devised utterly ineffective. There was no room for delay, and he could only confront the situation head-on. Observing the beads of cold sweat that began to form on the Li family head's brow, Fu couldn't help but reveal a hint of a playful smile, and then remarked, "Of course, esteemed Li family head, with your exceptional cultivation and considerable family influence, you might consider whether you can persuade me to remain here." Upon hearing these words, the face of the Li family head instantly drained of color. In a confrontation between cultivators of the same level, unless there was a significant disparity in abilities, it would be exceedingly difficult to prevent an opponent from escaping. Even in a 2-on-1 situation, particularly as his own capabilities were surely inferior to Fu's. Even if there were someone capable of overpowering Fu, detaining him would be out of the question. In less than half a month, the Luo Yun sect would undoubtedly send a considerable force, swiftly raising the Li family to the ground and subsequently supporting another sect of cultivators. Taking a deep breath, the Li family head stammered, "As you say, esteemed Fu, the Li family was once a vassal of the Luo Yun sect, and it shall remain so, there is no doubt about that. This time, the Li family will certainly assist you in capturing the demonic cultivator and ensuring a stable environment for the cultivators of Fuyu City. That is for the best. Indeed, Li brother, you have made a wise choice, ensuring that the Li family remains the foremost family of Fuyu City," Fu replied jovially as he stood up. Before departing, he added, "Since the Li family head has made a decision, do not go back on your word, lest it becomes unfavorable later. The Li family has had its challenges over the years." As Fu's figure vanished at the doorway of the secret chamber, the expression of the Li family head turned ashen, his form swaying perilously as if he might collapse. After a moment, he regained his previous amiability and exited the chamber. Shortly thereafter, the Li family convened a family assembly, with all the foundational elders in attendance. The specifics of the meeting remained unknown to outsiders. However, it was evident that, following this, Jiang Chen and his companions experienced a significant elevation in their treatment, each being assigned a personal attendant, and the attitude of the Li family cultivators became markedly more courteous. Meanwhile, in a mountain to the north of Fuyu City, exuding a gray mist and an aura of death, a gaunt, black-clad cultivator cackled with glee, clutching a gleaming mineral. "Indeed, this is the Void Stone. Ha ha ha. If I hand this over to the sect, I shall gain access to golden core techniques. Soon, I shall reach the golden core stage." As the black-clad cultivator reveled in his delight, a transmission talisman flew toward him. Upon receiving it and reading its contents, his expression darkened instantly, and his eyes glowed with an eerie green light, exuding an unsettling aura. Suddenly, a flash of blue light erupted, and a stone measuring 1 meter in length detonated under the gaze of the ghostly light. The explosion of the stone not only continuing, but also emitting a green flame until the stone was entirely consumed. After a while, the emotions of the cloaked cultivator stabilized. With a swift gesture, he conjured a passage through the dark mist enveloping the mountain. As the passage materialized, several cloaked practitioners entered. "Greetings, steward. We have received word from the Li family that Luo Yunzong has dispatched 1 foundational stage cultivator and 4 chi refining stage cultivators." One of the cultivators presented a jade slip. The foundational stage cultivator accepted the slip and began to peruse its contents. Moments later, a roar of fury erupted from him, his eyes radiating a ghastly green light. "Humph. Very well, very well. The Li family is indeed unreliable. Hee hee. In the coming days, create some chaos as you know how. Hee hee. Moreover, keep a close watch on that young man we captured half a year ago. You are aware of the consequences should he escape." Behind the foundational stage cultivator, an opening led to an interior mine, from which sporadic sounds emerged. Before long, ores would be transported out, but the individuals pushing the ore carts were cultivators drenched in blood. A closer inspection would reveal that these individuals had long since perished, their wounds festering and teeming with maggots. In Fuyu City, Jiang Chen, having just practiced the hellish spirit awareness technique, found himself completely drenched, as though emerging from water. Feeling mentally exhausted and physically unwell, after resting for an hour, he felt considerably better. His spiritual awareness was now capable of scanning nearly 100 meters, an improvement of about half a meter, showcasing the potency of the hellish spirit awareness technique. However, the torment inflicted upon his soul made him resolve to never practice this secret art again. Yet, deep down, he acknowledged the technique's extraordinary nature and understood that he must cultivate it further. After a brief moment, Jiang Chen dispelled the formation and stepped outside. A servant, who had been waiting patiently, approached him. "Where does the immortal master wish to go? I can guide you." Jiang Chen was already familiar with the servant at the door, but preferred solitude and intended to decline. He understood that having a cultivator accompany him could mean surveillance or guidance, and it was hard to discern the intent. However, Upon realizing that this servant was an ordinary person without spiritual roots, Jiang Chen nodded and allowed the servant to lead him through the streets. The hour was late, and the sky had begun to darken, yet the streets were not particularly crowded. Jiang Chen strolled about with enthusiasm, exploring the area. Fuyu City, nestled between two mountain ranges, was a place difficult for ordinary mortals to reach, rendering it a renowned sanctuary for cultivation within a 100-mile radius. The adage reading thousands of books is not as valuable as traveling thousands of miles holds true. Jiang Chen believed that having perused numerous jade slips, he had acquired considerable knowledge. Nevertheless, while observing a cultivator's stall, he still encountered several items he could not identify, despite them being mere trinkets for lower-tier cultivators. After wandering for a while, a commotion erupted ahead. "My elixirs are perfectly fine. If you do not wish to buy, then leave them be. You brat. You seek death by selling inferior elixirs to brother who?" Hearing the bickering, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow and approached, thinking it would be enjoyable to observe the unfolding drama. He stood leisurely at the periphery of the crowd, taking in the situation within. A frail youth debated passionately about his elixirs amidst a bustling crowd, while a robust figure loomed nearby, a man of considerable strength, with one mastering the second level of qi cultivation and the other the eighth. The inevitable clash between them was palpable. "Esteemed master, if I may, I possess knowledge of their circumstances. I once worked at the Li family's establishment, and I am well acquainted with many affairs of Fuyu City," a cautious attendant remarked as he noticed Jiang Chen pausing. Jiang Chen nodded, regarding the information as mere diversion. "This burly fellow's name escapes me, but he wields a rare, hammer-shaped artifact of superior quality. His unique fighting style has earned him the moniker Brother Tiger among fellow cultivators." The attendant continued, his eyes glimmering with envy. After a brief pause, he added, "The youth is known as Zhou Yan. He once had several elderly guardians. Yet a year and a half ago, the northern mines of Fuyu City fell into the hands of demonic cultivators, leading to the unfortunate demise of his grandfather, a miner. Since then, this boy has been training alone. It is said that he possesses a rare dual spiritual root of water and fire, making the path of cultivation perilous. Yet he seems to have a natural aptitude for alchemy. Thus his past year has not been entirely without merit." The attendant's account sparked a flicker of interest in Jiang Chen's eyes. Glancing at the youth's stall, a sudden idea blossomed in his mind. He promptly pushed through the crowd and made his entrance. Initially, the onlookers among the cultivators contemplated voicing their displeasure, but upon sensing the aura emanating from Jiang Chen, they fell silent. "Dear friend, it is unbecoming to bully a child in such a manner." Jiang Chen spoke leisurely, a warm smile gracing his face. "Mind your own business. Depart quickly if you know what's good for you. I would hate for you to attract misfortune." The burly man retorted fiercely, his tone laced with arrogance and disdain. Yet, a hint of hesitation lingered in his gaze. After decades in Fuyu City, he had encountered many cultivators. This one, it seemed, bore an unapproachable background, and it would be wise to avoid conflict, though if provoked, the consequences could be dire. "Misfortune?" Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. "In this vast universe, where could such calamities arise? If there is nothing amiss, you should hasten away. I wish to purchase some items from this young brother." "You?" The burly man shot him an intimidating glare. "You better be prepared to face the consequences." With that, he turned to leave, but two of his companions remained, watching Jiang Chen intently. "Wait a moment. After I resolve this predicament, follow me. I have inquiries to make." Jiang Chen discreetly mouthed to the boy named Zhou Yan. The youth, taken aback for a moment, found solace in Jiang Chen's smile and steadied himself. Jiang Chen began to examine the wares at Zhou Yan's stall with keen interest. However, within the span of a mere tea's brew, the burly man reappeared, leading a cadre of cultivators, clearly members of the Li family's enforcement team in Fuyu City. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. The Li family has recently assigned attendants to the disciples of the Luoyuan sect, a clear sign of submission. Yet now, fate has placed me in their midst. Perhaps this presents an opportunity to discern the current state of affairs in Fuyu City, which remains somewhat unclear to me. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Chen resolved to align himself with this uncle of his upon arriving in Fuyu City. To put it bluntly, it is akin to relinquishing control over life and death to others. Does the Li family truly share an alliance with the demonic cultivators? What is the current state of affairs, and how will the situation evolve? Jiang Chen remains utterly in the dark, forced to deduce from the scant information at his disposal. Should the Li family indeed conspire with the demonic cultivators to ambush several members of the Luoyuan sect, it is likely that Uncle Fu could escape, while the fate of the others, including Jiang Chen, would hinge solely on chance. Chapter 47. The Void Stone, Recruiting Disciples. Brotherly, it is indeed this person. I initially intended to hire him as a dedicated alchemist out of respect for Grandpa Zhou Yan, but unexpectedly, this cultivator has intervened. The burly man known as Brother, who spoke in a somewhat naive manner, yet an indescribable flattery lingered in his expression. The leading cultivator from the Li family approached, and the crowd naturally parted to make way. The Li cultivator scrutinized Wang Chun before inquiring, "Might I ask from where you hail? What brings you to disturb the peace of Fuyu City? It would be prudent for you to consider your safety." Wang Chun smiled faintly and replied playfully, "Pray tell? Esteemed friend, what would be your method of ensuring one's safety?" The young man from the Li family felt a flush of embarrassment cross his face, anger simmering beneath the surface. How dare he jest at my expense? However, given the lack of knowledge regarding his background and the presence of so many witnesses, I cannot act rashly. Is it not the beauty of humanity to perform a good deed and take a step back? I have no intention of becoming their alchemist. I never agreed to such a thing. Zhou Yan exclaimed urgently, causing the expressions of both the Li youth and the burly man to darken. The burly man, witnessing this, summoned a circular magical artifact and hurled it towards the youth, bellowing, "You ungrateful brat! I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your deceased grandfather." Though the circular artifact was not of the finest quality, it was still a mid-grade tool, and Zhou Yan, a mere second-tier artifact refiner, stood no chance against it. In a panic, he took refuge behind Wang Chun. Observing this, Wang Chun summoned his defensive orb, and in an instant, a pale blue shield enveloped both him and Zhou Yan. The circular artifact, ensnared within the shield, proved utterly ineffective. In fact, the burly man, expending all his strength, found himself spitting blood as the artifact was repelled a considerable distance away. The crowd around them was momentarily stunned. What caliber of artifact was this? Could it be a superior grade artifact? It seemed unlikely it possessed such formidable might. The cultivators began to entertain a notion, albeit hesitantly, for aside from sect disciples, exceptional grade artifacts were exceedingly rare among independent cultivators. Even within sects, only the most distinguished talents with the means to participate in secret markets possessed such treasures. While the independent cultivators might lack discernment, it did not mean the young man from the Li family was similarly blind. Although he did not own a superior grade artifact, the Li family had a few in their possession. However, despite his commendable talent, he was not the very best, and thus had no use for them. Recalling that several cultivators from the Luoyun sect had recently arrived in Fuyu City, the Li cultivator swiftly made a decision. "Bring Zhang Hu to me." The Li cultivator snapped back to attention, issuing an order with a wave of his hand, and a squad of cultivators subdued the burly man amidst his astonishment. "May I inquire your name, esteemed senior?" the Li youth asked, slightly embarrassed yet exceedingly polite. "I am Wang. Brother Wang, I apologize for my abruptness. I hope you can forgive me. The Li family still requires a leader like you, a distinguished figure from the Luoyun sect, does it not?" The nearly obsequious tone of the young man from the Li family made Wang Chun feel quite uncomfortable, prompting him to quickly interrupt. "Friendly, please continue with your matters. I have other affairs to attend to and shall not delay you any further." With an awkward smile, the young man from the Li family turned and departed. Having concluded his business, Wang Chun feigned indifference as he made his way back, followed closely by Zhou Yan, the individual he had just rescued. Zhou Yan trailed behind him until they arrived at the accommodations prepared for Wang Chun by the Li family. Although the attendants were puzzled, they did not inquire further and bowed in farewell upon Wang Chun's command. Once the attendants had left, Wang Chun cautiously activated several formations. Though these simple arrays lacked defensive capabilities, they were quite effective for reconnaissance. "Your name is Zhou Yan, is it not?" Wang Chun inquired softly as he settled onto a meditation mat. "Indeed. I am grateful for your rescue today, esteemed senior. Please feel free to ask me anything. I shall speak without reservation." Despite his youth, Zhou Yan's countenance bore a maturity uncommon for one of his age. Although slightly flustered, he articulated his thoughts with remarkable fluency. A commendable lad, Wang Chun mused inwardly, noting Zhou Yan's composure in such circumstances. "I wish to inquire about the events concerning the demonic cultivator's incursion into the mines over a year ago." Wang Chun's tone was gentle, yet Zhou Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Leaving him speechless, Wang Chun remained patient, allowing the youth to gather his thoughts. After a brief pause, Zhou Yan finally regained his composure and mustered the courage to respond. "The matter you seek to discuss is one my grandfather has forbidden me to disclose, unless you agree to take me as your disciple. Only then would I dare speak the truth." "Haha, you are indeed clever, but alas, you are still too young. I, Wang Chun, am not one to be coerced. Even if you were a nascent soul cultivator, I would not yield to your demands." Wang Chun chuckled and spoke deliberately. Yet his gaze betrayed a keen interest in Zhou Yan. "However, you are mistaken in your assumption. while other cultivators might acquiesce to your request. Should you reveal what you know, your life would be forfeit. Talk of apprenticeship is premature. You are simply too young to grasp the implications of your situation. Wang Chun said languidly, adding, in truth, I have already deduced the answer. The demonic incursion a year and a half ago was indeed linked to the Li family. Is that correct? Upon hearing the initial words, Zhou Yan's face turned pale, and by the end, he struggled to remain upright, his thoughts laid bare before Wang Chun. He was struck by the profound revelation, unaware that Wang Chun was also internally vexed. It seems the demonic cultivator's troubles were indeed instigated by the Li family. This explains everything that has transpired. Both men were absorbed in their thoughts, Wang Chun strategizing his next move, while Zhou Yan pondered their prior exchange and his future prospects. After about 15 minutes, Wang Chun regained his focus and instructed, Zhou Yan, you should return. Consider this night as if nothing had occurred. If possible, leave Fuyu City as soon as you can, otherwise, you may encounter trouble. The moment Wang Chun finished speaking, Zhou Yan suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, I beseech you, esteemed senior, to accept me as your disciple. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun paused momentarily. Zhou Yan, this youth, indeed possessed remarkable qualities. His maturity and disposition belied his years, making him an excellent candidate for an apprentice. However, Wang Chun harbored his own intentions. His current objective was to locate the materials for the 5 elements mixed origin tower, and all other matters would have to take a back seat. Shaking his head, Wang Chun contemplated and ultimately decided to decline. Observing Wang Chun's gesture, Zhou Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but in an instant, as if struck by a thought, he fervently exclaimed, I am willing to offer the treasure left by my grandfather. I implore you to accept me as your disciple. With urgency, he retrieved a fist-sized stone from his storage bag. Wang Chun was about to refuse outright, yet upon seeing the stone radiating an enchanting spectrum of colors, his heart stirred. Could it be that this stone was? Without further hesitation, he grasped the stone to examine it closely. The slightly translucent stone emitted a mesmerizing glow, and more intriguingly, upon closer inspection, it seemed capable of drawing one's consciousness into an ethereal space. It was as if surrounded by mirrors, creating a surreal sensation of existing in the void. Cautiously extracting his consciousness from the stone's realm, Wang Chun's heart confirmed that this stone was indeed the void stone he had been searching for, and of exceptional quality at that. Surprised by such fortuitous luck, he set aside his chaotic thoughts and accepted the void stone. After securing the stone, Wang Chun pondered for a moment before addressing Zhou Yan with measured words. This mineral is indeed of great utility to me. I shall accept it. In exchange for this stone, you may request one favor, within my capacity to fulfill. However, be sure of your choice. You may select from a variety of techniques, elixirs, magical artifacts, and even cultivation resources prior to your foundation establishment phase, which I can procure for you. Wang Chun's promise filled Zhou Yan with elation. The terms were more than sufficient. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yan respectfully bowed and stated, Senior, I still wish to become your disciple. Wang Chun was torn between joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the prospect of acquiring such a talented disciple. With his own understanding of the way of the 5 elements, foundation establishment was inevitable, and he would have someone to assist in managing the sect's affairs. The concern arose from his current preoccupations, leaving little time to attend to a disciple. Very well. In that case, you shall be my registered apprentice. Since he had acquiesced, it would be unkind to refuse. He granted Zhou Yan the title of a registered disciple, but also informed him that, as he had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage, it was technically inappropriate to accept disciples, thus preventing him from formally inducting Zhou Yan into the Luoyun sect. However, the benefits Wang Chun offered Zhou Yan were abundant, surpassing those typically provided by a master. That very evening, Zhou Yan recounted the information his grandfather had brought back before his passing. The following day, Wang Chun procured a variety of cultivation items for Zhou Yan, including low-grade and potentially useful mid-grade magical artifacts, talismans for the Qi refinement mid-stage, and insights into alchemy, alongside a generous gift of 5,000 spirit stones. The art of alchemy, as expressed by Zhou Yan, indicates that his skills in this discipline are commendable. Wang Chun, having acquired this knowledge, was nonetheless astonished by the innate talent of his disciple. Mastering the art of alchemy is no simple feat, indeed. The majority of cultivators procure their elixirs rather than concocting them personally. Subsequently, Wang Chun instructed Zhou Yan to depart from Fuyu City and to refine his skills in several markets within the Liang Kingdom, with the intention of reuniting at the Liyun sect in 4 years. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, Wang Chun was confident that he would have successfully established his foundation by then. Chapter 48. An ambush by the Immortal Sect. With Zhou Yan's departure, Wang Chen's life momentarily returned to a state of tranquility. However, this serenity was short-lived. One day, after completing his meditation, Wang Chen exhaled softly, reflecting, the difficulty of the golden body art of acupoint consolidation is increasingly formidable. At this juncture, each new acupoint I form necessitates reinforcing the previous ones to ensure compatibility, yet I wonder when I shall complete the formation of the 72 earthly fiend acupoints. Wang Chen felt a wave of frustration. Initially, he could form 2 acupoints a day for the 36 heavenly fiend acupoints, but this had dwindled to 1 every day. And now it was nearly 1 per year. This slow progress was inevitable, as the energy and vitality required grew significantly, even for someone like Wang Chen, who consumed several pounds of nutrient-rich spirit grains daily. It was insufficient. As an hour passed, while Wang Chen was engrossed in understanding the runes, a sound transmission talisman drifted into the alert formation. He stored away his jade slip and shattered the talisman, through which the calm voice of his master, Fu Shishu, resonated. Scattered cultivators in Fuyu City are under attack by demonic practitioners. Come swiftly for a discussion. Wang Chen's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. After pondering, he realized that returning now would inevitably lead to punishment from the sect. Moreover, the actual danger did not necessitate his direct involvement, and he assessed that the threat was not overly severe. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Chen followed his attendant to the conference hall. The hall was already occupied by dozens of cultivators, with Fu Shishu and the head of the Li family seated in positions of authority. Wang Chen approached, offering an apology, and then, disregarding the ire of the assembled cultivators, took his place behind Fu Shishu. "Brother Wang, why do you arrive so late?" "Both masters arrived before you," whispered his junior, Jiang Chen. Wang Chen offered an awkward smile, choosing silence. Ever since his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, the pressure from other foundation cultivators had diminished considerably. They no longer seemed as formidable as they once did. Naturally, Wang Chen kept his thoughts to himself, remaining quietly attentive. "Since everyone is present, let us commence the allocation of tasks." Li family head spoke first, clearly having conferred with Fu Shishu beforehand. He glanced at Fu Shishu before continuing. "Here are the patrol assignments for the upcoming month. Group 1 consists of Wu Shizi from Lian Sect, Wang Shizi, and 5 disciples from the Li family. Group 2 includes Zhang Shizi and Zhao Shizi from Lun Sect, along with 5 disciples from the Li family. The allocations continued for a duration of a tease brewing, and the young cultivators present were divided into 10 groups, each tasked with patrolling Fuyu City nightly. Of course, these duties came with additional compensation of 200 spirit stones per assignment, a substantial reward indeed. After assigning the tasks, Master Fu cautioned the group to remain vigilant, for this place was not the Luo Yun sect, and many matters required one to act according to the circumstances. He then turned to leave, leaving the 4 with varied expressions. The tasks assigned to them were not scheduled for that night, allowing them some leisure time. 3 of them decided to go out for a stroll, while Wang Chen declined their invitation, choosing instead to stay in and contemplate the ruins. 3 days later, in the evening, the moonlight draped the earth like a delicate veil, soft and serene. "Junior brother Wang, look how beautiful the moon is tonight. We are quite fortunate," exclaimed Brother Wu, animatedly pacing the streets, clearly inclined towards a nocturnal adventure. Wang Chen, upon hearing this, twitched the corner of his mouth and replied, "Brother Wu, our task tonight is to patrol, not to admire the night scenery. If we encounter a dark cultivator and allow them to escape, Master Fu will be displeased." At the mention of Master Fu, Brother Wu immediately nodded in agreement. "What you say is reasonable, junior brother. We should indeed be cautious while patrolling to prevent any thieves from fleeing." Observing Brother Wu's expression, Wang Chen found it amusing. This Brother Wu must have some good fortune to have such a fine master, yet his own intellect appeared rather lacking. Among cultivators, there are no clear distinctions between right and wrong. Referring to dark cultivators as thieves could only be the notion of someone as naive as him. Although Wang Chen felt a twinge of discontent, he refrained from displaying it, and chose to remain discreetly vigilant. The night passed uneventfully, and the patrol conducted by the 2, along with the other 3 cultivators from the Li family, encountered no issues. However, the following day, circumstances took a turn. During a patrol with the 3rd senior brother, Zhang Qi, the 5th junior brother encountered a dark cultivator in the qi refining stage. Although they ultimately managed to drive the cultivator away, the 3rd senior brother sustained severe injuries, and the other 3 Li family patrol members were utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. In the 3rd senior brother's dwelling, brothers Wu, Wang Chen, and Zhang Qi gathered around him to discuss the events of the previous day. 3rd senior brother, it would be prudent to exercise caution. After this incident, you should refrain from going on patrols. Although Master Fu has stabilized your injuries for now, it is best not to engage in combat using your spiritual energy for several months. Brother Wu makes a valid point. If it weren't for the third senior brother shielding me from the dark cultivator, my life would have been forfeit, Jiang Chen said, lowering his head in shame. Do not blame junior brother Jiang. Had he not brought me back, I would likely have met my end. The third senior brother defended Jiang Chen, and brother Wu bore no resentment, highlighting the camaraderie among them. Yet, Wang Chun felt a flicker of curiosity. It was Jiang Chen who had brought the third senior brother back, leaving the question of who had actually driven the dark cultivator away somewhat ambiguous. Nonetheless, Wang Chun did not voice his doubts. Once the discussion had reached a natural pause, he slowly spoke, Brother Jiang. Might I inquire if you remember the dark cultivator's abilities during the attack last night? Tonight, Brother Wu and I shall patrol together, and I hope you can offer some advice to avoid any confusion during our watch. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Brother Wu also became intrigued, looking at the third senior brother, awaiting his response. Upon observing the situation, the third elder brother's face flushed slightly as he remarked, well, to be honest, I haven't truly seen the faces of the demon cultivators. What attacked us were merely a few practitioners clad in black. After a brief pause, he recollected and continued. These black-clad cultivators each possess unique traits, yet it is evident they are all demon cultivators. Some can conjure demonic flames, which is quite peculiar, while others exhibit remarkable resilience and excel in close combat. It is precisely these melee fighters that significantly diminish our strength. Otherwise, dealing with them would have been far simpler. Oh, and by the way, their movements seemed somewhat unusual, appearing rather clumsy. Clumsy, Wang Chun silently exclaimed, instantly conjuring numerous thoughts. This could pose a considerable problem. Subsequently, Wang Chun engaged in casual conversation with them for quite some time before finding an excuse to excuse himself. After departing from the makeshift residence of the third elder brother, he hurriedly made his way to the market in Fuyu City. An hour later, with a slight frown, Wang Chun returned to his dwelling. His visit to the market had yielded little of value. He had not procured the foundational period thunder and fire talismans he had hoped for, though he did manage to acquire over 100 late-stage chi refining thunder and fire talismans. However, his greatest satisfaction did not stem from the talismans, but from a rare encounter at the Li family shop, where he stumbled upon the elusive divine thunder child. Gently caressing the purplish-black divine thunder child, Wang Chun smiled. The name itself was quite imposing, and according to the shopkeeper, this divine thunder child was crafted from the thunder collected by perfected foundational period practitioners during rainstorms, imbued with secret techniques, making its power unpredictable. One could surmise that its potency would not be lacking. Wang Chun had also come across similar consumables in the jade slips of the Techniques Pavilion. These items were typically created using secret methods linked to various techniques, gathering the essence of earthly fire and thunder with varying degrees of power. The shopkeeper had exalted the divine thunder child to almost celestial heights, yet it was likely only a threat to foundational period practitioners. Despite this, Wang Chun was thoroughly pleased. During the remaining time, he organized the talismans in his storage pouch, sorting the thunder and fire talismans accordingly. Having completed the organization, Wang Chun's mind could not help but drift back to the scene he had witnessed with Grandpa Zhou. The deceased miners rose, eerily transformed into zombies, and continued to mine as they staggered away from the site, while the entire area gradually became enveloped in a black mist, accompanied by chilling, eerie cackles. He connected these thoughts to the earlier ambush experienced by the third elder brother and, coupled with Uncle Fu's discontent, it became apparent that the Li family might be on the verge of betraying the Yin sect, aligning themselves with the Yin sect nestled within the depths of the southern barbarian mountain range. The Yin sect, one of the three major sects near the southern barbarian region, along with the Ghost sect and the 10,000 Poisons sect, is reviled by both cultivators and demon practitioners alike. The Yin sect and the Ghost sect, as one can imagine, utilize the bodies and souls of practitioners for their cultivation, naturally earning the disdain of their peers. The 10,000 Poisons sect is even more peculiar, showing little interest in spiritual herbs and flowers, but rather a fascination with poisonous plants and substances. Long ago, three sects were driven to the vicinity of the southern barbarians by a coalition of cultivators from several nations. The environment near the southern barbarians proved conducive to their practices, allowing them to coexist peacefully. Among these sects, the Yin sect was arguably the most formidable, adept at forging zombies from various bizarre materials for combat and cultivation. Although Wang Chun was unaware of the specific cultivation techniques and mystical arts employed by the Yin sect, he recognized that, akin to the myriad arts of cultivation, each sect possessed its strengths. Even though the Yin sect primarily utilized corpses, Wang Chun held it in high regard, appreciating its significance all the more. It appears that future patrols will not be an easy endeavor, Wang Chun mused, settling into meditation to prepare for the night's watch. Chapter 49. First encounter with corpse refining. That evening, senior brother Wu and Wang Chun, along with 5 others, traversed the streets of Fuyu City. Unlike the bustling vibrancy of previous nights, the streets were eerily quiet, with shops shuttered early, a testament to the significant influence of demonic cultivators on the city. Senior brother Wu, we are fortunate to accompany the 2 of you. Otherwise, our names would have been lost, remarked a cultivator from the Li family. His tone laced with flattery. The 2 young men beside him remained silent, yet their expressions conveyed agreement. During the last patrol, Wang Chun had intended to keep the group together for safety, but the 3 from the Li family had dismissed his concerns, believing their cultivation and artifacts were sufficient to ward off threats. However, after the demise of dozens of cultivators, they had swiftly sought to align themselves with Wang Chun and his companion. It was noteworthy that among the vanished were many late-stage qi refinement practitioners, equipped with commendable artifacts, which understandably instilled fear in the trio. Enough, enough, senior brother Wu interjected, gesturing for silence. Let us refrain from idle chatter and remain vigilant. Our goal is to eliminate those demonic cultivators for the benefit of all. The 3 nodded in agreement, adopting a serious demeanor. Not far away, within a room, 3 figures clad in black conspired in hushed tones. We'll strike together next. As per our usual practice, the one who delivers the kill claims the corpse. The 5 continued their slow procession through the streets, the surroundings unnaturally silent, an unsettling stillness enveloping them. Stop! Wang Chun suddenly shifted his expression and called out. The others immediately summoned their artifacts, but as they scanned their surroundings, nothing stirred. Yet the principle of trust but verify prevailed. They employed spiritual sight to survey the vicinity. Yet after a brief interval, all remained quiet. Senior brother Wang, must you be so dramatic? One of the Li family cultivators chided. Indeed, senior brother Wang. Your demeanor is quite alarming. Another chimed in. After a prolonged silence, with no signs of disturbance, the 2 Li cultivators began to lower their guard. In response, Wang Chun calmly retorted, silence if you wish to live. As they prepared to respond, Wang Chun narrowed his eyes, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him. The 2 cultivators trembled, fear evident in their eyes, and they complied. Even the previously jovial senior brother Wu fell into a more serious demeanor. Wang Chun was no novice. He had dispatched thousands of beasts and had taken the lives of over 100 ill-intentioned cultivators. His menacing aura, usually concealed, revealed itself in this critical moment, leaving his companions momentarily paralyzed with fear. The 5 individuals remained vigilant, their focus unwavering for the duration of a tea session. Yet Wang Chun showed no inclination to lower his guard. Hee, this group isn't too shabby. They can actually sense our presence. Echoed the voices of 2 distinct cultivators from all directions, an eerie resonance that permeated the air. Senior brother Wu, possessing considerable experience, felt a twinge of unease. While the 3 cultivators from the Li family were momentarily entranced, their faces paling noticeably, with a series of unsettling sounds echoing through the tranquil street. The atmosphere became laden with an unsettling spiritual resonance. Moments later, shadowy figures clad in black emerged from the surrounding darkness, a multitude of black-clad cultivators, or rather, reanimated corpses, encircling them, numbering well over 100. Do not panic. These reanimated corpses are of low strength. Exercise caution, and you shall remain unharmed, Wang Chun proclaimed. Yet as he uttered these words, the previously slow-moving corpses surged forward, their gnarled limbs reaching out menacingly. Wang Chun swiftly unleashed a sword strike, severing one of the corpse's arms. But it seemed unaffected, continuing its relentless advance. They were akin to undying warriors, devoid of rational thought, rendering them even more perilous. In the distance, a black-clad corpse raised its arms slightly, summoning a stream of dark green flames that surged forth. Wang Chun, wary of underestimating the situation, immediately summoned a premium defensive talisman. The dark green flames collided with the protective barrier, momentarily flickering before falling silent. Nevertheless, Wang Chun remained on high alert. These flame-like entities were peculiarly treacherous, and should they make contact, the danger would escalate. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Li family found themselves in a precarious predicament. Though the black-clad corpses were not formidable individually, their coordinated, fearless assault posed significant challenges to the Li family members. Fortunately, the trio comprised the elite of the Li clan, and prior to their patrol, one member had procured a superior-grade artifact, enhancing their strength, allowing them to endure for a while longer. As for senior brother Wu, the battle raged intensely. With the protection of an earth-attributed premium defensive artifact enveloping him, he simultaneously wielded a fire-attributed flying sword artifact. The crimson blade danced through the ranks of the black-clad corpses, resulting in the demise or injury of several within mere moments. At this rate, it seemed likely that the corpses would be vanquished within a short span. Yet, the more pronounced their advantage became, the more uneasy Jiang Chen felt. Could the demonic cultivators truly be so easily subdued? As he hurled several fireball talismans to eliminate foes while remaining vigilant against ambushes, he recalled that entities like reanimated corpses were particularly vulnerable to lightning spells. This was precisely why he had previously sought out talismans infused with both lightning and fire attributes. Lost in thought, Jiang Chen suddenly sensed that ominous feeling of danger re-emerging. Just then, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, materialized beside the 3 Leaf family cultivators. As if piercing through a sheet of paper, the chest of a Leaf family cultivator was abruptly penetrated, his wide eyes filled with terror and disbelief before death, as if questioning the appearance of the zombie. The remaining 2 Leaf family cultivators, witnessing this horror, screamed in shock and turned to retreat. In an instant, they had distanced themselves by several meters from Jiang Chen and his companion. At that moment, from the depths of darkness, 2 blackened corpses surged forth. One of the dark corpses unexpectedly emanated a strange red glow, its form accelerating instantaneously, delivering a crushing blow that shattered the skull of a Leaf family cultivator, rendering his mid-grade defensive artifact utterly ineffective. The other corpse fixated on a different Leaf family cultivator, its eyes gleaming with a ghostly light. And then both the corpse and the targeted cultivator became motionless. Once the first corpse had dispatched the 2 cultivators, it swiftly approached to eliminate the one ensnared in a trance. The entire sequence unfolded with alarming rapidity. One Leaf family cultivator fell victim to a surprise attack and perished in an instant. Jiang Chen, intent on offering rescue, felt a chill upon witnessing the 2 abandon their companion to flee, and thus chose to disregard them. Brother Wu, the demonic cultivators are formidable. We must exercise caution, Jiang Chen whispered to Brother Wu as he drew closer. The situation on the street had become evident, while the previous corpses posed a nuisance. They merely served as a distraction. The true threat lay within the 3 distinct corpses. Jiang Chen discerned clearly that one could conceal its form and launch sudden assaults. Another could unleash frenzied strength in an instant, and the last had the ability to ensnare cultivators in an illusion, rendering them immobile. The trio of corpses coordinated seamlessly, complementing each other's strengths, making them a formidable adversary. Junior brother, guard me while I handle these corpses, Brother Wu declared after a moment of contemplation, resolutely producing a crimson talisman. As the talisman was revealed, waves of fire attribute spiritual energy surged outward, raising the ambient temperature noticeably. Brother Wu channeled his entire magical energy into the talisman, causing a small red sword depicted on it to radiate astonishing energy. A talisman treasure, Jiang Chen exclaimed inwardly, feeling a surge of calm. Talisman treasures are not ordinary items. They are crafted by skilled talisman masters, encapsulating the essence of a magical artifact's power within the talisman. Such treasures are weapons utilized by golden core stage cultivators, and the power of talisman treasures is indeed remarkable. Not only are they effective for chi refining stage cultivators, but they also hold significance for foundation establishment stage cultivators. For chi refining stage cultivators, they can unleash an attack power equivalent to that of early foundation establishment, which is not diminished in potency as is often the case with ordinary talismans. In contrast, for foundation establishment stage cultivators, the use of talisman treasures becomes somewhat less advantageous, as activating them requires a certain amount of time, and though the activation time is shorter for foundation establishment cultivators, they can only achieve an attack power 1 tier higher than their own cultivation level. For instance, a cultivator in early foundation establishment can only wield a power akin to that of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, compared to chi refining stage cultivators. This is considerably less effective, often rendering it inferior to some secret techniques available to foundation establishment practitioners. However, the talisman treasures possess significant drawbacks, namely their inability to be used indefinitely. Each activation consumes a portion of their magical essence, and once depleted, the talisman treasures vanish. Chapter 50. The might of the talisman treasures. As the talismans transformed into a torrential rain of fire, Jiang Chen conjured a massive protective shield to envelop senior brother Wu. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs incessantly collided with the reanimated corpses. Indeed, fire was their bane. A single fireball spell inflicted considerable damage upon the ordinary corpses, severely disrupting their movement and attacks. Merely 3 or 4 talismans could utterly annihilate a single reanimated corpse. In an instant, Jiang Chen had hurled nearly 100 talismans. and the remaining zombies in the street were dwindling. However, 3 particularly formidable zombies remained, posing a significant threat. Jiang Chen remained vigilant, and suddenly, one of the zombies' eyes flickered with an eerie light, which instantaneously penetrated Jiang Chen's body. In a whirl of chaos, Jiang Chen found himself in a shadowy realm, surrounded by a multitude of zombies. His expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively drew the Thousand June sword, only to discover that his storage pouch was missing. What is this? Jiang Chen recalled the strange gaze of the zombie. A cultivator from the Li family had also been immobilized by its stare. This is an illusion, he realized in an instant, his focus sharpening. Many dark arts, particularly those practiced by women, held the capacity to be wielder cultivators. While there existed specialized secret techniques to counter such spells, the efficacy largely depended on the cultivator's mental strength and willpower. Jiang Chen's mind swiftly recalled the introduction from the jade slips in the scripture pavilion, yet none contained specific methods to counter this type of illusion. It is up to me. He cast aside all distracting thoughts, channeling his spirit with utmost concentration. Drawing forth his sword with a flick of his finger, he charged forward, murmuring, "Break, break, break." The realm of sword intent expanded to its zenith. Jiang Chen's aura surged dramatically, as if he could contend with the very heavens. This was the singular thought that erupted within him in the face of peril. Upon unleashing his foundational sword intent, the shadowy space shattered into fragments. The once dense horde of zombies vanished, and his vision returned to the battlefield, where he immediately discerned that the protective shield, supported by a top-tier defensive artifact, was on the verge of collapse. Humph! Jiang Chen scoffed, channeling his spiritual energy into the artifact. The shield, which had been teetering on the brink, regained its formidable solidity. Having narrowly escaped danger, he was filled with indignation, gripping the Thousand June sword, eager to test the strength of those exceptional zombies. Senior Brother Wu's voice echoed beside him. "Thank you for your protection, Junior Brother. Now let us see what I can do." Ha ha ha. With a flourish of his finger, a crimson sword, already formed before him, shot forth with a whoosh. The fiery blade, composed of spiritual energy, should have been fragile. However, upon closer inspection, one could perceive a layer of unique essence enveloping its surface. It is the essence of this layer of magical treasure that significantly enhances the power of the talisman. As Jiang Chen speculated, he retracted the momentum of the sword realm, eagerly anticipating the might of Senior Brother Wu's talisman. Jiang Chen had witnessed the strength of these 3 peculiar zombies, and under the suppression of the sword realm, even the power of a high-grade magical artifact managed to inflict minor wounds upon the zombies. However, these injuries were of little consequence to the undead. Just how formidable was the power of the talisman? In the next moment, Jiang Chen found himself utterly astonished. The fiery little sword swiftly approached the zombie, erupting with astonishing attack power in an instant. With a sound like a burst, the zombie was torn asunder, lying motionless on the ground. Jiang Chen was also taken aback, his expression a mix of shock and a tinge of disappointment, though he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, the attack of the Foundation establishment stage surpasses my expectations. I was overly arrogant in the past. Since embarking on this path of cultivation, bolstered by the unique properties of the blood of creation, my skills in both cultivation and combat have risen to an extraordinary level. I once fancied myself not far from the unparalleled genius of the Beast Sovereign. Yet now I realize I was merely viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. The Foundation establishment stage is a realm entirely distinct from the Qi refinement stage, and the strike of this talisman had far exceeded the capabilities of the Qi refinement stage. Even with Jiang Chen wielding the Thousand June sword, he could not compare. Reflecting upon the Beast Sovereign's legendary feats of vanquishing Foundation establishment cultivators while still in the Qi refinement stage, a sense of purpose ignited within Jiang Chen, and his gaze radiated with determination. The 3 zombies resisted the high-grade magical artifact without sustaining injuries, even with the Thousand June sword. Jiang Chen would only achieve a Pyrrhic victory, and should the zombies choose to flee, he would be powerless to stop them. Yet, the talisman, wielded by a Foundation establishment cultivator, dispatched the 3 zombies with the ease of cutting vegetables. As the 3 zombies were defeated in the blink of an eye, Senior Brother Wu immediately retracted the talisman, carefully inspecting it despite his slightly pale complexion. Fortunately, it can still be used 3 more times. After stowing the talisman away, he hastily swallowed a pill and said, "Junior Brother, we should leave at once. The remaining matters can be handled by the Li family later." Jiang Chen nodded but then hesitated, shaking his head. "Senior Brother, may I request to keep the bodies of the zombies here? I have a slight interest in studying them." Senior Brother Wu chuckled softly. "Since you are so eager, go ahead and retrieve them. We still need to report to our master in detail." Not wanting to appear overly polite, Jiang Chen stepped forward to store the 3 zombie corpses in his storage pouch, placing several special sealing talismans on them to prevent the emission of the zombie's aura. Once everything was in order, the two turned and departed. In a nearby room, 3 cloaked cultivators appeared pale, as if severely injured. Senior brother, I painstakingly saved up spirit stones to purchase that spiritual corpse. We cannot let this go unpunished. Indeed, my invisibility spiritual corpse has also been dismembered. Silence. Do you dare to defy me? In the past, I could manage you, and now that you've lost your spiritual corpses, I can deal with you even more easily. The senior brother's gaze was fierce, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The two immediately fell silent, trembling as if recalling something dreadful. Humph. You two wait. In a few days, you will pay for my spiritual corpse with your lives. In a secluded chamber of the Li family, Uncle Fu and Jiang Chen convened with their companion. The third senior brother, having sustained injuries, was resting and thus absent from the gathering. Master, this is the situation. Fortunately, we had the talisman bestowed by you. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Wu, the senior brother, exclaimed with enthusiasm, while Jiang Chen occasionally supplemented the narrative, primarily recounting his own actions during the incident. After listening to their accounts, Uncle Fu closed his eyes in contemplation, remaining silent for a moment before he instructed, "You may retire for now. Do not patrol for the time being. We have other tasks in a month." The other tasks. Sensing a hint of menace in Uncle Fu's demeanor, Jiang Chen could not help but feel that the upcoming month would determine the success or failure of their current mission. After bowing respectfully, he and Zhang Qi turned to leave, leaving only Wu behind. Today's actions were rather reckless, was the last remark Jiang Chen heard as he exited, stirring a deeper confusion within him. What exactly was the relationship between Wu and Uncle Fu that warranted such a designation? Yet, it seemed to be of no concern to him. As the month unfolded, Jiang Chen prepared diligently, remaining confined within his quarters. He had originally set aside 6 months' worth of spiritual grains. However, through his unwavering efforts, he had refined hundreds of pounds into a dense essence of vitality, integrating it within his blood energy. On the 28th day, a resounding thump echoed from Jiang Chen's body, clear and vibrant. At a certain moment, he opened his eyes, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Indeed, I have condensed 40 acupoints. My body has finally attained the resilience of a top-tier magical artifact. He took out the superior-grade golden light sword, infusing it with spiritual energy before glancing at his arm. With a resounding thud, a faint mark appeared on his arm. Not a drop of blood spilled. The enhancement of my physical strength has significantly augmented my defenses. Even a practitioner in the Qi refinement stage wielding a top-tier magical artifact would inflict only minimal damage, save for talismans. Jiang Chen reflected with a sense of resignation. The chasm between the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages was indeed vast. He harbored no doubts that his body, comparable to a top-tier magical artifact, would be insufficient to withstand a single strike from a talisman. Such prowess is not yet formidable. The beast sovereign once slaughtered dozens of foundation establishment practitioners during his Qi refinement phase. The disparity is truly terrifying. Jiang Chen admonished himself internally, vowing not to succumb to arrogance or carelessness, lest a moment's misstep lead to his demise. With only 2 days remaining, Jiang Chen ventured out to converse with several senior brothers. However, he soon discerned an increase in their respect towards him. Unbeknownst to him, Wu had relayed Jiang Chen's previous display of power, akin to that of a foundation establishment practitioner, to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu held Jiang Chen in high regard, encouraging Wu Ming to cultivate a good rapport with him. Consequently, Wu Ming exaggerated some aspects of Jiang Chen's strength, hoping to secure Jiang Chen's position as the senior brother. Upon grasping the implications, Jiang Chen found himself both amused and dismayed. He had always adhered to the adage that the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Rising too high would inevitably lead to a fall, one that could shatter him completely. Without delving into distant matters, the battle that looms just 2 days ahead may very well be the first to bear the brunt of impending dangers. After a period of humility, Jiang Chen felt it was time to mention the talisman bestowed by his senior brother Wu, admitting that he could not withstand even a single strike from such a treasure. His prowess did not reach such heights, which is why he was dubbed the second brother. As for the former second sister, she had vanished without a trace after arriving at the Li family, naturally cast aside by the others. Chapter 51. The 4 symbols locking cloud array. 2 days later, Jiang Chen sat in meditation within his chamber when a transmission talisman wafted in. Upon grasping the talisman, Jiang Chen realized that brother Wu was awaiting him outside, and a gentle smile graced his lips as he concluded his meditation and rose. Since the last incident, brother Wu had been particularly courteous towards Jiang Chen, to the point of forming a favorable rapport. Although Wang Chun harbored a slight pride, he was not devoid of reason. Brother Wu possessed an agreeable temperament, and Wang Chun held a deep respect for their master, who was a diligent practitioner. Thus, he often engaged in amiable exchanges with Brother Wu. While their relationship might not be described as that of confidants, they coexisted quite harmoniously. Today marked the appointed day set by Master Fu. The practitioners of the Immortal Sect were assuredly formidable. After careful contemplation, Wang Chun decided to dismantle the formation within his chamber and gathered his belongings. Should circumstances turn unfavorable, it was likely that the Li family would align themselves with the Immortal Sect, and Wang Chun had no intention of returning. Preferring to depart from any potential danger, having organized his belongings and ensured nothing was left behind, Wang Chun stepped outside. Upon seeing him emerge, Brother Wu approached eagerly. "Wang Junior Brother, you have finally come out. Let us hurry. Master and the two junior brothers are already waiting outside. My apologies for the delay, brother. Let us make haste to avoid inciting Master's wrath," Wang Chun replied, clasping his hands in greeting. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two walked side by side in silence. In a matter of moments, they arrived at a courtyard belonging to the Li family. Upon encountering Master Fu, Wang Chun and Brother Wu both bowed respectfully. "Master, everyone is gathered. Let us depart swiftly," Brother Wu stated, his tone lacking any semblance of reverence. Wang Chun and Jiang Chen were unfazed. The bond between Master Fu and Brother Wu was evidently strong. Were they not teacher and student? Wang Chun might have mistaken them for father and son. Master Fu nodded in acknowledgement. With a single gesture, a small boat approximately half a meter long materialized in the air. As Master Fu channeled his magical energy, the boat expanded against the wind, soon measuring over 2 zhang in length. Ceasing his magic, Master Fu leaped aboard, prompting Wang Chun and the others to follow suit. Once all three were aboard, the flying vessel ascended rapidly to an altitude of over 1,000 meters, soaring away into the horizon. Although this was not Wang Chun's first experience aboard such a flying artifact, he still felt its extraordinary nature. Standing atop the vessel, he gazed down at the vast expanse below. The once expansive Fuyu city now appeared diminutive, and his heart swelled with newfound ambition. Foundation establishment is merely the beginning of the path to immortality. One day, I too shall soar through the skies, seeking the path of transcendence. Wang Chun's thoughts drifted for a moment before he regained his composure and settled down to meditate. The purpose of their journey remained undisclosed by Master Fu. Although it was known that the task involved vanquishing demonic cultivators, Master Fu did not elaborate on the specifics. And while Brother Wu might possess some insight due to his relationship with the master, both Wang Chun and Jiang Chen wisely refrained from inquiring further. After a duration of approximately 1 hour, the flying artifact finally came to a halt. Surrounding them was a dense jungle, with a clear area of about 100 meters in diameter beneath their feet, strewn with soil and stones, providing a considerable space. The group disembarked from the artifact, and Master Fu, stowing it away, declared, "You two will heed tomorrow's arrangements, lying in ambush here. After a day, you shall launch an attack on the demonic cultivators. And once the task is accomplished, all items they possess, save for those I require, shall be yours." With that, he disregarded Wang Chun and Jiang Chen, soaring into the sky on his flying sword. Watching Master Fu's retreating figure, Jiang Chen, with a look of admiration, exclaimed, "Indeed, a foundation establishment cultivator possesses immense power. One day, I shall attain that level as well." As he spoke, a flicker of intensity flashed in his eyes, which Wang Chun happened to notice. "Brother Jiang, your aspirations are commendable. It is rare for cultivators to harbor such ambitions. I am certain you will succeed in establishing your foundation." Brother Wu chuckled in praise. In response, Jiang Chen hurriedly expressed his gratitude, downplaying the compliment. Wang Chun chimed in, "Brother Zhang's aspirations are shared by us all. Brother Wu should refrain from teasing him, lest we think otherwise." Upon hearing this, Brother Wu's gaze dimmed slightly, as if recalling something, and he politely shifted the topic, turning to the matter of ambushing the demonic cultivators. Noticing Brother Wu's reluctance to discuss further, Wang Chun chose not to press the issue. Brother Wu then began to elucidate the plan for ambushing the demonic cultivators. The adversaries that posed a challenge even to Master Fu were undoubtedly at the foundation establishment stage. And given the cultivation levels of the three, they could not confront them directly. However, Master Fu had long prepared for this, having acquired a mid-tier formation from various markets over the past month. With this mid-tier formation, ensnaring an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator would be a simple task. It is worth noting that over the past few years, Wang Chun had amassed considerable wealth and gained extensive knowledge. Yet, the formations he had encountered were limited to low-tier ones, at best some advanced variants among them, which could only affect Qi refinement stage cultivators. When faced with Foundation establishment cultivators, even using magical artifacts would yield little effect. In contrast, a mid-tier formation possesses power comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Some exceptional mid-tier formations could even rival the might of golden core stage cultivators. It is rumored that high-tier formations possess offensive and defensive capabilities akin to those of nascent soul stage cultivators, though Jiang Chen could not ascertain the truth of such claims. The Luoyun sect is one of the three major cultivation sects in the Liang Kingdom, and its defensive formations are merely ordinary high-tier ones. It is said that the defensive formations of the 10,000 Beast sect are among the finest of the high-tier, rivaling the prowess of late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Observing the formation plate in Brother Wu's hands, Jiang Chen was instantly reminded of numerous introductions to formations. There are various methods to arrange formations, with formation plates and flags being the two most common. Even cultivators lacking knowledge of formations can wield extraordinary power using them. However, formation plates consume spirit stones, while formation flags draw upon the caster's own spiritual energy. The formation is known as the Four Symbols Locking Cloud Array, a formidable confinement array. This time, our senior uncle has drawn the demon cultivator into the array, and we shall ensnare them. Brother Wu succinctly introduced, continuously casting spells with his hands, as blue runes emerged one after another, surging toward the array disc. After a brief moment, the disc suddenly emanated a radiant blue light, hovering in midair. Done. Brother Wu wiped the sweat from his brow, his body heaving with exhaustion, clearly having expended a significant amount of spiritual energy and effort. He then retrieved 6 spirit stones from his robe and embedded them into the notches on the array disc. The 6 aquamarine spirit stones radiated wisps of spiritual energy, purer by far than that of inferior spirit stones. Medium-grade spirit stones, Jiang Chen instantly discerned, a surge of excitement swelling within him. Medium-grade spirit stones are rare treasures. For instance, the Lian sect possesses several veins, yet they predominantly yield inferior spirit stones, with medium-grade stones being exceedingly scarce and superior spirit stones a mere legend. Unlike inferior spirit stones, medium-grade stones contain nearly 1,000 times the spiritual energy, with much greater purity. High-level cultivators find the spiritual energy of inferior stones to be less refined, necessitating a process to purify it for cultivation, which proves counterproductive. Thus, medium-grade spirit stones become indispensable. Many skills in the realm of cultivation, such as formations and puppetry, rely on high-grade spirit stones for support, underscoring their significance. In the cultivation world, one medium-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 10,000 inferior ones, while a superior stone may fetch 10,000 medium-grade stones. Consequently, lower-tier cultivators seldom possess high-grade spirit stones. For example, Jiang Chen's current worth is considerable, totaling only several tens of thousands of inferior spirit stones, equivalent to merely a few medium-grade stones. The 6 medium-grade spirit stones that Brother Wu produced are valued at an impressive 60,000 inferior stones, a substantial figure indeed. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, noting a flicker of greed in Zhang Qi's eyes, yet he chose to remain discreetly vigilant, remarking, "Brother Wu, now that the spirit stones are in place, let us proceed with the formation." Brother Wu nodded, his hands weaving intricate spells. Under his control, the array disc began to rotate slowly, then burrowed into the ground, disappearing from sight. As the disc vanished, the surrounding space underwent a subtle transformation. Jiang Chen, with his profound understanding of the 5 elements, perceived the water attribute spiritual energy gradually converging beneath a specific location. This must be where the array disc lies. Jiang Chen observed the slow changes beneath, smiling gently. "Brother, this formation seems rather unremarkable. Can it truly withstand the demon cultivator?" Zhang Qi questioned, eyeing the unchanged surroundings with skepticism. "Do not fret, junior brother. This array relies on gathering the water attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth to confine foes. It merely remains dormant and thus appears inconspicuous. Moreover, there are 2 rivers nearby. In a few hours, you shall sense the surrounding water attribute spiritual energy." Brother Wu replied with a chuckle, pride evident in his explanation of the formation. After setting up the formation, Brother Wu arranged a concealment array. Although this formation was not of intermediate level, its efficacy in masking one's presence was quite extraordinary. The 3 of them remained within the formation. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator would be oblivious to their presence if they were not vigilant. Chapter 52. Trapped by the formation as night fell. The moon shone brightly amidst a sparse, starry sky. The dense forest was occasionally filled with the sounds of chirping insects or the nocturnal calls of wild beasts, enhancing the serenity and vastness of the night. Within a formation deep in the woods, the 3 sat cross-legged. If a mortal were to stand nearby, they would faintly hear the sound of voices emanating from an empty space. "Brother, why haven't we arrived yet? Could something have happened to Uncle Fu?" Jiang Chen expressed his concern. "Silence. What could possibly happen to Uncle Fu?" Brother Wu retorted sharply, his tone a stark contrast to his usual amiable demeanor. However, he quickly realized his outburst was inappropriate and fell silent. Wang Chun, sitting beside him, merely shook his head with a smile, choosing not to speak. After a short while, a flicker of red light zipped through the air, and upon seeing it, Brother Wu's face broke into a smile. He reached out, and the red light transformed into a sound transmission talisman that landed in his palm. It was a high-grade sound transmission talisman. Wang Chun marveled at its sophistication. Ordinary sound transmission talismans could only transmit over short distances, whereas talismans capable of long-range communication required special runes to identify the recipient and must be dispatched swiftly to avoid interception. This particular talisman was likely worth thousands of spirit stones. Brother Wu immersed himself in the talisman, and moments later, he chuckled. "Junior brothers, conceal yourselves well. The demonic cultivator is approaching. Once we eliminate him, we shall earn a substantial contribution." Wang Chun and Jiang Chen nodded, significantly suppressing their aura. And with the formation's concealment effect, they felt entirely secure. Approximately 15 minutes later, a yellow figure appeared on the distant horizon. The individual seemed somewhat anxious. But as they drew nearer, Wang Chun and the others recognized it was Uncle Fu. However, it was evident that he was in a rather disheveled state, with his robes even showing signs of damage. Seeing this, the expressions of the three changed. Wang Chun was apprehensive about the unfolding situation. Jiang Chen felt a deep-seated unease, and Brother Wu was concerned for Uncle Fu's safety. Upon spotting the location from earlier, Uncle Fu's face lit up with relief, and he descended to the ground. No sooner had he landed than a swirling black mist, resembling ominous clouds, followed closely behind him, landing on the ground with a menacing presence. "Haha, Fu, why aren't you fleeing? Weren't you rather arrogant last time? Tonight, you shall meet your end. My corpse refining has long been deprived of the taste of a foundation establishment cultivator." The black-clad cultivator cackled, his black mist roiling menacingly, swiftly decimating the surroundings. Even the stones beneath his feet crumbled under the corrosive influence of the mist. "Sir, you are being excessively tyrannical. If it weren't night, would you be so bold?" Uncle Fu, with a face full of reluctance, remarked that low-level corpse refining is rather sensitive to the environment during the midday sun. The strength of a foundation-building period corpse is hardly superior to that of a top-tier chi refining practitioner. "Haha," the figure clad in black chuckled. "It's time to settle the score from the past few days. Prepare yourself." With a swift motion of his arm, a green ghostly claw lunged forward. Uncle Fu did not evade. The claw struck against his defensive artifact, sending ripples cascading through the protective shield. Such a trivial technique of the withering insect seeks attention. The black-clad practitioner cackled, then struck again with another claw. However, this attack was markedly different. If the previous claw resembled a ghostly appendage only in a feeble manner, this one truly appeared as if a vengeful spirit were upon him. The 5 fingers, dark as pitch yet glowing with an eerie green light, felt immensely solid, and the claw was accompanied by a wrist extending over a foot in length. The moment the claw materialized, a ghostly wail echoed, causing Wang Chun and his companions to feel a wave of dizziness wash over them. Wang Chun was somewhat better off, having endured the tortures of the purgatory forging god, which was exponentially more unbearable, allowing him to recover almost instantaneously. However, upon glancing at his companions, he noticed Uncle Fu's complexion had paled, clearly having expended considerable magical energy to withstand the blow. "Cuckoo. The taste of the nether ghost claw is quite unpleasant." The black-clad practitioner cackled, his voice grating like a wail of despair. "The nether ghost claw is indeed formidable. Yet, how many levels have you mastered? Furthermore, the sensation of the 5 earth divine thunder is no pleasant experience." Uncle Fu retorted defiantly. As cultivation levels rise, the disparities diminish, and battles often devolve into a war of attrition. Unless one side possesses particularly potent abilities or the techniques happen to counter one another, swift resolutions are rare. Both Uncle Fu and the black-clad practitioner were formidable figures at the late foundation-building stage, wielding remarkable artifacts and formidable techniques, thus entering a stalemate. However, their standstill did not last long before they discarded their tentative approaches, revealing their trump cards. Uncle Fu summoned forth a bell, its yellow body adorned with intricate patterns, radiating an astonishing brilliance. This artifact, in comparison to the previous, emitted a light of unparalleled intensity, an exceptional defensive artifact. The splendid bell above Uncle Fu's head cast down streams of radiant light, forming a thin protective barrier around him. With this shield, Uncle Fu's demeanor became significantly more tranquil. Possessing an exceptional defensive artifact, few foundation-building practitioners could breach his defenses. On the other hand, the black-clad practitioner shook a pouch at his waist, revealing a black corpse over 2 meters tall. With a thunderous thud, the zombie, now possessing a semblance of intelligence, stomped onto the ground with a raspy roar, causing the earth to tremble violently, and fissures several meters long appeared beneath its feet. The foundation-building zombie did not emit a foul odor. Its skin was tightly drawn, appearing extraordinarily resilient, complemented by hands adorned with radiant rings, hinting at the immense combat prowess it possessed. Haha, the black-clad practitioner cackled, as the foundation-building corpse surged forward under his command. With a resounding thud, the corpse's fist struck the shield of the exceptional artifact, causing it to shudder momentarily. However, Master Fu did not hold back, and seized the opportunity to strike fiercely with his crimson sword-shaped artifact, severing a piece of the hard black flesh from the corpse. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen was filled with astonishment. This crimson artifact was indeed extraordinary, likely of superior quality. The fact that such a sharp weapon merely sliced off a fragment of the corpse's muscle was a testament to the terrifying resilience of the creature. Yet, Jiang Chen felt a sense of confusion at this juncture. While the foundation-building zombie was undeniably formidable, it possessed glaring weaknesses. If it relied solely on its flying capabilities at the foundation-building stage, it would be utterly helpless. Why, then, did Master Fu exert himself so tirelessly? Nevertheless, the battle raged on. Under the direction of the black-clad cultivator, the corpse closed in on Master Fu, delivering a series of relentless punches. The resounding thuds echoed continuously. Although the strikes failed to breach the protective barrier of the supreme artifact, the prolonged engagement would inevitably drain Master Fu's mana significantly, eventually leading to his inability to sustain the defense. On the other hand, Master Fu showed no signs of mercy, as his crimson artifact transformed into a fire dragon, continuously assaulting the corpse. With each strike, the creature's strength diminished, further exacerbated by its injuries. Simultaneously, Master Fu intermittently cast talismans to disrupt the black-clad cultivator, evading the relentless onslaught of ghostly claws. Master Fu fought while retreating, but the black-clad cultivator grew increasingly impatient. With a flick of his finger, a beam of black light shot forth, and the corpse swallowed a black pill. In an instant, a surge of dark energy enveloped the zombie, and its imposing aura began to swell exponentially. An overwhelming pressure radiated outward, causing Jiang Chen and his companions to turn pale, as though a massive mountain bore down upon them, making the slightest movement laborious. Yet, unbeknownst to the others, Jiang Chen emanated a unique aura, one that seemed to oscillate between the foundation-building stage and something beyond. As this presence manifested, Jiang Chen felt the spiritual pressure dissipate from his form, though it was a torment for the other two. Zhang Qi, despite concealing much of his strength, found himself powerless against the peak foundation-building pressure, struggling to withstand it. The one who suffered the most was undoubtedly Senior Brother Wu. Although he was powerful, he had rarely faced hardship under Master Fu's protection, and now, under this oppressive force, he appeared utterly overwhelmed, nearly collapsing under the weight. Even at this moment, Senior Brother Wu clutched his hand in a firm seal, maintaining control over the entire formation. Ultimately, Master Fu retreated to the periphery of the formation, while the corpse remained ensnared within the confines of the 4 symbols locking cloud array. Senior Brother Wu, pale of face, softly commanded, "Rise." With a swift gesture, he activated the formation, and mist began to rise from the ground beneath the corpse, enveloping it in a thick shroud. The mist coalesced into a vast azure cocoon, trapping the corpse within. Without the zombie, let's see how audacious you can be. Master Fu finally regained his usual calm demeanor, radiating an air of confidence. The black-clad cultivator snorted coldly in response, forming seals with his hands. Within the formation, the corpse let out a frenzied wail, exerting all its might against the azure cocoon. However, this formation was one that Master Fu had painstakingly acquired, and the corpse found itself unable to overcome it for the time being. Chapter 53. Each employing their own tactics, the cloaked practitioner, filled with ire, commanded the animated corpses, causing the immense cocoon formed by the 4 symbols locking cloud array to emit a series of dull thuds as the zombie struck it. However, after a brief attempt, the practitioner relinquished control, allowing the corpses to flounder at will. Within the formation, Jiang Chen and the others finally exhaled, realizing the success of their efforts to confine the corpses. Yet, the cloaked figure merely chuckled sinisterly. "You, with the surname Fu, are not as foolish as the rumors suggest. But even if you have trapped my life-bound spirit corpse, what of it?" With a swift motion, The practitioner shook the pouch at his waist, and instantly, over 100 animated corpses appeared on the ground. Reluctantly, he also summoned a dark, brick-shaped weapon from his storage pouch, resembling a writing tablet. The small black brick was soon enveloped by a swirling mass of ink-like energy, and under the practitioner's command, it hurtled toward Master Fu. Although Master Fu sensed the peculiar nature of the black mist, he did not hesitate. With a swift motion, he unleashed his superior crimson treasure, which transformed into a fire dragon over 2 meters long. Contrary to expectations of a fierce clash, the sword-shaped treasure encountered the black mist, instantly dimming in brilliance. Master Fu's expression changed dramatically. He hastily retracted the crimson sword and affixed 2 defensive talismans to himself, chanting incantations as a yellow glow enveloped him, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. In an instant, the black mist collided with Master Fu's defenses, as if meeting flames, corroding a significant portion of the talisman shield. With a hissing sound, the black mist did not relent. It adhered to the shield of the exquisite treasure, which began to emit a series of sizzling sounds. The precious bell above Master Fu's head continuously released strands of radiant light. During this standoff, the black mist was gradually exhausted. However, the originally dazzling bell dimmed considerably. With little time to lament the bell's condition, Master Fu finally activated the secret technique he had meticulously prepared. Wu Earth Divine Thunder, explode, 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 Master Fu intoned, and the yellow light and electric sounds surged forth. Then, a remarkable sight unfolded. Bolts of yellow-hued divine thunder began forming rapidly. Zing, 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 zing. Once the Wu Earth Divine Thunder was formed, it surged forward at a breakneck speed, a force that could scarcely be evaded by practitioners of the same rank. Simultaneously, the hundreds of animated corpses on the ground exuded waves of corpse energy, which the cloaked practitioner absorbed, forming a layer of black armor that clung closely to him. Boom, boom. The might of the Wu Earth Divine Thunder was indeed earth-shattering, the tremendous roar likely echoing for miles. Moments later, as the noise subsided, dozens of small craters appeared on the ground, the scattered remains of the animated corpses littering the area, emanating a foul stench. In the distance, where the cloaked practitioner had once stood, a pale-faced cultivator was retching blood, painfully wiping his mouth as he muttered, "Fu Tianqiu, the Wu Earth Divine Thunder is quite impressive. I, Li, shall remember this. The vengeance of today will be repaid in kind." As the words left his lips, the practitioner of the Li clan formed a seal with his hand, causing the blood that pooled upon the ground to envelop the surrounding corpses of the undead. The sanguine essence transformed into a swirling mass of crimson mist, swiftly enveloping the dark-clad practitioner as he made his escape. Observing this, Uncle Fu sensed the gravity of the situation and unleashed several divine thunderbolts. However, by the time he spoke, the Li practitioner had already taken flight. Only one thunderbolt managed to obliterate a portion of the blood mist, leaving nothing else in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the black fog had vanished entirely. Though the entire exchange might seem lengthy, from Uncle Fu's retreat to lure the zombies into the formation, to the Li practitioner's hasty retreat, it transpired in the mere span of a tea break. After the demonic practitioner departed, Uncle Fu's face flushed a deep crimson, and he expelled a mouthful of rich crimson blood. Wang Chun and Jiang Chen emerged alongside Brother Wu. "Master, are you all right? Quickly meditate to heal your wounds. I shall guard you," Brother Wu exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency upon witnessing Uncle Fu's injuries. Hearing this, a look of relief briefly graced Uncle Fu's features before he cast a wary glance at Wang Chun and Jiang Chen, subsequently closing his eyes to meditate. That glance bore a significant weight, evidently reflecting his apprehension regarding any ill intentions the two might harbor during his meditation. Wang Chun felt no guilt and accepted the gaze with composure, while Jiang Chen, in stark contrast, turned pale with fear. As for the truth of their intentions, only outsiders would remain oblivious. Nonetheless, Wang Chen's greatest perplexity lay in Uncle Fu's unwavering trust in Brother Wu. After all, human hearts are often inscrutable, and even disciples may turn adversarial over elixirs or treasures. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away, a black mist gradually dissipated as the Li practitioner halted atop a desolate mountain. Luo Yin Sect, Fu Tianqiu, mark my words. Were it not for the previous destruction of my copper corpse avatar, you would not be so brazen. Rest assured, one day I shall exact vengeance for this day's affront. But before I depart, prepare to receive my final strike. With that, he formed a seal and closed his eyes, crouching low. Upon completing his meditation, Uncle Fu swallowed several elixirs, significantly alleviating his injuries, and rose to speak. "The demonic practitioner has departed. We must now proceed with caution to eliminate the foundation-building corpses. This task shall suffice for our mission. Wang Chun and Jiang Qi nodded in agreement, following closely behind Uncle Fu, with Brother Wu standing beside them. As they observed Uncle Fu's nod, each of them summoned their respective magical implements. Brother Wu formed a seal, and the azure cocoon began to dissipate under his control. Without the protection of the cocoon, the corpse let out a thunderous roar and charged forward. However, none noticed the glimmer of ferocity in its previously vacant eyes, a stark contrast to its usual stupor. 3 magical implements and 1 treasured artifact surged forward simultaneously, but what transpired next would remain etched in their memories forever. Before the implements could strike the corpse, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, disintegrating into putrid flesh and waves of necrotic energy that spread in all directions. In the chaos of the explosion, the 4 scattered, with Wang Chun and Uncle Fu being the first to sense the anomaly and retreat. Yet, in a moment of desperate urgency, Uncle Fu chose to save Brother Wu, inadvertently placing himself at the rear. The explosion of the corpse was utterly unexpected, and even Wang Chun, who had distanced himself the furthest, was hurled through the air by the force of the blast, landing over a meter away. As he regained his senses, he realized that he had merely been blown back a considerable distance, seemingly unharmed. Minner, shouted Master Fu, clutching Brother Wu in a state of urgency. Devoid of his usual calm and composure, waves of spiritual energy flowed from Master Fu's hands into Brother Wu's body. After a couple of coughs, Brother Wu opened his eyes and said, "Master, you are uninjured." Master Fu, filled with joy, replied, "As long as Minner is safe, I am well." However, scarcely had he spoken when a pale aura manifested on Brother Wu's forehead. "This is bad, Minner. Hold your breath. Do not inhale. I will fetch a doctor for you." As Master Fu finished his words, Brother Wu's complexion grew even paler, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, softly stating, "Master, I have been poisoned by the corpse toxin. I cannot withstand the foundation-building level of the toxin. Before I perish, may I ask you for one last favor?" "What is it?" "Speak, and whatever I can do, I shall grant you." Master Fu nodded earnestly. "May I call you father?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chun, who was preparing to examine his own body, widened his eyes in astonishment, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Many past events suddenly became clear. "So, you had known all along. I thought you were angry with me for my mother's death and refused to acknowledge me." Master Fu trembled with emotion, but then, regaining his composure, said, "Minner, do not worry. I will seek the elders of the sect to save you. You must hold on. You will be fine." Having spoken these words, Master Fu disregarded Brother Wu's agreement or disagreement and produced a talisman, pressing it against Brother Wu. Instantly, a thin layer of ice enveloped Brother Wu's body. "Swift," he uttered, and in the blink of an eye, the ship-shaped artifact expanded, allowing Master Fu and Brother Wu to board. They soon vanished into the horizon. Before departing, Master Fu left them with a warning: beware the corpse poison. Whether or not you can endure depends on your fortune. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun and Jiang Qi's expressions changed drastically, and they hastily retreated from the site of the explosion. Wang Chun set up 2 arrays and sat down to scrutinize the situation closely. Outside, Jiang Qi hesitated for a moment but decided against stepping down from the array, opting instead to investigate the corpse poison. Employing a simple introspection technique, Wang Chun discovered that patches of corpse poison clung tightly to his meridians, proving impossible to expel. It felt as though the poison had taken root within his veins. He tried both his spiritual awareness and magical power, yet to no avail. However, a thought suddenly struck him, and he swiftly summoned his blood energy to confront the patches of poison. Like fire meeting water, the corpse patches instantly transformed into wisps of pale vapor, seeping into his muscles and skin. In that moment, a searing pain akin to skin being torn apart coursed through Wang Chun's body. Fortunately, the torment of purgatory refining was far more excruciating, and he gritted his teeth, simultaneously controlling his blood energy to counteract the poison. The corrosion of the corpse toxin and the restoration of the blood energy coexisted within his flesh. Blood energy is the essence of Yang, while corpse poison embodies the chill of Yin. Indeed, they are in direct opposition. After enduring a grueling half-hour in the realm of the undead, Wang Chun finally managed to rid himself of a trace of the corpse poison that had plagued him. The poison at the foundation stage is no trifling adversary. Even this minuscule remnant is challenging for an ordinary qi refining practitioner to withstand. However, Wang Chun's blood possesses the remarkable ability to counteract the corrosive effects of the corpse energy. After a prolonged struggle, he exhaled, a look of extraordinary delight illuminating his face. Fortune stems from misfortune. Truly, the ancients do not deceive me. Wang Chun felt a renewed sense of clarity. Among body cultivators, there exists a method of refining one's physique through various toxins to enhance physical strength. Jiang Chen had previously attempted this, but the toxins were too mild to yield significant results. The more potent poisons are not only difficult to procure, but are also rare and exorbitantly priced, leaving him untested in their use. This time, however, Jiang Chen inadvertently embarked on the process of refining his body with corpse poison. The refinement of even a trace of the poison resulted in a remarkable enhancement of muscle strength, elevating it from the level of a top-grade magical artifact to that of a low-grade treasure. This transformation in his physical prowess was nothing short of astonishing. Jiang Chen then continued the process of refining with the corpse poison. Although troublesome, as long as the poison does not fully erode and extinguish the soul, a practitioner will not become a zombie. Thus, for Jiang Chen, this was an extraordinary opportunity. With his relentless efforts, his muscles and skin began to undergo a metamorphosis. Nevertheless, this method of body cultivation has its evident flaws. While physical strength has increased, the corresponding increase in raw power is minimal, resulting in an overall imbalance. In contrast, Jiang Chen's golden body technique allows for simultaneous enhancement of both physical strength and innate power. 3 days later, having exhaled deeply, Jiang Chen observed several vials of elixirs positioned beside his meditation mat, most of which were intended to replenish his vital energy. Over these 3 days, his physical strength underwent a remarkable transformation, ascending from the level of a top-grade magical artifact to that of a low-grade treasure. This progression represented a significant change. Previously, Jiang Chen was nearly invincible among qi refining practitioners, though he recognized that against a paragon like the Beast Sovereign, escape could be elusive. However, upon achieving the physical strength equivalent to a low-grade treasure, Jiang Chen felt a profound sense of confidence. He considered himself invincible among qi refining practitioners. Even the Beast Sovereign might struggle to defeat him at this stage, for who could harm a body with such formidable strength? His face radiated joy, though a hint of helplessness lingered in his gaze. Despite the merits of this transformation, its drawbacks were starkly apparent, and he mused that a steady approach to cultivation might be more reliable. For instance, many areas of his body still bore only the defensive capabilities of a top-grade magical artifact, leaving him vulnerable to unforeseen dangers. Shaking off these thoughts, Jiang Chen retracted his formation and prepared to depart. Yet, as he stood, he heard a series of explosive sounds not far away. Curiously, he approached the source of the noise. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned his golden sword and struck decisively. Boom! The concealed formation shattered instantly under the full force of Jiang Chen's strike. A zombie clad in the garments of the Yin sect made its appearance. And to call it a zombie would be an understatement. Its movements were rigid, its face a ghastly pale, almost adorned with strands of white fluff, and its eyes were devoid of life. Sensing the presence of the living, the zombie leapt forward, eager for a feast. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen could not help but let out a sigh. This creature was undoubtedly a transformation of Zhang Qi. Objectively speaking, Zhang Qi's concealed prowess was commendable, marking him as a practitioner devoted to the path. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would encounter the miasma of this foundation establishment zombie? Even with his strength, he could only meet his demise. As he sighed, Jiang Chen's sword of golden light flashed, severing the zombie's head, which fell to the ground with a thud. He then dug a grave nearby, interring the remains of his junior disciple Zhang Qi, while also appropriating his storage bags as a means to cover the burial expenses. Upon opening the 3 bags, it became evident that Zhang Qi's wealth was substantial. Aside from over 10,000 spirit stones, the various miscellaneous items within were valued close to 10,000 spirit stones. However, the most precious item was a top-tier sword-shaped magical artifact exuding a chilling aura. Jiang Chen inscribed his own spiritual mark upon it and infused it with spiritual energy. With Zhang Qi's spiritual consciousness no longer interfering, he completely refined the ice cloud sword within a short span of time. Elated, he stowed the sword away and meticulously organized the remaining items before departing with satisfaction. 5 hours later, Jiang Chen staggered into Fuyu City. After perusing several shops and finding no significant changes in recent days, he made his way to the Li family. The cultivator of the Yin sect had been absent for over 4 days, and news was still forthcoming. The head of the Li family awaited anxiously, akin to an ant on a hot stove, and hastened towards Jiang Chen upon hearing of his return. This time, the Foundation establishment demon cultivator has sustained severe injuries and retreated. Fuyu City is now safe. However, senior brother Wu has been afflicted by the zombie's poison, and under the concern of Uncle Fu, he has been taken back to the sect for treatment. Unfortunately, senior brother Zhang Qi succumbed to the zombie's poison and has perished. We can now eradicate the remaining demon cultivators within the mine. Jiang Chen reported in detail, expressing his willingness to lead a group to eliminate the demon cultivators in vengeance for his junior. The head of the Li family hesitated for a moment before acquiescing to Jiang Chen's request. This was not merely a quest for revenge, rather, the task of exterminating the demons was already well underway, and the remaining Qi refinement stage demon cultivators posed little threat. With the assistance of the Li family's power, Jiang Chen would be able to garner even greater contributions to his sect. The next day, Jiang Chen, accompanied by his third senior brother and a dozen disciples from the Li family, ventured towards the mine. Although it was daytime, the area surrounding the mine remained shrouded in dark mist, enveloped in an ominous hue. Upon reaching a flat area at the foot of the mountain, they encountered a formation that obstructed their progress. One of the Li family disciples stepped forward and inquired, "Senior brother Wang, how shall we handle this formation?" All eyes were on Jiang Chen, awaiting his command. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "This formation likely conceals the entire mountain, and its defensive power should be minimal. Moreover, the Foundation Establishment Demon Cultivator has sustained injuries and retreated, so the danger is not significant. Form groups of 3 to set up the formation. One group will attack. Another will defend, while the others rest. We shall rotate every quarter of an hour." Jiang Chen issued his command. Although several cultivators from the Li family harbored some dissatisfaction towards Jiang Chen's cautious approach, they had no choice but to comply. The sounds of impacts reverberated continuously, revealing that the defensive formation surrounding the mine was not particularly advanced. After half an hour of relentless effort from the numerous cultivators, the formation was finally breached. As it crumbled, nearly 1,000 emaciated miners, their eyes vacant and their bodies reeking of death, emerged from within. Jiang Chen promptly commanded, "Form groups of 3 for coordinated attacks." These zombies possess feeble cultivation, mostly at the initial stage of Qi refining, so they pose little threat. However, be wary of any remaining demon cultivators in ambush. The earlier discontent among the Li family cultivators regarding Jiang Chen's conservative tactics dissipated upon witnessing the zombies, and they now listened to his orders with newfound respect. These miners, having been low-level cultivators in life, had lost their intellect and significantly diminished in strength as zombies. Thanks to the collective efforts of the cultivators, no one was harmed during the battle. Gather the zombie corpses and burn them. Distribute their belongings to the disciples who will bury them. Upon hearing this, several Li family cultivators stepped forward, accumulating the bodies while sorting through the remnants. Initially, many Li family members looked down upon profiting from the deceased, but when a few low-ranking cultivators found thousands of spirit stones among the possessions, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They considered contesting for the treasures, but hesitated, wary of the repercussions, secretly plotting instead. The 4 low-level cultivators, seeing the situation unfold, lamented their plight and reluctantly surrendered the majority of the spoils, claiming it was a token of respect for Jiang Chen, who had helped the Li family eliminate the demon cultivators. Though Jiang Chen had no interest in these treasures, after a moment of contemplation, he accepted them, recognizing that if he refused, others might seize the opportunity, potentially leaving the 4 with far less than a tenth of the bounty. After incinerating the bodies, Jiang Chen instructed the Li family cultivators to form groups of 6 and advance separately. The 4 who had shown respect earlier joined Jiang Chen and his 3 senior brothers. The other cultivators eagerly dispersed, driven by Jiang Chen's promise that any treasures found on the bodies would belong to their respective groups. This encouragement spurred the remaining scattered Li family cultivators to diligently search. With a quiet scoff at the arrogance of these cultivators, Jiang Chen led his 3 senior brothers and 4 low-level cultivators into the mine. Chapter 55. The Sword Cultivation Prodigy. This mine primarily yielded versatile crystal ore. While not exceedingly valuable, it represented a significant fortune for Fuyu City. The cavern was deep, tranquil, and exceedingly damp, and Jiang Chen and his companions treaded lightly, occasionally feeling drops of water cascade down. After walking for a while, the 3rd senior brother inquired, "Wang, why do we not block the entrance and eradicate the demon cultivators instead of lingering here?" Jiang Chen turned to glance at the 3rd brother before responding. "Do you understand the principle of not pursuing a desperate foe? The Foundation stage demon cultivators have already retreated. If any demons remain, they would likely be overconfident and formidable. Why should we wade into such murky waters? Blocking the entrance would be futile." The 3rd senior brother nodded in agreement, and the group continued onward. Jiang Chen, however, had omitted the most crucial point. His master uncle had returned to the sect for several days now, and according to the timeline, the sect should have dispatched someone to this location by now. If they delayed any further, he would forfeit the majority of the sect's contributions. It would be most fortunate if he could avoid any conflict with the demonic cultivators. As the group proceeded, Jiang Chen suddenly came to a halt. "What sound is that?" Jiang Chen inquired, prompting the others to listen intently, yet they all shook their heads in uncertainty. Follow me, and remain vigilant. With that, Jiang Chen summoned an exquisite defensive artifact, leading the way. The others followed suit, each conjuring their own artifacts, prepared for any eventuality. As they advanced, a series of thudding sounds emanated from ahead, and the group began to understand, their respect for Jiang Chen deepening. Sure enough, within a mere quarter of an hour, a sizable mining cave emerged before them. Who are you? Where is the old demon Li? A young man clad in yellow barked as he confronted them. As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure radiated from him, akin to an expansive ocean. Gazing at the youth, Jiang Chen felt a deep-seated trepidation. Although his cultivation level had reached a comparable state to the foundation establishment phase, he now sensed a razor-sharp sword intent emanating from the youth, as if he could be cleaved in two at any moment. Sharpness, an endless sharpness. Jiang Chen quietly commanded, "You four, step back." The four low-tier cultivators, already paralyzed with fear, hastily crawled away, while his third disciple, trembling and pale, managed to utter a warning to his senior brother before hastily retreating as well. Only two figures remained in the cave, Jiang Chen and the young man in yellow. Jiang Chen unsheathed the thousand-gene sword, emanating an astonishing aura. As this aura surged forth, it clashed with the youthful figure's presence. What was perceived as mere aura was, in truth, a confrontation of realms, a contest of pressures. Jiang Chen's aura was that of the sword intent realm. Having grasped the subtleties of sword intent, he could subtly manipulate time and space, or rather, influence consciousness and the surrounding air. By affecting consciousness, he could create the illusion of time slowing down, causing his opponent's speed to diminish. By influencing space, he could exert control over the air to a certain extent, thereby hindering his opponent's movements. This was Jiang Chen's greatest card aside from the blood of creation. The sword intent realm, combined with nearly 50,000 pounds of raw power, rendered him nearly invulnerable to any attacks at the Qi refinement stage. Yet, astonishingly, this sword intent of his was mercilessly trampled under the young man's overwhelming presence, leaving him utterly defenseless. Sharpness, sharpness. Jiang Chen could even perceive the yellow-clad youth transforming into the most formidable sword in existence, capable of slicing through all things with a single stroke. This was an instinct he held with unwavering conviction. Should the youth draw his sword, Jiang Chen sensed that his inferior quality artifact would be insufficient to withstand a single strike. A single blow would spell his demise. Jiang Chen felt as if his own sword intent, akin to a round cake, had been sliced open by the young man's razor-sharp sword intent. There was no trace of fear within him, only unadulterated excitement, a thrill surging from the depths of his being. He had become ensnared within the confines of the sword intent realm, and he found himself yearning for what lay beyond it. Upon witnessing the young man, Jiang Chen felt a sense of clarity regarding the path ahead of him. Although the exact nature of this journey remained uncertain, possessing a direction was far more reassuring than languishing in confusion. I must absolutely become a figure akin to the revered beast sovereign. How could I be deterred by mere setbacks? Jiang Chen's focus sharpened instantaneously, and he sensed a subtle enhancement in his sword intent, which was at the 6th level of mastery. Concentrate, concentrate, concentrate. Jiang Chen silently urged himself, and the previously fragmented sword intent began to coalesce. Once consolidated, he perceived a further augmentation in his sword intent, rendering it more harmonious and refined. "Ah!" the young man in yellow exclaimed, astonishment washing over his face. After a moment's hesitation, he once again directed his formidable aura towards Jiang Chen, though this time, it was more restrained than before. With a sudden burst, Jiang Chen's sword intent was shattered once more, yet he persisted in his concentration. Following this second attempt, his sword intent astonishingly transcended its previous limitations, advancing from 60 to 70%, equivalent to the mid-stage of foundational cultivation. The young man in yellow observed this progression with a faint smile, and as Jiang Chen's aura solidified once again, he renewed his assault with his keen presence. Thus, the cycle continued. Jiang Chen's sword intent was broken, then reconstructed, only to be dismantled again by the young man's fierce aura. Remarkably, throughout this process, Jiang Chen's sword intent escalated further, 70, 80, 90%. Eventually, however, the toll on Jiang Chen's spirit and consciousness became overwhelming. After one final consolidation of his sword intent, he collapsed, crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, the young man's sharp aura receded, retreating into obscurity. Even in its concealed state, any ordinary cultivator encountering him would perceive him as a sword, emanating an aura of respect and caution. The young man in yellow gently lifted Jiang Chen and, after a moment's contemplation, carried him away. Had any cultivator been observing at that moment, they would have been astonished to discover that the young man's cultivation level was merely at the 8th layer of chi training. And as he moved, a small sword flickered beneath his feet. The ephemeral small sword accompanied his ethereal movements, allowing him to traverse great distances in a single step before disappearing from sight. Several hours after Wang Chen's disappearance, the third junior brother became aware of the situation, causing a commotion among the miners. Fortunately, the Luo Yin sect dispatched a foundational period elder the following day to address the matter. After managing the situation, the elder took the third senior brother back, deeming the extermination of the demon cultivators a success. Nonetheless, aside from the third junior brother's mild concern regarding Wang Chen's absence, no one else inquired after him. Within a humble wooden hut, Wang Chen lay on a wooden bed. At last, a moment arrived when his eyelids fluttered, and he awakened leisurely. I bear no injuries. My consciousness has fully recovered. Wang Chen meticulously examined himself, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, in the next instant, a realization struck him, and an astonishing aura erupted from him. Sword intent. At this moment, Wang Chen felt a significant enhancement in his sword intent, and the faint trepidation that had lingered in his heart dissipated considerably. This trepidation was not born of fear, but rather the unease and apprehension that lower-tier cultivators often harbor towards the unknown powers of those at higher tiers. Often, this becomes an obstacle to further cultivation. In the past, many practitioners, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of higher-level cultivators, experienced significant advancements in their cultivation for this very reason. As the formidable aura of the sword intent realm was unleashed, a figure clad in yellow suddenly appeared at the entrance. This was none other than Feng Wujin, Wang Chen's opponent that day, who also aided him in breaking through to the sword intent realm. Wang Chen hesitated momentarily before rising from his seat and clasping his hands in gratitude, saying, I am Wang Chen. Thank you for your assistance, fellow deist. The young man in yellow replied with a gentle smile, no need for such formalities. Sword cultivators are indeed rare. Encountering one for mutual sparring is a delightful occurrence. Sword cultivator? Wang Chen expressed his confusion. His own sword intent had been developed based on the insights of a predecessor from the mundane martial world. And while he had come across the term sword cultivator in the jade slips of the technique pavilion, he knew little about them, other than their scarcity and formidable strength. Noticing Wang Chen's puzzled expression, the young man smiled warmly. I initially believed myself to be a prodigy, yet in comparison to your self-taught genius, I find myself lacking. Despite his words, there was no trace of irritation in his demeanor, his gaze sincere. He then proceeded to introduce the concept of sword cultivators and his own background. His name was Feng Wujin, a disciple from a martial family in the mundane realm. It was only after encountering the techniques of a sword cultivator that he embarked on the path of immortality. The sword cultivator's realm is divided into 4 parts: sword body, sword intent, sword will, and sword soul. Additionally, there exists the sword mystical realm between sword will and sword soul. And above the sword soul realm lies the sword path realm. Each layer of sword intent corresponds to the realm of a golden core cultivator. Thus, the pinnacle of the 10th layer of sword intent is akin to the ascension of a great completion cultivator. However, advancing in sword intent is no simple feat. Each layer requires relentless refinement and trials of life and death, along with various fortuitous encounters. Feng Wujin was indeed a once-in-a-million-year genius, possessing an 8th layer of chi refinement. Yet having already attained the sword intent realm, as the name suggests, the sword intent realm is about generating sword intent. Feng Wujin's sword intent is characterized by its sharpness, capable of cutting through anything, a fact that Wang Chen had already deeply felt. As for how one reaches the level of sword intent, Feng Wujin was not entirely certain, merely stating that his own persistence and sharpness led to his breakthrough. Later, upon encountering the infamous old demon Li, the demon was delighted and sought to accept Feng Wujin as a disciple, but Feng Wujin would never agree. After a fierce struggle, old demon Li was injured by Feng Wujin, who, due to his insufficient strength, was captured. At this point, Feng Wujin scoffed. Had I not just broken through to the sword intent realm, I would have certainly slain that old demon Li with a single strike. Wang Chen, upon hearing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, rendered speechless. This fellow truly resembled the perverse existence of Master Wan Shao, attempting to vanquish a peak foundation establishment demon with merely an 8th layer of chi refinement. Yet, it is not just the formidable attack power of sword cultivators that sets them apart. Feng Wujin's extraordinary talent cannot be overlooked. Having reached the sword body realm at the age of 12 and subsequently breaking through to the sword intent realm within 8 years, a truly astonishing feat. After listening to Feng Wujin's account, Wang Chen, with a serious expression, inquired, Fellow dearest Feng, may I borrow the techniques of the sword cultivators from the predecessors? Upon hearing these words, Feng Wuji felt a surge of joy, but then remarked, it is indeed impossible to lend it. Wang Chen's expression darkened upon hearing this. It was entirely reasonable that such a precious technique could not be borrowed. However, Feng Wuji then added, unless you become a disciple of my master. Become a disciple? Did you not acquire this technique by chance? How can there be a master? That is of no concern. I can accept disciples on behalf of my master. You may simply address me as your senior brother. Wang Chen, eager to delve into the intricacies of the technique, reluctantly acquiesced to this arrangement with his newfound affordable senior brother. Yet, he soon discovered that Feng Wuji was actually a year younger than himself. Consequently, Wang Chen warmly invited Feng Wuji to become sworn brothers. As a carefree sword cultivator, Feng Wuji readily agreed, but this led to Wang Chen seizing the opportunity to designate himself as the elder brother. Leaving Feng Wuji to call Wang Chen senior brother, it appeared that their hierarchy had become rather convoluted. Chapter 56, The Enigmatic Sword Tome Departing. Figures danced with swords, their energies wreaking havoc. These indistinct silhouettes, if placed in the mundane world, would be akin to legendary sword prodigies who emerge once every millennium. Each movement appeared meticulously calculated, some strikes lethal, others shrouded in concealment, with relentless follow-ups. It felt as though one had entered a realm dominated by swords, where various extraordinary techniques from the secular world flourished, and Wang Chen faced each of these swordsmen in turn. With Wang Chen's cultivation, defeating these mundane swordsmen was effortlessly trivial. However, upon entering this space, his cultivation was suppressed, rendering him akin to an ordinary individual unable to summon even a trace of spiritual energy. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords colliding echoed incessantly, with clashes occurring dozens of times within mere seconds, an astonishing speed that truly reached the pinnacle of the secular realm. After numerous duels, Wang Chen eventually triumphed over each swordsman, and he felt a long-standing emptiness in his understanding of the sword dissipate, as the foundation of his swordsmanship was finally solidified. The previous realm of swordsmanship had merely been created by mundane warriors. Despite their extraordinary nature, they were limited by their perspectives, leading to a lack of profound comprehension of the sword. In this space, however, such limitations were non-existent. The myriad techniques from the secular world numbered in the millions, and Wang Chen comprehended them one by one, finally fortifying the foundation of his swordsmanship. This was a world of swords, with blades strewn across the ground. Yet, when one attempted to draw a sword, it would vanish, accompanied by an overwhelming force from the heavens and the earth pressing upon him. The realm of sword intent, Wang Chen murmured, entranced by this world, as the aura of sword intent emanating from him gradually transformed, grand, majestic, filled with slaughter and death, various energies flickering past, finally settling upon a unique, ethereal essence. This sword intent was distinct, liberated, transcendent. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wang Chen opened his eyes and inquired, how long has it been? 3 days. Feng Wuji's voice had scarcely faded when Wang Chen exclaimed in astonishment, the path of the sword is truly boundless. I have likely lingered in this tome for decades, yet in reality, only a little over 3 months have passed. Senior brother speaks truly. Unbeknownst to the master, what kind of divine ability allows the creation of such wondrous artifacts? Alas, this space can only enhance the foundational realms of the sword body and sword intent. If a sword cultivator, utterly ignorant, could comprehend the way of the sword through this sword manual, it would indeed be extraordinary. Wang Chen cast a sharp glance at Feng Wuji, saying, brother, what are you implying? Although this sword manual is a marvel, there is reason in every sip and bite. While it is beneficial for solidifying the foundation, using it to forcibly elevate one's cultivation could prove counterproductive. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuji pondered deeply, then bowed slightly. Your words are indeed wise, but regrettably, from the moment one enters the realm of sword intent, this sword manual loses its efficacy. Otherwise, future cultivation would be considerably easier. Such nonsense, Wang Chen retorted, carefully picking up an ancient book, yellowed with age, from the wooden table and handing it to Feng Wuji. This book holds no value for me any longer. You should keep it, dear brother. Sword intent varies greatly. Each person's sword intent is unique. Even the predecessors who created this sword manual would find it challenging to directly elevate the sword intent of their successors. Wang Chen reflected, indeed, I have been initiated into sword intent for a year now, yet progress remains exceedingly difficult. Feng Wuji lamented, forget it. Your current sword intent is akin to the golden core stage. Should you reach the second layer, you would attain the nascent soul stage. Wang Chen remarked with a slight smirk. Despite their banter, the bond between them was sincere. Among sword cultivators, there exists a shared understanding of the sword path, which diminishes ulterior motives. Naturally, such sword cultivators would not be easily manipulated. Those like Feng Wuji, who have reached the realm of sword intent, not only possess enhanced defensive capabilities, but also acquire unique abilities, such as sensing the intentions of others. Simply put, when someone harbors ill will, their sword intent can perceive it. 3 months later, atop a desolate mountain, Jiang Chen stood alongside Feng Wuji. Brother, life is akin to the clouds in the sky, ephemeral and unpredictable. One cannot foretell when they might be swept away to another place. Jiang Chen gazed at the clouds above, his voice tinged with a subtle melancholy. The months spent with Feng Wuji had been rare moments of comfort, making their impending parting feel bittersweet. There is no need for such sorrow, my brother. This time I shall venture to the Yin sect to seek out some sword cultivation techniques. In the future, should you find yourself in trouble, I will be there to protect you. Feng Wuji replied, taking a sip of wine. Casting a reluctant glance at Feng Wuji, Jiang Chen said, Brother, we must part ways for now. After I advance beyond the realm of sword intent, I shall seek you out for a duel. Until we meet again. With those words, he turned away without looking back, while Feng Wuji tossed aside his wine jug and drifted away, leaving only the sound of the jug hitting the ground, echoing through the stillness of the barren mountain. 1 month later, in the flowing cloud marketplace, Jiang Chen stood on the bustling streets, suddenly feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him, as if time were reversing. It was at this very intersection that I once set up my stall. Just beyond lies my cave dwelling. It was here that I stumbled upon the function of the creation of talismans, tirelessly crafting them to earn spirit stones. Those were the most arduous days. Initially, I failed dozens of times before managing to produce a low-grade talisman. The talisman brush I used back then was purchased here. I wonder how Tonger is faring. Is she well at the 10,000 Beast sect? Jiang Chen leisurely wandered through the streets, his thoughts drifting until it took him a while to regain his focus. The Luo Yun Square's Jin family was an affiliated cultivation clan of the Luo Yun sect, thus granting the sect's disciples numerous privileges within the square, such as the right to select cave abodes in advance at significantly reduced prices. After arranging his temporary cave dwelling, Jiang Chen released Shaoqing once more. As soon as Shaoqing emerged, it spiraled around Jiang Chen's hand, its head lowered, exuding an air of pitifulness that brought Jiang Chen some solace. Previously, while in Fuyu City, Jiang Chen had concealed Shaoqing in the spirit beast pouch, fearing that foundation-building cultivators might discover its unique traits. Even after encountering Feng Wuji, Shaoqing was able to come out. However, upon sensing Feng Wuji's sharp aura, it retreated once again. With no other option, Jiang Chen had to put Shaoqing away. Now, having arrived at Luo Yun Square, he decided to let Shaoqing out again. Observing Shaoqing flit about the cave dwelling brought a considerable lift to Jiang Chen's spirits. The following day, after finishing his meditation, Jiang Chen rose and prepared to leave, tucking Shaoqing back into his chest. Let us go. I'll buy you something to eat. With a mutual understanding, Shaoqing spiraled around a few times before obediently burrowing into the spirit beast pouch. Jiang Chen made his way to Tingyu, the shop of the Luo Yun sect in Luo Yun Square, a place he had frequented numerous times before. Since his skills in talisman crafting had improved, he had rarely set up his own stall, opting instead to sell his talismans to Tingyu, which, although at a slightly reduced price, saved him considerable time. Boss, though our cultivation is modest, these fruits are certainly extraordinary. The price you offered is far too low. Just as Jiang Chen was about to enter the loft, he overheard the voice of a cultivator evidently trying to sell something, expressing dissatisfaction with the low price offered by Tingyu. Jiang Chen had witnessed such scenarios often. Typically, transactions involving valuable items occurred in private rooms to avoid prying eyes and unforeseen incidents. However, this rule generally applied to late-stage qi refining cultivators. Those with lower cultivation levels were required to queue in front to sell to Tingyu. Jiang Chen himself had also been in a similar position when selling his talismans, but the shopkeeper, eager to cultivate a relationship with him, had permitted him to conduct transactions in a private room. Jiang Chen chose not to intervene, for generally, cultivators of lower levels did not possess noteworthy items, and offending Tingyu would not be wise. However, upon spotting a familiar face, he reconsidered his stance. A young man, upon seeing Jiang Chen, displayed a look of joy and approached, bowing respectfully. Master. The other companions, upon noticing, seemed to recall something and also bowed respectfully. Oh, there's no need for you to sell the fruits. Come with me. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and prepared to lead the group away. At that moment, an irksome voice interrupted. What peculiar fruits are these? This young master wants them. As the voice echoed, a young man clad in white entered, holding a folding fan. He was reasonably handsome, yet his expression and smile conveyed a rather roguish demeanor. Clearly, he was a young master of some significance. The monks present immediately reached a judgment and watched the unfolding events with keen interest. Beside the young man in white stood a shifty-eyed attendant, whose cultivation level was modest. Yet his sharp eyes pointed towards Zhou Yin and his companions, exclaiming, "Young master, the exotic fruit is in their possession." The white-clad youth, though courteous in speech, bore an air of arrogance as he replied, "Esteemed friends, I humbly greet you. I have come in pursuit of a gift for the fifth miss of the Jian family from the Lion Sect. It has come to my attention that you possess an exotic fruit, and I have come to disturb you." With a subtle gesture, 3 cultivators behind him radiated the aura of late-stage qi refinement. Wang Chen noted 2 at the 8th level and 1 at the 9th level of qi refinement. Decent strength. Though this arrangement barely warranted a second glance from him, Zhou Yin and his companions lost their focus upon hearing this. Zhou Yin, feeling anxious about causing trouble for his master on their first meeting, wrestled with unease. The others glanced at Zhou Yin, for with his master present, they were reluctant to surrender the exotic fruit. Zhou Yin looked at his companions, steeling himself, and approached Wang Chen, saying, "Master, what shall we do? Should we sell the exotic fruit?" His implication was clear. He wished to avoid burdening Wang Chen and was prepared to concede the fruit to the young man. However, Wang Chen, harboring a sense of pride and considering himself akin to a revered beast sovereign, would not acquiesce to such intimidation. "Produce the exotic fruit," Wang Chen commanded calmly. Zhou Yin, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. He directly asked his companions for the fruit and handed it over. Taking the exotic fruit, Wang Chen initially intended to crush it publicly, but upon sensing the delicate fragrance, he discovered a slight harmony within its otherwise discordant physical essence. A moment of realization struck him. He knew it was not the time for contemplation, so he placed the fruit into a jade box. The young man in white, upon seeing the exotic fruit, felt his eyes blaze with fervor. Yet, upon witnessing Wang Chen secure the fruit, his expression shifted to one of cold displeasure. "I demand that fruit. You may leave." The white-clad youth erupted in anger, his face flushed as he declared, "May I inquire your name, esteemed sir? I am the eldest disciple of the falling Maple Valley-S sect leader." Not only is the young master a direct disciple, but he is also the sect leader's own son. His lackey chimed in, causing a commotion. Wang Chen chuckled. "Ah, so you are a legitimate son. However, you need not know my name. We are not well acquainted." He emphasized the phrase legitimate son, causing the young man's face to flush deeply as he suppressed his fury. Retorting, "You have a sharp tongue, sir. I shall certainly pay you a visit one day." Chapter 57. The Ice Fire Fruit. The Initial Battle of Foundation Establishment. A visit, no doubt, would be a pursuit of vengeance. Wang Chen scoffed inwardly as he revealed the supreme great artifact, the Ice Spirit Sword. The moment the artifact emerged, the air within the shop grew significantly colder, making many lower-tier cultivators shiver. "Enough," Wang Chen commanded in a low voice, his killing intent palpable. The white-clad youth turned pale at the sight and hurriedly stepped back. With the matter resolved, Wang Chen made his departure, leading his companions away. In an inn within the Lion Bazaar, Wang Chen pondered upon hearing the account of how Zhou Yin and the others acquired the exotic fruit. The extraordinary fruit originated from a cold pool, uniquely nestled beneath the restraint of chilling waters, while a fiery bird made its nest above, suggesting that this fruit must have absorbed the ethereal energies of both water and fire, which would undoubtedly benefit the refinement of one's body. Though the extent of its efficacy remains uncertain, this fruit should prove useful to me. Feel free to propose any price you desire, Wang Chen remarked. Savoring a sip of spiritual tea, his tone leisurely. After a moment of hesitation, the leader among them clasped his hands in respect and said, "Since the esteemed elder finds it valuable, we shall willingly present this fruit as a token of respect. As for the reward, we leave it to your discretion." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. These individuals demonstrated a commendable understanding of propriety. In the realm of cultivation, one cannot simply claim what does not belong to them. The value of this fruit was certainly considerable, yet they refrained from exorbitant demands, allowing Wang Chen to decide, thus avoiding offending a senior. After all, should an irritable elder take a fancy to their possessions, the consequences could be dire. Appreciating their tact, Wang Chen, not one to be miserly, presented them with some of his unused magical artifacts for selection, alongside a generous offering of talismans and spiritual stones. After expressing their heartfelt gratitude, they departed. Having seen them off, Wang Chen returned to his cave dwelling with Zhou Yin. In the following days, he elucidated various issues pertaining to cultivation, and under Wang Chen's protection, Zhou Yin successfully advanced to the 4th level of qi refinement. Within half a year, Zhou Yin progressed from the second to the fourth level. A remarkably swift advancement among loose cultivators, attributed to his solid foundational skills and the considerable number of elixirs he procured with the spiritual stones Jiang Chen provided. However, Jiang Chen also advised Zhou Yin to minimize the use of elixirs, for excessive reliance would complicate future advancements. The initial stages of cultivation serve a vital purpose, to expel the deep-seated impurities within the body. While elixirs can expedite the growth of one's cultivation, they also introduce persistent impurities, rendering subsequent progress more arduous. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin felt a pang of bitterness, despite his dual water and fire roots being commendable. The conflict between the two resulted in a cultivation speed comparable to that of 4 elemental roots. Without the aid of elixirs, the prospect of further advancement seemed bleak. Jiang Chen, upon reflecting on Zhou Yan's explanation, fell into silence, had it not been for the absence of a fortuitous bloodline. His own cultivation speed would likely pale in comparison to Zhou Yan's, and lacking talismanic techniques would further complicate his path in cultivation. Thus, Jiang Chen decided against pressing Zhou Yan further, though he reiterated the importance of minimizing elixir consumption. After more than half a month, Zhou Yan stood at the entrance of Jiang Chen's cave, patiently waiting until he heard a voice say, "Enter," before respectfully stepping inside. "Master, is this the spiritual fruit you requested?" Jiang Chen accepted the fruit, extracting one from his robes, from which a small serpent suddenly emerged, darting toward the azure-hued fruit. In a mere instant, as the serpent bit into the fruit, its head inexplicably expanded, only to swiftly consume the fruit before retracting. Although the entire process was rapid, Zhou Yin noticed the peculiarities of the serpent's head, which bore 2 small protrusions. This might be a juvenile dragon, Zhou Yin mused, a glimmer of speculation igniting within him. While he was unaware of the true rarity of a dragon, he was certain it was an object of great desire for many. Jiang Chen gently caressed the serpent's head, and the little green snake coiled around his arm as if savoring the moment, before swiftly returning to its cozy nest upon his chest. "Go down." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin hesitated slightly and replied, "Master, during my outing, I encountered someone following me." "Following?" Jiang Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, "What transpired?" "The one who was tracking me has been identified. They are from Falling Maple Valley. There are 2 foundational period cultivators there. And the young man in white we encountered previously is the beloved son of Falling Maple Valley's sect leader." Zhou Yin succinctly relayed the circumstances. Jiang Chen's expression remained calm, and he instructed Zhou Yin to diligently practice, assuring him that there was no need to worry about Falling Maple Valley. Falling Maple Valley. Foundational period cultivators, how intriguing. Jiang Chen chuckled to himself, formulating a plan. He reasoned that the strength of the foundational period cultivators from Falling Maple Valley would likely be modest, purportedly at the initial stage of foundation establishment, making them ideal for testing his own capabilities. In the past, Jiang Chen would have shunned direct confrontation with foundational period cultivators, but after reaching the pinnacle of sword intent, his perspective had broadened. Though I may not be able to defeat a foundational period cultivator, escaping should pose no challenge. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen remained cautious. After some contemplation, he retrieved a jade box containing an extraordinary fruit that Zhou Yin had fortuitously procured earlier. Holding the fruit in his palm, he felt a gentle warmth radiating from it, which soon turned slightly cold. Jiang Chen marveled at the fruit's peculiar nature, although he was uncertain how to refine it into a medicinal pill to maximize its effects. He opted for the simplest approach and consumed the fruit whole. The crisp fruit slid down his throat and into his stomach, and he barely registered any sweetness or bitterness. After a brief moment, he felt perplexed as there seemed to be no immediate effect. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a surge of warmth erupted from his dantian. The unnamed flame was not scorching, but rather infused with a comforting warmth that enveloped his entire being. "Oh." Jiang Chen sighed in contentment, akin to encountering fire on a winter's day. After a while, the warmth dissipated, replaced by a refreshing breeze that coursed through him. Akin to savoring a cool drink on a sweltering summer day, he felt as though he were floating among the clouds. Once the coolness faded, another wave of intense heat surged forth, this time fiercer than before, as if he were being scorched by a raging inferno. It was unbearable. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had endured even greater agony while practicing the Hellforged Divine Refinement technique. Thus he found this level of discomfort manageable and soon passed through it with relative ease. Following the searing heat, an unexpected chill emanated from his dantian. Before he could fully grasp the sensation of cooling, the chill intensified abruptly, far colder than ice. As if he had transitioned from flames to an Arctic realm, the baptism of ice and fire rendered Jiang Chen's muscles, skin, and meridians more resilient. And even his meridians widened. The experience of this duality was far from pleasant, and he endured it thrice in succession. After 3 attempts, Wang Chun felt a certain numbness and fatigue throughout his body, yet the changes he experienced brought him immense joy. All the weaknesses in his physique caused by the corpse poison of the Foundation establishment period had been eradicated. Areas previously equivalent to the strength of exquisite magical artifacts had transformed to that of low-grade treasures. Simultaneously, a thought emerged in Wang Chen's mind. Although the purgatory refinement technique was excruciatingly painful, it also served as an excellent trial. After this experience, he resolved to continue practicing the technique. 3 days later, Wang Chen swaggered through the flowing cloud market, purchasing numerous items as if he were oblivious to the presence of those tracking him. A month later, a shadow clad in green vanished from the market. At the same time, in a cave within the market, a sound transmission talisman suddenly appeared. An elderly man seized the talisman, his face twisting into a sinister expression. He has gone. Is the ice flame fruit truly something a mere chi refinement stage cultivator could possess? With that, the elder summoned a sword-shaped treasure and soared into the sky, leaving in a hurry. It was revealed that the previous cave was situated atop a spiritual vein in the flowing cloud market, a privilege only available to Foundation establishment cultivators. A few dozen miles away, 2 stealthy figures halted. Senior brother, how did that person just disappear? Perhaps he sensed our pursuit and concealed himself. Impossible. The concealment veil given to us by the sect master is a rare treasure. Even Foundation establishment cultivators would find it difficult to detect us. The lean cultivator retorted. The other cultivator's expression darkened at the words, and the lean cultivator shot him a glare, silencing him. Wang Chun, standing not far off, chuckled softly as he observed the 2 cultivators. After a moment, sensing a formidable presence approaching, he adopted a slightly serious demeanor and summoned the ice spirit sword. The white-hued blade emanated an astonishing chill as it surged forward. With the first strike, a high-grade defensive artifact shattered, leaving only ice crystal fragments. With the second strike, the hurriedly erected shields of the 2 were obliterated, and their heads fell to the ground. Wang Chen stepped forward to pick up a thin veil. His curiosity piqued. Concealment veil? Quite impressive. Just as he pondered this, a loud voice erupted. You brat, how dare you slay the disciples of falling Maple Valley? Seeking death, are you? The moment the words left his mouth, a ruddy-faced elder appeared in the sky, riding a flying sword. If not for his fierce countenance, one might mistake him for a celestial being. This boy is doomed. He has killed 2 disciples of falling Maple Valley before my eyes. Where would that leave my second elder's reputation? The elder thought, exuding an aura of Foundation establishment pressure. Wang Chun waved his hand dismissively, retracting the ice spirit sword as if he were unfazed by the elder's imposing presence. What are you saying, senior? These 2 harbored ill intentions. Killing them was only natural. The elder's face reddened further. Had any chi refinement cultivator ever acted so disrespectfully before him? Today, however, he encountered a reckless youth. Brat, hand over the ice flame fruit, and I shall spare your life. The ice flame fruit does indeed have a delightful flavor. You wretched old man, yet this fruit has already been consumed by me. What can you do about it? Wang Chun chuckled as he gazed at the Foundation establishment elder, a hint of lingering flavor from the exotic fruit still on his lips. You are courting death. Chapter 58. Fierce battle and retreat. The Foundation establishment elder had never before endured such humiliation from a mere chi refinement junior. He brandished a hammer-shaped treasure and charged forward. I would fear your anger. Wang Chun mused inwardly, brandishing the 1,000 June sword as he advanced. This time, he was resolute, prepared to exchange injury for injury, disregarding the elder's assault as he fought with reckless abandon. This boy is insane. My treasure is swift enough to slay him instantly. There will be no opportunity for him to harm me. The elder briefly entertained these thoughts and also pressed forward. In midair, the hammer-shaped treasure radiated a luminous aura as it struck Wang Chun, who remained undeterred. His complexion paled slightly, but he countered with the 1,000 June sword. Kill. In an instant, Wang Chun unleashed the overwhelming pressure of a peak Foundation establishment cultivator, surging forward with the 1,000 June sword. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he faced this immense pressure. A Foundation establishment cultivator? Impossible. Bang. The 1,000 June sword collided with the elder's hastily summoned defensive treasure, shattering it into fragments, causing the elder to lose his balance and tumble from his flying sword. Lacking the ability to fly, Wang Chun descended after delivering a single strike, immediately charging forward upon landing. The seasoned Foundation establishment elder, upon falling, quickly affixed a talisman to himself, stabilizing his stance. Faced with Wang Chen's onslaught, his countenance changed drastically, prompting him to summon another defensive artifact. My friend, I no longer desire the ice flame fruit. I implore you to let me go, for should I risk my life, you may not emerge unscathed. As he raised his defenses, the elder began to reason with Jiang Chen. Among Foundation establishment cultivators, unless there was a significant disparity in strength, annihilating one another was a daunting task, often leading to more harm than gain. Most cultivators would heed the elder's words and relent. But Jiang Chen was not a typical Foundation establishment cultivator. He had long yearned for this battle and would not be deterred by mere rhetoric. Boom, boom, boom. The Thousand June sword struck the protective shield with resounding thuds. After 3 consecutive strikes, the shield shattered, yet another defensive artifact still enveloped the elder. Old man, meet your end. Jiang Chen taunted as he struck, igniting the elder's fury, his face flushed with indignation. You insolent boy, you have forced my hand. The elder began chanting incantations within his artifact, his hands weaving intricate gestures as a subtle, yet potent wave of fire spiritual energy enveloped him. Jiang Chen sensed the impending danger and pressed closer, exerting every ounce of strength in his strikes. The sounds of impact echoed as he unleashed a flurry of blows. And in the blink of an eye, he had executed a dozen strikes, forcing the Foundation establishment elder back over 10 feet, blood spilling from his mouth. His defensive artifact dimming with each blow. The defensive treasure could only guard against most physical attacks, leaving it vulnerable to the residual shockwaves from Jiang Chen's relentless assault. Jiang Chen possessed an astonishing strength nearing 60,000 pounds. With a mere swing of his sword, the residual shockwave sent the Foundation-building elder spitting blood. In terms of offensive capability, Jiang Chen was already perilously close to the early stages of Foundation establishment. Die! The elder, bloodied and with a fierce expression, completed his incantation. His voice, once low and commanding, now trembled with pallor. As he uttered these words, a fiery light erupted, transforming into a serpent of flame that surged forth. The speed of the fire serpent was remarkable, leaving Jiang Chen with no chance to evade. He found himself ensnared within its fiery embrace. A dense aura of fire-attributed spiritual energy enveloped the serpent, creating an ever-burning inferno. The Crimson Sun Fire. The Foundation-building elder practiced a relatively easier path to advancement, albeit with weaker magical prowess. This Crimson Sun Fire represented a formidable spell, capable of instantly melting even magical artifacts, and its lethality was immense. This time, you shall not escape. The elder jeered, his laughter echoing as the sea of flames began to subside. Amidst the dying blaze stood a young cultivator, bare-skinned. Draped in a green robe, Jiang Chen scoffed. Is that all you can muster, old man? How is this possible? How can you survive within the Crimson Sun Fire? The elder gazed at Jiang Chen as if he were witnessing a ghost, summoning a flying sword to ascend into the sky. Seeing the elder attempt to flee, Jiang Chen made no effort to impede him. Only when the elder's figure vanished did Jiang Chen's complexion flush crimson, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Indeed, Foundation-building cultivators are formidable. After expelling the blood, Jiang Chen felt considerably better and prepared to depart. Meanwhile, the Foundation-building elder halted mid-air, as if recalling something, his countenance oscillating between pale and flushed. You infuriate me, boy. I will kill you. The elder bellowed, turning back. Jiang Chen's figure darted through the forest like a swift swallow, swiftly covering a distance of 2 zhang. The offensive power of the Foundation-building elder is not vastly different from mine. Aside from the initial provocation and direct confrontation, I hold no significant advantage. Should the elder ascend to the sky and wield a magical artifact, I would be left to endure his attacks. In truth, the Foundation-building elder was far superior to Jiang Chen. One might compare a cultivator's offensive capability as a calculated figure, the sum of weaponry, magical power, and spiritual consciousness, multiplied by their realm, and further multiplied by their secret techniques. The sharpness of one's weapon is intricately linked to their combat prowess. Purer magical energy and heightened spiritual consciousness enhance both spellcasting and weapon efficacy, beyond doubt. The interplay of these 3 factors, multiplied by one's realm, underscores the significance of one's cultivation level. A cultivator of higher realm can effortlessly vanquish opponents of lower tiers. For instance, the esteemed beast sovereign from a millennium ago was undoubtedly formidable even at the chi refinement stage, which explains his ability to dominate Foundation-building cultivators. Of course, the impact of realm extends beyond mere combat. A higher realm also facilitates the enhancement of one's cultivation. Where do you think you're running? A furious roar reverberated from behind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen remained unfazed and addressed the Foundation-building elder in the air. Old man, have you not had your fill of punishment? Allow me to offer you a hand to continue. The seasoned elder, infuriated by the words of the young man, exclaimed, Boy, Do not attempt to provoke me with empty flattery. I shall not descend. Prepare to face my wrath. With that, the elder summoned the hammer-shaped treasure and charged forward. His form suspended in midair. The artifact radiated a brilliant light as it approached, while Wang Chun brandished his formidable sword of 1,000 pounds in response. With a resounding crash, the sword collided with the artifact, sending it soaring over a meter away, leaving Wang Chun's arm tingling with numbness. Observing this, the elder channeled his entire magical essence into the hammer, intensifying its luminescence as it surged toward him once more. Both the treasure and the magical tool were manipulated with the finesse of the cultivator's mind, as if they were mere extensions of his arm. After being repelled once, the elder hastened to evade Wang Chun's sword, aiming directly for his body. However, Wang Chun, an adept swordsman, had significantly enhanced his swordsmanship through 6 months of study. Armed with the prowess of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator and his refined sword techniques, Wang Chun found himself impervious to the elder's artifact. A cacophony of clashes erupted around him. After half an hour of combat, the elder began to falter, prompting him to ingest a medicinal pill, causing a pang of regret in his heart and igniting a fierce determination. Though Wang Chun fared slightly better, the relentless wielding of the over 10,000-pound sword left him physically weary and mentally drained. This cannot continue. Who knows how many pills that elder possesses to replenish his magic? I must devise a strategy. Wang Chun pondered, decisively shattering a talisman. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. That boy's talisman can only belong to the early stages of foundation establishment. He cannot escape far. The elder mused, extending his consciousness, eventually spotting Wang Chun 800 meters away. Moments later, the elder materialized over 100 meters behind him. I've truly overstepped this time, Wang Chun thought. Suddenly hearing a rushing sound ahead, his eyes brightened. There was a river. This was his salvation. Secretly retrieving a water-blue talisman, Wang Chun sprinted toward the sound of the water. In mere moments, he covered the distance, and with a splash, he leapt into the river, disappearing from sight. As he plunged into the water, he reluctantly crushed the water-escape talisman in his hand. The water-escape talisman, though somewhat peculiar, proved ineffective on land. However, its efficacy nearly doubled underwater. For instance, Wang Chun was able to traverse nearly 2 kilometers in the water, swiftly escaping the elder's perception. This water-escape talisman was intended as a contingency for emergencies, and little did he expect it to be so timely. Chapter 59. The Heart of the Sword and the Birth of Intent. Cough. Wang Chun emerged from the water, coughing incessantly. After holding his breath for so long, even a cultivator found it quite uncomfortable. He formed a hand seal, and suddenly, a flicker of flame appeared. In the blink of an eye, the fire dried his damp garments. If a cultivator were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Although the fireball technique is a rudimentary spell, wielding it with such finesse to the point of effortless mastery is no trivial feat. In fact, many foundational stage cultivators, despite their potent spiritual awareness, would find it challenging to reach such a level of skill. After adjusting his attire, Wang Chun surveyed his surroundings and selected a direction to proceed. To evade the foundational stage cultivators, he first submerged himself in the water and employed the water escape talisman, subsequently activating the 5 elements concealment technique, which allowed him to evade pursuit. Afterward, he concealed himself for 2 additional days, and only when he sensed that no one was around did he emerge from the water. This river, known as the Wei River, is the most renowned river traversing the Liang Kingdom, not due to its vastness, but because its lower reaches nourish countless fields, thereby benefiting the local populace. Wang Chun, feeling a sense of urgency, and with no pressing matters to attend to at his sect, decided to walk along the riverbank. Engaging with the mundane world proved to be immensely beneficial for his comprehension of the sword's essence, a piece of advice from Feng Wuji. In the past, when he encountered a similar bottleneck, he had walked among mortals, gaining clarity about himself, which ultimately allowed him to ascend to the realm of sword intent. The essence of the sword is born from the heart of the sword. To perceive one's true self is the path to achieving the heart of the sword. Yet, what is this true self? Wang Chun found himself in a state of perplexity. The true self is simply one's inner being. Whatever resides in one's heart constitutes the true self. After much contemplation, he reflected on his journey, enduring calamities in his youth, joining the Longhu gang, acquiring the methods of cultivation, and relentlessly battling his way to the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. What does he truly seek? The indomitable spirit amidst ruins, the terror and resentment of burning corpses during escort missions, and the dissatisfaction faced in the presence of higher-tier cultivators weighed heavily on his mind as he finally arrived at a small town. Upon entering the town, Wang Chun's thoughts gradually returned to him. After years of turmoil, The king of Liang had unified the Xia kingdom, renaming it Liang, ushering in what appeared to be an era of prosperity in the eyes of the common folk. At least, the multitude of beggars that once populated places like Cangzhou was nowhere to be seen here. Although they couldn't claim to be well off, people were at least able to meet their basic needs. Wang Chun concealed his presence, blending in as an ordinary passerby, observing the daily lives of mortals. It's happening. It's happening. A middle-aged man paced anxiously outside a room, resembling an ant on a hot pan, eager to peek inside, yet hesitating as his hand reached the doorframe. From within, anguished cries echoed. After some time, a midwife in her 50s emerged, cradling an infant and proclaiming, "Congratulations, Mr. Li, it's a boy." Wang Chun gazed at the tiny form of the child, feeling an innate joy at the arrival of new life. However, after a prolonged moment, he turned to leave, a sigh escaping his lips. "This is not what I seek. Damn servant, how dare you collide with me? You seek death. Strike him, beat him mercilessly. Sir, it was you who bumped into me. Please, spare my life. Do not dare to argue. Hit him. Sigh. Even if I rescue this youth, what of it? Without initiative, lacking ambition, content to be a servant, what can others do? If one wishes to be saved, one must first save oneself. Grandfather, please don't go. What will I do if you leave?" A child knelt before an elder in a dilapidated temple, his eyes brimming with tears. The tattered garments they wore attested to their bond as beggars, relying on one another for survival. "Grandfather, grandfather," sob, the child lamented, yet the elder remained unresponsive, his sorrowful gaze reflecting his deep concern for the boy. "I cannot save him. This child lacks the spiritual roots. Even if I wish to help, I am powerless. Life, aging, illness, and death, greed, anger, ignorance, and hatred." Wang Chun had witnessed the myriad facets of existence on his journey. The pleasures and tribulations of the mundane world mirrored those of the cultivation realm. The pursuit of fame and fortune was universally relentless. As he observed more, his initial desire to help began to wane, not from a lack of compassion, but from a realization that he could never assist everyone, nor could he alleviate all suffering. Gradually, the fog in Wang Chun's mind began to lift. What was his true desire? He could not recall the need to discern his innermost self or the intention to forge his sword intent. He only sought to understand his purpose. What is my goal? Scenes from decades of experiences flooded his mind, a cacophony of memories overwhelming his thoughts, leaving him in a daze. It felt like an instant, yet also like an eternity. A low exclamation surged within him. "What I seek is freedom. No one shall impose upon me. What I seek is transcendence, to rise above all existence." Once this will of transcendence and freedom crystallized, it stirred a torrent of thoughts within Wang Chun. The cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death, along with the myriad emotions of greed, anger, ignorance, and hatred, swirled chaotically. Wang Chun felt as if he were suspended in the air, observing the tumult of emotions as they danced within him, sometimes laughing, sometimes weeping, at times frantic and at others exuberant. The true nature of the world laid bare before him. Ultimately, his expression settled, the previous turmoil faded, and he closed his eyes, enveloped in serene tranquility. After a brief moment, Wang Chun opened his eyes, and in that instant, the world appeared to illuminate brightly. Two faint strands of sword energy erupted from his gaze. With a mere flick, nearby branches shattered, the force of the energy, though modest, equivalent to the third or fourth level of chi refinement, was astonishing. Wang Chun, with his foundational cultivation, could unleash such energy from his eyes, a truly astonishing feat. Transcendence, transcendence, transcendence. 3 low cries escaped his lips, and immediately his aura surged. He ascended through the stages of chi refinement and foundation establishment, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment, until the oppressive aura dissipated, revealing a sword-shaped phantom behind him. Sword intent materialized. In that moment of clarity, Wang Chun comprehended many truths. The rumors he had heard about sword cultivators being difficult to approach and quick to violence made sense. It was not that they were lacking in humanity or excessively proud, but rather that they pursued their path, the sword path. For instance, a cultivator whose sword intent was righteous would inevitably intervene should they witness wrongdoing. Otherwise, their sword intent would be impure, leaving blemishes that would hinder their advancement. Thus, even in defeat, it matters not. Yet, the essence of the sword must remain untainted. The sword's intent transcends life and death. It is exalted above both. Wang Chun's swordsmanship embodies detachment. Should anyone dare to threaten him or resort to coercion, he must respond resolutely, and the most effective course of action is to strike down the adversary. Even if he cannot slay, submission is not an option. Otherwise, the purity of his sword intent would be compromised, making future progress arduous. Wang Chen's sword intent is one of transcendence, which, at least, does not necessitate bloodshed. However, Feng Wujia's swordsmanship is far more aggressive and incisive. What does it mean to be incisive? It signifies the ability to cleave through anything. Feng Wujia's approach dictates that if any cultivator obstructs his path, he shall engage them directly, without discernment of good or evil, striking them down with a single sword. Such stark differences in swordsmanship align with the notion previously stated in the sword texts. After one attains sword intent, self-teaching becomes imperative, for no one can impart this knowledge. Each swordsman's intent is unique, and even similarities cannot yield complete sameness. Therefore, the path of a swordsman is destined to be solitary. However, each form of sword intent possesses its own characteristics. For instance, Feng Wujia's incisive sword intent, which cleaves through all, though excessively radical, can be deemed reasonable. Those who mistakenly believe themselves superior and block Feng Wujia's path deserve to be struck down. Likewise, with every adversary vanquished, the sword intent grows slightly stronger. Hence, the path of the swordsman is often referred to as the path of slaughter. There even exists a more extreme doctrine of slaughter within the suggestions, murderous sword intent, aiming to decimate the world. The more one engages in killing, the greater the intent becomes, thereby strengthening the sword intent and elevating one's cultivation level. Furthermore, sword intent possesses numerous other unique functions throughout one's lifetime, such as serving as a protective deity. Many secret techniques targeting one's consciousness can be rendered ineffective as long as they do not exceed the sword intent's threshold. Sword intent can also perceive the intentions of good and evil. Numerous cultivators, envious of a swordsman's offensive capabilities, may attempt to use them as pawns. Such unworthy motives can be sensed by the swordsman. Coupled with the swordsman's intent, how could one refrain from delivering a lethal strike against such individuals? Thus, advanced cultivators are well aware that one should not lie to a swordsman, lest a fierce battle ensue. Upon manifesting his sword intent, Wang Chen's state of mind underwent a profound transformation. If the former Wang Chen was a somewhat cunning individual with a sense of justice, he has now evolved into a fearless swordsman, wholly devoted to the path. Naturally, many matters unrelated to sword intent remain unchanged. The realization of sword intent, aside from Wang Chen's exceptional comprehension, is also linked to his experiences since childhood. The vast majority of cultivators struggle to grasp sword intent, primarily because they have been cultivators since a young age, devoid of the trials of the mundane world. Suffering can be viewed as a form of wealth, and this assertion holds merit. Having endured hardships and experienced joy, the profound wisdom derived from the extremes of elation and sorrow becomes ingrained within one's heart. Though often inconspicuous, this wisdom proves invaluable in certain moments. In the early stages of his sword intent, it remained somewhat immature and unstable. Thus, Wang Chen resolved to continue traversing the mundane world, honing his heart and stabilizing his sword intent. Chapter 60. Lord Zhuang's fishing downstream of the Wei River. A young man clad in green garments walked with deliberate steps. Each stride appeared short, yet, in a fleeting moment, he had traversed a considerable distance. Even so, there was nothing particularly special about him. It was as though this young man floated ethereally, both present and yet transcending the mundane world. With each step he took, a small sword materialized beneath his feet, only to vanish with the next step, yet he advanced over a yard in distance. The entire scene was ethereal and extraordinary. This sword shadow step is indeed a remarkable technique. My speed has increased considerably. If I were to encounter the Foundation establishment practitioners from before now, escaping would be much easier. After speaking, Wang Chen smiled in realization, a subtle confidence illuminating his face. With my sword intent beginning to take form, I fear no Foundation establishment practitioners. As he spoke, illusory sword shadows began to manifest around him, causing the air to vibrate with palpable energy. Once he finished his words, he retracted his sword intent, and the ethereal shadows behind him faded away. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the unique aura of sword intent had left an indelible mark upon him that could not be easily dispelled. As Wang Chen continued forward, he noticed two thatched cottages ahead. There was nothing particularly remarkable about the cottages, except for the elderly man fishing by the riverbank. This elder appeared to be an ordinary mortal, and Wang Chen discerned this at a glance. However, the aura surrounding the old man astonished Wang Chen, for it bore a striking resemblance to his own, embodying a similar transcendence. Yet, the elder's transcendence was evidently distinct from Wang Chen's, though he could not quite grasp the nature of this difference. Wang Chen settled down beside the elder, who glanced at him with mild surprise, and said, "Young friend, you have come at a fortunate time. please wait a moment, for there will be fish soup ready by noon. The elder did not inquire about Wang Chen's origins, speaking as if they had known each other for ages. Engaging in conversation with the elder, Wang Chen felt an indescribable sense of ease, nodding with a smile as he quietly sat beside him. The elder's fishing skills were quite impressive, and within a short while, several fish were caught. After approximately 15 minutes, a cacophony of sounds emerged from a distance. Initially faint, but gradually approaching the thatched cottage. Wang Chen was taken aback, while the elder simply shook his head calmly, indicating disapproval. Splendid silks and satins, adorned with golden canopies, and imposing attendants all signified the extraordinary status of the approaching group. As they drew near, an elderly man of around 60 stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the elder, and said, "Zhuanggong, I pay my respects." The elder, putting away his fishing rod, also bowed in return. "I am but a humble villager. Please forgive any discourtesy. May I inquire who you are and what brings you here?" Despite his noble status, the elegantly dressed elder responded courteously, "What are you saying, Zhuanggong? In these peaceful times, with the Liang King being a ruler of virtue, he sincerely invites you to serve, to advocate for the people and usher in an era of lasting peace." Zhuanggong shook his head, and the elder continued, "Unbeknownst to you, the emperor intended to come personally, but due to illness, he has sent us to extend this invitation under the emperor's grand canopy." Zhuanggong remained silent, choosing instead to sit down again and cast his fishing rod. The elegantly dressed elder, seeing this, held his tongue and stood behind him. After a while, Zhuanggong finally spoke. "I have heard that the Liang Kingdom possesses a divine turtle that was 3,000 years old at the time of its death. The Liang King treasures a turtle enclosed in a bamboo box, adorned with brocade, and offers it in the temple. Pray tell, esteemed doctor, does this turtle prefer to leave its bones behind in honor after death, or would it rather glide through the muddy waters during its life?" The elder from Huafu paused, then replied, "Naturally, it would wish to navigate the muddy waters." Zhuangzhou smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind sentiments, esteemed doctor. I too would prefer to swim through the waters, but I must ask you to take your leave." The elder's expression dimmed, yet after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Lord Zhuang, your words are indeed thought-provoking. However, life is fleeting, passing in the blink of an eye. How can one afford to squander time like the divine turtle, which enjoys a lifespan of 3,000 years? If one does not achieve great deeds, would that not be a lifelong regret? Moreover, a century hence, the turtle that swam in the mud may be forgotten, while the one revered in the temple will still be remembered by the people. What then can be said about gain and loss, advance and retreat?" The Huafu elder spoke contemplatively, and even Wang Chun found his reasoning compelling. Yet Zhuangzhou chuckled and replied, "Your eloquence is commendable, esteemed doctor, but you are not the divine turtle. How could you know its choice? Perhaps it would gladly embrace a moment in the muddy waters, even if it meant 1,000 deaths without regret." 1,000 deaths without regret. Hearing this phrase, Wang Chun was profoundly moved, his gaze towards the elder filled with admiration. Reflecting upon his own journey in cultivating immortality, he recognized the parallels. As a mundane warrior, he vanquished cultivators, charging fearlessly into the beast tide, ultimately acquiring a dragon egg. Had he not dared to confront foundation-building cultivators and dispel his own fears, would he have even grasped the essence of sword intent? With these thoughts, he felt a sense of relief. The path to transcendence is undoubtedly fraught with challenges. Without the resolve to embrace 1,000 deaths without regret, what purpose is there in pursuing immortality or the great Tao? The Huafu elder, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat embarrassed. After a lengthy pause, he waved his sleeve and said, "Since Lord Zhuang chooses to be a carefree wanderer, I shall not insist further. Upon returning to the palace, I will report truthfully to the Liang King." With that, the entourage turned to depart. Wang Chen spent 3 days in Lord Zhuang's humble abode, spending his days watching him fish and engaging in discussions about the universe and all its wonders, occasionally savoring bowls of exquisite fish soup. Lord Zhuang was not a cultivator, yet his profound understanding and magnanimity deeply impressed Wang Chen. In the northern sea, there is a fish called kuan. Its size is unfathomable, stretching thousands of miles. It transforms into a bird, named Peng, whose back also spans an immeasurable distance. When it takes flight in anger, its wings resemble clouds that hang low in the sky. It strikes the water, sending waves 3,000 miles wide, soaring upward in a whirlwind to heights of 90,000 miles. It breaks through the clouds, defying the azure sky, and then charts its course southward. Wang Chun could vividly envision the scene. The vast ocean, tumultuous and boundless, a fish thousands of miles long thrashing in the waters. With a mighty leap, the fish breaks the surface, sprouting wings. Its colossal wings, each thousands of miles long, flap powerfully, stirring up immense waves. The waves ripple 3,000 miles away, and the Kunpeng seizes the momentum to soar to heights of 90,000 miles, with white clouds and blue skies beneath it. The sonorous voice of Lord Zhuang recited these lines with a unique cadence, filling Wang Chun with a sense of serenity. The legend of the Kunpeng may not be mere fantasy. It is said that such extraordinary beings existed in ancient times, both fish and birds. Imagine wings spanning thousands of miles. Beneath such a wing, even the most powerful nascent soul cultivator would be reduced to ashes. Perhaps only the immortals of the celestial realm could rival such might. Wang Chun conversed with Duke Zhuang for a total of 3 days before deciding to return to his sect. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolded at Qingyun's sect. In the Qingyun Hall, a place that has maintained solemnity and gravity for thousands of years, a majority of Qingyun's sect's high-tier combatants gathered. Among them stood a nascent soul cultivator and 8 golden core practitioners, the least powerful being the sect's foundational level leader and a young Qi refinement disciple. Feng Wuji, do you acknowledge your crimes? In just 1 month of entering the sect, you have slain over 10 Qingyun disciples. Are you prepared to accept the death penalty? The foundational level leader stood opposite Feng Wuji and spoke in a loud voice. Despite the severity of his tone, it carried a hint of trepidation. This young man was not to be trifled with, and among the deceased was even a foundational level cultivator. To annihilate a foundational level cultivator while at the Qi refinement stage was nothing short of shocking. As soon as the leader's words fell, a flurry of sword shadows erupted from the young man, resonating with a cacophony of sword cries that seemed to emerge from all directions, manifesting a sharp sword intent. Under this overwhelming aura, the foundational level leader trembled, struggling to maintain his footing. Some petty miscreants harbor ill intentions. If they are to be slain, so be it. What can you do about it? Arrogant and domineering. Such boundless sharpness. Upon hearing these words, a middle-aged cultivator seated at the back opened his eyes, while the 8 golden core practitioners felt a stinging in their eyes, as those swords were poised to slice them. Presumptuous. A golden core practitioner could no longer contain himself and unleashed his aura of intimidation. This individual was at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Yet even his pressure was utterly suppressed by the young man's sword intent. The foundational level leader could only crouch on the ground, his face pale. A confrontation seemed inevitable. Enough. A voice, seemingly ordinary, resonated within the Qingyun Hall, startling everyone and disrupting their focus. The pinnacle golden core cultivator was subsequently overwhelmed by an even greater oppressive force, silencing him. The only one still able to speak, ignited with fervent fighting spirit, was the young Qi refinement disciple. You are formidable, let us spar. The young man's eyes sparkled, and a magical artifact shot forth from his back, unleashing a torrent of sword energy over a meter long. The hall erupted with the sounds of battle, booming and crackling. Yet, the commotion was fleeting, soon replaced by silence. After the skirmish, the ancestor of Qingyun's sect issued a decree, exceptionally promoting Feng Wuji to the rank of elder. In the 3 major sects of Liang Kingdom, elders are typically golden core cultivators or exceptional alchemists. A Qi refinement cultivator being appointed as an elder of Qingyun's sect sent waves throughout Liang Kingdom, with ripples even reaching other nations. Chapter 61. Return to the sect. New ripples emerge. Wang Chun was unaware of the events at Qingyun's sect. After departing from the residence of the elderly Zhou by the Wei River, he swiftly returned to Lun's sect. In the affairs hall of Liun's sect, Wang Chun sat in a chair, enjoying tea with Elder Qian. It has been far too long since I last savored Elder Qian's tea. I find myself filled with nostalgia. Wang Chun remarked softly as he took a delicate sip. Elder Qian rolled his eyes and retorted, You, young man, truly lack consideration. After such a prolonged absence, I thought you had perished. I warned you that the task of eradicating the demon cultivators was fraught with peril. It would be best to refrain from undertaking it. Yet you disregarded my counsel, and now you are suffering the consequences. Elder Qian adopted a lecturing tone, but Wang Chun felt no impatience. Rather, a warm feeling enveloped him. Only Elder Qian treated a nameless individual like him with such sincerity, expecting nothing in return. After a moment of silence, Elder Qian inquired, You're not annoyed by my ramblings, are you? Wang Chun snapped back to attention and quickly replied, How could I possibly be troubled by Elder Qian's concern for his junior? I am merely reflecting on my tragic youth, having lost my family and received no care, which momentarily saddened me. Elder Qian chuckled in surprise and then said, It is good that you have returned, yet your contributions to the sect are unlikely to be substantial. Hearing this, Wang Chun furrowed his brow, an ethereal sword energy emanating from him, and asked, Elder Qian, what do you mean by that? Elder Qian, not one to conceal the truth, recounted the events that transpired. At that time, Wang Chun and his companions had severely wounded the demon cultivators while assisting Uncle Fu. Later, concerned for his son's injuries, Uncle Fu returned alone to seek the assistance of a senior within the sect to eliminate the corpse poison, thus leaving the task of exterminating the demon cultivators to other disciples. However, this mission quickly became a coveted opportunity. In reality, the task of eradicating the demon cultivators had already been accomplished. Those who undertook it merely needed to fulfill the formalities to claim significant spirit stones and sect contributions. Consequently, several influential Qi refinement stage cultivators within the sect began to vie for the task. Ultimately, 2 Qi refinement cultivators secured the assignment. 1. A disciple of a Golden Core elder by the surname Li, and the other, a hopeful Foundation establishment disciple named Zhang. Now that both cultivators had returned, the contributions had been allocated, and Wang Chun and Jiang Chen, as the sacrificial pawns, were left with no contribution whatsoever. With Wang Chun's return, it was only natural that the 2 cultivators would have to part with a portion of their already acquired rewards. After explaining the situation, Elder Qian reassured Wang Chun not to worry. With his connections, he could certainly recover a portion of the contributions. Wang Chun, not wishing to burden Elder Qian with concern, nodded in agreement, though the killing intent that seeped from him did not escape Elder Qian's notice. Very well, here is the plan, accompany me, and I shall help you reclaim your contributions. At that time, remain silent and follow my lead. Elder Qian reluctantly took on this matter, and the 2 departed from the Deacon Hall. In less than a quarter of an hour, Elder Qian brought Wang Chun to a forested area. Disembarking from his precious artifact, Elder Qian immersed his consciousness into a sound transmission talisman. After a brief moment, the talisman transformed into a beam of light that entered the defensive formation. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in green emerged from the formation, greeting Elder Qian with great respect. I did not expect to see you here, uncle. If you seek my master, I fear it may be inconvenient, as he has been in seclusion recently, attempting to break through to the Golden Core stage. The youth spoke with an air of arrogance, and Elder Qian appropriately praised his master's remarkable abilities, asserting that this time he would undoubtedly succeed in forming his Golden Core. After exchanging idle chatter, Elder Qian revealed the purpose of their visit. Upon hearing this, the youth's face flushed with indignation, yet he dared not act out against Elder Qian, who was at the Foundation establishment stage. Ultimately, he begrudgingly handed over 1,000 contribution points. Once the 2 departed, the youth erupted in furious curses, lamenting, "How dare that Foundation establishment senior take advantage of my master's absence to bully me? Once my master successfully forms his Golden Core, I shall make you pay dearly." Yet, he failed to consider the formidable challenge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Would a Golden Core cultivator really risk offending another Foundation establishment peer for the sake of a disciple lacking Foundation establishment? After venting his frustrations for a while, still unsatisfied, a clever thought struck him, and he grinned mischievously. He promptly cast a sound transmission talisman, which sped away in an instant. Despite feeling a pang of regret for using such a high-tier talisman, he wore a smug expression. "My contribution points are not easily come by. Let us see how you manage to extract them from Brotherly." The speed of the sound transmission talisman far surpassed that of Elder Qian, especially since the latter was burdened by Wang Chun, a liability in the Qi refining stage. After the passage of half an hour, Wang Chun and Elder Qian arrived beneath a towering peak. This mountain is a private forbidden ground belonging to a Golden Core elder. Do not make a sound once we enter. We must locate that Qi refining disciple, and he will surely not dare withhold contribution points. Elder Qian explained the circumstances surrounding Yuntai Peak. It turned out that once a Golden Core cultivator succeeded in forming their core, the sect would reward them with a separate mountain peak as their cultivation sanctuary. This Yuntai Peak was the ancestral peak of the Li clan disciple, and Elder Qian intended to meet with the Li disciple privately, knowing that without his Foundation establishment master present, the disciple would be compelled to yield a portion of his contribution points to Wang Chen. However, unbeknownst to Elder Qian, a quarter of an hour prior, a sound transmission talisman had reached the Li disciple's cave abode. Upon reading it, the disciple grasped the general situation and embellished the tale before relaying it to his master. As anticipated, events unfolded accordingly. Elder Qian successfully summoned the Li disciple with a sound transmission talisman. Upon seeing Elder Qian, the Li disciple displayed utmost respect, yet this time, he resolutely refused to part with his contribution points. After much back and forth, the Li disciple remained steadfast in his position, prompting Elder Qian to grow impatient. This task was indeed accomplished by Brother Wang. Li disciple, do you understand that you are infringing upon the property of your fellow sect member? Elder Qian, what are you insinuating? Taking advantage of my absence to oppress a junior is unbecoming of an uncle. As Elder Qian spoke, a middle-aged cultivator emerged from the cave, and his tone clearly indicated he was at the foundation establishment stage. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Elder Qian steeled himself. Brother, your words are misguided. The extermination of the demonic cultivators was a task assigned to you, and Brother Wang contributed significantly as well. Previously, we thought Brother Wang had fallen victim to the demonic cultivators, hence he relinquished his contribution points. Now that he is unharmed, those points rightfully belong to him. The middle-aged cultivator scoffed dismissively. Oh really? Can we be so certain that Brother Wang possesses such exceptional capabilities? It would be wiser for the youth to return to a more stable life. Otherwise, who knows when they might fall victim to the malevolent hands of demonic cultivators. Upon hearing such a blatant threat, Elder Qian's expression darkened with anger, yet the power of the speaker made him sigh. It seemed that this time, the contribution points would be unattainable. I lack such prowess, and my disciple possesses even less. Wang Chun, unable to endure any longer from the back, declared boldly after manifesting his sword intent. No longer would he tolerate such indignities, and in response to the threat from the foundation-building elder, he retorted fiercely. Heh, you truly are audacious. Are you implying that my disciple is less capable than you? The foundation-building cultivator chuckled, though his expression turned icy. Witnessing this, Elder Qian hurriedly interjected. Junior brother, do not take offense. Wang has simply misjudged the situation and has spoken out of turn. However, this time Wang Chun brushed aside Elder Qian's goodwill and proclaimed, I believe my abilities far surpass those of your disciple, and thus the contribution points rightfully belong to me. If you disagree, shall we settle this in combat? The foundation-building cultivator's expression grew even colder upon hearing this. How dare a mere chi refinement cultivator challenge him? If this matter was not handled properly, he would become a laughingstock among other foundation-building practitioners. Very well, you indeed possess courage. I shall accept your challenge on behalf of my disciple. We shall meet on the life and death platform in 10 days. With that, the foundation-building cultivator turned and departed with his disciple. Elder Qian sighed deeply and pulled Wang Chun away. Just as they were about to leave the Luo Yun sect on their flying sword, Wang Chun, sensing something amiss, insisted Elder Qian halt. Elder Qian, where are we headed? Wang Chun inquired, puzzled. Elder Qian, upon hearing this, grew furious. Did I not instruct you to remain silent before we left? I once thought you understood the stakes, but it appears you are exceedingly foolish. Do you comprehend what the challenge in 10 days signifies? The life and death platform is no trivial matter. That foundation-building practitioner will undoubtedly provide his disciple with an array of items to deal with you. You are utterly unaware of the peril involved, various talismans, magical artifacts, divine lightning, and so forth. Any one of these could cost you your life. Elder Qian spoke rapidly, his frustration with Wang Chun's earlier actions evident. However, Wang Chun laughed in response. Even so, his disciple cannot possibly defeat me. Hearing this, Elder Qian became even more incensed. You fool, pack your things and flee as far as you can. It would be best to seek refuge in another country, otherwise, you will not know how you met your demise. In the future, you must exercise caution. Even if you win this challenge, you will have humiliated your master, who will certainly not spare you. Moreover, you might offend the cultivators of Yuntai Peak, leaving you with no place to belong in the sect. Listening to Elder Qian's words, even Wang Chun, with his strong resolve, felt a twinge of emotion. He understood that Elder Qian, who had no hope of reaching the Golden Core stage and held a low position in the sect, would face greater difficulties should he allow Wang Chun to escape. Nevertheless, Elder Qian generously imparted advice and even offered Wang Chun various talismans and spirit stones before they departed. Old Master Qian, this challenge is not as dire as it seems. If I triumph in this life and death arena in a year's time, there will be the grand competition among sections. At that point, if I secure a position within the top 20, I shall obtain a foundation establishment pill. Achieving the foundation establishment successfully, with my age, finding a patron in the Golden Core stage should pose little difficulty. Moreover, even if I fail to establish a foundation, leaving at that time would not be a significant issue. Otherwise, if I depart now, I shall lose the opportunity for foundation establishment for the rest of my life. Wang Chun articulated the stakes clearly, and Old Master Qian found his reasoning sound. Given Wang Chun's age, if he succeeded in foundation establishment, he would undoubtedly become a focal point for cultivation within the sect, and the Yuntai Peak lineage would not dare to confront him directly. Furthermore, Old Master Qian was reluctant to see Wang Chun languish in the chi refinement stage for his entire life, wasting away. After much admonition and concern, he finally permitted Wang Chun to return. Chapter 62. The Life and Death Arena. Having reassured Old Master Qian, Wang Chun returned to his cave dwelling. Before his departure, Old Master Qian cautioned him not to publicize this matter. Otherwise, it would severely undermine the dignity of their foundation establishment elder in front of everyone, leading to an irreconcilable situation. In truth, Wang Chun had deceived Old Master Qian. Most cultivators aiming for foundation establishment must consume pills that enhance the probability of success, such as the foundation establishment pill. However, for Wang Chun, such measures were entirely unnecessary due to his elevated realm. Even a once-in-a-millennium genius, who grasps the foundation establishment realm while still in the Qi refinement stage, can significantly increase their chances of success. This, however, also reflects the inherent difficulty of advancing realms. Otherwise, breaking through to a higher cultivation would not be so arduous. When one's realm surpasses their own cultivation level by 2 tiers, achieving a breakthrough becomes a natural progression. For instance, Wang Chun, in the Qi refinement stage, possesses sword intent akin to that of the golden core stage, thus making his advancement to foundation establishment relatively effortless. Similarly, should he wish to transition from foundation establishment to golden core, his realm must reach the nascent soul stage. Relatively speaking, the realm of sword cultivators allows for more accessible breakthroughs. Combat hones the sword intent of a sword cultivator, facilitating natural advancement. Many sword cultivators experience breakthroughs in cultivation following a significant battle, and some even manage to surpass their opponents during the fight, ultimately defeating them. Now, with the sword intent Wang Chun has already cultivated, both in terms of its potency and the depth of his inner realm. Victory in this life and death arena is assured, not out of arrogance, but from unwavering confidence. Originally, this life and death matter was to be settled discreetly, unbeknownst to the general disciples. However, a resentful disciple named Zhang, embittered by the loss of contribution points, leaked the information. Consequently, the impending duel between the 2 ninth-layer Qi refinement disciples spread like wildfire. The entirety of the situation, stemming from a life and death struggle over contribution points, along with the various factions backing each side, became the subject of rampant gossip. The Yin sect recruits new disciples annually. Why is this? Because many disciples venture out in search of opportunities for foundation establishment, which, to put it plainly, involves fighting for materials to concoct foundation establishment pills or the pills themselves. Thus, each year, there are numerous casualties. Those cultivators who can acquire the foundation establishment pills without contention typically hail from powerful familial lineages or enjoy the patronage of high-ranking practitioners. In contrast, the average cultivator must engage in perilous struggles to seize the opportunity for foundation establishment. The ensuing bloodshed and turmoil are exceedingly prevalent, leading many Qi refinement stage cultivators to abandon the aspiration for foundation establishment, whether due to fear of adversity or advancing age, rendering them unsuitable for such a path. Consequently, there exists a plethora of idle practitioners within the sect. What do these cultivators occupy themselves with daily? They engage in casual conversations, seek out peculiar items from the mundane world, and pursue various trivial pursuits. The news of the life and death arena challenge involving Wang Chun and the Li clan disciples quickly captured widespread attention, as the arena had not been activated for over a decade. Typically, disputes among cultivators are resolved discreetly, with little need for the life and death arena. Only those with substantial backing can dare to engage in combat there, potentially signifying their readiness for foundation establishment. This naturally sparked immense interest, with some bored cultivators even establishing betting pools, attracting numerous participants. In the blink of an eye, 10 days slipped by, and Wang Chun nearly forgot about the scheduled life and death battle. Fortunately, Elder Qian sought him out, prompting Wang Chun to stow away Shao Qing into his spirit beast pouch and accompany Elder Qian to the arena. Throughout the journey, Elder Qian remained silent, merely presenting Wang Chun with a dozen or so divine thunder talismans, which were of considerable value and possessed greater power than the talismans Wang Chun had previously acquired in Fuyu City. It was evident that Elder Qian had invested significant thought into this matter. The life and death arena is situated in the central region of the Yin sect, flanked to the north by towering peaks predominantly owned by golden core elders, which also harbor spiritual veins, making them the finest cultivation grounds within the sect. To the south lie the residences of Qi refinement stage cultivators, including various palaces and the sect's marketplace. Each time a cultivator approaches the life and death arena, a designated golden core elder oversees the proceedings, ensuring that no undue interference occurs during the event, which is why Elder Qian felt assured in allowing Wang Chun to participate. They're coming. They're coming. With the clamor of the crowd, Wang Chun, escorted by Elder Qian, arrived at the side of the arena, where several cultivators awaited him. Elder Qian whispered, "You've met that foundation establishment cultivator yesterday, and the others are disciples from the Yuntai Peak lineage. However, There's no need for concern. A golden core elder will soon preside over the arena. Wang Chun nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent, retrieving a mat from his storage pouch to place on the ground before sitting down to meditate. The Li clan cultivator, having received instruction from several Foundation establishment practitioners, approached Wang Chun only after they had departed. What are you doing still cultivating at this hour? I say, junior brother. You don't think that a brief meditation will enable you to defeat me, do you? I'm rather frightened. The surrounding cultivators erupted into laughter at the Li youth's remarks. Brother Wang is rather spineless. Even being mocked to such an extent, he remains silent. What on earth is Brother Wang doing? Why is he still cultivating at a time like this? At that moment, a beam of yellow light appeared from a distance, swiftly converging upon the life and death arena. As the yellow light dissipated, a 30-something cultivator materialized atop the arena. As the monk made his entrance, several Foundation establishment cultivators, including Elder Qian, hurriedly bowed in greeting, exclaiming, "Greetings, Elder." The golden core cultivator, displaying impatience, waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. I was in the midst of refining a magic artifact when I was dragged here to do menial labor. Which two juniors are stepping onto the life and death platform? Make it quick. The Foundation establishment cultivators nodded eagerly, and both Wang Chun and the cultivator with the surname Li simultaneously leaped onto the high platform. Upon their ascent, the golden core elder's interest was piqued, and he inquired, "Are you aware that this life and death platform is a place of peril? What compels you to step forth?" The Li cultivator, his face flushed with excitement and a hint of servility, replied, reporting to the elder, "This junior has disrespected his elder and insulted my master. I must slay him to serve as a warning." The golden core cultivator nodded thoughtfully and turned his gaze towards Wang Chun, who remained unfazed by the elder's status and cultivation level, calmly stating, "Those who obstruct my path shall be slain." Is that so? The golden core elder was taken aback by Wang Chun's demeanor. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he declared, "In that case, prepare for a life and death battle." With a single wave of his hand, he summoned a token. The token soared above the life and death platform, emitting a cascade of runes that descended upon the platform, instantly activating the array and enveloping it in a layer of yellow protective shield. "Very well, you two, commence your battle." The elder completed the formation with a yawn, eliciting gasps from the spectators below, who were astonished at such a lack of decorum from a golden core cultivator. However, this thought remained unspoken, for none dared to voice their concerns, lest they tempt fate and test the sharpness of the elder's artifact. As soon as the elder's command fell, the Li cultivator summoned a shield-shaped magical artifact, radiating waves of spiritual energy that were unmistakably indicative of a high-grade defensive item. Yet this was not all. After summoning the artifact, he quickly applied 2 defensive talismans to himself, manifesting 2 layers of shields around him. One was a cerulean water shield, likely a talisman for early-stage Foundation establishment, while the other was a golden shield, presumably a diamond talisman for the same stage. With these 3 layers of defense established, the Li cultivator exhaled a sigh of relief. The spectators erupted in a frenzy of discussion. Is this a joke? A high-grade defensive artifact? How formidable? How can they possibly fight now? With 2 early-stage defensive talismans, even a Foundation establishment cultivator would struggle. This senior brother Li is bound to win. Just the defense alone is something senior brother Wang cannot breach. The chatter among the crowd was as boisterous as a bustling marketplace, and neither the golden core elder nor the Foundation establishment cultivators intervened. The Li cultivator's master appeared somewhat smug, having prepared an abundance of resources for his disciple, not merely for this battle, but also for the critical journey that lay ahead. Elder Qian, observing the situation, felt a sense of urgency and silently chastised Wang Chun for not taking the initiative to strike first, suggesting that he could have resolved the conflict swiftly by unleashing his divine thunder. Chapter 63. You are too noisy in truth. The young man bearing the surname Li harbored a profound sense of gratitude towards Wang Chun. Although he had previously garnered attention, he could never have received such an abundance of treasures. In addition to the exquisite defensive artifacts adorning him, his storage pouch contained an array of valuable items. Furthermore, the Qi refinement practitioners from the Yuntai Peak lineage were plentiful. Though he ranked among the top, he was by no means the most formidable. After this life and death battle, all these artifacts would belong to him, thereby elevating him to one of the strongest individuals within the entire Lun Sect's Qi refinement phase. As the young man pondered this, a sense of triumph welled within him, and his disdain for Wang Chun began to wane, replaced instead by a tinge of pity. "Junior brother Wang, if you kneel and apologize to my master, I can spare your life," the young Li proclaimed, brimming with self-assurance. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun discerned the young man's fate. There was no doubt he would perish. The Li surname youth, noticing Jiang Chen's silence, grew increasingly arrogant. He retrieved a set of needle-shaped artifacts from his storage pouch, exclaiming, "This is a complete set of artifacts. You must have heard of the power of such sets. If I unleash their might, you will be utterly powerless to resist. It would be wise for you to sincerely kneel and apologize to my master. He is magnanimous and would not make things difficult for you." The young man performed his actions deliberately, confident in his layered defenses, oblivious to the fact that an average practitioner could have easily found numerous openings to end his life and seize his storage pouch. Instead, he continued to hurl insults at Jiang Chen. "Are you done with your prattle?" Jiang Chen remarked coolly, casting a glance at the self-satisfied young man. The Li surname practitioner seethed with rage, feeling as though he was being mocked as a jester. "Are you seeking death? I merely wish to convey a single message to you." "What message?" "You are too noisy." Upon uttering these words, an oppressive aura of profound power emanated from Jiang Chen, resembling that of an ancestral being from the heavens, evoking a sense of transcendence. As this ethereal feeling washed over him, a myriad of sword energies materialized around Jiang Chen, coalescing without release, saturating the entirety of the life and death arena. Thousands of sword energies surged forth, exuding a terrifying presence that was truly magnificent. The previously raucous practitioners below fell silent, their eyes wide with astonishment as they fixated on the arena. "You are too noisy," Jiang Chen reiterated, and this time, the young Li did not have the luxury of perceiving it as a humiliation, for he had no time to register the insult. Instead, 1,000 sword energies simultaneously hurtled towards him. Swoosh, swoosh. The sword energies sliced through the air, showcasing the power of the sword cultivator for the first time. The onslaught of sword energies, each equivalent to an attack from a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, was relentless and devastating. Below, Elder Qian observed the 1,000 sword energies with a smile, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him. The aspiring cultivators on the opposite side displayed a subtle change in expression, quietly acknowledging the daunting challenge ahead in this life and death battle. However, they remained unperturbed, for they had bestowed numerous valuable gifts upon the disciple of the Li clan, rendering the outcome uncertain. Meanwhile, on the platform, the Li clan disciple was overtaken by fear and trepidation upon witnessing the myriad of sword energies, hastily affixing 2 additional talismans onto his body. "Once your sword energy is exhausted, I shall have my way with you. Let's see how brazen you remain then." Thousands of sword energies surged toward the Li clan disciple, a strike that had consumed all of Jiang Chen's spiritual energy. Yet, Jiang Chen was undaunted, for he was certain of victory with this move. The whistling sound of the sword energies echoed, as if poised to rend the Li clan disciple asunder. All cultivators present, regardless of their levels of cultivation, were transfixed by the spectacle. Suddenly, an astonishing event unfolded. Thousands of sword energies came to a halt before the Li clan disciple, arranging themselves in formation akin to a regiment of earthly soldiers, ultimately positioning themselves between Jiang Chen and the Li clan disciple. Instantly, the observing cultivators fell into a stunned silence. What is this technique? How can it manifest in such a manner? It must be an ancient technique. Otherwise, how could it possess such formidable power? The scene erupted into a clamor, with the foundational cultivators exchanging various expressions. At that moment, an ethereal sword shadow materialized around Jiang Chen, exuding the oppressive aura of a golden core cultivator. "Condense the sword energy," Jiang Chen commanded inwardly, directing a finger forward. The thousands of sword energies swiftly coalesced, forming an enormous sword composed of spiritual energy, spanning several feet in length. The colossal sword radiated a staggering wave of spiritual energy, suffocating the Qi refinement cultivators and rendering the foundation establishment practitioners somewhat sluggish in their magical flow, an evident testament to the attack's potency. Upon the formation of the giant sword, the Li clan disciple's face turned ashen, and he weakly sank to the ground, watching helplessly as the colossal sword advanced, shattering layer upon layer of protective barriers. In an instant, the barriers crumbled, and the Li clan disciple was reduced to a crimson mist scattered across the arena. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding cultivators erupted in exhilaration. This was nothing short of a breathtaking reversal. Ignoring the supreme defensive artifacts and 4 foundational talismans, a single sword strike had vanquished the opponent, an exhilarating spectacle indeed. What sword technique is this? The return of 10,000 swords? How could the mundane sword techniques compare to Brother Wang's swordplay? On the edge of the arena, Elder Qian was visibly elated, exclaiming his admiration repeatedly. Meanwhile, the Foundation establishment cultivators from the Yuntai Peak sect across from him wore expressions of dread. How does this youth possess such a high level of swordsmanship? The sword shadow he unleashed must be a manifestation of sword intent. This is a skill only ancient sword cultivators could master. One Foundation establishment cultivator voiced his confusion, prompting others to recall the legends surrounding sword cultivators, their expressions shifting. Then, a Peak Foundation establishment youth remarked, sword cultivators are exceedingly formidable. It would be wise to let this matter rest and avoid further complications. Moreover, given such talent, the sect is bound to take notice, and who knows? He may well become a golden core cultivator in the future. A few individuals nodded in agreement, and then each departed on their flying swords, leaving only the master of the lead disciple standing there in silence. Eventually, a glint of resolve flickered in his eyes as if he had made a momentous decision and stepped forward. After Jiang Chen had slain the lead cultivator, he approached to retrieve the storage bag and the exquisite defensive artifact. A frown creased Jiang Chen's brow as he sensed a wave of malice emanating from the lead disciple's master, tinged with an unmistakable aura of murderous intent. The sword intent was acutely aware of such ominous feelings. Without inspecting the contents of the storage bag, Jiang Chen stored it away and filled it with a precious pill. As the pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into pure spiritual energy, which his parched meridians eagerly absorbed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's spiritual power was restored to a robust state. Once the battle concluded, the Golden Core Elder waved his hand, retrieving the token and dissipating the formation on the life and death platform. "All right, everyone disperse," he commanded, preparing to depart. At that moment, the master of the lead disciple stepped forward, saying, "Martial uncle, although my disciple has fallen and I cannot pursue the matter of the life and death platform, there are items within my disciple's storage bag that rightfully belong to him. I kindly request your understanding." The lead disciple's master did not engage in petty quarrels. His words were filled with poignant sorrow and carried a semblance of reason. "My disciple has perished. I bear no ill will towards you. Simply return my belongings, and all will be well." The Golden Core Elder listened to the words of the Foundation establishment cultivator, his brow furrowing slightly. "I cannot overstep the rules in this matter. You should inquire with the disciple who perished on the life and death platform." Upon hearing this, the Foundation establishment cultivator respectfully bowed to the elder and then approached Jiang Chen, secretly reveling in pride. "Given your temperament, this young man will undoubtedly refuse. Even the elder will find it difficult to intervene, and I shall have the opportunity to slay you on the spot." With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the Foundation establishment cultivator addressed Jiang Chen coldly. "I have already informed the elder. I must retrieve my disciple's storage bag." His tone was devoid of warmth, dripping with disdain and a chilling air that weighed heavily upon the hearts of those present. Elder Qian, standing nearby, immediately voiced his discontent. "What you say is quite unreasonable. Martial brother, the life and death platform is sacred to our sect. Since your disciple tragically perished there, the storage bag should rightfully belong to Wang. Your words threaten to undermine the traditions of our sect established over millennia." "One cannot put it that way. Rules are rigid, but humans are dynamic. Moreover, the elder has already conceded. Do you truly wish to defy his wishes?" The Foundation establishment cultivator chuckled mockingly, threatening both Jiang Chen and Elder Qian with an air of menace. Chapter 64, Sword Intent, Battle in Foundation Establishment. "What do you think you are? How dare you attempt to seize my belongings?" Jiang Chen declared, fixing his gaze upon the Foundation establishment cultivator. His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, reverberating through the surroundings with immense power. The nearby cultivators, akin to cats drawn to the scent of prey, gravitated towards the unfolding scene. A chi refining cultivator dares to insult a Foundation establishment cultivator? This martial brother is truly audacious. Even the elder, who had been preparing to depart, turned back, propelled by his light as he approached the confrontation. Before such a multitude, being scorned by Jiang Chen made the foundational cultivator feel as though he had lost face entirely, as if he had been sent to his grandmother's house. In a fit of rage, he abandoned all pretense of cunning schemes and bellowed, "You insolent brat! How dare you speak so recklessly? Before the elders, I shall teach you a lesson today." Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, merely smiled derisively. "What absurd excuse do you seek? This storage bag was won by me on the life and death platform. If you wish to challenge me, come forth. Should you succeed in slaying me, this bag shall be yours. At your advanced age, you've squandered your days, and yet you resort to underhanded tactics even when contending with a mere chi refining disciple." Jiang Chen regarded the foundational cultivator with pity, recognizing that a lifetime spent in scheming had left him incapable of facing his adversaries head-on, rendering his hope of reaching the core formation stage utterly futile. "Elder, I implore you to allow me to battle this disrespectful junior." The foundational cultivator could no longer contain himself and addressed the elder directly. Observing Jiang Chen's eager demeanor, the elder found it difficult to intervene. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Very well. However, as both of you are the elite of our sect, should one prevail, it is best to spare the other's life." With a wave of his hand, the elder gently dismissed the previous combatants from the life and death platform, leaving only the two combatants. He then activated the token, raising the protective barrier once more. The spectators below watched in excitement as the chi refining disciple faced off against the foundational cultivator. When was the last time such a spectacle occurred? One asked. About 50 years ago. Back then, the chi refining disciple was brutally slain. The scene was nothing short of tragic, a sight forever etched in my memory. This time, Brother Wang is surely doomed. A chi refining disciple stands no chance against a foundational cultivator. No one doubted Wang Chen's demise. None believed that a chi refining disciple could triumph over a foundational cultivator. The legends of those who could challenge opponents of higher realms were exceedingly rare, and while Wang Chen was indeed extraordinary, they felt he paled in comparison to those mythical figures. On the life and death platform, as the formation activated, the foundational cultivator summoned his defensive artifact. Displaying an air of caution, clearly wary of Wang Chen's earlier display of formidable sword energy. Such cowardice. You fail to grasp the essence of cultivation. When will you ever advance? Remember, cultivation is a struggle for a sliver of transcendence amid life and death. With your disposition, you shall never become an immortal. Wang Chen remarked with a light chuckle, his expression one of disdain, as if he were imparting wisdom to a wayward disciple. In truth, he felt confident about the battle. Though he remained wary of any potent killing moves the foundational cultivator might possess. Yet, even so, he felt no fear. Rather, he was imbued with a sense of exhilaration. Only under pressure can one truly progress. Since you are prepared, I shall now strike. Wang Chen's bravado unnerved the foundational cultivator, rendering him hesitant to make the first move. With a swift motion, the battle commenced. A cerulean ice sword soared into the heavens, emanating an astonishing aura of spiritual energy. Unmistakably a remarkable magical artifact. Accompanied by the chilling aura enveloping the sword, it was evident that its enhancement of ice attributes was quite exceptional. However, Wang Chen's interest did not lie in the ice attribute itself, but rather in the sword's extraordinarily resilient material, which showed no signs of damage. The ice sword seemed to transform into an ice dragon, whimsically unleashing a plethora of imaginative sword techniques in midair. To the ordinary cultivators, it appeared that Wang Chen had mastered the sword techniques quite well, skillfully maneuvering the flying sword artifact, making him exceptionally proficient among cultivators of the same tier. In reality, Wang Chen had not studied any sword techniques. This was the distinction between sword cultivators and ordinary practitioners. Sword cultivators emphasize intention, and generating sword intent is the greatest hurdle they must overcome. Thereafter, they create their unique sword techniques based on personal comprehension, which starkly contrasts with the techniques practiced by ordinary cultivators. Common sword techniques rely on chi to manipulate the sword, emphasizing the use of magical power to direct the flying sword, resulting in numerous variations, such as transforming the sword into threads or producing thunderous sword energy at higher realms. Conversely, sword cultivators focus on wielding the sword through intent, with their inherent sword intent guiding the flying sword, rendering magical power merely an optional component. In fact, many advanced sword cultivators can annihilate peers of the same tier instantaneously, relying solely on their sword intent. Freed from the constraints of magical power, sword cultivators find it easier to control their flying swords. Thus, the sword techniques of sword cultivators often fail to be effectively executed by ordinary practitioners, who might only manage to unleash 1/10,000th of their potential. Only those who possess the specific sword intent can harness its true power. Wang Chen's sword intent exemplified this principle. Although he had not created corresponding techniques, his mastery of sword intent was equivalent to that of a golden core stage cultivator, even surpassing the constraints of that realm. Under Wang Chen's command, the ice spirit sword transformed into a flurry of sword shadows, relentlessly striking forth. The sound of clashing metal echoing in the air as the defensive artifact of the Foundation Establishment stage was marred by numerous cracks. With alarm, the Foundation Establishment cultivator gazed at Wang Chen, hastily producing several talismans, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. Continuing to endure this onslaught is not a viable strategy. While this brat possesses formidable offensive capabilities, his defense cannot be that high. On the other side, Wang Chen silently lamented. Although each sword strike consumed little spiritual energy, he had unleashed over 100 strikes in an instant. Considering the total amount of his spiritual energy, this rapid flurry had depleted 3 out of 8 layers of his energy. This was unsustainable, Wang Chen mused, as he hastily ingested a medicinal pill. Meanwhile, The Foundation Establishment Cultivator, having contemplated the situation, seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. With a swift motion, he unleashed 7 or 8 talismans. The talismans instantly transformed into various spells: Golden Sword Light, Crimson Fire Dragons, and Azure Ice Arrows, each radiating an impressive wave of spiritual energy as they charged forward. In such a situation, an ordinary cultivator would typically evade the oncoming strikes and summon defensive artifacts to shield against the scattered attacks. For each talisman from a Foundation Establishment cultivator equated to a casual strike from a cultivator of the same tier. And the combined might of 7 or 8 talismans was indeed formidable. However, Jiang Chen met the array of spells head-on. With unwavering resolve, he declared, "Slash." A low exclamation echoed in his heart as Jiang Chen suddenly manifested a colossal phantom sword. This magnificent blade surged forth to confront the magical incantations, yet, contrary to expectations, a cataclysmic clash did not ensue upon their meeting. The spells, formed of spiritual energy, seemed to dissipate like snow meeting fire under the formidable sword intent, swiftly transforming into ethereal vapor. In an instant, the fire dragon conjured by the 7 or 8 spells was cleaved open by Jiang Chen's giant sword. As he observed the remaining spells whizzing past him, a surge of pride welled within Jiang Chen. A single sword shattering myriad laws. This is the true essence of a sword cultivator's mastery. Sword intent, as a unique phenomenon, is the foundation of a sword cultivator's prowess. The might of a sword cultivator's attack derives from this very essence. Sword intent naturally counters all forms of magic, exhibiting almost no vulnerabilities. With the right sword in hand, Jiang Chen could effortlessly breach the defenses of foundational stage cultivators, swiftly dispatching them. Although the Ice Spirit Sword proved exceedingly effective against ordinary Qi refining cultivators, it paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's aspirations. Nonetheless, he resolved deep within to forge his own sword after this battle. For a sword cultivator's blade is always a personal creation. One life, one sword suffices. Witnessing Jiang Chen effortlessly dismantle the spells conjured from 7 or 8 talismans, the expression of the foundational stage cultivator grew increasingly grim. This lad is formidable. It's time to unveil my ultimate techniques. With a calculated determination, the foundational stage cultivator flicked his wrist, summoning a colossal figure from the spirit beast pouch onto the stage of life and death. With eyes like brass bells, ebony skin, a robust horn, and a powerful physique, the iron-armored rhinoceros emerged, releasing a thunderous roar. An iron-armored rhinoceros, still in the foundational stage. My heavens! Brother Wang is utterly doomed now. Indeed, the defensive capabilities of this iron-armored rhinoceros are legendary. Most foundational stage cultivators would struggle to overcome it. With such a spirit companion, Brother Wang is in dire straits. This rhinoceros alone is worth 100,000 spirit stones. Its horn can be crafted into an excellent offensive artifact, while its hide serves as premium material, valuable for creating inner armor or defensive artifacts. The disciples below erupted in exclamations at the sight of the iron-armored rhinoceros. However, Jiang Chen's gaze did not linger on the beast, for as it appeared, the foundational stage cultivator began to chant incantations, intently preparing his next spell. Such incantations, requiring extensive time to recite, were often secret arts of tremendous power. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling gripped Jiang Chen's heart. I cannot allow him to complete his spell. With resolve, he summoned the Ice Spirit Sword, which soared forth like a crystalline specter. Each attempt to strike the foundational stage cultivator was parried by the iron-armored rhinoceros. Yet, the rhinoceros was not unscathed. The luster of its horn dimmed considerably. This iron-armored rhinoceros must be a transformed beast. Its horn has even manifested a spectral projection, showcasing extraordinary defensive capabilities. Jiang Chen mused internally. He realized that defeating the rhinoceros was essential to overcoming the foundational stage cultivator. With a piercing cry, the Ice Spirit Sword emanated a chilling sword intent, this time not aimed at the cultivator, but at the iron-armored rhinoceros. With a resounding roar, the armored rhino raised its front foot, seemingly attempting to kick the sword away. At such a close distance, an ordinary cultivator might indeed fall victim. However, Jiang Chen's Ice Spirit Sword was under the control of his sword intent, swiftly evading the attack. With a sharp sound, the Ice Spirit Sword carved a gash into the rhino's side, revealing that even this seemingly formidable creature could be injured by a single strike from Jiang Chen. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. The Ice Spirit Sword, gliding with elegance, launched another assault. This time, the ironclad rhino was not so reckless. Its once dim horn illuminated with a mysterious radiance. As the light flickered, a phantom appeared before the ice spirit sword, perfectly intercepting Jiang Chen's onslaught. This ethereal figure resembled a horn, its intricate patterns somewhat discernible, emanating an ancient aura. This mutated beast is exceedingly difficult to contend with. Prolonging this battle is not a viable strategy. Jiang Chen felt an internal struggle. He had witnessed the might of sword intent, capable of shattering the defenses of foundational cultivators even at the chi refinement stage, a testament to its extraordinary nature. Yet, the beast's divine abilities were formidable, rendering his sword intent ineffective. It is evident that this beast's powers cannot be used repeatedly. Its horn appears to have dimmed significantly after several uses. It likely can only withstand 3 or 4 more attacks. Resolutely, Jiang Chen decided to exhaust the beast's powers swiftly, realizing that delay might invite unforeseen changes, particularly as the foundational cultivator had been preparing a secret technique for some time. The whirling sword shadows continued to manifest, forcing the beast to resort to its horn's abilities time and again. Before long, the rhino's horn could no longer emit its peculiar powers. With a piercing sound, the ice spirit sword tore away a chunk of flesh from the beast, eliciting a roar of anguish from the rhino. Jiang Chen had initially intended to dispatch the beast before dealing with the foundational cultivator. However, as the rhino was wounded, an eerie black aura emanated from the foundational cultivator. This ominous energy was unsettling. A mere glance left Jiang Chen momentarily dazed, but he swiftly regained his focus as his sword intent flickered. This is bad. A sudden realization dawned upon him. He swiftly produced a divine thunder and hurled it towards the enemy, simultaneously redirecting the ice spirit sword that was initially aimed at the beast. Die! The foundational cultivator's expression twisted menacingly as the black aura surged towards Jiang Chen. The ground trembled with a thunderous boom as the divine thunder exploded on the stage of life and death, shaking the protective barrier surrounding the foundational cultivator. In an instant, Jiang Chen's sword intent pierced through the barrier, and with a flash of light, the cultivator's head was severed, blood spraying forth. Simultaneously, the black energy infiltrated Jiang Chen's body. In the blink of an eye, the entire battle concluded, shifting from a tense standoff to a decisive victory in mere moments. Wang Shixing is incredible. He has actually slain a foundational cultivator. The spectators were left speechless, astonished that a chi refinement stage cultivator could triumph over a foundational cultivator. A rare occurrence indeed. When did the last incident occur? It was eons ago, the era of the revered Beastmaster, an entity who ascended to the spiritual realm. The founding ancestor of the Beast Sect, a figure whose legacy resonates through the ages. Naturally, Jiang Chen's achievements pale in comparison. The legendary Beastmaster once single-handedly vanquished a multitude of Foundation establishment cultivators, and this remarkable feat continued to echo even as his cultivation advanced, highlighting the vast chasm between their prowess. The disciples below and the Foundation establishment cultivators observing were filled with disbelief, yet Jiang Chen found himself in dire straits. As he dispatched the Foundation establishment cultivators, he was ensnared within an endless realm of darkness. Even the ice spirit sword on stage fell to the ground, devoid of Jiang Chen's guidance. This was a world shrouded in an abyssal hue, seemingly boundless. Jiang Chen ventured forth within this realm, yet myriad speculations brewed within his mind. This was an illusory world, and he had not brought a single possession with him. Clad in a simple azure robe of ordinary silk, his physical strength now rivaled that of a pinnacle-grade treasure, rendering typical protective garments ineffective. The superior gear was elusive, and he lacked the spirit stones to procure any. As he pondered, ominous cawing echoed from the surroundings, chilling and sinister, emanating from all directions. In the blink of an eye, grotesque, fearsome creatures, clad in scales, charged toward him. Instinctively, Jiang Chen formed a spell, only to discover it bore no effect. Is this merely an illusion? He mused in silent doubt, as the foremost creature lunged at him and bit down. Though there was no sound of piercing, Jiang Chen felt a profound pain in his psyche. This is a realm of the spirit. These monsters are but phantoms, impervious to physical attacks. Yet, they devour my consciousness and spirit. Outside, the battle on the life and death platform had concluded, yet the fates of the two combatants remained uncertain, one dead, the other in a state of limbo. The Foundation establishment cultivator had met his demise, his head severed and resting on the platform, a visage of unwillingness. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood motionless, eyes closed. Initially, the Golden Core Elder assumed Jiang Chen was merely injured and healing, but upon activating the protective formation, he discovered Jiang Chen ensnared in a peculiar state. Something essential seemed to be missing. Both his mana and vitality were present, yet upon meticulous examination, the Elder could no longer sense Jiang Chen's spiritual energy. Had his soul been shattered? How could this be? The Golden Core Elder was taken aback, feeling a sense of regret. It was astonishing that a Foundation establishment cultivator possessed such an arcane ability to eradicate a cultivator's soul and essence. What a pity that such a prodigious talent might meet an untimely end. Had he lived, reaching the Golden Core stage would surely have been within his grasp. The Elder sighed inwardly, estimating that this disciple was undoubtedly doomed. Meanwhile, atop Yuntai Peak, a thunderous roar seemed to shake the very mountain. Who dares to be so audacious as to slay my disciple? Shortly thereafter, a senior brother who had accompanied the Foundation establishment cultivator entered the cave dwelling to speak. Moments later, a beam of escape light shot forth, racing toward the life and death platform. Within the boundless realm of darkness, after having a fragment of his consciousness torn away, Wang Chun instinctively summoned his sword intent. With a sharp sound, it manifested. As if a sword had been unsheathed, a colossal phantom blade materialized around Wang Chun, effortlessly obliterating the monsters that had previously consumed him. Why is this creature so feeble? Wang Chun pondered rapidly, recalling the knowledge he had acquired from the Jade Slip. This monster resembles the legendary nightmare beast that devours souls in dreams, capable of consuming consciousness. However, the essence of sword intent is a unique amalgamation of awareness and the sword path, which fortuitously serves as the nemesis to such creatures. In that moment, as the monster perished, the specks of starlight it transformed into fell upon the phantom's sword intent, which, upon encountering this celestial brilliance, began to autonomously absorb and assimilate it. What is this? Sensing the transformation of his sword intent, Wang Chun was filled with a mixture of astonishment and elation. This beast could devour consciousness. Yet the light it emitted after its demise could nourish it instead. The wonders of existence are truly remarkable. Moreover, the sword intent, akin to consciousness, absorbed the starlight, with the majority being incorporated into his awareness, while a portion that was difficult to assimilate was instead integrated into the sword intent itself. The notion that sword intent could grow in such a manner left Wang Chun in a state of bewilderment. He had only known that sword intent could be cultivated through combat and comprehension, but this peculiar method was entirely unfamiliar to him. The death of the beast and Wang Chun's epiphany occurred in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he surveyed the endless expanse of monsters around him with the hunger of a wolf. Slaying these creatures would not only significantly enhance his consciousness, but also stabilize his sword intent. Above the life and death platform, a solitary white cloud had materialized in the sky. Within that cloud, a middle-aged cultivator sat leisurely, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding phenomena, which were mere illusions conjured by an extraordinary artifact, unnoticed by the Golden Core elders below. How intriguing. I did not expect such a raw gem to exist within the sect, already cultivating sword intent at this early stage. It seems that summoning demons should pose no challenge for him. I need not worry about the sect's future. The elder spoke in a tone of serene detachment, as if everything were of little consequence, even recognizing the obscure demonic arts of summoning demons. Chapter 66. Ancestor of the Liang family. Cackling laughter echoed from a formless monster. This time, however, it did not rush towards Wang Chun to attack, but instead scattered in fear, lacking the ravenous demeanor it had displayed upon sensing Wang Chun's consciousness. Ultimately, these creatures, comprised of consciousness and possessing only rudimentary intelligence, were unaware of their origin in that space, summoned here by the secret arts of foundation-building cultivators. Initially intent on feasting upon Wang Chun's awareness, they inadvertently encountered the sword intent, their natural foe, and fell into a trap. The instinct to seek advantage and evade peril is inherent to living beings. As one by one, their kind was shattered by the terrifying sword shadows. The monsters grew increasingly apprehensive. Eventually, the sword shadows became even more formidable, annihilating everything in their path, leaving no survivors. The monsters, now gripped by fear, began to scatter and retreat. Of course, this was merely from the perspective of the monsters. Whether it was the growth of consciousness or the solidification of sword intent, the enhancement of Wang Chun's strength was evident. Relishing the thrill of the slaughter, he had no intention of halting and immediately pursued the fleeing creatures. Thus, the foundation-building cultivator, who was prepared to bury Wang Chun's call to the spirit, unexpectedly became a delicacy that Wang Chun yearned to savor. This is undeniably a form of irony. A quarter of an hour later, as Wang Chun pursued the monster, the entire space suddenly brightened. After a dizzying sensation, he opened his eyes to find himself still standing on the life and death platform. "Kid, you're still alive," Elder Qian exclaimed upon seeing Wang Chun's eyes flutter open. Wang Chun could only smile wryly. "Elder Qian, do you wish for your junior to perish so eagerly? You insolent brat, daring to jest with your master. Quickly, assess your condition." Elder Qian initially intended to tease further, but, recalling Wang Chun's injuries, he hastily inquired. Wang Chun felt a warmth in his heart and chuckled. I'm perfectly fine, do not worry. Before Elder Qian could utter another word, a radiant golden light soared from the distance. The light settled upon the life and death platform, revealing a middle-aged cultivator. His countenance was stern, and his aura was imposing, exuding an overwhelming pressure that pervaded the surroundings. Are you the Qi refining disciple who killed my apprentice? The middle-aged cultivator said, his eyes flickering with mild surprise, as his formidable presence bore down upon Wang Chun. The oppressive aura of the golden core stage was somewhat overwhelming for Wang Chun, yet his swordsmanship transcended such constraints. How could he yield to this pressure? A faint sword intent emanated from Wang Chun, swiftly countering the oppressive force. The middle-aged cultivator gazed at Wang Chun's sword intent, his eyes gleaming with interest. Remarkable. You have manifested sword intent. Initially, your death was assured for slaying my apprentice, but I shall grant you a chance. Become my disciple, and I may spare your life. Wang Chun was momentarily taken aback, but in an instant, he made his choice. His path of swordsmanship was one of transcendence. How could he submit to another? With determination in his gaze, he pointed at the headless corpse of the foundation-building cultivator and declared, regardless of this cultivator's identity, harboring malicious intent against me and obstructing my path to enlightenment warrants his execution without mercy. As he spoke, a sword Qi imbued with his intent surged from his fingertip, instantly reducing the corpse of the foundation-building cultivator to mere fragments. At that moment, Wang Chun felt his sword intent quiver slightly. The starlight he had absorbed in the boundless demonic realm had been significantly digested, solidifying his once vague sword intent. Sword intent is inherently a test of one's state of mind. To forge ahead through adversity, one must align their heart with their intent to progress continuously. Wang Chun suddenly grasped a profound realization. To elevate his sword intent, he must inevitably offend formidable figures such as this one. This individual, a golden core cultivator, was evidently the master of the foundation-building cultivators from Yuntai Peak, and it was clear that he was an ancestor of the Liang family from the mortal realm. Witnessing the devastation of his apprentice's corpse at the hands of Wang Chen's sword Qi, the ancestor of the Liang family erupted with laughter. Excellent, excellent. A mere Qi refining disciple dares to disrespect me. I shall offer you one more opportunity. Submit to me, and I may spare your life. Wang Chun was enveloped in a faint sword intent, seemingly offering his response. Very well, very well. In that case, you shall accompany my apprentice in death. In an instant, the Liang family ancestor struck with ferocity, a single hand sweeping through the air, conjuring a fire dragon over 10 feet in length before him. Roar, roar. As if heralded by a dragon's roar, the fire dragon appeared almost lifelike, swaying its head and tail as it charged towards Wang Chun. Although he was acutely aware that this fire dragon was merely an illusion, its formidable presence still sent a shockwave through him. Even more terrifying was the heat emanating from the creature. From a distance of merely 1 meter, the stones beneath it began to melt away. As it soared past, the stones on the life and death platform became riddled with craters. It is crucial to note that these stones were not ordinary. They were inferior ores from mineral veins, deemed unsuitable for crafting due to excessive impurities, and thus repurposed for construction. The stones on the life and death platform were the finest among these discarded ores. Even high-grade magical artifacts would struggle to create a mere dent in them. As Wang Chun beheld the fire dragon, his expression shifted drastically. Retreating swiftly, he unleashed his sword intent, only to feel as if his very spirit was being scorched. Flash, flash, flash. Enduring the discomfort within his consciousness, Wang Chun continued to strike with his sword intent, though he observed that the ethereal shadows of his sword intent began to melt beneath the fire dragon's overwhelming presence. Nevertheless, his efforts were not in vain, for the dragon's might was indeed diminished by his sword intent. Yet, in the next instant, the fire dragon, now measuring just over 1 meter in length, opened its massive jaws and consumed Wang Chun whole. In the distance, the elder of the Liang family revealed a smile, fully aware of the destructive power of his flames. Though the fire dragon technique had only unleashed a fraction of its potential, he was confident that Wang Chun would not endure, recalling the terrifying strength of the 9-dragon flame technique acquired from the ancient cultivator's cave. With this ability, the elder had rendered himself nearly invincible among his peers, vanquishing numerous cultivators. How could a mere Qi refining stage practitioner possibly survive beneath his flames? However, fate is unpredictable. Just as the Liang family elder reveled in his impending triumph over a genius, a figure descended from the sky. This middle-aged cultivator, clad in a green Daoist robe, possessed a slightly refined visage that radiated tranquility. Yet, the chi-refining disciples gazing upon him felt a disorienting haze, rendering the man's features indistinct and his cultivation level indiscernible. As the disciples below were engulfed in confusion, the two golden core elders on stage displayed expressions of shock and immediately bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "We pay our respects, Master Uncle." With both golden core elders displaying such deference, the disciples quickly understood the gravity of the situation, bowing deeply and collectively proclaiming, "We pay our respects, Ancestor." "Enough. Rise and step back," the middle-aged cultivator stated calmly. Although the disciples gazed upon their ancestor with admiration and fervor, upon his command, they lowered their heads, taking a few steps back before turning to leave, demonstrating their respect. The middle-aged cultivator, frowning slightly, remarked, "Nephew Liang, your actions were a bit excessive. This youth is indeed a rare talent and will be a pillar of our sect in the future." Upon hearing this, the Liang family elder respectfully nodded and replied, "Your wisdom is appreciated, Master Uncle." The middle-aged cultivator, upon hearing their words, ceased his reproach and remarked, "Without achieving the nascent soul, one remains but an ant. Though you both have reached the golden core stage, your perspectives are still too narrow. The vastness of this world is beyond your imagination. Once you reach the stage of conception, I shall reveal to you the secrets known only to those of the nascent soul." The patriarch of the Liang family and another golden core cultivator exchanged puzzled glances, merely responding in assent. With a flick of his sleeve, the middle-aged cultivator conjured a flash of azure light that enveloped Jiang Chen, causing him to vanish. In the same instant, the middle-aged cultivator disappeared from the life and death platform. Following that day, the name Jiang Chen resonated throughout the Yin sect and beyond. A prodigious swordsman, a once-in-a-millennium talent, he had single-handedly vanquished a foundation establishment cultivator without external aid, and at the tender age of 20 had comprehended the essence of swordplay. Such feats swiftly spread across the sect and its surroundings. Moreover, after sustaining injuries from a formidable golden core elder, he was rescued by a venerable elder of the nascent soul stage, the pinnacle of cultivators in the Tianyuan continent, an unparalleled existence among ordinary practitioners. Jiang Chen's reputation soared to unprecedented heights, eclipsing that of other chi-refining disciples within the Yin sect. Even though some chi-refining disciples enjoyed the guidance of foundation establishment masters or golden core predecessors, with an abundance of elixirs and magical artifacts at their disposal, their remarkable prowess merely highlighted Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent. Simultaneously, the astonishing deeds of Feng Wuji from the Yin sect reached the ears of the Yin sect. Like Jiang Chen, he too had annihilated foundation establishment cultivators, was a swordsman, and hailed from humble beginnings, possessing extraordinary gifts. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Chen and Feng Wuji were subtly regarded as representatives of the new generation in the Liang kingdom. Everyone harbors an innate desire for ascendance, particularly those from well-endowed families and sects, who had long been regarded as prodigies. Suddenly, they found themselves overshadowed, serving as a backdrop for the true geniuses. Just as green leaves complement vibrant flowers, the leaves must also consent to their role. Unbeknownst to them, jealousy and resentment began to brew. Chapter 67. Ancestral Tomb of the Master. At the Beastmaster sect, a young cultivator stood respectfully, while not far away. A strikingly handsome youth with a stern demeanor was delivering powerful punches as part of an enigmatic martial technique. The technique appeared unremarkable, yet with each strike, the surrounding earthen spiritual energy surged and swirled. The youth unleashed a final punch, and astonishingly, the earthy spiritual energy coalesced into an indistinct form that resembled a bull. The hazy bull-shaped phantom charged forth for several dozen meters before crashing into a distant stone platform, shattering it with a resounding boom. The youth stood with his fists at his sides, a subtle smile gracing his face, exuding confidence and charm. Observing this, the young man behind him hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Young master, your prowess is truly remarkable. This bull fist technique has already manifested its true intent. Perhaps even the ancestor could achieve no more." The youth's face lit up with longing and pride as he replied, "The ancestor, with sheer will, altered the course of fate and dispatched foes far beyond his level as easily as plucking fruit from a tree. Who could compare? However, while I may not match the ancestor, I am certainly not inferior to Feng Wuji of the Yin sect or Jiang Chen of the Yin sect. Within a year, I shall personally defeat both of them and restore the legendary name of our ancestor." Jiang Chen was unaware of the multitude of events that transpired during his unconsciousness, nor did he realize that he had inadvertently attracted numerous adversaries. Nevertheless, even if he were to comprehend the situation, he would not retreat. As a swordsman, he understood that progress is achieved through relentless battles and continual refinement. As fate would have it, when the formidable fire dragon unleashed by the patriarch of the Liang family descended upon him, Jiang Chen braced himself to the best of his ability. Yet, the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly vast, and the flames of the dragon were far from ordinary. They were not mere manifestations of a typical cultivator's spells. In a haze, Jiang Chen felt an intense heat enveloping him, as if he were on the verge of being incinerated. And he could even faintly detect the scent of his own flesh charring. Just as he was grappling with his discomfort, a refreshing aura suddenly surged forth from his mouth, swiftly permeating his entire being. Despite his foggy consciousness, Jiang Chen sensed that someone was aiding him. The flames were extraordinarily fierce. Under his current cultivation level, he would likely have perished. However, the subsequent influx of water vapor was intriguingly mysterious. As the flames continued to scorch, the water vapor nourished his flesh, alleviating the harm inflicted by the fire. Time passed, and eventually, the flames within Jiang Chen's body and the water vapor reached a state of equilibrium, with the remaining traces of water vapor being drawn away. When he opened his eyes and slightly extended his arms, the air around him compressed, producing a thunderous sound. Oh, impressive. Not only is your swordsmanship remarkable, but your physical cultivation is equally commendable. A middle-aged cultivator clad in green, seated on a nearby mat, remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Jiang Chen, upon sensing the profound and weighty pressure emanating from the cultivator, quickly deduced the situation. He stood and respectfully bowed. I pay my respects to the ancestral master, and I am profoundly grateful for your rescue. The middle-aged cultivator chuckled and replied, no need for formalities, take a seat. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, did not hesitate to retrieve a mat from his storage bag and sat down opposite the Yuaning period ancestral master. I understand you have many questions. Feel free to inquire. Jiang Chen carefully organized his thoughts before articulating his queries. May I ask, ancestral master, why is Master Liang's power so immense that even my sword intent is rendered ineffective? Also, what was the item you employed to save me? And when may I expect to leave? In a single breath, Jiang Chen posed 3 questions, each reflecting his utmost concerns. The Yuaning period ancestral master smiled gently and responded, though your sword intent is indeed remarkable, your defeat is not without reason. After a brief pause, the master continued. Master Liang's fire attribute cultivation technique is extraordinarily exceptional. I am uncertain where he acquired such an ancient method. Subsequently, through fortunate circumstances, he obtained a fragment of the South Ming's Li fire, which he refined, resulting in the formidable fire-based divine abilities. As for the treasure I utilized, it was the water essence that counters it. I expended considerable resources to save you this time, and you must repay me once your cultivation reaches a certain level. The ancestral master jested. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile. Rest assured, ancestral master, the water essence shall be returned tenfold in the future. His words exuded unwavering confidence. The venerable ancestor, momentarily taken aback, broke into a smile and remarked, ambitious, indeed. However, do not let your guard down. This world is replete with cultivators of extraordinary talent who ultimately meet their demise with regret. One must remember that surprises abound in this realm. The Yuan-Ing ancestor spoke with a grave tone, yet soon inquired, do you know the origin of your Master Liang's fragment of Southern Ming fire? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was taken aback, yet trusting the ancestor's words, he refrained from speaking, awaiting an answer. Forget it, this is truly dull. The ancestor, noticing Jiang Chen's silence, smirked and continued. This Southern Ming fire is among the finest of flames in the world, exceptional for alchemy, artifact forging, and combat. Your Master Liang's fragment can be said to be both a personal acquisition and a gift from the sect. The ancestor's interest was piqued at Jiang Chen's inquiry, his eyes gleaming with pride as he elaborated. In truth, our Luo Yun sect possesses a forbidden area containing the blessings left by predecessors who departed this realm eons ago. Your Master Liang's Southern Ming fire originates from within that place. Our Luo Yun sect shares profound ties with the Qing Yun sect and the 10,000 Beasts sect, boasting a rich heritage that ranks us among the top 3 sects, aside from the 3 major sects of the Tian Yuan continent. Is it truly that formidable? Jiang Chen inquired, astonished. It is worth noting that Jiang Chen was no longer a novice in the cultivation world. The jade slips in the sect's library had bestowed upon him considerable knowledge. It was said that this realm is called Tian Yuan, and the continent is known as the Tian Yuan continent. It is home to 3 major cultivation sects, the Tai Ching sect, the Tai Xin sect, and the Tai Su sect, each possessing formidable strength, with intertwined histories and mutual support, effectively dominating the cultivation world of Tian Yuan. As the ruling entities of the cultivation realm, these 3 sects have inevitably made numerous enemies, yet throughout the millennia, Only one individual has managed to shatter their dominion. The legendary genius, the revered founder of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Jiang Chen's mind raced with thoughts, briefly becoming disoriented as he recalled myriad details. You need not concern yourself with the intricacies of these secrets. Simply know that the sect is powerful. Furthermore, every century, the sect dispatches Qi refinement disciples to the ancestral tomb to seek relics from our ancestors. The most recent discovery of such a relic was made by your master Liang, which is the southern Ming fire. However, while there are indeed numerous relics within, many have been taken over the past few millennia, benefiting many descendants of Luo Yun sect. Half of our Yuaning cultivators have attained their status through these ancestral relics. Jiang Chen nodded, yet expressed his impatience, saying, "Then what does the ancestor wish for me to do with this information?" The ancestor smirked and replied, "Sharing this with you is, of course, to present you with an opportunity. What you may obtain depends on your own fortune." With that, the ancestor handed Jiang Chen a jade slip, saying, "This contains information about the ancestral tomb. You need not worry about external matters. The sect has prepared everything for you. Additionally, you may only remain in the ancestral tomb for 6 months. After that, you must hasten to the Falling Dragon Valley, for it is the most crucial location." Falling Dragon Valley. Indeed, there is no need for you to concern yourself with these matters for the time being. I shall inform you when the moment arrives. You can rest assured and enter the tomb. After the ancestor spoke, a radiant azure light enveloped him, and in the next instant, he vanished from Jiang Chen's sight. Once the ancestor departed, Jiang Chen seated himself upon a mat, pondering for a moment before concluding that nothing was amiss. He then sought a clean spot to recline and fell into slumber. The following day, as the sun ascended to its zenith, Jiang Chen stretched languidly and rose from the mat. After consuming a modest portion of spiritual grains and completing his meditation for the day, he reached for a jade slip to place upon his forehead. However, in an instant, he paused, holding the slip in his hand, and closed his eyes. After a lengthy moment, he opened them again, a look of sheer delight illuminating his face. During his previous conversation with the ancestor, despite his outward nonchalance, Jiang Chen felt a lingering discomfort. The overwhelming pressure of a being 3 levels above him weighed heavily upon him. He had yet to realize the profound transformations that had occurred within him over the past few days. Within the demon domain, Jiang Chen had vanquished countless monsters, absorbing the majority of their essence into his consciousness, which significantly bolstered his mental acuity. Previously, his foundational cultivation techniques had left his consciousness somewhat lacking compared to his peers. However, with the aid of the transformative aura, he had engaged in deep comprehension, enhancing his consciousness to a level surpassing that of typical cultivators of his rank. This journey through the demon domain had catalyzed a metamorphosis in his consciousness, elevating it from that of a Qi refinement stage cultivator to that of a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Such progress is rare. Few can elevate their consciousness beyond their cultivation level without employing exceedingly rare techniques. In addition to the advancements in his consciousness, Jiang Chen's physical prowess had also seen remarkable enhancement. The South Bright Departure Fire and the essence of Kuei water were coveted by even nascent soul cultivators. By a stroke of fortune, Jiang Chen had utilized them to temper his body, undoubtedly augmenting his physical strength. Regrettably, the South Bright Departure Fire was but a mere fragment of its original power, lacking even 1% of its true might. Similarly, the essence of Kuei water was diluted with other water-based liquids, leaving it uncertain whether Jiang Chen's current physical strength could withstand it in its full form. Nevertheless, even as inferior versions, the flames and essence had significantly refined his body, elevating its quality from that of a low-grade magical artifact to a mid-grade one. After briefly reveling in his transformations, Jiang Chen steadied his thoughts, gathered the mat from the ground, and proceeded deeper into the cave. The interior of the cave served as the sole passageway leading to his ancestral tomb. With a gentle push, he opened an ancient door, and a heavy, oppressive aura wafted towards him. Jiang Chen waved a hand in front of his nose and stepped inside, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness. He retrieved a luminous pearl from his storage bag, which significantly improved his visibility. Bathed in the luminous glow of the night pearl, Jiang Chen finally discerned the conditions surrounding him. The entire passage was far from tidy, strewn with myriad fragments of stone. With a slight furrow of his brow, Jiang Chen picked up a stone and examined it, finding nothing remarkable, devoid of any spiritual essence. Undoubtedly, it was merely an ordinary stone from the mundane world. With a gentle squeeze of his hand, the stone surprisingly remained intact. Even with greater force, it showed no signs of breaking. This realization piqued Jiang Chen's interest, for his own immense strength of 100,000 pounds could not shatter a mere stone. Indeed, it was truly extraordinary. inciting within him a heightened anticipation for the ancestral tomb. Continuing forward, Wang Chun proceeded without haste, traversing for 4 to 5 hours, winding through the passage until he finally arrived before a grand door. The door was both ancient and opulent, its surface adorned with intricate patterns from antiquity, while its lavishness was evident in the dazzling gems that formed a magnificent, yet enigmatic tableau. Should a cultivator arrive here, they would find themselves at an impasse. The jade slips left by the ancestors had mentioned that no one on Tianyuan continent could force the door open. The sole method for entry lay within the inexplicable patterns above. These patterns were arranged in a seemingly chaotic manner, harboring profound mysteries, and only a specific configuration could grant access to the door. This arrangement was not static. It changed every 6 months, with over 100,000 different correct solutions, meaning it would only repeat once every 50,000 years. As Wang Chun stood before the door, he extended his right hand and gently manipulated the patterns above, carefully shifting each piece. After 2 arduous hours of effort, the patterns finally interlinked, emitting a resplendent azure light. In a flash of brilliance, Wang Chun vanished, while the patterns on the door scattered once more into disarray. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself within a cave dwelling, which exuded a sense of weightiness. On either side of the passage lay the remnants of inheritance chambers, accessible to those who met the requisite conditions, allowing them to claim the legacies of their forebears. The first door had already opened, and after a brief glance back, Wang Chun pressed onward. The walls of the passage were etched with an array of fantastical beast engravings, dragons, phoenixes, and other renowned celestial creatures. While he recognized some of the more prominent figures, the majority of the illustrations eluded his understanding. For instance, one depiction featured a beast with 9 heads, its rank unknown, though it appeared to exceed that of celestial beasts. This was indeed a significant matter, for the current realm of Tianyuan cultivation had suffered an inexplicable calamity, leading to a drastic depletion of spiritual energy. Artifacts from the ancient era had become exceedingly rare, and cultivators who reached the nascent soul stage aspired to break through the void and ascend to the spirit realm. As did the beasts. It was rare to encounter not only celestial beasts, but even spirit beasts. The demon race could be broadly categorized into wild beasts, demon beasts, spirit beasts, celestial beasts, and the legendary divine beasts. These classifications were based on innate talent, much like the cultivators in the realm of immortality, who possessed varying degrees of natural gifts and distinct spiritual roots. Certain demon beasts, by mere existence alone, possessed extraordinary potential. For instance, celestial beasts could attain the great ascension stage simply by living, ultimately soaring into the realm of immortality. This is not something that can be compared to humanity. However, such celestial beasts are exceedingly rare, as most of the demonic creatures are rather lowly in nature. For instance, the majority of beasts in the Demon Beast Mountain are merely that, beasts, with only a few ethereal spirit creatures. The dragon in Wang Chen's spirit beast pouch is indeed a spirit creature, which implies that as long as Shaoqing survives, it will undoubtedly reach the Yuaning stage. This is beyond question, and it is precisely why Wang Chun has always refrained from revealing Shaoqing. Just imagine, a spirit creature capable of attaining the Yuaning stage. How many would go to any lengths to possess such a being? Of course, just as individuals with inferior spiritual roots and qualifications can cultivate to profound realms and even ascend to the celestial realm. Even wild beasts have the opportunity to awaken their intelligence, continuously evolving into spirit creatures, celestial beasts, or even divine beasts. Yet, this process is exceedingly arduous and nearly impossible to achieve. Thus, cultivators generally opt for demonic beasts with greater potential as their spirit companions rather than investing in nurturing them, gambling on the ephemeral whims of fortune. As Wang Chun traversed the corridor, he meticulously examined the intricate reliefs on the stone walls. 1, 2, 3. After an hour's effort, he had passed over 100 inheritance chambers, most of which had been emptied by predecessors, leaving nothing behind. A few chambers remained unopened. Yet Wang Chun felt no particular sensation towards them. Indeed, there was no feeling. The inheritance chambers had long been imbued with mysterious formations. Should one meet the conditions for inheritance, a cultivator would naturally experience a peculiar sensation upon approaching. However, this was merely a possibility, and whether one could pass the trials to enter the inheritance chamber was another matter entirely. After a leisurely half-hour of walking, Wang Chun finally sensed an extraordinary feeling emanating from the chamber ahead. Quickening his pace, he approached the entrance of the inheritance chamber. Each chamber's door was unique, presumably related to the content within. The door before Wang Chun was markedly different from those he had previously encountered. Its surface was mottled and appeared quite antiquated. A closer inspection revealed fine, intricate grooves upon it, and as he gently touched the surface, a surge of murderous intent flooded his being. Killing, killing, killing. Wang Chun could even perceive the frenzied murderous aura within, along with a hint of sword intent. The intent of slaughter. Distinct from Wang Chen's transcendent sword intent and Feng Wuji's razor-sharp sword intent, the intent of slaughter was fearfully unique. Wang Chun could almost hear indistinct phrases emanating from this murderous sword intent. Humans can be slain, beasts can be slain, immortals can be slain. All the Buddhas in the sky can be slain. The earth can be slain, the heavens can be slain, all things in the world can be slain. Upon hearing those words, a chill enveloped Wang Chun, a penetrating cold that could seep into the heart. Had it not been for the protection of his sword intent over his mind, these phrases might have become a source of inner demons, adversely affecting his future cultivation. Undoubtedly, what lay within was a form of slaughtering technique, perhaps even an ancient method capable of cultivating the intent of slaughter, a truly rare treasure. Yet, Wang Chun merely shook his head. What suits oneself is the best. Moreover, my path of the sword is not one of slaughter. As thoughts swirled within him, a surge of sword intent emanated from Wang Chun. This sword intent carried an ethereal quality, embodying a pursuit of freedom. Yet primarily it exuded a sense of transcendence that surpassed all else. With this realization, Wang Chun's sword intent expanded slightly, becoming more fluid in its control. He retracted his sword intent with a faint smile and continued his journey forward. Indeed, the inheritance chambers of the Luoyun sect were dwindling along his path. Only a handful remained unopened, and at this rate, they would be exhausted within a few millennia. The inheritance chambers Wang Chun encountered were truly diverse. Some exuded a chilling aura, while others radiated intense heat, and one even emanated an ancient, wild essence. After traversing for another 2 hours, Wang Chun reached the end of the corridor, where a teleportation array awaited in a corner. The jade slip indicated that upon completion, one could return to the sect through this one-way teleportation array. Must I truly forsake all? Wang Chun mused, a twinge of reluctance stirring within him. There were indeed several chambers that piqued his interest, particularly one that radiated an aura suggesting it contained fire-related techniques and rare treasures. Considering the role of fire attributes in alchemy and artifact forging, Wang Chun had no doubt regarding the value of the items within. Yet, he chose not to pursue them, for his path was not that of fire. From the very moment he embarked on his journey in the realm of cultivation, he had crafted talismans of all 5 elemental attributes, which had provided him with insights into the doctrine of the 5 elements. Subsequently, he acquired the method to construct the 5 elements mixed origin tower. The interplay of creation and destruction among the 5 elements was fundamental to his continuous advancement. He could not abandon this path.